17 times the speed of sound. General Zhou was momentarily taken aback, for this was astonishingly swift. Just a couple of days ago, Gao Yang was still in the manufacturing phase, and now they were already conducting tests. This speed was rather absurd. In the past, rapidity was achievable because the designs were relatively small. However, this time, it involved a fighter jet. The aircraft we observe on television or in the skies may appear diminutive, but in reality, they measure between 10 to 20 meters in length, which is quite substantial. Furthermore, the requirements for fighter jets and similar aircraft are exceedingly stringent, rendering rapid production virtually impossible. Moreover, the testing phase is fraught with potential issues. It is inconceivable to proceed to flight tests so swiftly. Thus, when General Zhou received the news, he felt not only astonishment, but also a surge of anxiety. He quickly urged, "Do not rush. Do not personally conduct the test. I will find a pilot for you. It's all right. I am quite safe. I will simply fly a bit slower," Gao Yang replied. Upon hearing this, General Zhou realized he could not dissuade him. "Do not fly at maximum speed. Conduct a preliminary test first." Understood. Gao Yang ended the call. General Zhou gazed at the phone and turned to his secretary, saying, "Arrange a vehicle. I shall visit Gao Yang's laboratory. Additionally, inform the military bases and radar observation stations surrounding the school that there will be a fighter jet test this evening." Once the notifications were completed, General Zhou boarded the vehicle en route to Gao Yang's laboratory, while Gao Yang immediately accelerated the aircraft. In the next moment, the fighter jet surged forward, crashing through the wall and creating a sizable breach. A thunderous noise ensued, captivating the attention of the guards outside, who turned in astonishment. The wall had been directly breached by the aircraft. The guards were utterly bewildered. This laboratory, under Gao Yang's oversight, was truly suffering. Not merely sustaining dents, but now bearing gaping holes. It had barely been constructed before it transformed from pristine to battle-damaged. Moreover, the aircraft was a prized possession. Other fighter jets were worth millions, with their coatings and exteriors to be handled with utmost care. To crash into a wall here was unfathomable. However, there was no runway. How could the jet possibly take flight? Just as the guards were in a state of confusion, they heard a faint hum. The sharp front of the aircraft tilted upwards, pointing towards the heavens. Following this, the rear engine roared to life, propelling the jet into the sky. All the guards stared upward, utterly astonished at the sight of the fighter jet ascending. How could this be possible? Vertical takeoff? Then they heard a resounding boom in the sky, the sonic boom produced by breaking the sound barrier. On the ground, the guards widened their eyes even further, engulfed in bewilderment. This was rather outrageous. Despite having been awed by Gao Yang numerous times before, they were evidently astonished yet again. What kind of fighter jet possessed such terrifying capabilities? Vertical takeoff, followed by achieving supersonic speed in mere seconds. Truly monstrous. Inside the aircraft, Gao Yang experienced an exhilarating sensation of thrust. The jet's acceleration was nearly at the limit of human tolerance. Yet for him, it was hardly a concern, as he had previously consumed enhancement agents. Nevertheless, he could still feel the exhilarating rush of such incredible speed. On the data panel, a map was displayed, alongside the aircraft's altitude and speed. In the span of merely 2 minutes, the aircraft reached a velocity thrice that of sound, with speed still on the rise. Many might assume that such rapidity would be unbearable for those on board. However, it is the variation in speed that truly induces discomfort. When individuals remain in a constant environment, they experience no sensation, akin to the imperceptible rotation of the Earth. An aircraft, regardless of whether it achieves 20 times or even 200 times the speed of sound, would elicit minimal reaction from its passengers as long as it maintains a steady velocity. Yet, if one were to transition abruptly from a standstill to 20 times the speed of sound, it would be akin to being struck by an aircraft traveling at that very speed. As the aircraft accelerated further, within 6 minutes, its velocity surged to 10 times the speed of sound, 3.4 kilometers per second, translating to an astonishing 12,384 kilometers per hour. Yet this was not the limit. The acceleration persisted. The overwhelming sensation of thrust became somewhat overwhelming, with the exhilarating force of propulsion becoming the norm. 11 times the speed of sound, 12 times, 13. At such speeds, even if one could glimpse the outside world, it would be of little consequence. A small city could be traversed in mere seconds, often before one even registered the passage. 15 times, 16 times, 17 times. The ultimate velocity reached was 17 times the speed of sound, a threshold dictated by the engine's capacity rather than the aircraft's design, which could withstand even greater speeds. Nonetheless, this velocity was already extraordinarily remarkable, 21,000 kilometers per hour. Such speed could allow one to circumnavigate half the globe along the equator and implies that within an hour, the aircraft could reach any location on Earth, effectively enabling a global tour in just 2 hours. This velocity is indeed astonishing. Once the speed stabilized, any slight change in direction by the fighter jet would generate sonic booms, resulting in several resounding shockwaves with each maneuver. At 3 or 4 in the morning, the skies above the Dragon Nation reverberated with these explosive sounds, inciting ire among countless citizens who lamented the disturbance as the thunderous clamor disrupted their slumber. While the general populace was troubled, numerous high-ranking officials were roused from their sleep by incessant phone calls. Radar detectors blared alarms, signaling the presence of hypersonic vehicles soaring through the skies of the Dragon Nation. These hypersonic vehicles, unlike conventional fighter jets, were unmanned, essentially aircraft equipped with rocket engines. Designed solely for speed, the Dragon Nation possessed such vehicles, like the Starry Sky, capable of reaching 6 times the speed of sound. Thus, when the officials received the startling news on the other end of the line, their initial reaction was one of confusion. What was the situation, after all? It was merely a hypersonic vehicle, was it not? Yet, as they listened to the detailed report, they learned that the vehicle's speed had reached an astonishing 17 times that of sound. The startled officials, previously in slumber, sprang into action, tossing aside their covers, neglecting to don their shoes, and began making calls to verify the information and gather further details. Moments later, it was revealed that nearly all high-altitude military reconnaissance radars across the nation had detected this aircraft, which was now darting about the skies of the Dragon Nation. Each alteration in direction precipitates a series of sonic booms, creating an utterly explosive effect. 17 times the speed of sound. How is this even conceivable? Such velocity surpasses that of bullets and missiles, and the friction with the air generates intense heat. Furthermore, there are concerns regarding the materials utilized in aircraft construction. What substance can withstand such immense shockwaves? The White Eagle once attempted to develop a vehicle capable of flying at 10 times the speed of sound, equipping it with rocket engines, only to have it disintegrate during its inaugural flight. The subsequent plans were shelved, as survival without disintegration seemed impossible. Yet now, a vehicle achieving 17 times the speed of sound is recklessly soaring across the skies of the Dragon Kingdom. Some have even speculated about extraterrestrial beings, suggesting that aliens are observing the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Amid discussions among the elites, General Zhou received a phone call, and upon hearing a request to contact Gao Yang, he felt a twinge of confusion. What has transpired? Why should I reach out to Gao Yang? Chapter 133. The strongest offense is defense. Technicians reported swiftly, an unidentified flying object has appeared in the skies above the Dragon Kingdom, traveling at an astonishing speed of 17 times the speed of sound. General Zhou was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. 17 times the speed of sound. Indeed, the radar observation station in the southern region reported that you had forewarned that Gao Yang would conduct a fighter jet test this evening. We seek to ascertain whether this mysterious aircraft is one developed by Gao Yang. Please hold on. General Zhou abruptly ended the call and dialed Gao Yang. His face was a mask of disbelief. 17 times the speed of sound? How could that be possible? Anyone acquainted with the concept of such speed would be utterly astounded. He found it hard to believe that Gao Yang's fighter jet could achieve such velocity. And now he harbored a growing concern that this enigmatic aircraft might be targeting Gao Yang. Why did it not appear earlier or later, but rather only when Gao Yang ascended? General Zhou attempted several calls, all of which went unanswered. At this juncture, the only means to contact Gao Yang was via satellite, as his speed rendered conventional communication futile. Simply put, the signals could not keep pace with Gao Yang's velocity. Although mobile phones can connect to base station signals in the air, the challenge lay in the time required for the signals to establish a connection with the base stations. By the time Gao Yang's phone managed to connect with one base station, he had already flown beyond its coverage, and before establishing a link with the next, he was out of that station's range as well. After a series of unsuccessful calls, General Zhou reached out again to the technicians. Do you have any schematics of the unidentified flying object? I have seen the design of Gao Yang's aircraft. The technicians promptly transmitted the satellite images to General Zhou. Upon seeing the images, a chill ran through him. This was not the aircraft he had previously observed at Gao Yang's facility. The current craft had virtually no wings, merely 2 slightly extended structures resembling wings at the rear. However, the aircraft designed by Gao Yang previously had movable wings, genuine wings. Once more, General Zhou picked up the phone, requesting to join an emergency conference call. Please hold on. Within half a minute, General Zhou entered the conference call. Listen to me. I have seen the fighter jet designed and manufactured by Gao Yang, and it differs from the aircraft captured in the satellite images. At present, I cannot reach Gao Yang. Beyond confirming the situation of the unidentified flying object, we must also ensure Gao Yang's safety. An elderly voice echoed through the phone. We cannot restrict an aircraft traveling at 17 times the speed of sound. Another voice interjected. The opposing aircraft is traveling swiftly, making sharp turns impossible. We can prepare intercepting missiles along its expected path. General Zhou decisively proclaimed. Very well. Let us proceed. First, we will attempt to establish communication via satellite signals. If communication fails, we will initiate an interception. Based on the target's direction, it can be determined that it will soon reach the west. How long until we are ready to launch the air defense missiles? 2 minutes. In the conference call, an abrupt silence enveloped the air, pierced only by the sounds of technicians tweaking their equipment. According to the latest data analysis, the enigmatic flying object would reach our airspace in 3 minutes, with a missile launch countdown ticking down to 116 seconds. Once again, silence descended upon the call. Suddenly, a voice emerged, satellite communication established. This was the signal from the mysterious craft, now connected to the conference. An elder's voice resonated. Grave and authoritative. You have entered our airspace. Please reduce speed and descend immediately. We can provide you with a suitable airport for landing. Otherwise, we shall intercept you. Silence reigned in the communication. The elder switched languages. You have. Had I not reported this? A voice filled with confusion emerged, belonging to Gao Yang. Everyone was taken aback, followed by disbelief. Gao Yang? Indeed, I am Gao Yang. A voice in the conference murmured. Old Zhou. Did you not say this craft was not Gao Yang's? General Zhou, equally bewildered, expressed his disbelief, saying to Gao Yang, this craft bears no resemblance to the fighter jet you manufactured last time. Did I not mention that was merely a prototype? Gao Yang replied. Perplexed, why are there so many people on this communication? An elder interjected. We are in a conference call. A flying object suddenly appeared over the dragon country at such high speed. How could we possibly sleep? Yet, there was an unmistakable thrill in the elder's voice. Gao Yang chose to deflect the responsibility onto General Zhou. I had informed General Zhou via phone. General Zhou, with a smile, accepted the blame. My oversight. I did not anticipate the fighter's speed would be so extraordinary. I only notified a few observation stations near the laboratory. The atmosphere in the conference call relaxed somewhat, with someone asking, Gao Yang, could you share the fighter's specifications? After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang replied, although this fighter jet achieves a speed of only 17 times the speed of sound, its true emphasis lies in defense. Wait a moment. An elder interjected. My heart is aching. Let me find my fast-acting heart medicine. Old Chen, are you all right? I am fine. Sounds of rummaging echoed through the line. And then the elder's voice returned. Next time, could you refrain from saying only 17 times the speed of sound? When I piloted planes back in the day, even a supersonic jet could make one leap with joy. Gao Yang felt a deep respect. The early aviators truly endured hardships and discomfort due to the technological inadequacies of their time. In ground combat, there was still a chance to fight back despite being outmatched. Small arms and rifles combined with superior tactics could make a difference. However, in the sky, technological backwardness meant certain defeat. Victory could only be achieved through exceptional technological prowess against the enemy. There were even instances when a fighter jet from an entire generation behind triumphed over advanced aircraft. In retrospect, that was remarkable, yet at the time, it felt like battling with a tombstone on one's back, facing the constant specter of death. Gao Yang spoke solemnly. It is precisely the only because, moving forward, I shall present an even more advanced engine, enabling the aircraft to attain greater speeds. In the conference call, silence fell once more, followed by the elder's voice. Very well. I shall wait. When the time comes, let us see which aircraft dares to approach the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom. Gao Yang could discern the elder's excitement and continued his introduction. The fighter jet is also equipped with laser cannons, capable of striking from a vantage point above. However, the most formidable weapon of this fighter jet lies in its defense. In the conference call, a group of magnates instinctively furrowed their brows, their expressions filled with confusion. The most powerful weapon is defense? Surely, this cannot be a correct statement. What do you mean? It deflects? When an attack comes, it simply bounces off. Yet, this is somewhat difficult to comprehend. Gao Yang continued, the aircraft's exterior is remarkably resilient, molded as a single piece, allowing it to directly collide with enemy planes thanks to its incredible speed and agility. General Chun felt a throbbing headache. What kind of genius could conceive such a direction for development? Chapter 134, A Flawless Landing. A profound silence enveloped the assembly of esteemed individuals, primarily due to the bewildering nature of the phenomenon before them. How can one articulate this? In terms of combat, it is universally acknowledged that a headbutt possesses immense force. However, it is seldom employed in a conventional fight, as one's head is as valuable as that of the opponent. Logically speaking, even a collision between an aircraft and a mere bird could result in damage to the aircraft, given the latter's tremendous speed. Yet, this fighter jet surpasses that velocity, soaring at 17 times the speed of sound, implying that any impact would likely result in mutual devastation. During the teleconference, someone inquired, will your aircraft sustain damage? According to the calculations, it will not. the integrity of the exterior is extraordinarily robust. Without needing Gao Yang to utter the subsequent phrase, others grasped the implication. For if such a rapid impact could occur without damage, the strength must be unfathomably high. A common individual jumping from several meters into water would face fatal consequences. For while water may seem soft, the overwhelming force of impact at excessive speeds can still inflict harm. The velocity experienced during such a dive is merely a crawl when juxtaposed with 17 times the speed of sound. What of those within the fighter jet? Gao Yang paused momentarily. It is inadvisable for a human to pilot the aircraft. The optimal choice is AI and robotic control. A human cannot withstand such forces. I feel nauseated as it is. Laughter erupted in the teleconference, one voice breaking the tension, followed by a chorus of mirth. Return promptly. And remember to assign a professional pilot for the next flight. Indeed, Gao Yang was not one to overestimate his capabilities. This test was merely an exploration of the sensation of flight. Having experienced it, he found the initial thrill quickly devolved into discomfort. At such astonishing speeds, even a slight alteration in trajectory made him feel as if he would be flung from his seat. Fortunately, he had consumed a strengthening agent. Otherwise, his brain would surely have been scrambled. The fighter jet began to decelerate. As it reduced speed, the seat shifted orientation, continuing to impart a sensation of being pushed back as the velocity gradually diminished. Upon reaching the laboratory, the jet came to a vertical halt, nose pointing skyward and tail downwards, landing with precision. The aircraft then tilted downwards. A flawless landing. The security detail stood in awe once more. Such a landing technique was truly remarkable. Ascending vertically and returning in the same manner, future installations of such fighter jets would render runways unnecessary. The astonishingly high speed of flight is not something an ordinary soldier could endure. Gao Yang emerged from the fighter jet and collapsed onto the grass in the courtyard, taking deep breaths. This contraption is suited solely for robotic operation. He had yet to test the agile maneuverability. For a fighter jet, nimble turning enhances its combat efficacy. At such high velocities, coupled with exceptional agility, it is indeed extraordinary. Yet, for a pilot, executing a sharp turn at such speeds is akin to racing towards the gates of the underworld. However, AI control has its limitations. After all, one could traverse every corner of Earth in just an hour, a feat that no single communications satellite could achieve in terms of signal coverage. Only robots can operate such machines, ensuring there is no interruption in signal or delay in response. This latest enhancement is commendable, yet it still falls short of perfection. Initially, the intention was to amplify the engine, advancing its capabilities significantly. Such improvements would yield greater benefits, as the engine could be utilized across all aircraft, thereby enhancing performance comprehensively. It appears that for the next enhancement, the focus will again be on the engine. However, this time, Gao Yang does not intend to manufacture an aircraft, but rather to create the engine itself, subsequently amplifying it to acquire more advanced engine technology, which is of paramount importance. Having organized his thoughts, Gao Yang decided to retire to his room for a well-deserved rest after several days of relentless work. While he slumbered, many prominent figures from the Dragon Nation set out for the laboratory, eager to observe the fighter jet capable of speeds reaching 21,000 kilometers per hour up close and to gain a rudimentary understanding of it. In stark contrast to the excitement of the Dragon Nation dignitaries, the white-headed eagles were engulfed in a state of panic. The presence of robots near their base was a disconcerting development. If these robots were to approach their base, they would be unable to defend against them. Having already abandoned numerous outposts, the loss of this base would render them a laughingstock. However, fleeing could also pose significant risks. Consequently, the high-ranking officials of the White-Headed Eagle base refrained from resting in their quarters, instead taking refuge in helicopters, ready to evacuate at a moment's notice should danger arise. All helicopters were manned, ensuring that they could swiftly take off and reach areas beyond the range of sniper fire. If the threat did not materialize, they remained in the helicopters. Reconnaissance aircraft patrolled at high altitudes, occasionally relaying information regarding the movements of the approaching robots. The robots, well aware of the situation, drew closer to the base after receiving Gao Yang's message, prompting a mass takeoff of helicopters. Yet, shortly after ascending, they were forced to land again. As the threat had receded, this back-and-forth tug-of-war was driving the commanding officer at the White-Headed Eagle base to the brink of despair, ultimately compelling him to exert pressure on higher authorities. With the imminent risk of being overrun, he questioned why there had been no communication with the Dragon Nation regarding the robots. On the other hand, the White-Headed Eagle representatives engaged proactively with their Dragon Nation counterparts, eventually receiving Gao Yang's quotation, a staggering $10 billion in U.S. currency. With this sum, they could procure 2,000 self-propelled artillery units, capable of burying the robots under a barrage of fire. The White-Headed Eagle negotiator looked at the Dragon representatives, asserting that $10 billion was exorbitant. with their bottom line set at $1 billion. The Dragon representatives, having had no prior discussions, could only contact General Zhou for guidance. At that moment, General Zhou had already arrived at Gao Yang's laboratory. However, Gao Yang was still asleep, unable to make decisions. The negotiation team was instructed to stall, and the call was terminated. Not only had General Zhou arrived, but a contingent of influential figures had also gathered at the laboratory. Aware of Gao Yang's need for rest, they refrained from disturbing him and instead examined the fighter jet stationed in the courtyard. This remarkable machine had reportedly achieved speeds of 17 times the speed of sound the previous night. What materials were used in its construction? It appeared exceptionally sleek and felt smooth to the touch. Such a polished surface would effectively reduce aerodynamic drag, ensuring that temperatures remain manageable during flight. The fighter jet seemed to possess no apparent gaps. How was it crafted? A group of distinguished individuals curiously gathered around the aircraft, akin to a cluster of schoolchildren marveling at the prowess of a gaming expert in an internet CAF, their astonishment palpable. It was not until Gao Yang awakened and stepped into the courtyard that the crowd dispersed, their eyes glimmering with anticipation for the second test. They yearned to evaluate its offensive capabilities, among other aspects. Gao Yang, however, remained indifferent, for testing was indeed the purpose, and he also aimed to assess its aggression. What would be employed for this evaluation? An elderly gentleman suggested, let us first utilize a drone. If it can effortlessly annihilate the drone, we shall subsequently arrange for a helicopter to ascend high above and drop an armored vehicle for the aircraft to collide with. Yet, the elder expressed a concern. Will the fighter jet truly remain unscathed? Indeed, Gao Yang affirmed with unwavering confidence, for a thousand-fold defense was not merely a hollow assertion. Chapter 135. The tiger's rear cannot be touched. Gao Yang listened intently to the elder's words, contemplating the feasibility of the plan. First, they would collide with a drone to conduct a simple agility test, followed by dropping objects from a helicopter to strike a fighter jet for a strength assessment. Although the design of this experiment was rather straightforward, it held significant utility. Subconsciously, Gao Yang glanced towards the school. Conducting experiments there posed certain dangers, as debris from the drones might fall and injure students. Perhaps a vacant area would be more suitable? Shortly thereafter, an elder made a call to arrange this. General Zhou approached Gao Yang, informing him, we have received a response from the White Eagle. They consider $100 billion too excessive and are only willing to offer $10 billion. Gao Yang shook his head resolutely. Convey to them that not a single cent less will be accepted. General Zhou was taken aback. Gao Yang's stance was rather firm, complicating negotiations. However, as long as the White Eagle could not resolve the robot issue, the initiative remained with Gao Yang. Indeed, $100 billion was rather steep, and they likely would not acquiesce. Have the Invincible hover around their base, he suggested. Gao Yang nodded and added, part of this sum is for compensation, while another portion addresses the robot hazard. Ensure they understand this. Understood. General Zhou contacted the negotiator, relaying Gao Yang's message, then paused before asserting. Reiterate firmly. Without $100 billion, there will be no discussion. Affirmative. After hanging up, the elder who had been arranging the testing ground also concluded his call, stating, we have located a mountainous area, devoid of any personnel. The testing site can be prepared in half an hour, and the fighter jet can proceed directly there. Gao Yang felt a surge of anticipation. Previously, they had only tested speed. Now, they could evaluate combat capability. It was regrettable that they could not observe the scene firsthand, as it would be perilous. Terrifying sonic booms paired with debris from shattered drones would surely generate substantial impact. A group of individuals proceeded to the monitoring room, where an array of screens connected directly to all surveillance devices at the testing site, allowing for a clearer view of unfolding events. As they awaited the commencement of the test, the prominent figures were busily occupied, each managing a multitude of affairs, yet patiently biding their time. Meanwhile, a negotiation unfolded between representatives of the Dragon Nation and the White Eagle. The latter exerted considerable effort in their discourse, yet the Dragon Nation's negotiator remained steadfast, unwilling to concede even a fraction, firmly stating, $100 billion. No negotiations if that is not forthcoming. Eventually, silence ensued. There was no point in further discourse. Should they wish to offer compensation, assistance could be rendered. Without financial commitment, no words were needed. In this moment, the representatives of the Dragon Nation felt exhilarated. This was not their first time handling external negotiations, but it was undoubtedly the most resolute stance they had ever taken. $100 billion meant precisely that, with no room for retreat, denying the opposing side any leverage. On the other hand, the negotiator from the White Eagle was both enraged and distressed. The fury stemmed from the arrogance displayed by the opposition, while the discomfort arose from the pressures exerted by his superiors to hasten negotiations and achieve a lower price. How could one simultaneously urge for concessions while rejecting a demand for $100 billion? The official representatives of the bald eagle are undoubtedly distressed. For even a nuclear weapon, in today's economy, costs less than $100 million. Yet, the Dragon Kingdom dares to demand a staggering $1 billion. They are even contemplating the use of a nuclear strike against the robots. However, deploying a nuclear weapon is an impossibility due to its extreme sensitivity. Such an action would create an international incident of monumental proportions. The distress is palpable, and the logistical challenge of transporting a substantial arsenal to the base within a short time frame is daunting. Consequently, the bald eagle has resolved to spend money to alleviate the crisis, agreeing to the exorbitant sum of $1 billion, with an initial deposit of $100 million. Upon successful resolution of the matter, they shall remit the remaining $900 million. The initial sum is to be transferred directly into the account of the Langtao Group, after which the issue concerning the robots will be handed over to Gao Yang for resolution. Gao Yang promptly affirmed, understood, arranged for that body to return. General Zhou, standing by, was momentarily taken aback. This maneuver would undoubtedly touch the sensitive nerves of the bald eagle. He quickly interjected, "No, we absolutely cannot allow it to return directly. If it does, the bald eagle, unless they are utterly foolish, will immediately sense something amiss, and they are already suspicious, which could easily escalate into conflict. Moreover, after spending $1 billion, what would they feel if the robots simply departed? They would be in a difficult position, especially since they haven't received the final payment." Gao Yang conceded the validity of this argument. "Then what do you propose?" General Zhou replied resolutely, "Let us feign the destruction of the robots." Gao Yang nodded in agreement. "Very well." General Zhou then turned to a prominent figure in the room. "You shall oversee this. Utilize the ship's cannons to strike the designated area." The figure retrieved his phone but hesitated to make the call, instead stating, "The bald eagle cannot resolve this, while we can do so effortlessly. Will they not have objections? Perhaps we should employ something more dramatic?" This was indeed a feasible suggestion. It would be prudent to display a show of strength and deliver a significant shock to them. After a brief discussion among the group of influential figures, they decided to enlighten the bald eagle. General Zhou then made another call to liaise with the embassy, ensuring that the remnants of the robots would be returned by diplomatic means. After several calls, everything was arranged. At sea, a small missile was launched from a frigate. Meanwhile, a convoy from the embassy set off to retrieve the remnants of the robots. Within the bald eagle's base, a cadre of commanders was aboard helicopters, managing various affairs. They had been prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice, never straying far from their helicopters. Through a network of reconnaissance aircraft and satellites, they observed the Dragon Kingdom launching a missile aimed at the robots, which stirred a sense of confusion among them, their brows furrowing in disbelief. Just a single missile? They had previously unleashed over 100 missiles simultaneously without managing to neutralize the robots, and now the Dragon Kingdom was launching just one? Did they think they were jesting? One missile was fired, and the robots pretended to be struck by it? The commanders of the bald eagle watched the solitary missile soaring through the air, blood rushing to their heads. Then came the ire. If this single missile could indeed neutralize the robots, it would imply that the robots had not gone rogue and were, in fact, under the control of the Dragon Kingdom, effectively dismantling their outpost. This would mean that the thousands of soldiers they had lost in this engagement would all be attributed to the Dragon Kingdom, simultaneously engulfed in anger and frustration. They even sacrificed a staggering sum of $100 billion. The on-site commander promptly reported the situation, noting that the Dragon Nation had merely launched a solitary missile against the robots, merely for show. Upon receiving this intelligence, the upper echelons of the white-headed eagle swiftly convened to address the issue at hand. The audacity of the Dragon Nation's actions incited a profound indignation. Having reigned as a dominant power for so many years, it was the first time they had been so brazenly challenged. Feeling wronged, they sought to strategize retaliation. The leaders of the white-headed eagle, seething with righteous anger, decided to bolster their presence around the vicinity of the robots, deploying numerous drones and reconnaissance aircraft. To exact vengeance, it was imperative to first identify the point of contention. The robots' responses to the same missile onslaught were to be meticulously recorded. Such reactions would serve as evidence to demonstrate that the robots had remained under the control of the Dragon Nation all along. Once the white-headed eagle had made their preparations, missiles soared from the horizon, precisely landing on the very location where the robots stood. Chapter 136. Shall we fire a couple of shots? The robot had already fled at the moment it detected the missile, having covered a distance of 1 kilometer. The footage captured by the reconnaissance drones was transmitted in real time. The personnel of the bald eagle were perplexed. Having already run a kilometer, it seemed impossible for the missile to inflict any damage on the robot. Such a reaction indicated that the robot was not merely passive, it was evidently out of control. However, how could the Dragon Kingdom claim to neutralize the robot? What was going on? Did they truly underestimate the terrifying capabilities of this machine, treating it as an ordinary robot and launching a missile at it? As these thoughts lingered, The missile struck the ground, and in that instant, numerous drones and reconnaissance aircraft were obliterated by the terrifying shockwave, resulting in a significant loss of signals. Meanwhile, the robot, having sprinted nearly 2 kilometers, was violently hurled away, tumbling uncontrollably on the ground. The commander in the helicopter, witnessing the sudden black screen, instinctively rose to his feet. What was happening? Why had the footage disappeared? He quickly exited the single view and turned his attention to another screen, and then his eyes widened in shock. His mouth agape. Through the distant reconnaissance drone, he observed the aftermath of the missile explosion. Under normal circumstances, the lethal radius of a missile detonated in open space is typically only a few dozen meters. Missiles with a blast radius exceeding 100 meters require an explosive payload of several hundred kilograms or more. Even many functional missiles, such as those designed to target ships, have a lethal range of merely 20 meters. Thus, their initial confusion at the robot's kilometer-long escape was understandable. What could possibly be exploded at such a distance? But what did he see? He witnessed the missile's destructive radius was immense, at least 2 kilometers. A colossal shockwave carried a wave of dust rolling outward. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the channel. What the hell? Did the Dragon Kingdom deploy a nuclear weapon? Impossible. It cannot be a nuclear weapon. The caliber of that missile is quite small. The explosive payload cannot exceed 50 kilograms. Such a small-yield nuclear weapon would not possess this kind of power. Moreover, we can still see the live footage, indicating it is not a nuclear explosion. A nuclear detonation would unleash a terrifying electromagnetic pulse that would obliterate all nearby electronic devices. Yet, the reconnaissance drones and distant UAVs are still operational. Someone murmured, "What is that?" The entire assembly fell silent, pondering the nature of the event. They were uncertain, yet profoundly shaken. A small missile, immense power. If the payload were increased, how terrifying would the impact be? Observing the dust clouds rolling at least 3 or 4 kilometers away on the screen, they were utterly bewildered, as this exceeded their comprehension. In the communication channel, a technician's report sounded, requesting communication, establishing connection. Once the connection was made, an elderly voice joined the channel. Has the robot been neutralized by the Dragon Kingdom? It is highly probable that it has been resolved, replied the on-site commander, somewhat dazed. Only one missile was used. Just one missile. The elder's voice resonated with indignation. We shall promptly issue a condemnation and inquiry towards the Dragon Nation. They control the robots, orchestrating this performance, annihilating thousands of our warriors. The commander on site, listening to the furious outburst, suddenly regained his composure. We must not provoke the Dragon Nation. The elder, perplexed, inquired, "Why not?" The commander took a deep breath, glanced at the screen before him to confirm he was not hallucinating, and then replied, "Because that missile just now truly incapacitated the robot." The robot's reaction was entirely rational. It fled nearly 2 kilometers. However, the missile's damage radius is significantly larger. On the communication line, the elder fell silent. Then incredulously remarked, "The lethality radius exceeds 2 kilometers? Not merely that. It is at least 3 kilometers." The elder remained silent for a moment, his disbelief mounting. Has the Dragon Nation deployed a nuclear weapon? That is impossible. We received no warning. Under normal circumstances, only a nuclear weapon could inflict such extensive damage. Yet any launch by a major world power would be detected by satellites. It is not a nuclear weapon. Not a nuclear weapon? The commander inhaled deeply. Summarizing, the missile's caliber is not large, and its payload cannot exceed 50 kilograms. It is also not a nuclear weapon. The specifics require technical personnel to assess the situation on site. The elder's voice brimmed with incredulity. This cannot be. It has occurred. I will transmit the footage captured by the reconnaissance aircraft. Communication was severed, and the commander disembarked from the helicopter. He no longer feared the robot charging forth to strike him down. Yet, his mood was heavier than before. The Dragon Nation had revitalized. He was uncertain to what extent the Dragon Nation had advanced. A single rogue robot had compelled him to remain within the helicopter. Now that the robot had been neutralized, the threat posed by the Dragon Nation was evidently far greater. In the face of the robot, he could stay in the helicopter, always ready to flee. It may have appeared disheveled and humiliating, but at least there was a path to survival. When the bald eagle stood in opposition to the Dragon Nation, there was no escape from the grim fate awaiting him, regardless of his location. More individuals disembarked from the helicopter, their spirits equally burdened. Once, as representatives of the bald eagle, they roamed freely in foreign lands, holding a sense of unrestrained dominion. They scorned the inhabitants of weaker nations, for they were the sovereigns. Yet now, their status was precariously threatened. In the emergency conference room of the bald eagle's upper echelon, footage of the recent battlefield events was being displayed. Through the reconnaissance aircraft, they clearly observed the Dragon Nation's missile, with its insignia distinctly visible. Then, as the missile was detected by the robot, it began to flee. This was unproblematic. The issue arose at the moment of the missile's impact. The explosion radius was excessively vast, a 3-kilometer lethality radius. This was characteristic of a nuclear detonation. As it stands, only a nuclear weapon could achieve such a scale of devastation. Yet the Dragon Nation had astonishingly accomplished this with conventional weaponry. The purpose of convening this meeting was initially fueled by indignation. They believed that the notion of a rogue robot was merely a fallacy. If the robot's malfunction was indeed a fabrication, it would suggest that the Dragon Kingdom was instigating trouble. They were determined to reclaim their dignity, at the very least ensuring that the Dragon Kingdom would incur a significant cost. However, the gravity of the situation has shifted. They now care little for the veracity of the robot's malfunction. With such weaponry at their disposal, the Dragon Kingdom could obliterate a majority of the Eagle's bases in a remarkably brief span. Under ordinary circumstances, for instance, destroying an airport would involve using penetrating munitions to damage runways. Yet, with the advent of such missiles, even targeting an area adjacent to the airport could effortlessly annihilate the entire facility. The same principle applies to the bases, which are exceedingly difficult to intercept. Standard missile defense systems can typically only intercept a fraction of incoming threats, which might suffice, as the losses from a few uncounted missiles would not be catastrophic. However, in the face of the Dragon Kingdom's advanced missiles, the failure to intercept a single projectile would equate to the total destruction of everything, rendering all defensive efforts futile. Yet, this is not the most alarming aspect. The most terrifying feature is its diminutive caliber, akin to that of a rocket, allowing individual soldiers to carry it with ease. Moreover, it is not a nuclear weapon, making its usage far more indiscriminate. Initially, the upper echelons of the Eagle were filled with fury, for one must not tread upon the tiger's tail. But upon witnessing this scenario, they are compelled to reconsider. If the approach is lacking in finesse, a few slaps may not pose a grave concern. Chapter 137, Limited Edition. In the conference room, the high-ranking officials of the Bald Eagle, after their initial shock, began to deliberate on the course of action moving forward, particularly regarding their relationship with the Dragon Nation. The manner in which they interact is of paramount importance. Presently, the Bald Eagle possesses a significant advantage, a multitude of bases scattered across the globe, rendering them neighbors to virtually every nation. Their installations can be found in nearly every corner of the world, including numerous locations surrounding the Dragon Nation. Despite the considerable advancements made by the Dragon Nation, their strategic options are largely constrained unless war breaks out. In fact, at the onset of a conflict, the Bald Eagle would hold the upper hand in terms of resource mobilization and striking capability. Therefore, as long as they remain vigilant not to provoke the Dragon Nation's core interests and refrain from initiating attacks, they should face minimal issues. While the Bald Eagle's leadership convened, an embassy vehicle arrived near the explosion site, transporting the invincible body to be returned home. Fortunately, the formidable figure sustained no significant injuries, save for a layer of dust and some charred marks. Had she been at the epicenter of the blast, her body would have been irreparably damaged. The shockwave is far too devastating. However, at a distance of 2 kilometers from the explosion, she was indeed within a lethal range, though this is primarily lethal for humans. Once aboard the vehicle, the invincible individual was swiftly transported back to the Dragon Nation. Simultaneously, the testing of fighter jets commenced. The testing grounds were prepared with dozens of drones, awaiting the fighter jet's performance assessment. A group of dignitaries gathered in the courtyard, eager to witness the fighter jet's ascent. The invincible entity took control of a body and entered the fighter jet, initiating its launch. In an instant, the aircraft lifted its nose, and the rear engines roared to life. With a sharp whoosh, the fighter jet surged forward, akin to a bullet being discharged. The assembly of dignitaries gazed in astonishment at the jet disappearing into the horizon. Could such a machine truly be piloted by a human? The acceleration and instantaneous force were comparable to a person being struck by a vehicle. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the capabilities are indeed remarkable. In times of war, there would be no need for aircraft carriers. Even a modest fishing boat could venture out to sea. With such velocity, reaching any point on the globe within an hour would be entirely feasible, rendering aircraft carriers unnecessary. A command issued could lead to the destruction of any target, regardless of its location, within a mere hour. Astonished, the group returned to the monitoring room. Within, they had acquired access to the drones in the testing area, allowing them to observe the targeted drones from various perspectives. Reconnaissance aircraft surveyed the situation from above, while satellites provided additional oversight. At that moment, all visuals converged in the monitoring room, supplemented by data from radar observation stations worldwide. Then, those present in the monitoring room received alerts from various radar systems. Report: the fighter jet has passed at 7 times the speed of sound. Report: the fighter jet has passed at 12 times the speed of sound. As the aircraft neared the testing site, its speed had reached an astonishing 17 times the speed of sound. In the next moment, the monitoring system erupted with a series of deafening booms, while numerous screens simultaneously went dark. A profound silence enveloped the room. 16 drones, positioned at various angles, were the targets of this inaugural test. Initially, it was anticipated that the fighter jet would require 16 strikes to neutralize them. Yet, in the span of a mere second, all 16 drones were obliterated. How was this feat accomplished? Gao Yang directed his gaze to the large screen, commanding the reconnaissance aircraft imagery, as well as satellite visuals. In an instant, the satellite feed appeared on the screen, offering a clear view of the fighter jet maintaining a linear trajectory. Upon colliding with the first drone, it abruptly altered its course. This change was nothing short of astonishing. At 17 times the speed of sound, it shifted at least 30 degrees, subsequently crashing into the second drone, and then adjusting its angle again for the third, fourth, and so on. In total, it dispatched all 16 drones within a single second, before elegantly returning home. The control room remained enveloped in silence. The impact was overwhelmingly staggering. Their preconceived notion of destruction involved the jet striking one drone, then turning back to hit another. Instead, it executed a dazzling maneuver, seamlessly stringing all drones together in a line. The ability to annihilate 16 drones in an instant was beyond comprehension, displaying a level of agility that seemed entirely unaffected by inertia. The drones were still airborne. What if the targets were other fighter jets? At the current velocity of fifth-generation fighters, traveling at 2 or 3 times the speed of sound, the disparity in speed was akin to a sprinter pursuing someone crawling on the ground. The difference was monumental. A direct impact would spell destruction for the adversary. One fighter jet could equal thousands. It was all about dominating the skies. The only lingering question was the resilience of the craft's structure. There was no need for a second test. Merely assessing the front of the fighter jet for damage would suffice. If it sustained no harm upon colliding with the drones, it would likely remain unscathed against other jets. After all, colliding with a drone at 17 times the speed of sound could be likened to being struck by a drone traveling at that same velocity. If it withstood that, it was undeniably robust. Minutes later, the fighter jet returned to the laboratory. A throng of individuals rushed into the courtyard, disregarding decorum as they gazed at the inverted descent of the aircraft, marveling at its sleek fuselage, perplexed by its pristine condition. How was this possible? No one could answer this question, for aside from Gao Yang, the rest were left in ignorance. As for Gao Yang, he did not join the spectacle. There was little to behold. After the initial awe subsided, the group of experts returned to the control room, preparing for the second test, which would focus on structural integrity. However, the strength demonstrated in the first test was already extraordinary, yet they were well prepared, and foregoing the test would have been inappropriate. Helicopters were tethered to a tank, ascending into the sky before releasing the vehicle to plummet freely. The tank was already deemed irreparable, now repurposed for this experiment. At this moment, the abandoned war vehicle, in its descent, was pierced by a shadow, shattering into countless fragments. The fighter jet, having taken a circuitous route, returned to the courtyard with a terrifying sonic boom. In the monitoring room, a group of dignitaries observed the scene through the drone footage. The rapidly plummeting vehicle was obliterated into debris, scattering in a horrifying display. When the fighter jet returned, its front remained unscathed. General Chen glanced at Gao Yang, a mix of excitement and anxiety evident in his demeanor, his body trembling slightly. Is such a fighter jet capable of mass production? There exists a significant disparity between mass production and laboratory outputs. Even if the laboratory successfully creates one, establishing a complete manufacturing supply chain for mass production would require considerable time. Moreover, replicating this fighter jet in the lab would prove exceedingly challenging, demanding extensive effort from Gao Yang. Gao Yang shook his head. It cannot be mass-produced. This fighter jet is a unique model. Chapter 138. Has the radar malfunctioned? Gao Yang could perceive the collective disappointment that enveloped everyone present. However, there was little that could be done. The water droplet aircraft was born out of an unforeseen incident, and its production would require immense human and material resources. Given the same expenditure, it would be more prudent to manufacture other fighter jets. General Chen felt a pang of disappointment as he gazed at the aircraft, his envy palpable. If only there were more such fighter jets, the Dragon Nation would wield dominion over the skies. All enemy aircraft, missiles, and anything that could soar would be thoroughly suppressed. Noticing the glimmer of longing in General Chen's eyes, Gao Yang smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I will produce other fighter jets that will surpass this one in performance. General Chen nodded earnestly. I will await your news. Inform me immediately when you have a model ready for mass production. Certainly, Gao Yang replied with a smile. Please leave your number, so I can notify you. Just as General Chen excitedly retrieved his phone to share his number, it rang. After apologizing, he answered the call, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. There are 2 enemy aircraft pressuring you to return? A group of prominent figures turned their attention to General Chen, their faces etched with concern. Understood. Hold your ground. They dare not act recklessly. After hanging up, General Chun faced the inquisitive gazes of those around him, his demeanor grave. The aircraft escorting the robot home is being harassed by enemy jets. Gao Yang furrowed his brow, but didn't they use rockets? How do they dare? General Zhou interjected. They are not attacking directly. They are merely flying alongside our aircraft, using turbulence to create disturbances. General Chen added, I will arrange for our fighter jets to provide cover. They would never dare to escalate. Gao Yang hesitated. Are you suggesting that they are not attacking, but merely attempting to intimidate us with their presence? General Chen shook his head. It is more than mere intimidation. The enemy jets are flying at high speeds beside our aircraft, causing it to tremble due to the turbulent air. They could even induce a sudden acceleration that creates a sonic boom near our aircraft, leading to potential disintegration without any direct engagement. General Zhou spoke solemnly. Their likely objective is to force the aircraft to return and seize the robot. Gao Yang pondered. Could we counter this? While they harass our aircraft, could our fighter jets disrupt their planes? A silence fell over the assembly. They had not considered this angle, primarily due to their ingrained thinking that under normal circumstances, fighter jets would have comparable speeds. Additionally, they had grown accustomed to the dominance of the white-headed eagle in the skies. Given that the area being harassed was far from the Dragon Nation's territory, it would be challenging for their jets to reach the scene. But now, nothing seemed impossible. General Chun looked at Gao Yang. Let us move. The recently docked fighter jets soared into the sky once more, heading overseas. Meanwhile, the group of dignitaries entered the monitoring room to observe the operational details of the aircraft. General Chun made a call. Connect me with the pilot. The call was swiftly answered, and General Chun asked directly, how proficient are you in piloting? Commander, my flying skills are no less than they were before retirement. Are you confident you can shake off those two enemy jets? Absolutely. Do not interrupt communications. Wait for my call to commence deceleration. Yes. General Chun held his phone, gazing at the screen. Before him lay an expanse of white. From the perspective of the aircraft, only the sky was visible. A palpable tension enveloped the group, for this was the inaugural combat mission of the Haoyang, a fighter jet with astonishing speed. Not combat in the traditional sense, but rather a mission of reconnaissance. Yet this particular mission would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe. The meeting of the White Eagles continued. As they awaited the outcome, retrieving the remnants of the robotic craft was their established plan. Direct confrontation with the Dragon Kingdom was to be avoided. But subtle maneuvers could be employed. As long as they did not fire the first shot, the Dragon Kingdom would refrain from direct conflict with the White Eagles. Under this condition of restraint, their operational latitude was considerable. However, this could not be a permanent state. Technological advancement was imperative. The debris from the Dragon Kingdom's robotic craft would significantly accelerate the White Eagle's progress in robotics research. Thus, they were willing to take risks. Moreover, the danger appeared negligible. It was improbable that the Dragon Kingdom would launch missiles at their aircraft merely passing overhead, was it? Lost in thought, a figure burst into the room. The base radar had detected a mysterious aircraft passing by, traveling at 17 times the speed of sound. The senior members of the White Eagles in the conference room were momentarily stunned, followed by confusion. How many times the speed of sound? 17 times. Everyone in attendance was taken aback. Was there an error with the radar? No miscalculation. Through satellite monitoring, an unidentified flying object had indeed been observed. One senior member incredulously exclaimed, could it be extraterrestrial? Another pondered, is it possible that this unidentified flying object originates from the Dragon Kingdom? At this pronouncement, silence enveloped the room. Surely not. A craft traveling at 17 times the speed of sound appearing on Earth was. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the speaker struggled to find an appropriate descriptor. The appearance of such a robot on Earth was conceivable? And could such missiles also be a possibility? Suddenly, someone in the conference room asserted, with a fighter jet of such speed in the skies, our aerial advantage would vanish entirely. The advantages of all our bases would dissipate as well. Is this the appropriate time for such discussions? Immediately notify the pilots of the fighter jets to return at once. Chaos erupted in the meeting room as messages were dispatched, but whether incoming or outgoing, communication required time. Meanwhile, the waterdrop fighter jet's velocity was remarkably time-efficient. At this juncture, Professor Chen picked up his phone and instructed, increase the distance. Yes. In that instant, the commercial airliner ascended sharply. This maneuver was complex. Yet it effectively reduced the aircraft's speed, transforming forward momentum into upward thrust. However, the two White Eagle fighter jets continued their forward trajectory. The pilots, tasked with escorting the aircraft, were indifferent to its attempts to break free from control. Slower flight would render them vulnerable. Even if they momentarily escaped control through deceleration, a simple turn would enable them to re-engage. Suddenly, an alarm blared from their channel, indicating that the aircraft's radar had detected an incoming object. The pilot, perplexed, glanced at the approaching speed. My radar must be malfunctioning. It shows an aircraft hurtling towards us at an astonishing velocity. I see it too. It's traveling at least a dozen times the speed of sound. You noticed it as well? The two pilots' hearts skipped a beat. Why was that passenger plane executing such intricate maneuvers to decelerate at this moment? Then, a signal appeared on their radar, an anomaly that seemed too coincidental. Could it be that an escort fighter had truly arrived? But at such a rapid pace, how could that be possible? Just then, they caught sight of a shadow darting between the two aircraft, vanishing in an instant before their eyes. Chapter 139, Compensation. A supersonic fighter jet soared from behind the White Eagle aircraft, hurtling forward. A thunderous boom erupted as the two jets, already traversing at high speeds, experienced a sudden gust of turbulence, causing them to tilt dangerously. The two pilots promptly reduced their speed and adjusted their posture, their hearts racing with trepidation. In that precarious moment, if the wings of their aircraft succumbed to the terrifying onslaught of the airflow, they would face imminent destruction. The wings had already endured a colossal impact, teetering on the brink of failure. Should they shatter, their aircraft would spiral uncontrollably, disintegrating at such velocity that everything but the fuselage would be obliterated. Though their fighter jets were equipped with ejection seats, the likelihood of survival at such speeds was exceedingly slim. With a lingering sense of dread, the pilots managed to stabilize the aircraft and immediately reported back. An unidentified flying object had been detected, moving at extraordinary speed, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic collision with their jet. They were ordered to return to base at once. It was clear, the threat was upon them again. As the pilots observed the red dot on the map closing in rapidly, they hastily altered their course. They were slower but comparatively more agile. However, in the next moment, they were astounded to see that the enemy had also adjusted its trajectory in an instant. The level of agility was unfathomable. What kind of aircraft could endure such rapid maneuvers at this pace? It was not just the aircraft that would be affected. Even a superhuman would be overwhelmed by the instantaneous force. Panic ensued as they shouted over the communication channel. The unidentified flying object was approaching once more. Their aircraft could not withstand another impact. In the high-level meetings of the White Eagle Command, the situation was acutely understood. Their fighter jets were being harassed. Once, it was only their aircraft that flew alongside others, but now they found themselves on the receiving end of such treatment. It was an exceedingly uncomfortable predicament. Yet, it was no longer a matter of discomfort. The adversary was clearly intent on not sparing these two fighter jets. The two jets absolutely could not be allowed to crash. They had already established that in direct confrontation, the weaponry of the Dragon Kingdom could overpower them. But as long as no shots were fired, they remained the dominant force. If their aircraft were to plummet while the Dragon Kingdom's jets approached, it would be a catastrophic blow to their reputation. Such a loss would be far more detrimental than the destruction of several bases. In the aftermath, numerous smaller nations would gravitate towards the Dragon Kingdom, for the victors attract allies. Former allies would also consider aligning themselves with the Dragon Kingdom. Without the ability to extract resources from around the globe, the White Eagle's plight would only worsen. As their circumstances became dire, internal strife would inevitably intensify. A cadre of high-ranking officials understood that the first domino in this precarious situation was these two fighter jets. They reached out to the Dragon Kingdom, seeking a reprieve for their aircraft, offering a substantial compensation package. A transfer of funds was proposed, an initial payment of 90 billion, with an additional 10 billion promised. Surely they would comprehend the gravity of the situation. Amidst the chaos, everyone was frantically occupied. In the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, a group of influential figures observed with exhilaration as the invincible fighter jet soared through the skies, dancing alongside its formidable presence. Their hearts swelled with joy, a feeling previously unknown to them. They received a call, notifying them that the bald eagle sought leniency. Indeed, mercy would be granted, for a developing nation must adopt a modest approach to its advancement. Moreover, refraining from being the first to strike is a facet of the three-pronged strategy employed during times when the enemy was strong and they were weak. The Dragon Kingdom remained steadfast in this principle. Gao Yang, too, adhered to this notion, for it was the wisdom of the benefactor on their currency, a figure he greatly respected. This strategy had afforded the Dragon Kingdom a prolonged period of development, and initially, he sought merely to impart a lesson. However, it was essential to conduct several flights for the lesson to resonate deeply. Until the resonant voice of the invincible echoed, the bald eagle had dispatched the final payment, amounting to $90 billion, with an additional 10 billion designated as compensation for our expenditures. Gao Yang chuckled, recognizing the bald eagle's tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Retreat. The water droplet fighter jet swiftly returned to base. Shortly thereafter, the Invincible 2 made its way back to the laboratory, sustaining minimal damage from the explosive shockwave. The group of dignitaries left with heads held high. They arrived with a sense of awe and anticipation, departing with immense satisfaction. What could be more gratifying than this? Although the water droplet cannot be mass-produced, this single aircraft is poised to dominate the skies. Furthermore, Gao Yang announced his intent to continue developing fighter jets, promising the imminent arrival of high-performance models capable of mass production. While the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom reveled in excitement, nations around the globe convened in urgent meetings. The 17-fold supersonic fighter jet, while harassing the bald eagle, was witnessed by all major powers. Through satellite imagery, the reality was starkly clear. If one were to identify a weakness in Gao Yang's fighter jet, it would be its lack of stealth capabilities. However, this aspect does not diminish its effectiveness. Sheer power transcends all tactics. What does it matter if one knows of its approach? Escape is futile, and confrontation is impossible. Knowledge or ignorance leads only to inevitable demise. During the emergency meetings among various factions, the focal point of discussion was the Dragon Kingdom's hypersonic fighter jet, achieving speeds of up to 17 times the speed of sound. In contrast, conventional hypersonic jets typically exceed only 5 times the speed of sound. Such a velocity is absurdly extraordinary, a speed previously deemed unthinkable under normal circumstances. Possessing a fighter jet with such capabilities places one at the forefront of global superiority. The once clear geopolitical landscape has now become obscured. The sudden emergence of the Dragon Kingdom, with its advancements in civilian sectors such as lithography machines and high-precision machining tools, has placed it at the pinnacle of global innovation. Now, the introduction of a fighter jet with unparalleled speed further consolidates its position. Is this the result of years of meticulous preparation? The profound heritage of several millennia is indeed not to be underestimated. Moreover, the news has been meticulously concealed. The advancements have already found application on the battlefield, yet they remain oblivious. Had it not been for this operation, they would have been unaware of the Dragon Kingdom's possession of such a fighter jet. However, there is a silver lining. It is the Dragon Kingdom that wields such weaponry, not the bald eagle. During the conference, numerous factions have temporarily adjusted their external strategies, intensifying and deepening their collaboration with the Dragon Nation. When all parties engage in cooperation that fosters mutual benefits, a greater sense of security ensues. Naturally, given the current circumstances, only a handful of major powers are aware of the Dragon Nation's supersonic fighter jets. Those informed nations would refrain from publicizing such knowledge to aid the Dragon Nation, which, in turn, would also remain silent. The Dragon Nation, accustomed to a low-profile existence, prefers to quietly amass wealth. To actively promote its own might would be an act of folly, just as the world's most astute businessmen are the Jews. Others remain cautious when engaging in trade with them. Similarly, when dealing with the battle-hardened Russians, one must be thoroughly prepared. Ultimately, only the honest and earnest people of the Dragon Nation, despite their straightforward nature, have achieved countless miracles in commerce, on the battlefield, and in the realm of scientific research. Chapter 140. The Mechanical Exoskeleton. The evolution of the world unfolds at a languid pace. Dragon Country, at this juncture, stands as a paragon of technological prowess, casting a long shadow over the globe. Yet, it is but the nascent phase of wielding such equipment, necessitating a period of acclimatization. Moreover, the enhancement of national strength is a comprehensive endeavor. For instance, the application of battery technology, when fully industrialized, has the potential to forge an empire worth trillions, wherein every citizen of Dragon Country would enjoy a more comfortable existence. Presently, while Dragon Country boasts advanced technology, the expansion of its influence and the all-encompassing application thereof require time. Thus, a modicum of discretion must be maintained for a while longer. However, following the unveiling of laser weaponry and astonishingly rapid aircraft, Dragon Country's continued modesty has compelled various factions to adopt a more subdued demeanor. After all, who can fathom what greater marvels might be concealed by those who possess such extraordinary innovations? Even the revelation of additional items of equivalent caliber would likely overwhelm them. As the global focus gradually shifts towards Dragon Country, Gao Yang persists in his exploration of engine-related technologies. Initially engrossed in jet engines, he now delves into turbojets and turboprops, even extending his inquiry to aerospace propulsion systems, with an emphasis on broadening his knowledge base. His intention is to manufacture engines and subsequently enhance their performance. After 2 days of diligent study, Ruruo arrived at the laboratory, accompanied by 3 of her close friends. The 4 of them gazed at Gao Yang with eager anticipation. "Great Master, could you assist us?" This was Gao Yang's first encounter with Ruruo's request for help. "What is it?" he inquired. Ruruo hesitated momentarily. Final exams are looming, and the second phase assessment for the special class is approaching. Our research progress has hit a snag. Gao Yang stood momentarily taken aback. Time had indeed flown, and summer vacation was almost upon them. However, the lack of notification regarding the special class assignments did not surprise him. They were from different strata, after all. As for Ruruo's predicament, he felt compelled to assist. Having been indirectly responsible for the group's inability to submit their assignment, he bore a sense of duty. Previously, they had contemplated constructing an RPG, and finding it intriguing, he had enhanced their design, which had already garnered attention. With all rockets now decommissioned and secured, they were unable to use the RPG for their project, and thus had to seek a new endeavor. Setting aside his current tasks, Gao Yang inquired with a smile. What new project are you preparing to investigate? Ruoruo blushed slightly. We are attempting to develop a mechanical exoskeleton. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. What a bold choice. Among the myriad of individual equipment options, you have selected the most challenging. Mechanical exoskeletons are a familiar concept to all, as they frequently appear in various works of science fiction. Now, in reality, exoskeletal equipment has also emerged. The power-assisted exoskeletons of Dragon Country can significantly augment a soldier's load-bearing capacity. Through a unique structure that utilizes the support of the exoskeleton, soldiers can transport heavy loads and evacuate the injured with greater ease. This technology can prove invaluable during long-distance missions. Interestingly, both exoskeletons and electromagnetic cannons were initially proposed by the White Eagle faction. As a result, the electromagnetic cannons of the Dragon Country have already reached ranges of several hundred kilometers, while the White-Headed Eagle has made no advancements and has consequently abandoned the project, opting instead to research electromagnetic guns. However, to Gao Yang's knowledge, the Dragon Country's electromagnetic guns have already been equipped for use. Currently, they have released a blast-resistant version, which fires coin-shaped projectiles that undergo 9 rounds of acceleration. Their power is sufficient to cause injury without resulting in death, proving to be somewhat more formidable than rubber bullets. As for the existence of a more powerful version, Gao Yang is currently unaware and has little inclination to inquire further. The same applies to exoskeleton technology. Following the White-Headed Eagle's proposal for exoskeletons, the Dragon Country initiated research approximately 60 years ago. Now, they have developed mature exoskeleton technology and have even begun small-scale assembly testing. In contrast, upon witnessing the Dragon Country's advancements, the White-Headed Eagle chose to pursue a new research project focused on kinetic energy mechanical exoskeletons. However, the development of exoskeletons with energy supply is significantly more challenging than that of passive exoskeletons, and as of now, there have been no notable achievements. Gao Yang pondered. Exoskeletons with energy assistance? Ruoruo remained silent for a while before replying. The difficulty of those is far too high. What is the research status of the passive exoskeletons? After another brief silence, Ruoruo continued. The modeling has been completed, but we encountered obstacles during manufacturing. There were issues with the initial structural materials. The connecting materials for the exoskeleton require exceptionally high strength because all weight is concentrated on the delicate joints, and ordinary materials simply cannot withstand it. Particularly at the knee joint, when squatting or standing, the structure is subjected to leverage forces. We used the strongest metal available in our laboratory, yet it could only endure a limited number of repetitions. Gao Yang chuckled. That's to be expected. The Dragon Country has been researching exoskeleton technology for a long time, and the reason they have reached the stage of assembly is due to significant advancements in materials over the past few years, allowing them to meet assembly standards. I possess superior materials and the most advanced production equipment in the world. You can manufacture them here. Should any issues arise, feel free to consult me. Ruoruo sighed in relief. Thank you. I am also part of the dress and skirt research group. Gao Yang smiled as he picked up the blueprints Ruoruo had provided, glancing over them with growing interest. How about collaborating with you on a project? The 4 individuals across from him simultaneously shook their heads, their expressions revealing a shared sense of dread, recalling the psychological trauma from their last experience with an RPG. A subsequent visit to the shooting range only deepened their psychological scars, especially since that pit has yet to be filled, and after several rains, it has transformed into a small lake. Gao Yang felt a twinge of guilt. These young ladies had endured too much, and he was determined to assist them, even if it merely added a touch of brilliance to their resumes. Researching exoskeleton technology should not be so perilous. Ruoruo hesitated, glancing at her classmates. They exchanged looks and chose to trust Gao Yang. All right. Gao Yang casually tossed aside the design blueprints in his hand, declaring, with my involvement, let us proceed directly with the energy-assisted exoskeleton. The brows of Ruoruo and her companions furrowed in concern. We are unable to research or manufacture even the assistive-less exoskeleton armor. Thus, we cannot partake in this study. The expressions of the others mirrored her sentiments, as the powered exoskeleton armor and the assistive-less variant were fundamentally distinct entities. Technologically, they belong to entirely different realms, with a staggering disparity between them. Gao Yang turned and approached the design table. Leave the core technological issues to me. You all, akin to designing the assistive-less exoskeleton mecha, assist me in conceptualizing the overall structure. For calculations, simply let Woody handle it, quicker than the superbrain. The design complexity is far less daunting than you might envision. The young women exchanged glances, each feeling a spark of enthusiasm. With the super brain at their disposal, their computational time could be significantly reduced. Typically, when designing, their outdated computers required an extensive amount of time for structural calculations. Yet, with the super brain, it could all be accomplished in merely 1 second. Given such advantageous research conditions, even with a brute force approach, they could achieve some results. Alright, Chapter 141, The Amplification Engine. A few individuals gathered to deliberate on the design of exoskeletal armor. The primary challenge of both powered and non-powered exoskeletons lies in their control mechanisms. Conventional exoskeletal gear operates seamlessly. As the wearer moves, the armor responds in unison, functioning almost as an extension of the body. To put it more plainly, it resembles a sophisticated walking cane. The capability to bear heavy loads derives from the exoskeleton's structural support, as opposed to the human body, which traditionally bears the weight directly. In contrast, powered exoskeletal systems are akin to wheelchairs. They do not merely respond to the user's movements, but actively propel the individual forward. This raises a pertinent question. How can one effectively control exoskeletal gear? If we adopt the control style of non-powered exoskeletons where each step naturally activates the mechanism, the powered variants must similarly detect forward motion and assist in locomotion. Yet, how far should one walk before pausing? Relying solely on bodily movement to guide the exoskeleton presents significant challenges, making coordination exceedingly complex. Walking, while seemingly simple, involves a limited range of motions. The difficulty is far greater than anticipated. One participant inquired about the feasibility of a brain-machine interface. Gao Yang refrained from providing a direct answer. The potential exists. As the human brain communicates through brainwaves, and with adequate technology to interpret these signals, commands could be transmitted. Research overseas has already yielded promising results, allowing mechanical prosthetics to perform basic movements. However, inaccuracies often arise due to imprecise signal collection. Nevertheless, achieving this milestone suggests the possibility of further advancements, such as extracting memories through electromagnetic readings of brainwave activity. Yet, Gao Yang hesitated to pursue brain-machine interfaces, deeming them too controversial. The idea of amplifying individual thoughts 1,000-fold through the system could lead to troubling implications, particularly for the sake of exoskeletal development. The complexity of the task seemed to escalate from a manageable challenge to an insurmountable one. Another suggestion emerged, an interactive movement mode. Could the control of exoskeletal gear be entirely contingent upon the user's physical actions? For instance, if I wish to walk, I take a step forward, and the exoskeleton assists me with propulsion. When I intend to halt, the exoskeleton should sense my intention to stop and immediately comply, even allowing for backward movement. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit of the idea, yet emphasizing the necessity of testing and prototyping. The design must encompass not only the ability to walk, but also the strength of the upper limbs, arms, and even fingers. Your task, he instructed, is to develop the primary structure of a non-powered exoskeleton. I will take charge of the supplementary powered components, energy sources, and interactive modules. As Ruoro and her companions exchanged glances, they sensed the feasibility of their endeavor and nodded in agreement. Though they were merely sideline participants, their contributions were still of significance. The four of them rose and proceeded to the adjacent design studio. There, they were astounded by the superintelligent system, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Even the simplest mechanical support, upon undergoing the system's stress analysis, would yield the optimal solution. For instance, based on the overall stress distribution, using a cylindrical shape proved inadequate. Closer to the structural connection, it would bear greater loads and risk fracturing. Merely thickening the material would be wasteful, as the cross-section near the connection would experience varying levels of stress. Thus, a curved design emerged, reinforcing areas of maximum pressure while tapering those of lesser stress. To prevent overall stress issues, a metallic spine was incorporated into the mechanical exoskeleton. The varied thickness of the skeletal structure, combined with the streamlined metal spine, imparted a certain aesthetic to the exoskeleton. This revelation broadened Ruro and her friends' horizons. The superintelligent system truly was remarkable, indeed. How much research time could it save them? Previously, they had considered presenting their designs for the system to evaluate compliance, continuing with those that passed, and starting anew with those that did not. Now, the system could discern deficiencies and subsequently compute a compliant solution. Thrilled and astonished, the group quickened their design pace. Meanwhile, Gaoyang was not idle. He immersed himself in literature to enhance his knowledge, while simultaneously commencing the design of the power module. With his experience in robotic design and the memory instilled by the system, this task was remarkably effortless for him. He could even divert his attention to engine-related technologies. Upon completing the power module design, he began formulating the specifics of the control connections. When a person lifted their arms or legs, the exoskeleton would provide assistance. This enhancement would significantly increase the speed of gestures, such as waving or lifting a leg. However, it was crucial to improve responsiveness and impose limits on extreme movements. Otherwise, a rapid arm lift could easily result in injury. As Gaoyang busily toiled, a week swiftly elapsed. The laboratory now housed a semi-finished exoskeleton armor. Although it was described as semi-finished, it was largely complete. The exoskeleton could be affixed to a person's body, conforming closely to all joints. Unlike the traditional exoskeleton armor of Longhua, which only covered the chest, back, and waist down to the feet, this design extended to the toes below and could control the fingers above. A layer of metal encased both the interior and exterior of the fingers, providing assistance during movement, thereby enhancing strength and speed. Moreover, the assistive equipment was not at all cumbersome, fitting snugly against the exoskeleton, and it even boasted a stylish appearance. The next step was to verify the exoskeleton's impact on mobility. Gaoyang opted not to test it himself initially, as the new design posed potential risks. Instead, he assigned a robot to undertake the task. Various sensors were installed to monitor movements, collecting data to identify any issues. This responsibility was entrusted to Ruo and her colleagues. Ruo and her companions devoted themselves wholeheartedly to designing various movements for the robot, meticulously documenting the data. As they recorded their findings, a palpable excitement filled the air, for there was indeed potential. Provided that the tests yielded no issues, this exoskeleton armor had already met the standards for assembly. During their testing, Gaoyang busied himself once more. While the development of the mechanical exoskeleton was a passion project, the manufacturing of engines took precedence. After 2 days, Gaoyang successfully created a turbojet engine, now among the most advanced in the world. Coincidentally, his amplification opportunity was fully charged. The amplification engine, the familiar lottery wheel, materialized before Gaoyang. And as he gently spun it, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an engine thrust-to-weight ratio amplification of 10,000 times. Chapter 142. Ready for takeoff. Gaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment at the sound of the system's notification. If one were to inquire about the most critical aspect of an engine, it would undoubtedly be the thrust-to-weight ratio. This ratio represents the proportion of thrust to weight, with the thrust-to-weight ratio of typical gas turbine engines ranging from 6 to 8. Presently, apart from Gaoyang's engine, the highest thrust-to-weight ratio in the world belongs to the F-22's F-119 engine, which can achieve a remarkable 10:2. As for the most boasted engine, a certain design from Russia claims a thrust-to-weight ratio of 11, albeit still incomplete. Gaoyang's engine, however, is a formidable creation capable of propelling a fighter jet to 17 times the speed of sound, with a thrust-to-weight ratio that is already astonishing. An amplification of 1,000 times? As Gaoyang contemplated this, an array of laboratory equipment began to operate, producing numerous components. Outside the lab, Ruo and others were engaged in testing with the robots, unaware that a momentous transformation was underway within the laboratory. Ding. Due to limitations in laboratory equipment and materials, the engine's thrust-to-weight ratio has been enhanced to 7 times. While this may seem modest compared to 1,000 times, it is a 7-fold increase based on the original thrust-to-weight ratio. Initially, it boasted a ratio of around 30. Thus, with the additional 7 times, it now exceeds 200. What does this signify? An ant's ability to lift objects several times its own weight is already legendary in the animal kingdom. A 200-fold capacity implies that if the engine weighs 5 kilograms, it could lift a ton into the sky. Suddenly, an idea struck Gaoyang. A human weighs only a few dozen kilograms, and with the addition of exoskeleton equipment, the total might reach around 100 kilograms. Should an engine of merely 1 kilogram be provided, the overall thrust-to-weight ratio would be 2. With a thrust-to-weight ratio of 2, even a fighter jet could break the sound barrier. Moreover, it would not only be the exoskeleton armor that could soar, anything could take flight. Given such an extraordinary thrust-to-weight ratio, anything could ascend to the heavens. All aircraft, all vehicles could indeed take to the skies. Even installing engines on buildings could facilitate relocating them. As Gaoyang pondered these possibilities, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, encompassing all knowledge regarding the enhancement of thrust-to-weight ratios for engines. Sitting in his chair, he remained silent for some time, for within this recollection lay the revelation that the engine's limits had reached sublight speed flight. Furthermore, it could achieve this velocity in a short span of time. The antimatter engine could reach the current speed limits, approaching the speed of light. The thought alone is astonishing. However, the challenges are immense. While scientists have successfully extracted antimatter, it remains confined to the laboratory. Bridging the gap between utilizing antimatter as fuel for engines and its experimental use is a monumental task, akin to the evolutionary chasm separating single-celled organisms from intelligent beings. Nevertheless, Achieving 1,000 times may be implausible, several hundred times would suffice. Among the knowledge acquired, Gao Yang was also provided with an abundance of materials. Indeed, materials science forms the very foundation of all scientific endeavors. After absorbing all the memories, Gao Yang briefly contemplated that the maximum achievable thrust-to-weight ratio at present is 300 times. This is indeed quite extraordinary. It could potentially elevate the speed of fighter jets once more. Of course, any further enhancement in fighter jet speed may not yield significant benefits, as it becomes increasingly difficult to control. However, missiles are an entirely different matter. Should a missile achieve speeds of 50 times the speed of sound, nothing in the world could intercept it. Moreover, it could reach any corner of the globe within 20 minutes. Helicopters might also be rendered obsolete, as engines with an exceptionally high thrust-to-weight ratio would nullify all the advantages previously held by drones. After all, anything equipped with an engine can effortlessly achieve vertical takeoff from a standstill. As Gao Yang collected his thoughts, eager to experiment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he found it was Professor Lee calling. The final exams are in a couple of days. You need not attend, as everything is arranged. However, would you like to come and serve as a judge for the second phase of the special class assignments? Gao Yang chuckled. I shall not serve as a judge. I cannot be both referee and contestant. Although he possessed the qualifications, he saw no necessity in participating, even as a judge. Professor Lee expressed surprise. Have you prepared your design? The Dress and Skirt Research Group is working on exoskeletal armor, and I have lent a hand. Professor Lee smiled, amused by the notion of assisting female classmates. He refrained from probing further. Young people should engage in pursuits that interest them, and collaboration between genders on intriguing projects is quite splendid. Very well, remember to come by in a couple of days, and do not be late. After ending the call, Gao Yang stepped out of the laboratory. Outside, Ruo and others were observing a robot clad in exoskeletal armor attempting to jump. It was apparent that the robot stumbled upon landing, struggling to adjust its posture, indicating that there were still issues with the exoskeletal armor. During the high jump, it failed to process feedback information swiftly, resulting in an excessive curling angle, thus making it challenging to maintain balance in the air. Upon seeing Gao Yang, Ruo hurriedly approached him. Relying solely on the motion perception system, it is quite challenging for the exoskeletal armor to function effectively. While it performs adequately during normal movements, it encounters complications when executing complex tactical maneuvers or actions such as high jumps that demand high coordination. As she spoke, Ruo handed Gao Yang a substantial stack of meticulously recorded data. We have separated the positive and problematic test results. Had a person been wearing the exoskeletal armor just now, they might have fallen. Gao Yang examined the clear test records and nodded. Indeed. Have you devised the corresponding solutions? Ruo affirmed. Action commands. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, as he had yet to contemplate how to control the flight engine. This action command could prove to be pivotal. Ruo continued. For instance, if a finger performs a certain movement, the exoskeletal mech would transition into a specific action mode. Even for tactical maneuvers, there could be instinctive preparatory actions, such as drawing a gun, followed by the shooting action, which could be fixed. Thus, the moment there is a gun-drawing motion, the exoskeletal mech could instantly assist in shooting. The same principle applies to evasive maneuvers and other actions. This approach will indeed ease the difficulty for the warriors in learning the design movements. Gao Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, would you like to take on the design? Ruo and her companions were taken aback. They were to undertake the design? Gao Yang chuckled and remarked, it may be troublesome, but the difficulty is not substantial. Moreover, I have professional guards here who can advise you on the rationality of the instructed movements. Ruo hesitated no longer. Their initial reluctance stemmed from uncertainty and the fear of inadequacy, but with Gao Yang's encouragement, they felt compelled to proceed. Meanwhile, Gao Yang, equipped with the exoskeleton gear, returned to the laboratory, ready to commence the creation of the engine. He was preparing to install the engine on the mechanical exoskeleton, gearing up for takeoff. Chapter 143. The disparity is too great. The engine was initially considered for placement at the feet, but this notion was swiftly discarded. The feet often tread upon various objects and could serve as a means of attack, rendering the engine vulnerable to damage. In the event of soaring into the air, a malfunctioning engine would pose significant challenges. Moreover, positioning it at the feet would be akin to wearing cumbersome shoes, which would not provide much comfort. Placing it on the back, however, would create the effect of a flying backpack. Yet, beyond the two primary flight engines, a high-altitude attitude adjustment system would also be necessary. Otherwise, with merely two downward-facing nozzles on the back, when the individual exerts force, the body would naturally lean forward, resulting in the legs being scorched. Thus, it was essential to add two engines behind the legs, utilizing thrust to maintain a relatively vertical posture. The complete attitude adjustment system could not be limited to the legs. It needed to be integrated into the arms as well, including the front legs. Once the posture achieved equilibrium, Gao Yang scrutinized the design diagrams displayed on the screen, his brow furrowing. The once stylish robot had become unsightly with the addition of several engines. While a degree of unattractiveness could be tolerated, this was an extreme case of grotesqueness. The addition of engine modules rendered the design bulky and would significantly increase wind resistance during flight, adversely affecting combat performance. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang conceived a new idea: to prepare two engines, one as the primary and the other as a backup. As for the additional nozzles, he planned to employ a duct-like structure, creating openings in the exoskeletal armor. Wherever exhaust was necessary, the corresponding duct would be activated, allowing high-speed airflow to pass through. For other flying machines, achieving such a feat would be nearly impossible. However, with Gao Yang's materials possessing exceptional strength, even having exhaust ports located on the soles of the feet posed no issue. With this thought in mind, he proceeded to create openings in the main skeletal structure, subsequently designing the duct structures within. Once all designs were finalized, he entrusted the Invincible to perform the final calculations and refinements. After a full day of design work, the manufacturing process commenced. It soon became evident how straightforward the design was. The higher the material strength, the more challenging it became to carve out a cavity within. A multitude of robots collaborated, dividing tasks to complete the overall manufacturing within a single day. At this stage, the exoskeletal equipment was nearly perfected. Theoretically, this exoskeletal armor could achieve a velocity of 1,000 kilometers per hour with a single engine. However, this remained purely theoretical. In reality, wearing the exoskeletal armor at such speed would result in self-destruction before the enemy could even strike. At that velocity, the wind would feel like a blade. With the hardware completed, attention turned to the software component. In recent days, Ruo and her team had been tirelessly brainstorming action commands. The commands needed to be simple and easy to learn, while simultaneously proving to be exceptionally useful. However, they could not be too mundane. If they were, an inadvertent tactical evasion command, while donning the exoskeletal gear, could send the individual careening off to hide. Balancing complexity and simplicity proved to be a formidable challenge. Yet, as testing loomed, they resolved to temporarily utilize the current set. Gao Yang first glanced at the action instructions, effortlessly mastering them all. The incomplete aspects would be refined later upon receiving the results from the inspection. Good. You may all return and rest. We shall meet at the shooting range tomorrow morning. Ruo and a few other girls headed back to school, while Gao Yang instructed Woody to integrate the commands into the exoskeleton suit, additionally incorporating directives for the flight engine. The commands were straightforward: point in a direction and fly there. If fingers were unavailable, the arms would suffice. Furthermore, verbal commands were added, as safety was paramount when ascending into the skies. Late into the night, Gao Yang equipped several of Woody's robots with flight engines, affixed to their soles and backs. This enabled Woody to take off at will, and with multiple engines igniting simultaneously, their speed could easily surpass the sound barrier. As the night wore on, he entrusted the manufacturing to the robots and retired for sleep. During his slumber, many arrived at the school under the cover of night. For instance, Dean Yuan, after finishing his tasks, rushed straight to the Defense Technology University, joined by a multitude of researchers heading for the same destination. Even high-ranking military figures like General Fu and General Zhou made their appearance, all drawn by the Special Classes project, more precisely, by Gao Yang himself. Numerous inquiries were made regarding the assignments, and upon learning that there were indeed tasks at hand, none hesitated to drop their pressing matters. For nothing could rival the significance of Gao Yang's research. At dawn the following day, Woody carried a hefty 20-kilogram case alongside Gao Yang to the shooting range. Accompanying Gao Yang were 20 security personnel, not to mention those hidden in the shadows. In sum, dozens of elite guards, complemented by robots superior to even the Terminators, shielded a Gao Yang of Avengers caliber. Gao Yang, equipped with an electromagnetic protective shield, felt a twinge of disappointment at the absence of any assassins. It was akin to a master of martial arts finding no worthy opponent, a profound solitude for a skilled individual. Upon arriving at the shooting range, Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. The stands were filled with spectators, far outnumbering the students. Many were familiar faces. As soon as he arrived, a throng of people rose to greet him with fervor. In stark contrast, the students of the special class trembled with anxiety, regretting their early arrival, finding it difficult to remain still in their seats. Under normal circumstances, they had looked forward to this exchange, eager to see their peers' projects and make a simple comparison. Yet now, they were overwhelmed. On the elevated platform sat a cadre of luminaries, either esteemed researchers, heads of laboratories, or even academicians. Despite their origins in the special class, they knew they might never reach such heights in their lifetimes. The military dignitaries present were also at the pinnacle of their ranks. They dared not breathe a word, especially when observing the deference and flattery exchanged between these giants and Gao Yang. Their admiration was palpable. The disparity among humans was stark, indeed. Gao Yang greeted a group of people before taking a seat in the stands. Just 2 minutes after settling down, it was 8:30. Professor Li approached the forefront and glanced at the packed audience beside him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The concept of the genius class was his own innovation, and its results had proven to be remarkable. However, he was acutely aware that much of this success was attributed to Gao Yang. Without him, the performances of the others would merely be commendable. Professor Li picked up the microphone and stated, "The weather is rather warm today, so I shall be brief. This marks the second showcase of the special class's research and development projects. The previous presentations were impressive, notably featuring the groundbreaking laser gun. I am greatly looking forward to today's exhibition. I extend my gratitude to our esteemed guests for their presence." Unlike the last time when he introduced the principal and others, this time he chose not to introduce anyone at all. The sheer number of attendees made individual introductions impractical, as it would take an hour to acknowledge each distinguished guest. Moreover, introducing only a select few would seem inappropriate, given that all present were significant figures without any clear hierarchy. Thus, he opted for silence on that front. Chapter 144. The raw rending of steel plates. Professor Li lifted the list in his hand and called out, "Zhuo Chengpeng, what is your creation for this session?" "Report. I have designed a grenade." Zhuo Chengpeng swiftly dashed to the front, retrieving a box containing the grenade. He began to elaborate on the design concepts and improvements made. This particular grenade was a fragmentation type, utilizing a concussion detonation mechanism, resulting in slightly greater power. During the testing phase, technicians hurled the grenade, assessing the results based on the traces left at the site, as well as whether surrounding explosives had been struck by shrapnel and the depth of penetration. Within 2 minutes, the technicians began to report their findings. On the high platform, a nodding figure remarked, "Not bad. The power has indeed been enhanced." However, it was merely satisfactory. Currently, the weapons being equipped on a large scale were not the most potent, but rather the most suitable. A weapon with great power but lacking in safety, or one that is excessively heavy with limited throwing range, alongside factors such as cost and manufacturing complexity, all influenced its deployment. Nonetheless, achieving such a standard at merely the sophomore level is commendable. It is indeed an impressive feat for a single designer. Professor Li nodded in agreement, offering words of encouragement. Next, the Dongfang Xiongong Research Group. What is your creation for this session? A drone matrix system. For students stepped forward, retrieving a box from behind. Upon opening it, a structure resembling a beehive was revealed. Someone pressed a switch, and in an instant, drones began to launch from the box, adjusting their positions mid-air as they ascended. A total of 20 drones hovered in the air, arranged in a neat formation. The students then utilized a mobile application to command the drones, orchestrating them into various shapes in the sky, capable of monitoring vast areas with a single click. There was also a locking function. As they spoke, individuals on the ground moved, and the drones followed suit in the sky. In situations where enemy systems could not be infiltrated, physical shielding was possible. Can someone in the audience demonstrate with their phone? A prominent figure in the audience chuckled and brought out his device. As soon as the phone was presented, a drone recognized the lens and swiftly darted over to obstruct the view. The proximity of this drone to the crowd created a somewhat hazardous situation. The bodyguard beside the prominent figure grew tense, his gaze sharpening in vigilance. Should the drone show signs of malfunction, he would spring into action. Several individuals took out their phones, and a few remaining drones approached. This system was decidedly impressive. As the drones retreated back into the box, applause erupted from the audience, acknowledging the remarkable display. Particularly noteworthy was that although the drones were classified as individual equipment, they represented a new wave of technology. With few experts coming to lecture on such innovations, these students had essentially charted their own course of discovery. Additionally, the technology for launching and controlling flight posture had matured significantly since the last iteration. Overall, it was exceptional. Professor Li, clearly pleased, continued to call out the next name. This time, all the research groups presented exceptionally remarkable works, showing significant progress from the previous session. It remains uncertain whether this advancement is due to the past 6 months of diligent effort or a response to the inspiration provided by Gao Yang, as everyone seemed to be striving with great determination. The testing spanned from morning until afternoon. Around 5 o'clock, Professor Li glanced toward the final group, the dress and skirt research team. This was his clever strategy. By placing Gao Yang at the end, it allowed the other students to showcase their achievements before such distinguished figures, granting them a moment of recognition in front of these eminent individuals. As long as Gao Yang had yet to present, the notable guests would remain in attendance. The dress and skirt research team, what is your project this time? Ruo Rua stood up, declaring, "Report. Exoskeleton equipment." Many distinguished guests expressed interest. This was the first exoskeleton equipment presented today. Although it was an individual piece of gear, the complexity of its construction posed a significant challenge. On the platform, 5 students rose, 4 young women and Gao Yang. All the distinguished guests instantly sat up straight. Gao Yang. The presence of Gao Yang in the dress and skirt team implied that this product was also a creation of his. Exoskeleton armor. The very idea of exoskeleton armor intrigued them, and knowing it was crafted by Gao Yang filled them with boundless anticipation. What would Gao Yang's exoskeleton mech be like? Not just them, but the remaining students in the class also widened their eyes in excitement. Few were aware of the advanced equipment Gao Yang had developed over the past few months, but they knew that laser guns, robots, and lithography machines, among other high-tech products, all originated from his ingenuity. The anticipation was palpable. Gao Yang stepped to the forefront of the crowd and opened the box, then stepped inside. In the next moment, the exoskeleton armor sprang forth, seamlessly adhering to Gao Yang's body and automatically securing itself. The entire process was swift, elegant, and breathtaking. The exoskeleton equipment fitted itself in a mere second, leaving the audience in awe. A group of eminent figures had their eyes shining brightly, though they were not shocked. For them, it was merely a standard operation from Gao Yang. However, the classmates were left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was even more impressive than many exoskeleton armors portrayed in science fiction films. Moreover, this exoskeleton armor was undeniably stylish. The armor conformed to the insides and outsides of his legs, the front and back of his waist, and enveloped his arms and shoulders, providing even some protection for the neck. Most remarkably, the fingers were encased in metal, wrapping around the wrists, complemented by the sleek, black exterior of the armor, featuring a streamlined design that was simply stunning. Professor Lee observed closely, his eyes widening in surprise. Was that small backpack on the back a power source? This exoskeleton equipment possessed an energy source that made it even more formidable. Furthermore, in comparison to the exoskeletons currently equipped by the Dragon Kingdom, Gao Yang's design appeared exceedingly sophisticated, almost childishly simplistic in contrast. Gao Yang took the microphone from Professor Lee's hand. This exoskeleton equipment is powered, capable of enhancing the wearer's speed and strength. Many prominent figures stood in awe. The powered exoskeleton equipment represented an entirely different realm compared to its unpowered counterpart. The latter merely serves as a crutch, while the former empowers individuals to become extraordinary warriors. There are no standardized testing instruments here, just a simple demonstration for the audience's amusement. After making his statement, Gao Yang turned and approached the steel plates stacked at the shooting range. These plates are designed to test armor-piercing ammunition. When subjected to handgun bullets or standard rounds, they are crushed into the shape of coins. Gao Yang grasped a steel plate 2 centimeters thick and, with sheer force, tore it apart effortlessly. The spectators were left in utter disbelief. Such strength? Ripping apart steel plates with ease? Chapter 145, Comprehensive Suppression. A group of prominent figures remained relatively unfazed, having witnessed Gao Yang's numerous inventions and thus possessing a degree of resilience. However, as Gao Yang's classmates, everyone present was wide-eyed with astonishment. Even Ruo and her companions, who had partaken in the development of the exoskeleton, were equally bewildered. Although they had crafted the skeletal design of the exoskeleton armor, the sheer power of the mechanical suit left them in a state of confusion. They had designed the framework, while Gao Yang was responsible for the propulsion. But was the propulsion truly this extraordinary? A steel plate 2 centimeters thick typically requires a laser cutter for precise slicing or hydraulic pliers for brute force tearing. Yet now, this exoskeleton, weighing a mere 20 kilograms, astonishingly managed to rip apart the steel plate. The power module was merely a thin layer affixed to the exoskeleton's surface. If it were to be reinforced, how much greater would its might be? The other students were equally captivated. Many of the boys, in a state of shock, had eyes aglow with excitement. This was the exoskeleton gear they had long dreamed of, a genuine piece of technology that could emerge from the realms of science fiction. The very exoskeleton, which typically resides within the confines of films and fantastical narratives, was now manifesting before their eyes, with the possibility of future deployment. The anticipation was palpable. In a state of awe and eagerness, they remained transfixed, for the demonstration was far from over. Gao Yang himself was uncertain of the limits of this mechanical exoskeleton. However, tearing a piece of steel was certainly not its maximum capacity, especially since he had not exerted himself fully. Having ingested a strengthening agent, he could perhaps tear a steel plate with all his might, but it would be far from effortless. Once more, he grasped a steel plate, this time lifting 2. He exerted force again, attempting to rip apart both plates. The steel began to warp in his hands, slowly creating a gap, and then, with a decisive motion, the plates were torn asunder. This time, the exoskeleton creaked ominously. This indicated that the act of tearing 2 steel plates had nearly reached the limits of the exoskeleton's capabilities. Yet, the strength required to rip apart two plates, each 2 centimeters thick, was truly formidable. Moreover, the challenge of this feat was considerably greater than merely punching a hole into a steel plate. Upon reflection, this exoskeleton armor could significantly aid an ordinary soldier. But when donned by someone who had undergone enhancement, it would be perfectly suited to unleash the exoskeleton's ultimate potential. As the audience witnessed Gao Yang's feat of tearing 2 steel plates, a hush fell over the crowd once more. The force exerted was concentrated at a minuscule point, indicating that if the exoskeleton could channel its power through alternative means, the output would be exponentially greater than what had been displayed thus far. Having tested the approximate limits, Gao Yang refrained from attempting to tear 3 plates, as that was simply beyond possibility. Grasping the microphone once again, Gao Yang proclaimed, "The speed of the exoskeleton armor has also seen significant enhancement, though it is not conducive to testing here. This particular test will be conducted later. What I shall demonstrate next is flight." Flight. Many were left in a state of bewilderment. Could this mechanical exoskeleton truly fly? How could that even be possible? The students were dumbfounded, and the distinguished figures on stage were left in sheer astonishment. Particularly among the researchers, expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. The exoskeleton armor exhibited no apparent means for the deployment of flight engines. In reality, there indeed exist devices capable of enabling individual flight. Yet those contraptions remain in the experimental phase, capable of flight, but only for brief intervals. Moreover, such devices possess considerable bulk. The exoskeleton clung closely to Gao Yang's form, with merely a small backpack on his back, which bore no openings. Had they misheard? As disbelief permeated the crowd, Gao Yang pointed towards the heavens and leapt into the air. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of high-velocity air surged forth from the holes in the soles of his exoskeletal gear. The resultant thrust propelled Gao Yang skyward. All present instinctively widened their eyes, gazing upwards at Gao Yang suspended in the sky. The setting sun cast a radiant glow upon him, rendering him akin to a divine being. Truly, he appeared as a deity, for who else could defy gravity in such a manner? The classmates below craned their necks, entranced by the figure illuminated by sunlight. This spectacle would remain etched in their memories forever. They were prodigies, yet in that instant, they experienced no sense of defeat, for they were in an entirely different realm. The currents of air accelerated in the atmosphere, propelling Gao Yang ever faster towards the heavens. However, upon reaching a velocity of 50 kilometers per hour, he moderated his speed. It was too rapid, rendering his eyes unable to remain open. He contemplated whether to encase his body in an additional layer. Such a shell would provide protection, allowing for swifter flight. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that a shell would impede the sensation of flight itself, the true essence of unencumbered freedom. Gao Yang soared through the skies, reveling in an experience previously unknown to him. Having once been aboard an aircraft reaching speeds of 17 times the speed of sound, he found this moment infinitely more comfortable and liberating. He could maneuver through the air in various postures or hover to savor the wind. Simultaneously, he could gaze down below, observing the target range and the lake within it. He marveled at the size of the crater left by previous explosions. In the distance lay the school, visible from his aerial vantage point, sprawling and adorned with lush greenery, the scenery undeniably splendid. It seemed that, apart from the paratroopers, he alone could enjoy such unobstructed views from above. Gao Yang suddenly comprehended the allure of skydiving. At lofty altitudes, one could experience the thrill of speed while basking in breathtaking vistas. As Gao Yang soared aloft, all eyes in the target range turned skyward, captivated by his aerial antics and the seemingly perfected flight posture of his exoskeleton. The distinction between perfected and unrefined lay in the capacity for immediate application versus laboratory experimentation. For instance, certain foreign individual flight devices, though capable of flight, remain confined to laboratory settings due to unresolved concerns regarding safety, energy, and control mechanisms. However, Gao Yang, now soaring through the skies, signified the resolution of nearly all such issues. Regarding security concerns, as long as they are not of grave severity, there is no issue, for the users of this exoskeleton armor are predominantly warriors. Through rigorous training and operational learning, they can mitigate dangers to the greatest extent. Some risks are bearable. After all, flying in an aircraft entails risks, as does driving a vehicle. As one prominent figure stated, is the current challenge one of technological refinement? No. It is about the capability of Gao Yang to elevate individual soldiers to the skies. If a single soldier can soar aloft, what else is beyond reach? I would not be surprised if tomorrow he unveils a flying tank. A senior military official's voice quivered with anticipation, with the advent of flying exoskeleton mech suits. Warriors wielding auto-targeting sniper rifles will possess an unprecedented lethality from above. Engaging targets on the ground while airborne presents an entirely different set of challenges compared to those on the ground aiming upwards. Additionally, it is not solely sniper rifles that can ascend. Grenades, RPGs, and more are also capable of flight. A circle of distinguished figures stood in awe, their minds racing with thoughts of the practical effects of exoskeleton equipment. The more they contemplated, the more astonishing it became, for this gear enhances combat effectiveness in every aspect. Whether in close combat, ranged engagements, or tactical assaults, it provides comprehensive dominance. Chapter 146, Mecha. A gathering of tactical experts is currently engaged in a fervent deliberation, pondering the extraordinary prowess of a soldier equipped with all the individual gear developed by Gao Yang. In a scenario of equal forces, even facing an adversary with tenfold numbers, the likelihood of defeat would be virtually non-existent. After soaring through the skies for a while, Gao Yang, having savored the experience, gracefully descended back to the ground. Professor Li, tousling his hair that had been tousled by the exoskeleton equipment, glanced at Gao Yang before turning to the students. Please hold on a moment before you leave. Come here to sign a document. Another confidentiality agreement. This was something the students had grown accustomed to. After signing, the students departed, and a group of researchers hurriedly approached the exoskeleton equipment to observe its overall structure and intricate details. Firstly, they examined the joints of the mechanical exoskeleton, which were designed to endure immense strength. Regardless of the movements executed by the exoskeleton, these joints must withstand tremendous pressure, often multiplied under stress. Yet, merely observing did not reveal much. What they truly sought to understand was how this exoskeleton could achieve flight. However, despite their thorough search, no engines were in sight. Director Yuan, incredulous, inquired, "No engines? Could it possibly be anti-gravity flight?" The surrounding experts widened their eyes in astonishment. Anti-gravity flight was indeed the most outrageous concept, an endeavor to defy gravity itself. Nonetheless, this notion had yet to materialize beyond mere speculation. Despite the confirmed existence of gravity and gravitational waves, up to this point, humanity had only observed gravitational waves. Should anti-gravity flight be realized, it would signify that Gao Yang had reached an extraordinarily advanced level of technology. Gao Yang chuckled lightly. It's not as mystical as it seems. It's a concealed engine. A compartment behind him opened, revealing 2 air intakes. As for the exhaust, it did not emit from below. Gao Yang raised his arm, and a hole appeared on the exoskeleton's main body, revealing a specialized jet structure capable of abruptly releasing compressed gas. Currently, the exoskeleton featured multiple exhaust outlets located on the soles of the feet, legs, chest, and arms, facilitating more convenient adjustments to flight posture. The voices of the researchers trembled in disbelief. In their understanding, this was simply impossible. Airflow being expelled through pipes? That would require continuous compression. What materials could possibly compose such pipes with such formidable strength? Moreover, what level of engine performance would be necessary to withstand the pressure of compressed gas and continue propelling it outward? Theoretically, speeds of up to 1,000 kilometers per hour could be achieved, but that was merely theoretical. Without protection, a human could not withstand such velocities. The group of experts stood in stunned silence. A speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour? That approached the speed of sound. Not to mention that even aircraft with lesser structural integrity would struggle to attain such speeds. Yet, amidst the shock, a profound sense of exhilaration began to arise as they inquired about various details. With each question, their astonishment deepened, while they felt overwhelmed. They were also filled with immense pride. There was hope for the future. The future of the Dragon Nation is safeguarded by Gao Yang, instilling profound confidence among the populace. Once the researchers completed their inquiries, it was the military dignitaries who sought clarification. The foremost question posed by the military leaders was simple: can it be mass-produced? Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Yang nodded affirmatively. The mass production of exoskeleton armor is far less challenging than its creation in a laboratory setting. Assembly line perforation is considerably simpler than the ad hoc drilling performed by robots. Gao Yang has no intention of enhancing this exoskeleton armor. Its current capabilities suffice for mass production. This decision stems from the understanding that, despite any improvements made to the exoskeleton, the increase in combat effectiveness would be marginal. For instance, while this exoskeleton could potentially achieve speeds of 1,000 kilometers per hour, human control would significantly reduce this velocity, as such speeds exceed human limits. When a vehicle travels at 100 kilometers per hour, extending a hand out the window reveals the tremendous force of the wind, let alone a speed tenfold greater. It is akin to facing a 12th-level typhoon head-on. Additionally, while the exoskeleton assists soldiers in delivering punches and kicks, human limitations still apply. If the exoskeleton were to propel a leg at excessive speed, the user might sustain injuries before even striking the opponent. Similarly, while one might kick an adversary a great distance, The impact on one's own leg would be considerable. For the warriors of the Dragon Nation, the exoskeleton serves merely as an augmentation, significantly enhancing combat effectiveness, yet with inherent limitations. Optimal performance can only be achieved by those who have already consumed enhancement serums, elevating them to superhuman levels. Upon hearing Gao Yang's affirmation regarding the mass production of the exoskeleton gear, General Zhou promptly ordered 20,000 sets. The choice of quantity was deliberate, aimed at maintaining a low profile. However, should war or danger arise, the entire military would undoubtedly be outfitted. The prevailing sentiment is one of self-preservation. Once, the warriors of the Dragon Nation feared nothing, for it was their fearless nature that instilled dread in their adversaries, enabling them to secure victories even in dire circumstances. But now, the era of fearing death has begun. In the event of another war, the objective is to ensure that not a single life is lost. Robots shall serve as the vanguard, while all soldiers don exoskeleton gear, equipped with electromagnetic shields and automatic targeting sniper rifles. Even the most seasoned leaders are captivated by this vision, harboring hopes that various factions might provide the Dragon Nation an opportunity to assert itself. It is reminiscent of having a hydraulic press at home, leading one to view everything as an opportunity for compression. Yet, Gao Yang harbors dissatisfaction with the exoskeleton armor. While it undeniably enhances combat capabilities, it is still insufficient. The current iteration of the exoskeleton does not match the combat prowess of robots. At the very least, the level of combat effectiveness must be elevated further. Some may argue that with the terrifying power of robots, there is no need to enhance human capabilities to rival them. However, humanity has long since developed firearms. Why then do we still train for physical prowess? It is to wield those firearms more effectively. Even with the advent of robots, complacency in individual combat cannot be permitted. Amidst the assembly of influential figures, a thought sparked in Gao Yang's mind. Mechs. In truth, the notion of mechs had crossed his mind long ago when the robots were augmented to 1,000-fold strength. Compared to robots and exoskeleton suits, mechs are the true embodiments of warfare. Moreover, the prowess of mechs is not constrained by the frailty of the human body. Their grandeur allows for the incorporation of high-minded innovations. A 10-meter-tall robot, with hands the size of half a meter, can be equipped with electromagnetic weaponry. In the heat of battle, it can unleash electromagnetic shock waves or absorb electromagnetic forces, then raise its arm, which can be directly outfitted with missiles. When the arm is elevated, missile launchers spring forth, swiftly launching projectiles. It can also create colossal vibrating blades capable of slicing through tanks, aircraft, and even buildings. The imagery conjures memories of animated tales from my childhood. With unparalleled combat strength and the ability to fulfill childhood dreams, it is essential to bring this vision to life. Chapter 147. There are people flying in the sky. However, at this moment, a group of distinguished individuals had gathered. Gao Yang boldly proclaimed, "As you can see, I have mastered an engine with an astonishing thrust-to-weight ratio, the highest being 300 times. He continued, "This engine is best suited for aircraft, yet I am unfamiliar with the design requirements. If you provide me with the specifications, I shall manufacture some planes." Upon finishing his statement, a profound silence enveloped the room once more, with each individual lost in their own thoughts. Those knowledgeable about engines were astounded by Gao Yang's claim of a 300 times thrust-to-weight ratio. Indeed, the most advanced engine in the world currently boasts a mere 10:2 ratio. How could Gao Yang assert 300 times, 30 times? Others had toiled relentlessly in research and development, celebrating even a 1 or 2% improvement in technology. A 10% advancement would be deemed a monumental achievement, meriting accolades, financial rewards, and numerous privileges. Yet here was Gao Yang, claiming a 30-fold enhancement, 3,000%. Such an immense leap in progress was beyond description. If one were to seek a fitting term, it could only be dreaming. It was a dream far too extravagant to even contemplate. Yet, this extraordinary reality unfolded before them. Even those less familiar with engines grasped the ease with which Gao Yang spoke. "You provide the requirements, and I shall manufacture some planes." The term "some" was indeed quite extraordinary. While other teams required many years to refine a single aircraft, Gao Yang's assertion sounded almost too casual. No one doubted Gao Yang was merely boasting. A group of military dignitaries approached, inquiring, "What kind of requirements can we propose?" "Anything you desire," Gao Yang replied with a smile. "As long as there is a need, even if current technology cannot fulfill it, I will tackle the relevant technology subsequently." Suppressing their astonishment, the dignitaries responded, "Very well. We shall convene a meeting to deliberate on specific requirements and then convey them to you." No one voiced their needs on the spot. Such matters required careful consideration. After concluding their testing, they engaged in light conversation until it was 6:30. Gao Yang took off directly, returning to the laboratory. To the left of the school lay a shooting range, and to the right, the laboratory. As Gao Yang soared through the air, a student happened to look up. Goodness, there are people flying in the sky, they exclaimed incredulously. I can hardly believe it. Even the staunch skeptics instinctively raised their heads, unable to contain their astonishment. Goodness. Surrounding individuals observed the reaction and followed suit, but the figure in the sky had already vanished into the distance. Those who had looked up felt as though they had been deceived. Crazy. Those who had witnessed Gao Yang's flight remained in disbelief. Did I truly just see someone flying in the sky? I saw it too. I wouldn't lie to you. Yet, the number of witnesses was scant. Upon returning to the dormitory, their frustration grew. After all, they had indeed seen it happen. Why not take to the forums? There. Others were also discussing sightings of someone flying in the sky. However, those who had seen it remained few, and no one believed them. Someone upstairs posted about it. They are still flying in the sky. Please create a simple force analysis diagram for the trapeze artist. My dear classmate, it seems you are under considerable stress. The school offers free psychological counseling services. Unbeknownst to Gao Yang, someone was watching him, and he remained indifferent. After finishing his meal, he began to contemplate the construction of the mech. The foremost consideration was the size of the mech. If it were too small, it would resemble merely an exoskeleton. However, if it were excessively large, the material requirements and production costs would soar. Thus, a balance must be struck. While engaged in these calculations, an unexpected call from Lao Chang interrupted him. An overseas automotive company expressed interest in purchasing battery technology. Without hesitation, Gao Yang concluded that selling the technology was out of the question. However, he could offer them batteries, allowing them to pay for the licensing rights to use the batteries. Although selling the technology was not feasible, withholding the batteries was equally untenable. A reasonable level of competition was essential. This situation paralleled the hydrogen-powered vehicles from Xiaorizi, who, after nearly perfecting the technology, chose to keep it under wraps. Consequently, the entire hydrogen vehicle industry found itself in Xiaorizi's grasp, ensuring that any entity wishing to utilize hydrogen vehicles would funnel a substantial amount of revenue into Xiaorizi's coffers. This exemplified the benchmark of monopolistic practices. The world's major powers did not coddle Xiaorizi. A consensus was reached without negotiation. None would collaborate with Xiaorizi or engage in the research and manufacturing of hydrogen vehicles. Instead, they bypassed hydrogen energy entirely and advanced electric vehicles. As a result, the once promising hydrogen vehicle market fell into obscurity. Presently, in the realm of electric vehicle development, the Dragon Kingdom has established a competitive edge. However, by denying other factions any breathing room, there exists a risk of stifling market vitality, despite the rapid market capture. Ultimately, the decision lies with Gao Yang. He could choose not to sell batteries, as the Dragon Kingdom's vast resources and populous nature mean that even if the rest of the world shunned electric vehicles, the domestic market could still thrive. Gao Yang opted to provide them with some competitive opportunities by selling batteries. This decision would ultimately yield greater benefits for the Dragon Kingdom, as overseas electric vehicle manufacturers would sell cars abroad and assist in promoting the batteries. Lao Chang confirmed, indeed, we have mobile phone manufacturers here in the Dragon Kingdom reaching out to us for battery technology. Sell it. Gao Yang responded without a moment's hesitation. Any enterprise from the Dragon Kingdom was eligible. The sale would not only generate profit, but also bring substantial benefits, enhancing the overall experience for the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, an opportunity too good to pass up. Lao Chang then inquired, are you returning home for the summer vacation? Gao Yang chuckled. The preceding questions seemed significant, but were merely a pretext for this final inquiry. It had been several months since his last visit home. I suppose I will return. Lao Chang remained silent on the other end of the line, as if he struggled to articulate something. Gao Yang was taken aback. Lao Chang was not one to be coy unless something particularly sensitive was at hand. What is going on? Have you found me a stepmother? Lao Chang hesitated, momentarily stunned. You know? Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had merely made a casual jest. Cough, really? Lao Chang, on the other end of the line, hesitated for a moment before responding, not quite there yet. I wanted to gauge your thoughts first. Gao Yang chuckled. Why do you care about my thoughts? Didn't I tell you? Do whatever you wish. If you poke a hole in the sky, let your son patch it up for you. Go ahead. Can you handle this, stepmother? Do you need me to assist you? Lao Chang's voice trembled slightly. No need. I can manage. All right then. I'll return home for dinner in a couple of days. Will I be able to see you then? That should be possible. Although Lao Chang's words were not entirely complete, they conveyed the essence of sharing a meal together. After hanging up, Gao Yang smiled. The older he grew, the more he understood Lao Chang. When Lao Chang became single, he was not even 30. At that age, to remain at the Gao household to care for him, he had lived alone. And to claim he was not lonely would be utterly implausible. Yet, for various reasons, he had never entertained any romantic thoughts. Now, witnessing Lao Chang's revival and his encounter with someone suitable, leading to a better life, Gao Yang wholeheartedly supported him. Chapter 148, Electronic Pets. Undefeated. Let me check on my stepmother. Never mind, no need to check. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned about the circumstances on the other side. Regardless of the situation, as long as Lao Chang is fond of her, everything would be just fine. Even if she were a fraud, Gao Yang had ways to ensure she could deceive Lao Chang for a lifetime. However, that possibility was rather slim. Such a shrewd individual as Lao Chang was unlikely to be easily duped. Gao Yang then swept aside all matters concerning Mechs, focusing on preparing gifts for his stepmother. Undefeated. What should I present to her? Based on my experience, cosmetics, luxury items, and jewelry would undoubtedly suffice. Moreover, it would be best to offer something unique and distinctive. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He lacked experience in gifting to women and had little understanding of cosmetics and luxury goods. Jewelry seemed inappropriate as well. Too extravagant to give casually, yet too inexpensive to make a significant impression. After pondering for a moment without reaching a conclusion, Gao Yang inquired further, what else could serve as a gift? I believe you could offer some high-tech gadgets that resonate with your identity. For her, those would be unparalleled treasures. Gao Yang hesitated. What could I possibly give? A domestic robot? That would be unsuitable, as Lao Chang's factory already mass-produces robots. Making such a gift appeared dismissive. Other products seemed equally unfit. Certainly, one cannot simply gift a missile or a laser cannon, can they? After some contemplation, Gao Yang proposed, how about gifting her an aircraft? Undefeated found this suggestion rather inappropriate. Perhaps I should investigate her interests to cater to her preferences? Gao Yang shook his head. No need to pander to her tastes. When I give gifts, it should reflect what I cherish, sharing what I love with her. Undefeated found this reasoning compelling. What do you cherish? Mechs, Gao Yang replied almost instinctively, given that he was currently constructing one, which made perfect sense. Yet, he was aware that women typically do not share this enthusiasm. Nevertheless, following this line of thought, Gao Yang conceived a truly ingenious gift: pets. Conventional pets are too cumbersome to maintain and may not even be to others' liking. However, he could offer a pet that requires no hassle and serves a purpose in daily life. Electronic pets. If designed to be adorable, what woman could possibly resist? Not only are they cute and interactive, but they can also function as AI assistants. Powerful AI, not just artificial incompetence. With this idea in mind, he set to work, starting with the appearance. When one thinks of pets, cats and dogs immediately come to mind. Yet, cats and dogs are rather mundane, lacking any novelty. After a moment's thought, Gao Yang envisioned goldfish. Indeed, they could soar through the air, providing a refreshing breeze on a hot summer day. Inspired, he began crafting the concept. Starting with the goldfish's body, embedding a chip that would house the intelligent AI. Next came the propulsion system, which posed a challenge for Gao Yang. He possessed engines, but no matter how advanced, they relied on thrust to elevate an object, inevitably expelling jets of air downwards. For instance, when a mechanical exoskeleton expels jets of air, the velocity is extraordinarily swift, capable of propelling an individual. The sight of a goldfish soaring through the sky is indeed enchanting. However, the presence of a jet nozzle beneath it diminishes that beauty entirely. Perhaps one might consider affixing a propeller atop the goldfish's head? Such a contraption would appear even more incongruous, rendering a jet engine far more preferable. Hai Yang recalled the concept of repulsive flight previously discussed by researchers. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the notion, recognizing its impossibility. At this stage, even if he were to enhance relevant technologies, the current industrial capabilities of humanity are unequivocally insufficient to support the production of such devices for the foreseeable future. What technologies could enable a goldfish to fly while avoiding the creation of a powerful wind? Hai Yang pondered the potential of electromagnetism. Within the vast expanse of a magnetic field, his grasp of electromagnetic technology could indeed allow the goldfish to ascend. Since it operates on electromagnetic principles, humans would remain unaware of its presence. Moreover, should the technology meet the required standards, the goldfish could even perform aerial acrobatics. However, this would be limited to the confines of the magnetic field. This notion possesses practical viability. For example, one could install electromagnetic devices in factories or homes, and certainly, in such a scenario, a stepmother would have to be accompanied by a bodyguard discreetly concealing an electromagnetic device. With the design concept established, the subsequent design process became straightforward. He devoted an entire day to crafting the internal structure of the mechanical goldfish. Hai Yang opted to include an engine, albeit rarely utilized. Once it departed from the electromagnetic domain, a small aperture would open beneath it, allowing for engine-assisted flight. During hot weather, the engine could be activated to serve as a fan or even provide cooling. Subsequently, he would adjust the flight posture within the electromagnetic field. The flight posture is of paramount importance. While the goldfish is visually striking, it must also exhibit grace while airborne. To achieve this, Hai Yang employed advanced synthetic materials for the goldfish's exterior, meticulously mirroring the appearance of a real goldfish. enabling it to swim in both water and air. When airborne, its tail would sway elegantly, creating a picturesque sight. Once the construction was complete and the flight posture meticulously refined, he returned home. He called Old Chang to inform him that he would be back for dinner. Then Hai Yang, accompanied by his security detail, departed for the airport to board a flight. This time, he did not opt for a military airport. Previously, his concerns revolved around security issues. However, he now possessed an abundance of safety measures. In addition to synthetic robots, he had security personnel, and he himself had undergone enhancement treatments. To speak candidly, even in the event of an aircraft explosion, he would likely survive. In the case of a mere ordinary crash, not only could he endure, but he could also enlist the aid of flying robots to rescue numerous individuals. Yet, he had initially anticipated that the experience of traveling on a commercial flight would be more comfortable than that of a military aircraft. While it was indeed marginally more comfortable, the difference was negligible. The discomfort persisted, exacerbated by the cacophony of takeoff and turbulence, leaving him unsatisfied. Hai Yang mused that he could no longer wait for official design concepts. He needed to create a personal vehicle for himself. Otherwise, the experience of flying was truly subpar and a considerable waste of time. On the aircraft, taking advantage of the flight time, Gao Yang produced paper and pen, embarking on a design endeavor. Simple sketches emerged, depicting an airplane with vivid clarity. Turning his head, he noticed the flight attendant glancing at his design. "What do you think of this plane?" The attendant, already possessing large eyes, widened them further as she gazed at the drawing. "Is this a plane?" "Indeed." Observing the rectangular form of the aircraft, the attendant chuckled. "This plane has no wings. Is there a stipulation that an airplane must possess wings?" With a smile, she departed, finding the young man's attention-seeking methods somewhat juvenile. Beside him, Woody, who had perfected his imitation of an invincible grin, urged, "Hurry, design something that will leave her awestruck by high technology." Gao Yang chuckled softly, bowing his head to refine the design. Within 2 hours, the preliminary design was complete. The engines were readily available, and other internal designs posed little difficulty. He promptly handed over the blueprints to Woody, instructing him to oversee the laboratory's fabrication, ensuring that by the time of their return journey, he would no longer need to board a plane. As the aircraft came to a halt, a voice resonated, instructing all passengers to remain still, followed by a contingent of soldiers boarding the plane. Curiosity enveloped everyone. Was this a scenario intended for apprehension? Chapter 149, What kind of fish is this? The flight attendant was visibly anxious. Despite her years of experience, she had never encountered such a situation. A flurry of scenarios raced through her mind. Could it be that someone on board intended to hijack the plane but ultimately relented, only to be discovered by the authorities? Or perhaps a notorious criminal was hiding among the passengers. Just then, a group approached Gao Yang, bowing with utmost respect and announcing, "The vehicle is ready." Gao Yang rose, reassured them, "No need to be so tense. Just be cautious." Under the protection of his guards, he descended from the aircraft and boarded an armored vehicle to return home. Only then did the passengers disembark in an orderly fashion. Their curiosity piqued. Several flight attendants were bewildered, pondering the identity of the young man who had received such official protection. One flight attendant suddenly exclaimed, "I feel that young man seems familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before, but I just can't place him." After the passengers had left, she and the captain descended the stairs, casually discussing the events that had just transpired on the aircraft. The captain, resonating with her sentiments, remarked, "He must be a significant figure. While we were airborne, for fighter jets provided escort. In all my years of flying, I have never witnessed such a spectacle. Even when the top brass of the Bald Eagle Nation departs, there isn't such a display." Suddenly, a flight attendant gasped, "I remember now. That young man in the mask is Gao Yang. The same Gao Yang who responded to the Bald Eagle's accusations during the last live stream, while simultaneously marketing his robots? Wow, how impressive is that? A prodigious researcher. And he was on our flight." As they excitedly chatted, one flight attendant drifted into thought, recalling the rectangular box Gao Yang had sketched on the plane. She pondered his words. Who says an airplane must have wings? Could it be that Gao Yang was designing such an aircraft? The thought seemed absurd, for it defied all logic. After a 2-hour drive, Gao Yang arrived at the newly established Langtao Machinery Factory. It was his first visit since its completion. His initial impression was one of grandeur. The entrance, which had previously measured only a few meters in width, had been expanded to over 100 meters. In the center lay a flower bed, flanked by 8 lanes of thoroughfare. It was not until 200 meters in that one reached the gates of the factory. In front of the gates stood a row of barricades, with armed soldiers meticulously scrutinizing all personnel entering and exiting. The convoy carrying Gao Yang passed through the gates, leading to a broad 10-lane road. Along this thoroughfare, large trucks were busily transporting goods out of the facility. On either side of the expansive road were individual factory buildings, each dedicated to different tasks. while robotic vehicles efficiently managed the transportation of materials within the premises. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. A glance around revealed not only soldiers from the Dragon Nation, but also a multitude of robots. As Gao Yang sat in the vehicle, gazing out the window, he was astounded by the sheer size of the factory. The original Langtao machinery factory was dwarfed by the warehouse adjacent to this one. The car drove nearly 2 kilometers before coming to a halt. Ahead stood a modest 3-story office building, accompanied by a quaint villa beside it. Lao Chang currently resided in this charming villa. As Gao Yang stepped out of the car, he approached and knocked on the door. It was promptly opened by a robot, a basic model of a domestic service automaton, which nodded at Gao Yang and said, "Please, come in." As it spoke, the robot bent down, offering a pair of slippers at Gao Yang's feet. He removed his shoes and slipped into the slippers, entering the interior. In the kitchen, Lao Chang was preparing a meal and turned to look at Gao Yang, saying, "Please take a seat on the sofa for a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly." Gao Yang replied, "Am I here to eat vegetables? I came to reconnect." "Where is she?" Lao Chang chuckled. "She knows you are coming and when to change her clothes. She will be here shortly." Gao Yang ventured into the kitchen and glanced at the dishes, all of which were his favorites. "Do you need my help?" he inquired. "You wouldn't be of any assistance. Just sit on the sofa and wait," Lao Chang responded. Gao Yang smiled, realizing that in the entire world, only Lao Chang would dare to say such a thing. After wandering around the villa, which spanned 2 stories and covered roughly 200 square meters, he found it to be quite cozy. The entire upper floor comprised a spacious bedroom, prompting Gao Yang to exclaim that Lao Chang truly knew how to enjoy life. However, upon opening the door to the upstairs bedroom, he was taken aback to find it identical to the one he had occupied at the Gao family home. The posters on the walls, the trinkets, and the desk were all reminiscent of his former room. Lying on the bed, he noted that even the mattress model was the same. Previously, residing in such a room felt quite stifling, yet now it radiated warmth. Suddenly, the voice of Woody rang in his ears. "The electromagnetic devices have been installed. Please bring the goldfish into the house." "Understood," Woody replied, as a robot emerged from outside, carrying a box into the villa. Lao Chang, observing through the glass door of the kitchen, inquired, "What is that?" "A gift for your stepmother," Gao Yang answered. Lao Chang paused momentarily, then nodded with a hint of nostalgia, covered with a black cloth. "Is there a surprise?" "A grand surprise," Gao Yang replied with enthusiasm. Lao Chang chuckled and turned back to his cooking, though the smile on his face was undeniably difficult to conceal. Gao Yang waited on the sofa, brimming with anticipation, until the doorbell rang. He sprang into action, beating the robot to the door. Standing outside was a woman, appearing to be around 30 years old, with slightly darker skin yet exquisitely featured, standing at an impressive height of 1.70 meters. As she looked at Gao Yang, her expression was a mix of shyness and sudden blush, which crept all the way to her ears. "Hello," she said softly. "Hello, I am Gao Yang, Lao Chang's son." He introduced himself. At that moment, Lao Chang emerged from behind, saying, "This is Aunt Wang Ping. This is my son." "Aunt? That sounds too formal for someone so young." Gao Yang laughed. "In fact, calling you that feels rather distant. Let us just go with Mom." Lao Chang was taken aback. This was completely different from his expectations. Gao Yang's demeanor was exceedingly warm, creating a dreamlike beginning to their encounter. Gao Yang observed the stunned expressions of both individuals and smiled. "It is a pleasure to meet you. Unsure of what would be appropriate to bring, I prepared a small gift. I hope it meets your approval. In the future, if you desire anything, please feel free to let me know directly." After finishing his words, Gao Yang turned and pulled down the black cloth that had just covered the newly moved water tank. Inside was a beautifully landscaped aquarium, home to a goldfish measuring 30 centimeters in length. The fish's body was only about 12 or 13 centimeters, the remainder being its splendid, broad tail, which undulated gracefully in the water like delicate silk ribbons. Wang Ping was mesmerized. The goldfish was truly exquisite. It swam freely in the tank, exuding elegance. She had never seen a goldfish with such a long tail in her entire life. Gao Yang smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" Wang Ping snapped back to reality. "Of course I do. This goldfish is stunning. It must be quite expensive, but I don't know how to take care of fish. Wouldn't it be a pity if it died?" "Don't worry, this fish won't die," Gao Yang replied, gently gesturing with his hand to issue a simple command. The goldfish swiftly swam to the surface, leaping out of the water, shaking off droplets, and gliding gracefully through the air, circling around Wang Ping. Old Chang was taken aback, amazed at how skillfully his son played. Wang Ping's mind went blank. She had already felt nervous around Gao Yang, and now witnessing a flying goldfish, her thoughts were overwhelmed. What species was this fish? How could it swim in the air? Chapter 150, Mecha. The golden fish danced gracefully in the air, creating a surreal and dreamlike atmosphere. Wang Ping felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, her mind momentarily blank before she regained her composure. Why could this golden fish fly? Mechanical pet. Gao Yang chuckled and remarked. It possesses certain AI functionalities, can take photographs, and even offers some protective features. Wang Ping tentatively reached out to touch the golden fish, which slowly approached her fingertips. Its texture was pleasantly cool, reminiscent of a real goldfish, yet devoid of any slime. The fish then retreated slightly and exhaled a stream of tiny bubbles that danced whimsically around it. Wang Ping gazed in disbelief at the exquisitely lively golden fish. Her worldview shattered. It was astonishing. How could it possibly fly? Gao Yang smiled enigmatically. That's a trade secret. Old Chang stood by, grinning foolishly, enveloped in a sense of happiness. It felt wonderful. He had not experienced such joy in years. During dinner, Old Chang served the dishes while Gao Yang and Wang Ping assisted. They engaged in light conversation. Wang Ping was assigned by the military to oversee the construction project, while Old Chang was there daily to monitor progress. As they interacted, they grew quite familiar with each other. The age gap between them was equivalent to Gao Yang's. However, this was of little concern. With the memory-enhancing potion, Gao Yang could not only reinforce his capabilities, but also eventually produce gene-enhancing serums, potentially extending Old Chang's lifespan by several centuries. Thus, the minor age difference was hardly a matter of significance. After the meal, Gao Yang produced a reinforcement potion and handed it to Wang Ping, stating, "This potion enhances speed and strength." Wang Ping accepted the potion, casting a puzzled glance at Old Chang. "What is this?" Old Chang, having previously consumed the reinforcement potion, smiled knowingly. "You'll find out when you try it." After Wang Ping ingested the potion, she entered an adaptation phase, allowing the couple to interact while Gao Yang wandered through the factory. Previously, he had merely passed by, but now, upon entering, he marveled at the state-of-the-art production equipment within, truly the finest in the world. These top-tier devices, operated by numerous robots, were rapidly manufacturing products. Currently, the factory primarily produced robots. And despite the accelerating production speed, demand still outstripped supply. Priced at 50,000, many felt a pinch at the cost, yet it was merely a fleeting concern. Once someone made a purchase, a wave of others would follow suit. Nowadays, every renovated home came standard with a robot, which had become as essential as air conditioning and refrigerators. Additionally, the weapons production area was systematically crafting cutting-edge armaments that led the world in innovation. As Gao Yang meandered about, he observed that the adjacent lot was still under construction, indicating the expansion of the factory. It was already evening, and the workers were putting in overtime, somewhat disheartening. Initially, Gao Yang had planned to stay for just a couple of days before returning to the laboratory, but after touring the factory, he decided to extend his stay. The production efficiency here surpassed that of his lab, and he intended to design and manufacture the mecha before departing. The confidentiality measures were sufficiently robust. Creating mecha within the factory would go unnoticed. Returning upstairs, Gao Yang approached his desk, laid out paper and pen, and began sketching. He embarked on the design of the mech's exterior. Although he had never formally studied drawing, his background in design enabled him to illustrate with remarkable proficiency, bolstered by the multiple memory enhancements he had received from the system. His speed in creating design blueprints was nothing short of extraordinary. Under his deft hand, a mech swiftly took shape. This mech boasted limbs, and in addition to its arms and legs, it featured a striking six-wing design on its back, reminiscent of angelic wings. However, these angelic appendages were, in fact, instruments of war equipped with formidable weaponry, including oversized firearms, dual melee weapons capable of merging into one, as well as electromagnetic armaments, radar systems, and missile launchers. The aesthetic was undeniably impressive. With the initial design established, subsequent modifications would hinge upon technological advancements. Invincible. Here I stand. Had the height of the mech been calculated? Based on current technological standards, the optimal height for the mech was determined to be 22 meters. Gao Yang meticulously noted this height on paper, 22 meters, towering like a 6- or 7-story building. With the height established, other dimensions were calculated in proportion. Following the golden ratio, the lower half of the mech measured 13.5 meters, with its arms and legs perfectly proportioned. Such a colossal form could accommodate an abundance of equipment, implying that this mech could potentially possess every conceivable function. All the technologies Gao Yang was researching could be integrated. Working late into the night, he crafted the mech's legs. Beyond the standard power systems and structures, he incorporated engines, emphasizing multifunctionality. After a night's rest, he resumed his design work the following day, successfully creating 2 arms. The left arm was equipped with an electromagnetic module, capable of serving as both an electromagnetic defense shield and an electromagnetic control system. When powered by nuclear energy, the electromagnetic intensity reached staggering levels, allowing it to rival a fraction of Magneto's prowess. The right arm also featured an electromagnetic module, and combined, these 2 modules equated to the power of a Magneto. On the 3rd day, Gao Yang designed the mech's head, which housed an array of sensors and detectors. Notably, the mech's eyes were dual laser cannon emitters, capable of eliminating any target with a single glare. The 6 wings at the back took 2 days to finalize. By the 6th day, Gaoyang encountered a challenge. The most complex aspect of mech design was control. How does one manage such a massive entity? Yet, this impasse lasted merely a day, as Gaoyang devised an ingenious solution: exoskeletal equipment. By utilizing exoskeletal control to manipulate the mech, and linking the exoskeletal apparatus with the mech's sensors, he effectively created a system where controlling the exoskeleton equated to controlling the mech itself. With the addition of functional controls for the mech, the design was rendered flawless. Although this method was somewhat unconventional, its efficacy was paramount. On the 7th day, Gaoyang had a robot transport a multitude of paint cans into the factory. Within this vast space lay a monumental mech. Even lying on the ground, its height exceeded 3 meters, equivalent to a full story. Its length spanned 22 meters. The spectacle was truly magnificent. Moreover, its appearance is undeniably imposing and striking. Beside the factory, 6 wings of the mech are displayed on the ground. 2 blades, each measuring 10 meters in length and 1 meter in width, rest here. Their handles can be joined to form a uniquely designed 2-handed sword. The design of the blade allows it to effortlessly slice through anything, and it is now capable of easily severing towering skyscrapers. Additionally, there is a sniper cannon. For the mech, it serves as a sniper rifle, measuring an astonishing 10 meters in length, with a bullet caliber reaching an impressive 200 millimeters, significantly larger than that of conventional self-propelled artillery shells. Gaoyang refers to it as the ultra-giant sniper rifle. Another shorter component is a missile launcher capable of executing long-range attacks. This mech is abundantly equipped for offensive maneuvers, exuding extravagance. Furthermore, it is outfitted with radar to detect aerial targets and an electromagnetic jammer, a colossal device that, upon activation, disrupts all signals within a 10-kilometer radius. Such a mech, even without amplification, is a formidable weapon. Yet, Gaoyang still anticipates how terrifying the mech will become once enhanced. Chapter 151. Are you a reborn individual? Gaoyang continued to read, allowing the mech to charge its amplification capabilities. He was uncertain about which aspects could be enhanced. Occasionally, he glanced up from his book to observe several robots applying a special paint to the mech, adorned in a classic red, blue, and white combination that looked quite impressive. Just as he was engrossed in his reading, he heard the voice of Wudi. Generals Fu and Zhou have arrived. Let them in, he replied. In less than 5 minutes, the factory door creaked open, and Generals Zhou and Fu entered. They halted simultaneously, staring blankly at the enormous feet before them, bewildered. What was the meaning of this? 3-meter-long feet? They exchanged confused glances, utterly perplexed. What kind of contraption was this? Those feet towered above them. Taking a couple of steps sideways, they finally caught sight of the mech lying on the ground. Just as they were about to speak, their eyes fell upon a sniper rifle, an astonishing 10 meters in length. Was this truly a sniper rifle? As they gazed at the barrel large enough to fit a head inside, both men were once again left in a state of shock. After a moment, General Fu regained his composure and turned to Gaoyang. Gaoyang, what is going on here? It's a mech. Gaoyang replied with a smile. Still a semi-finished product. Isn't it impressive? General Zhou opened his mouth to speak. Impressive. Indeed, but how heavy is this thing? Can it even stand? It weighs a total of 200 tons. Not only can it stand, but it can also fly. General Fu glanced at a nearby blade, stating, this truly allows you to run 10 meters ahead. Are these weapons merely for show, or can they actually be utilized? Gaoyang promptly produced the design blueprints. If this is merely for show, then that is absolutely intolerable. The mech's single-arm strength can reach a staggering 1,000 tons. Both arms are equipped with powerful electromagnetic devices that can attract designated metallic targets, serving also as formidable shields. The robot's eyes are 2 laser cannons. Furthermore, the 6-wing design on its back can accommodate 6 different types of equipment. Currently, it includes a gigantic vibrating knife, a massive sniper rifle, missile launchers, electromagnetic interference systems, and radar. However, these can be replaced at any time as needed. This colossal sniper rifle, even when firing standard solid projectiles, boasts a range of 20 kilometers. It can also be fitted with specialized warheads for even greater destructive power. As for defense, aside from the electromagnetic shield, the mech's exterior is constructed from an exceptionally strong alloy, second only to the shell of my water droplet fighter. With Gaoyang's detailed exposition, Generals Zhou and Fu stood agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. They racked their brains, struggling to comprehend where such a terrifying mech could be utilized. In the entirety of Earth, were there still adversaries? Even if the White Eagle were to deploy all its war machines, would it be of any use against this mech? It seemed that aside from nuclear weapons, all other forms of attack would be mere trifles. Thanks to the electromagnetic shield, The vast majority of assaults could not even approach the mech. In contrast, the mech would effectively jam all signals on the battlefield, proceeding to slice through its foes with ease. With a blade in one hand and a pistol in the other, the adversaries are effortlessly cleaved, whether they hide within tanks or high-rise buildings. Aircraft in the sky fall victim to well-aimed shots, each one dispatched with precision. Such a mech is insurmountable. How could one possibly confront it? The once formidable White Eagle finds itself incapable of contending with this enhanced level of robotic prowess. They even entertain the notion that a nuclear strike might not suffice to neutralize it, as the mech possesses formidable long-range interception capabilities. A solitary nuclear warhead would merely be akin to a trifle. A multitude would be required. When the deployment of extensive strategic weaponry becomes necessary to address a single mech, the question of resolution loses its significance. Ultimately, it is a futile struggle, a desperate gasp for survival. General Fu glanced at General Zhou, an epiphany striking him, and turned to Gao Yang. Pray tell, are you a reincarnate? Gao Yang was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden query. General Fu continued, is it true that Earth is on the brink of an alien invasion? Gao Yang was momentarily disoriented, struggling to comprehend. Observing Gao Yang's confusion, General Fu pressed on. This mech of yours, it cannot possibly be designed to combat terrestrial forces, can it? Or is it that monstrous beings are poised to descend upon Earth, prompting you to create such a war machine? Realization dawned on Gao Yang, a smile breaking forth. All of that is mere fantasy. I simply wanted to fulfill a childhood dream of having a mech, inspired by the animated shows I watched. Now that I possess the means and skills, I designed it. General Fu felt a plethora of thoughts bubbling within him, yet he was uncertain where to begin. General Zhou remarked dryly, at least it's fortunate that your fantasies did not involve aspiring to be an emperor. Gao Yang chuckled and suggested they sit down. Then added, I was just about to seek you out. I intend to deploy this contraption on the battlefield. General Zhou paused, glancing at the enormous, 3-meter-tall monstrosity lying on the ground. You wish to take that into battle? Should it enter the fray, all forces outside of Long Kingdom would tremble in fear. However, a calculated display could greatly benefit Long Kingdom. To demonstrate its prowess, the battlefield is the only stage suitable. Currently, Long Kingdom enjoys peace and security, while the rest of the world, particularly in regions like Feizhou and the Middle East, remains engulfed in perennial conflict, albeit on a smaller scale, often limited to urban warfare. Contemplating for a moment, General Zhou addressed Gao Yang. In a few days, there will be an equipment exhibition. Your mech could be leased to the Russians. It would serve their needs perfectly. Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with interest. Is there a possibility? Perhaps it could even facilitate a ceasefire. General Fu chuckled softly. It would be ideal for Long Kingdom to experience rapid development while the entire world is at peace. Gao Yang felt a surge of anticipation. How many days until the exhibition? He estimated his system's enhancements could be fully charged within 5 days. General Fu replied with a smile, 7 days' time. Excellent. General Zhou cautioned Gao Yang. However, the weapons exhibition will be held overseas. You cannot attend. It is too perilous. Your identity is too sensitive, and your presence would likely provoke numerous nuclear threats. Gao Yang, displaying a sensible demeanor, remarked, I understand. Without absolute assurance of safety, I shall remain in the Dragon Kingdom. General Zhou exhaled in relief, harboring concerns that Gao Yang might seek frivolous excitement. With a smile, Gao Yang inquired, have you come to present the aircraft design concepts? General Fu nodded in confirmation, clarifying, it is not merely about design concepts. It encompasses the requirements for the aircraft, reflecting the demands from various parties. Ultimately, it will depend on how many types of aircraft you can produce. With that, Gao Yang accepted the USB drive handed to him by General Fu and retreated to a corner to continue his reading. As for the aircraft design, that would have to wait until the energy recharge was complete. Priority was given to fulfilling the mecha requirements. 5 days swiftly passed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a chance for a 10,000-fold amplification. Gao Yang felt a surge of excitement and immediately directed the mecha to move. Ding. Detection indicates the host is developing a war mecha. Would you like to utilize the amplification opportunity? With great anticipation, Gao Yang declared, yes, amplify it for me. Chapter 152. Stay true to your original intention. Before Gao Yang appeared a familiar roulette, a multiplier lottery that directly yielded a 10,000-fold reward. However, the subsequent moments held far greater significance. The amplification system operated on a singular enhancement principle. The direction of the amplification was paramount. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the linked 10,000-fold amplification. Gao Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, his face illuminated by a euphoric expression. Linked amplification essentially referred to the enhancement of control technology. At present, Gao Yang's shortcoming lay solely in his mecha control. Utilizing an exoskeleton to command the mecha was, in essence, a clever shortcut. Though this method allowed for operation, it posed considerable challenges in terms of manipulation. In the next instant, the colossal machine before him began to disassemble, breaking down into a multitude of components. It then commenced reassembly. Throughout this process, many areas were filled with new parts. This transformation lasted a mere 10 minutes. The mecha remained fundamentally the same, yet its internal structure underwent a revolutionary change. The cockpit, previously prepared by Gao Yang, had now transformed into a pure space. The method of operation had evolved into a helmet floating before him, a sensory headgear more advanced than a brainwave interface. Ding. Amplification complete. The mecha linkage has been enhanced 10,000 times. In the following moment, a torrent of memories surged into Gao Yang's consciousness. When it came to mechanical control methodologies, categorizing them by multiples proved somewhat vague and imprecise. However, they could be distinguished by their technical types. The lowest tier resembled joystick or keyboard control, akin to manipulating a character in a game through a mouse and keyboard. A step higher was linked control, characteristic of later VR games, where a person's movements in the real world translated to actions within the game. In truth, all these advancements aim to enhance the control experience while reducing operational difficulty. Yet, VR games felt rather commonplace, as the translation of a person's actual movement speed into the game often fell short, lacking the impact that computer games provided. Progressing further, Gao Yang had employed a driving control mechanism with the exoskeleton. Following that was the brain-machine interface, which allowed for direct control through brainwaves. However, the limitations of brainwave control rendered the experience less intense. Presently, the system had achieved the pinnacle of control methodology, shared control. With all memories fully absorbed, Gao Yang's body began to tremble, overtaken by a shiver of anticipation. Shared control posed significant technical challenges, or rather, it was exceedingly complex, necessitating the reading of all brainwave activity. However, the manufacturing aspect was not overly complicated. Sufficient precision in electromagnetic receiving equipment sufficed. Gao Yang's current technological capabilities precisely met this standard, enabling the direct enhancement by 10,000 times. Thus, the sensory headgear before him represented the most cutting-edge control system, essentially equivalent to a shared brain. Donning the helmet and pressing the switch, Gao Yang closed his eyes, yet he visualized two entities. One was his own body, and the other was the mecha. The moment he chose to control the mecha, the ceiling of the factory materialized before him. Attempting to raise his hand, the mechanical arm lifted in response, swaying gently before him. He then endeavored to elevate his foot, which too obeyed his command. Gao Yang was astounded, experiencing an extraordinarily vivid sensation. It felt as if he had transformed into a mech, possessing the very essence of its formidable form. The control was virtually devoid of any latency, and the intensity of the experience was overwhelming. The sensors embedded within the mech transmitted information to Gao Yang through brainwaves. When someone gently kicked the mech, he felt it. Moreover, he could sense the laser cannon in his eyes, the engine beneath his feet, and the electromagnetic controllers in his hands. With a mere flick of his wrist, a 10-meter-long sniper rifle soared into his grasp, controlled by electromagnetic forces. Gao Yang swiftly chambered the massive weapon, becoming entranced by the hyper-realistic sensation. He mused that if he were to traverse into an animated realm, even the protagonists would envy his prowess. This was the epitome of human-machine integration. As the mech lay down, Gao Yang switched back to his own body, reclaiming control. He dialed General Zhou's number. The mech is fully prepared on my end. Is it disassemblable? Otherwise, transportation might pose a challenge. Gao Yang shook his head. It cannot be disassembled. Otherwise, I would simply run over. General Zhou paused. Wouldn't this cause a commotion? To which Gao Yang replied, are we not heading to the battlefield? Should we fear a stir? The only reason I'm not flying over directly is to acclimate to the mech's controls. General Zhou found this reasoning sound. Whether the commotion occurred sooner or later, it would be inevitable. However, he expressed concern. Are you capable of controlling it? Your safety is paramount. It can be operated remotely, Gao Yang assured. Very well. After concluding the call, Gao Yang received the itinerary from General Zhou, first to the seaside, then to board a vessel for transport. Determined, Gao Yang returned to the upper floor of his villa and donned the control helmet once more, commanding the mech's body. As he sat up, the large factory building was breached, creating a massive hole. Outside, the guards and onlookers, including Lao Chong and others, widened their eyes in astonishment. As the colossal mech rose, the breach grew larger. Everyone gazed upward, bewildered by the sight of the mech towering 6 to 7 stories high. What was this entity? How could such a thing exist here? Lao Chong, aware of Gao Yang's activities within the factory and the influx of substantial resources, was nonetheless utterly shocked by the enormity of the mech. He turned to Wang Ping beside him. Did you see that? Wang Ping remained remarkably composed, her attention drawn to the swirling goldfish around her, coupled with her indifference to technology. Yes, I saw it. A very large robot. This is not merely a robot. It is a mech, Lao Chong emphasized. It resembles that mech from Gao Yang's childhood, the one he adored. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, the mech extended its hand into the factory, emerging with a 10-meter-long colossal sniper rifle. It secured the weapon into a compartment on its back, forming what resembled a wing. Following this, 2 blades were affixed symmetrically to its back, along with missile launchers, radar systems, and electromagnetic shields. The 6 revealed weapons and equipment are the 6 wings of the mecha. Upon completing this, Gao Yang cast a glance at the myriad of small ants scuttling beneath him, and suddenly leapt into the air. The concrete beneath his feet instantly caved in over a vast area. The earth trembled, yet his 200-ton frame soared over the factory, landing directly in the nearby grove by the roadside. Several trees toppled under his weight. Between the forest and the road lay a river, which now appeared to Gao Yang as nothing more than a diminutive drainage ditch. A mere step could sever its flow. The individuals within the factory stared wide-eyed, never having witnessed such a spectacle in their lives. A mecha? How could this be? At the neighboring construction site, the crane operator sat in his cabin, his gaze vacant as he watched the mecha leap from the factory grounds to a great distance. Panic surged through him, and he hastily grabbed the safety rope to descend. This was madness. With the pressure to meet deadlines and working 14-hour days, he must be hallucinating. If this continued, he would surely collapse from exhaustion. It was time to flee, even if it meant abandoning 3 months' worth of unpaid wages. The vision of his childhood favorite mecha served as a reminder to him to not forget his original aspirations. The boy who once dreamed of being a hero must not be confined to this construction site. Chapter 153, Manifesting Glory in Public. Gao Yang chose a direct path, traversing mountains and rivers with remarkable ease. Every obstacle that could potentially hinder his progress posed no challenge to him. After a short while, several helicopters appeared alongside him. The helicopters were there for escort, serving more as a symbol of authority. Should anyone nearby catch sight of him, they would recognize that this formidable mech was a product of the official state. In the Dragon Country, the credibility of the government is exceedingly high, effectively averting numerous avoidable troubles. As he ascended mountains and crossed waters, Gao Yang's mastery over this magnificent body became increasingly adept. The initial awkwardness he felt while maneuvering had completely vanished, and his speed surged ever onward, with each stride measuring dozens of meters. He approached a velocity nearing 100 meters per second. This colossal entity, moving at such rapid pace, made an astonishing spectacle. As he passed through cities, weaving around urban landscapes, residents and towering buildings could not help but notice the immense mech. Many rushed to capture photographs, sharing them across social media platforms, igniting a frenzy online. Initially, disbelief reigned, but as more people witnessed the phenomenon, curiosity ignited. Some attempted to pursue him, but their vehicles could not match Gao Yang's speed, leaving them to wait along the route to capture glimpses and recordings. In other nations, the emergence of such a terrifying mech, showcasing extraordinary capabilities, would prompt many to flee to safety. However, in the Dragon Country, throngs of people flocked to witness the spectacle. Authorities even facilitated the passage, ensuring that Gao Yang did not deviate from his course. After all, how could he conceal such a creation? He was not just showcasing his prowess. He was also striking poses for the onlookers. The internet in the Dragon Country erupted. Was the advancement of technology truly this remarkable? Had such an awe-inspiring mech been realized? Its movements appeared so natural, complemented by the 10-meter-long sword and the fearsome sniper rifle mounted on its back. Each detail evoked both astonishment and envy. It was not only the Dragon Country that celebrated this marvel. The entire world applauded the achievements of its robotics. The mech continued its journey for an entire day, akin to a fan meeting, even lifting some children skyward for photographs. Those overseas were envious, for the allure of mechs transcended borders. As the mech reached the seaside, it waved to the throngs gathered on the beach before its engines roared to life, propelling it into the air. Simultaneously, the metallic casing on its back split open, revealing a massive jet nozzle with a diameter of at least 5 meters, which illuminated brilliantly. The 22-meter-tall robot accelerated abruptly into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Spectators were left dumbfounded, their cameras capturing the moment in disbelief. Everyone present was rendered speechless. Did this mech truly possess the ability to fly? And at such an astonishing speed? Regardless of where it was headed, the onlookers were in sheer awe. It felt as though a creation from an animated series had come to life, and it was undeniably magnificent. First, the engines beneath activated, launching the mech into the sky, followed by the engines on its back, propelling it into the stratosphere. Both stunning and formidable. The individual capturing the footage promptly uploaded the video online, igniting yet another wave of astonishment across the internet. Viewers were initially taken aback by the sheer size and speed of the extraordinary machine. The revelation that it could also soar through the skies was utterly preposterous. This marvel, when compared to the mechs depicted in animated series, merely lacked the combat capabilities portrayed in those narratives. That very evening, a piece of news swept through the global network. Mechs had made an appearance at the Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition. This prestigious event attracted military-industrial groups from around the world, showcasing an array of cutting-edge weaponry. In the outdoor heavy weaponry display area, a throng of officials and representatives from various factions encircled the mech, their expressions a mixture of confusion and awe. Some vendors of missiles stood by, gazing at the missile launchers mounted on the mech, feeling rather diminutive in comparison. Meanwhile, at a distance from the exhibition area, a representative from a certain nation looked on in disbelief. Could this mech truly possess combat capabilities? Standing beside him was a military official from the Dragon Nation, who merely smiled at the query. Our military experts have assessed the mech's performance and arrived at a conclusion. Given the current state of advanced military technology worldwide, this mech can engage in combat at this level. As he spoke, the official extended a finger, indicating a significant number. The representative raised an eyebrow. The Dragon Nation had always been somewhat modest in its claims, often embellishing its statements. How many can it engage? A regiment? The military official shook his head. A brigade? A division? A corps? The representative furrowed his brow, perplexed. How many exactly? It can engage continuously. The military official spoke with a puffed chest and a slight lift of his chin, exuding confidence. The representative was taken aback. Had the Dragon Nation truly departed from its humble demeanor? What is the cost? Only for rent, settled in rubles, at 8 billion rubles per day. The representative was momentarily stunned. That was equivalent to around $100 million a day. For a month, that would amount to $3 billion. And this was merely for leasing. Observing the representative's expression, the military official chuckled. Do you find it unworthy? You may trial it for 3 days. If you're not satisfied after that period, you are under no obligation to proceed. Should you find it satisfactory, payment can follow. How does that sound? The representative smiled, agreed. It's a deal. How do we proceed? How long until it arrives? The military official picked up his radio. The business is settled. We shall depart. In the next moment, the mech leaped into the air, its engines roaring to life. Those on the ground nearby were nearly knocked over by the force of the wind. As the mech ascended, its engines activated once more, propelling it toward the representative's nation. Watching the mech take flight, the representative felt a surge of anxiety. Why, among all humanity, could the Dragon Nation produce such an astonishing marvel? He hurriedly placed a call to inform local authorities to prepare for the mech's arrival. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are individuals escorting ammunition to the territory of the bear, simultaneously facilitating communication between the bear and Gaoyang. Just as negotiations were concluding here, the eyes of the world converged upon the mecha. How should one articulate this? When mecha first emerged, the global focus was on its astonishing realism and striking aesthetics. The fantastical elements of animation had materialized into reality. Subsequently, it became evident that these machines possessed remarkable speed and the ability to fly, fundamentally altering the perception of their significance. They were not merely novelties, but held tangible utility. Moreover, they epitomized a monumental leap in technology, as the creation of such devices had previously seemed unattainable. However, when mecha made its debut at defense exhibitions, the narrative shifted once more. These machines were not only functional, but held the potential to engage in warfare. Almost concurrently with the mecha's ascent, the Bald Eagle dispatched a considerable arsenal of weaponry toward the southwestern nation of the Bear. This time, they did not demand exorbitant prices. Instead, they offered the most advanced equipment at cost, or even symbolically for a modest sum, seeking to test the waters against the Dragon Kingdom through the hands of lesser powers. As global factions grew increasingly tense, many ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom found themselves eager to witness the spectacle. Who would not wish to observe the practical application of mecha in combat? Chapter 154, Dominating the Battlefield. The mech, which has captivated the world's attention, reached the territory of the Bear in merely 2 hours. Not long after, the ammunition from the Dragon Nation was also delivered to the Bear's homeland, specifically designed to combat the mechs. Gao Yang directly seized a shipping container and poured all the ammunition into the spatial compartment within his chest. The 9-meter-long container was entirely filled with ammunition in one swift motion. The Bear's personnel were left in awe. How could such a colossal mech so effortlessly embrace the container? Despite the container being laden with heavy ammunition, the mech lifted it with apparent ease. Once Gao Yang completed the ammunition loading, he felt a surge of impatience. After all, they had traveled for an entire day with the sole purpose of engaging in combat. Had it not been for the desire to showcase the mech's capabilities, the Bear would never have considered leasing it for 80 billion rubles. Provide me with an offensive directive, he commanded. The Bear's personnel were taken aback. The mech could speak, and its voice was remarkably loud. They were also curious. Given its speed and strength, Surely it wouldn't demolish every building during urban warfare? However, with the mech already present, they had to proceed. One of them raised his head and declared loudly, "We are currently engaged in a firefight in the Bakhmut urban area." Gao Yang replied, "There is no need for such volume. I can hear you just fine." As he spoke, a map materialized before him, depicting the battlefield situation. Both sides were locked in a full-scale confrontation, seemingly at a stalemate. Yet, the bear held a significant advantage, methodically pushing forward despite inevitable casualties and challenging zones. Particularly the train station. The bear's commander stated, "The train station in Bakhmut is presently the most fiercely contested area. We have already secured a vast portion of it. How should I provide you with the map?" Gao Yang interjected, "I am already aware. Notify your personnel to retreat to avoid any friendly fire." The bear's commander took a deep breath. Urban warfare posed immense difficulties for them and often resulted in casualties. To relinquish hard-won territory? In a fleeting moment, he issued the order to retreat 1 kilometer, vacating a considerable area, and then turned to Gao Yang, saying, "I hope you won't let me down." Gao Yang remained silent. Words felt inadequate, and he chose to let his actions speak. With a powerful leap, he activated his engines and surged toward the target area. The eastern side of the railway had been entirely under the control of the old bear, yet at that moment, they were bewilderingly retreating upon receiving the order. The enemies, squeezed for survival and still within the train station, were left curious about the bear's sudden inactivity when they suddenly heard a deafening explosion. Instinctively, they dropped to the ground. Such a sound typically heralded the arrival of a massive missile. Then, they felt an overwhelming presence as a thunderous voice echoed throughout the city. "You have 3 minutes to lay down your arms and surrender in the streets." The enemy, bewildered, turned toward the source of the warning and beheld the colossal mech. "What on earth is that?" One exclaimed. "I know. I've seen it in the news. The Dragon Nation's mech." "Surrender? Do not engage. Let him be." The foolish giant stands motionless, courting death. Someone hoisted a rocket launcher, aiming at the mech, while others trained heavy machine guns on it. Such a colossal target. Surely it should not be difficult to eliminate. At this moment, many spectators observed the scene. Aside from the warriors on the battlefield, nations across the globe were keenly monitoring the situation via various channels, all curious about the combat prowess of this mech. Could such a weapon truly possess combat capability? And just how formidable could its strength be? Under the watchful gaze of all, a torrent of heavy fire was unleashed upon the mech. The mech merely raised its hand, and a powerful electromagnetic shield expanded forth. All bullets and shells hovered a dozen meters away from the mech, unable to inflict even the slightest damage. Even explosive shells were rendered ineffective. The mech did not remain passive. From its raised arm, a honeycomb-like launch bay emerged. Instantly, dozens of small missiles shot forth, accurately targeting the direction from whence the fire had come. Boom! Thunderous explosions reverberated across the battlefield. Every unit that had just opened fire was obliterated. Gao Yang scanned his surroundings and suddenly drew his sword, cleaving the roof of a nearby building. Inside, a gunman looked up in bewilderment, his eyes filled with terror. Anyone would feel fear if their ceiling were to be suddenly torn away, revealing a colossal mech gazing down upon them. They were even too frightened to fire their weapons. Gao Yang extended his left hand, activating a strong magnetic field that made all metallic weapons on several soldiers float upwards, even lifting them off the ground. The soldiers hastily unstrapped their weapons, allowing all metallic items to soar into Gao Yang's palm. Every weapon, from guns to daggers, even canteens, found their way into his grasp, and he clenched his fist, crushing them into a singular mass. Just as Gao Yang took a step forward, missiles began to rain down from the sky. Fighter jets had appeared on the battlefield after such a long absence. But what were fighter jets against him? He looked up, and with a gaze that unleashed 2 terrifying beams of laser, he instantly pierced the missiles in the sky. After the explosions, 2 aircraft were struck consecutively. In the air, 2 blossoms of fiery light erupted. Countless observers around the world fell silent. They had come to understand the mech's combat capability in 2 words: terrifying. First, the electromagnetic shield had instantaneously blocked all heavy fire. How could one contend with that? Furthermore, the mech's arms were equipped with auto-tracking missiles. Once launched, they raced directly towards their targets, instantly annihilating any nearby larger teams. These 2 factors alone rendered the surrounding individuals too fearful to attack. Further engagement would only lead to being locked on. Yet, abstaining from attack left the mech with the ability to magnetically siphon all metal. A magneto on the battlefield? How could one possibly contend with that? And as if that were not enough, it possessed laser cannons in its eyes. All fighter jet missiles posed no threat to the mech. There was no means to approach or evade. No matter how swift, one could not outpace the speed of light. As the various factions observed the battlefield in silence, Gao Yang commenced his advance. His initial sluggishness stemmed from inexperience on the battlefield, unfamiliar with the circumstances at hand. However, having just dispatched an adversary, he quickly grasped the art of combat. Utilizing infrared detectors, he could perceive the presence of all individuals. After allowing the AI to distinguish between civilians and combatants, Gao Yang began a swift disarmament. Most combatants were ensconced within buildings, where he simply needed to dismantle a corner of the structure to achieve his objective. Those who dared to retaliate or open fire were swiftly dealt with. A single step would crush both structure and occupant into the earth, affecting an immediate burial. In the face of Gao Yang's imposing presence, urban warfare, which typically posed a disadvantage, transformed under the weight of technological superiority, allowing him to dominate the battlefield. The carnage was minimal, as the fighting spirit of the majority of local combatants had been utterly shattered, leading many to voluntarily emerge onto the streets and surrender. As Gao Yang adapted to the combat conditions, his pace quickened, with his comrades following suit. However, their mission had shifted to capturing prisoners. Without their firearms, the enemies became akin to harmless lambs. Chapter 155, No More Fighting? Originally, the Russians had made little progress in the city for quite some time, but within 10 minutes, they had seized it entirely. Gao Yang piloted the mech, experiencing an extraordinary sensation, a unique sense of achievement. Just 10 minutes had passed, yet it was not enough. He yearned to continue, but Bahamut had already taken control, while the battle in Marinka still lingered. The situation was incredibly tense, with the Russians having launched 10 infantry assaults that day, all in vain. With the flight engine at full throttle, Gao Yang reached the Marinka region in 5 minutes. Joining the fray, tanks were present, and slicing through them with a long knife was akin to cutting through butter, requiring no effort to cleave them in two. After another 10 minutes, the final 30% of the Marinka area fell under their control. Enraptured by the thrill, Gao Yang pressed on to the next location. Utilizing his astonishing speed, he conducted a sweeping advance, leaving devastation in his wake. Within half a day, he aided the Russian forces in advancing 10 kilometers, causing them to panic. With so many prisoners, managing them became an overwhelming task. The enemy was bewildered. Their situation had already been dire, retreating steadily. Now, to their astonishment, a mech emerged, a truly fearsome one at that. Aircraft and tanks, once regarded as premier weaponry, had transformed into mere stress relievers. The act of slicing through them was genuinely liberating. Gao Yang relished the thrill of dismantling artillery and reducing tanks to mere fragments. The bewildered soldiers inside sat helplessly on the treads, utterly confused, experiencing an odd sense of release. Fighter jets, too, served primarily as spectacles. The moment of explosion was indeed a dazzling display. As for other missiles, they were as ineffective as bullets against the mech. Larger missiles were detonated by lasers high in the sky, while smaller caliber ones were thwarted by the electromagnetic shield. Gao Yang would then retaliate by launching missiles to eliminate the distant attackers. The terrifying battery control could accurately siphon weapons from individual soldiers. With its immense weight, the armored vehicles could be crushed underfoot. The enemy truly found themselves at a loss. How could they possibly counterattack now? Not just the enemy, but the entire world. All the major powers were equally perplexed. When did the Dragon Country become invincible? With such a mech on the battlefield, was there any hope of resistance? This mech had yet to unleash the incredibly potent missiles used previously. The numerous missile launchers on the mech could deploy such devastating ordnance, representing a true annihilation force. However, even in the absence of those terrifying missiles, this mech could dominate the battlefield with ease. There was no way to counter it. At least, they could not conceive a solution in the short term. They did possess lasers, but their performance paled in comparison to the mech, rendering them incapable of engaging in a fair exchange. After all, should a confrontation occur, their laser launchers would be obliterated in an instant, while the mech could emerge virtually unscathed. As for various other weapons, they could not approach the mech at all. Among the great powers, the one with the most profound understanding of the mech was the Eagle, as they had once battled against robots. Certain technologies found in robots have manifested in mechs, evolving into something far more terrifying. The blades that can slice through anything on robots have transformed into 10-meter-long swords on these mechs, capable of cleaving tanks in twain. The energy shields once belonging to robots have also enhanced, now capable of intercepting threats from considerable distances. Essentially, apart from nuclear weapons and the formidable small missiles from Longhua, no other armaments can inflict damage upon them. Additionally, their terrifying speed and strength present a nightmare for individual soldiers. The mechs are equipped with laser weaponry designed for missile interception, boasting remarkable efficiency, rendering even overwhelming bombardments ineffective. Moreover, the precise control of electromagnetic fields allows them to disarm opponents from afar, placing them in an invulnerable position. This unprecedented weapon has instigated immediate tension among various factions, portraying it as an insurmountable nightmare. Urgent meetings were convened to devise countermeasures. Not only are adversaries in disarray, But even the Russians are perturbed. With such mechs now aligned with them, what if the situation were reversed? Should these mechs assist their foes, even their superiority would be rendered futile, forced to withstand blows helplessly. With no viable solutions aside from nuclear armaments, they find themselves perplexed. The rapid ascendance of their neighboring rival seems almost absurd. They begin to panic, recalling their own past transgressions against Longhua. Formerly, contentious territories had been consumed by them, and now Longhua's sudden intent to deploy such machines on the battlefield is undeniably a display of strength, not only to the world but particularly to them. Reflecting on Longhua's tumultuous history filled with countless wars, they are reminded of the once mighty Mongol cavalry. The more they ponder, the greater their trepidation grows. Yet thorough analysis reveals that panic is futile. With merely 10 such mechs, they would face utter defeat, compelled to adopt desperate measures against Longhua. The probability of success appears bleak, given the remarkably high efficiency of the laser missile interception. Meanwhile, the leadership within Longhua remains vigilant, closely monitoring the situation. They too have witnessed the performance of the mechs. However, in stark contrast to the anxiety of other factions, their response is one of bewilderment. The combat prowess of these mechs is astonishingly beyond expectation. Initially, when they received the performance data for the mechs and conducted evaluations, they had anticipated that their combat capabilities would be formidable, with conventional tactics being nearly ineffective. The events of the past half-day have not only validated their assessments, but have also made them acutely aware of the absurdity of the situation. The footage relayed from the field has left even the most seasoned among them utterly astounded. What follows is exhilaration. Unlike the earlier chaos with the robots, the mechs are now entering the battlefield, demonstrating Longhua's might with unparalleled force. The global landscape is poised for a genuine transformation. A group of eminent figures dedicated the majority of their lives to a singular goal, and suddenly, it was realized, leaving them overwhelmed with excitement. While the luminaries of the Dragon Nation reveled in this triumph, a minor complication arose on Gao Yang's side. That very evening, both parties simultaneously declared a ceasefire, entering into a mode of negotiation. The white-headed eagle, having lost the will to fight, proposed discussions, recognizing that to continue would be tantamount to a futile endeavor. The bear, initially reluctant to engage in battle, found the situation fortuitous, allowing them to present various conditions. However, Gao Yang was still eager for action. After only a brief skirmish, a ceasefire was unexpectedly called. The trial period for mechs was 3 days long. Yet upon reflection, it became clear that the enemy was in a state of despair. Continuing the conflict would be less favorable than surrendering. Chapter 156. The house soars in the sky. Although there was no opportunity for further combat, Gao Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. He set the return route for the mecha, allowing it to autonomously return to the laboratory, and then he removed the sensory helmet. The technology of the sensory helmet could be employed for various purposes, one of which was the ability to read memories. It could gather all brainwaves and translate them into data, even into visual representations. The implications of such technology were terrifying, which is why Gao Yang had previously refrained from its development. However, he suddenly realized that one must not forsake potential benefits due to concerns over drawbacks. Instead, one should enhance management and restrictions. After all, the advantages of this technology far outweigh its disadvantages. If utilized properly, it could even transform the metaverse into a reality. By providing feedback of virtual character sensations through electrical signals to the brain via the helmet, one could achieve complete sensory control. Without stepping outside, one could experience breathtaking vistas and savor an array of flavors. Yet, in the short term, this remained a mere daydream, as the implementation of such technology posed significant challenges and was beyond the capabilities of Gao Yang alone. The requirements for terminal devices and game production were exceedingly high, and currently, no one in the world could manufacture such technology. It was akin to Gao Yang presenting a firearm in ancient times and expecting people to produce ammunition when they couldn't even create a shell. As Gao Yang descended the stairs, he found Lao Chong and Wang Ping sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching television, where news of the ceasefire with the Bear Nation was being broadcasted. After more than a year of relentless conflict, the introduction of the mecha prompted both sides to suddenly opt for negotiations. Lao Chong and his wife were astounded, particularly since they had witnessed the mecha emerge from the factory with their own eyes. In just half a day, this marvel had pushed the Bear Nation's front line forward by 10 kilometers, capturing vast territories. Under normal circumstances, such an advance would have cost the Bear Nation thousands of lives. Although Lao Chong had little understanding of warfare, he grasped the significance of this development. Beyond nuclear weapons, it rendered them invincible in the world. Upon noticing Gao Yang descending, he pointed at the television. The news says they've ceased fire. Will they never fight again? They won't fight anymore, Gao Yang replied, settling onto a separate sofa. Not only have they ceased hostilities, but they will also remain vigilant towards us. With a smile, He reflected on the nature of global relations. Regardless of who became formidable, the weaker nations would quickly band together for protection. This had once been effective, as the gap among several pinnacle nations was not too vast, and with nuclear weapons in hand, a certain balance could be maintained. However, now that the Dragon Nation had him, the disparity with other so-called major powers was still too great. Gao Yang shifted the topic. I'm heading back to the laboratory. Lao Chang nodded, pleased that Gao Yang had stayed at home for over 10 days. When will you leave? Gao Yang looked at Lao Chang incredulously, feigning drama. You are actually urging me to leave? Have you forgotten your son, now that you have a stepmother? In the past, when he was about to depart, Lao Chang would have been reluctant. Now, he was asking when he would go. All right, I shall leave at once. Wang Ping's cheeks flushed. Yet she had grown accustomed to Gao Yang's playful banter, so she did not feel overly flustered. She merely smiled. Lao Chang, though undoubtedly reluctant, nodded in agreement. When are we leaving? Now. Just as he spoke, Woody descended the stairs, a suitcase in hand. During his time at home, Gao Yang had primarily been engaged in the creation of mechas, yet he had found joy in the process. Nevertheless, it was time to depart. Lao Chang, Mom, I'm off. With that, Gao Yang rose and headed for the door. Wang Ping was taken aback, believing Gao Yang's declaration of leaving immediately to be a jest. Watching him exit, she turned to the slowly rising Lao Chang. Is he angry? Lao Chang chuckled softly. He was always prepared to leave. Then why not stay a while? He cannot be persuaded. Once he has made a decision, he sees it through, just as he always has. As Lao Chang spoke, he stood and followed Gao Yang outside. Upon stepping out, Lao Chang was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on a location not far from the villa, where a bungalow had appeared. He had left an hour earlier and had not noticed this structure. When had it been constructed? Wang Ping was equally curious. What is that? Lao Chang shook his head. I do not know. Then Lao Chang observed Gao Yang and Woody entering the bungalow. His eyes widened slightly as a thought occurred to him, but he quickly dismissed it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just then, the door of the bungalow closed, and a surge of air erupted from around it, stirring the dust from the ground. As the structure lifted off the ground, Wang Ping's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the ascending building. Is that an aircraft? Lao Chang watched the bungalow disappear into the distance. If all goes well, it should be. Wang Ping's eyes sparkled as she slowly emerged from her shock and turned to Lao Chang. Your son is so remarkable. I want one too. He is currently yours. Before Lao Chang could finish his thought, he suddenly realized the implications of her words. He glanced down at Wang Ping, her eyes lively and imbued with a different hue. He wanted to discuss such a significant matter with Gao Yang. However, the words caught in his throat. Surely this was not a pressing issue. One exceptional child might not suffice. With a genius like Xiao Yang, perhaps several would be needed to ensure another such talent emerged. Then several. With a clang, the door closed behind them, and the two returned indoors. Gao Yang, waiting for the aircraft to ascend, suddenly remembered he had forgotten to say goodbye. Just as he was about to turn back, he saw the two close the door without hesitation. He smiled as well. In the past, Lao Chang's reluctance at parting had always weighed heavily on him. Now, with a wife, things were much improved. And perhaps a younger sibling would further enrich their lives. Woody, prepare some food. We'll be busy with mechas tonight and haven't eaten yet. All right, Woody replied, heading into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Gao Yang wandered about the aircraft. This was a plane he had designed on the fly during his return trip. Its design was minimalist, with the interior divided into 3 areas, a hall, a lounge, and a kitchen, with the kitchen at one end and the bedroom at the other. Had Gao Yang known Lao Chang's thoughts, he would have wholeheartedly agreed, for this aligned perfectly with his initial design concept. To experience comfort aboard an aircraft akin to that of one's home, is it not essential to replicate the ambience of one's dwelling? Even the bedroom is meticulously designed to mirror that of his laboratory. The emphasis is on an atmosphere of utmost hospitality. However, the absence of security personnel has been overlooked. Yet, soaring through the skies, accompanied by robotic sentinels, one is scarcely faced with peril. After a brief respite in the lounge, the illustrious chef has prepared dinner and elegantly presented it upon the table. Haiyang dines beneath the window, while outside, at a distance of 100 meters, another aircraft glides through the air. A passenger, upon spotting Haiyang's aircraft, instinctively rubbed their eyes, then scrutinized the scene with growing disbelief. The more they observed, the more they sensed something amiss. What could possibly explain a house afloat in the sky? Within it, individuals were dining, an aircraft soaring on the ground. Yet the landscape beyond the window undeniably depicted an airplane, complete with visible wings. A gasp of astonishment escaped someone's lips. A house is indeed flying in the heavens. More onlookers turned their gazes outward, exclaiming in wonder, it truly is a house with people dining inside. What an extraordinary sight. A youthful individual, brimming with fanciful notions, declared, I understand, it must be a phenomenon akin to the temporal distortions described in novels. The house remained stationary, merely transposed by time and space into this locale, creating the illusion that it is soaring beside us. Chapter 157. Why must an aircraft be an aircraft? Many remain skeptical. Yet as an increasing number of individuals gasped and discussed the spectacle, they gravitated towards the scene. Even a few flight attendants instinctively glanced outside, only to become momentarily transfixed. Their disbelief was unwavering. How could a house possibly soar through the sky? To their astonishment, they indeed beheld a house, a bungalow. Moreover, just as they had recently heard, the inhabitants within were, astonishingly, still dining. What on earth was happening? The flight attendants could not suppress their exclamations. Yet one flight attendant found herself envisioning a design blueprint. It was Gao Yang, holding the design, inquiring about the aircraft's viability, who decreed that an airplane must possess wings. Amidst the collective astonishment, the individuals within the distant bungalow turned their gazes toward the aircraft. In the velvety darkness of night, the silhouette of the plane was discernible, and through the glass, the occupants within could be seen peering back. Gao Yang waved his hand in a casual greeting. Although he preferred not to be scrutinized, he instructed Woody, lower the altitude. Woody complied, descending the aircraft's height, thereby obscuring Gao Yang from view. Once the passengers aboard the plane could no longer see Gao Yang, they erupted into fervent discussion, speculating about the bizarre occurrence and sharing the photos they had just captured. Some cameras had clearly recorded the figures above Gao Yang. The focus of their discourse shifted, evolving into discussions about Gao Yang, technology, and the palpable transformation of Longhua. In the immediate aftermath of the aircraft's landing, they hastily uploaded their captured images online. Initially, netizens dismissed it as photo manipulation, but with the emergence of videos and the recognition of Gao Yang, belief began to take root. However, while they accepted its authenticity, many found the aircraft's design to be quite unattractive. The rectangular shape was undeniably rather unappealing. Yet, some emerged to praise the ingenuity. If such an absurd design could ascend into the heavens, it signified a remarkable advancement in Gao Yang's technological prowess. There was no need to adhere to aerodynamic principles. Anything could reach the skies. As night gave way to day, Gao Yang awoke and casually scanned the online news, discovering that the top trending topic was the unattractive high-tech aircraft debuts. Clicking through, he encountered discussions about his creation, summarizing 3 main points. The first expressed anticipation for such aircraft, promising a smoother ride and enhanced safety. The second lamented the abstract nature of the design. The third lauded the technological feat, asserting that if such a design could achieve flight, it indicated a monumental leap in engine technology, proof that even the most unrefined design could take to the skies. Gao Yang set his phone aside, pondering whether the feedback was indeed complimentary. Was it truly that unattractive? Rising from his slumber, he stepped out of the laboratory. Outside, the rectangular aircraft awaited. After a few glances, he noted that while the design resembled a bungalow on the ground, it appeared somewhat incongruous in the air. Yet, why could a rectangle not be handsome? Returning to the laboratory, Gao Yang commenced a redesign. If the rectangle lacked elegance, it was simply because he had previously prioritized functionality over aesthetics. The design of the exterior demands extensive calculations. Even the slightest alteration in curvature can yield significant sensory differences. While Invincible was engaged in computations, Gao Yang retrieved the requirements provided by the military. With the advent of groundbreaking engine technology, every aircraft currently in flight can be upgraded. In terms of speed, there is little necessity. Achieving subsonic velocity suffices for the vast majority of needs. However, with superior engines, user experience and safety can be enhanced. Thus, the foremost requirement outlined in the official documents presented to Gao Yang was the development of a better passenger aircraft. Contemplating the concept of a passenger plane, Gao Yang suddenly turned to gaze out the window, a unique idea sparking in his mind. Why must an aircraft conform to traditional designs? Upon scrutinizing the design sketches, Gao Yang waved his hand lightly and began anew. This time, a framework measuring 3 meters in width and 10 meters in length emerged, within which seats would be incorporated. Following that, engines were to be added, including a backup engine, along with an emergency distress system and a traffic coordination system. The entire design process took less than an hour. Gao Yang turned to Invincible and instructed, contact the top 10 long-distance bus companies in Long Country and arrange for personnel to come to the laboratory. Let us set it for tomorrow morning. Invincible acknowledged with a nod, then fell silent before quickly stating, I can reach all of them, upon mentioning your name. They agreed to send representatives tomorrow morning. I've limited each company to 3 individuals to avoid overcrowding. Excellent, Gao Yang responded, returning his attention to the design sketches to refine the details. Another hour passed, and the design was completed. He then handed the sketches over to Invincible for manufacturing. With the assistance of artificial intelligence and robotics, many tasks were alleviated for Gao Yang, who continued to review the official requirements and swiftly drafted new designs. Given the technological advantages, Reverse engineering the designs posed no challenge at all. After all, as is often stated online, with the current technological edge, one could fashion a contraption from mere refuse and still launch it into the skies. By nightfall, Gao Yang had crafted 6 aircraft designs, excluding the initial concept. All 6 were tailored specifically to meet military combat needs, equipped with weaponry and designed for remarkable speed. Additional designs were made in accordance with loading requirements, awaiting production to fulfill obligations. Exhausted, Gao Yang collapsed onto his bed, contemplating summer adventures. With the system previously dormant, he needed to activate it promptly. Now that the system was operational and he had yielded such results in a short span, a balance of work and leisure was essential. He pondered climbing a mountain, where shaded trees would provide comfort. With this notion in mind, he decided to finalize the destination after the aircraft delivery. The following morning, several vehicles arrived at the laboratory entrance. The individuals disembarking immediately turned their attention to the Mecca. Towering over 20 meters, it eclipsed even the height of the laboratory building. Originally executives from a long-distance bus company, they instinctively swallowed hard. Is this the fearsome Mecca that made a remarkable impression yesterday? The vice president nodded in agreement. It seems so. Is this also a product of Gao Yang's laboratory? It must be. Is Gao Yang truly so formidable? Has he sought our collaboration? Do we possess the qualifications for such an alliance? I fear. The CEO turned to his dazed assistant and admonished, no more fear. The assistant blurted out, none. Mr. Yang. Someone called for them. Mr. Yang turned and was met by a familiar face. They were all part of the same circle, quite well acquainted. Yet he was taken aback. Has President Zhong also arrived? Not just us. Look at the cars parked over there. These are all acquaintances. After a few exchanged identities, they entered the laboratory. Immediately, a robot guided them to a reception room. The small chamber was filled with their familiar faces, cramped with 30 individuals. 30 pairs of eyes met in mutual curiosity. Why had Gao Yang summoned them? Chapter 158, The Flying Bus. Unyielding stood at the door, saying, Please wait a moment. My master is freshening up and will join you shortly. Taking a couple of steps back, Unyielding closed the door. One person remarked, What an air of superiority. In all my years, I have never encountered such a demeanor in business dealings. Another retorted, Not pleased? Then why don't you leave? The greater the arrogance, the greater the capability. The greater the capability, the more benefits I can reap by associating with him. Take note of my philosophy on navigating life. Enough of this. Let us discuss matters of substance. Why have we been summoned together? Is it to assist with freight logistics? After all, his current shipping volume is immense. It is improbable he would request our assistance with transport. He can easily engage major logistics firms without concern. They already have postal joint transport and lack for partners. What could it be then? I have a notion. It may pertain to vehicles. Perhaps he intends to help us upgrade our fleet. Someone lit a cigarette, declaring, In that case, I shall take my leave. No matter how upgraded the vehicles are, it holds little significance. There are countless automobiles these days, and long-distance passenger services have been perpetually and profitable. Is there even money to replace vehicles? Regardless of how fine the new ones are, if no one rides them, it won't generate profit. In the next moment, the room began to fill with smoke as they pondered what sort of collaboration this might entail. However, they simply could not fathom why such a distinguished researcher as Gao Yang would seek their involvement. After a mere 10 minutes, the door swung open, and Unyielding announced, Smoking is not permitted here. In the next instant, everyone scrambled to extinguish their cigarettes. Unyielding said nothing further, opening a window to allow fresh air to circulate. Gao Yang then entered the conference room, surveying a group of influential figures capable of shaping the landscape of the Dragon Nation's passenger transport industry. I apologize for my tardiness. I was occupied late into the night yesterday and awoke late today. The esteemed individuals promptly rose to their feet, exclaiming, No worries, we have ample time. Please rest a little longer if you're fatigued. Among those surrounded by powerful figures, Gao Yang found them exceedingly courteous. They understood that before Gao Yang, no one in the Dragon Nation, nor indeed the world, could adopt an air of superiority. Gao Yang smiled and remarked, The conditions here may be somewhat rudimentary, but this is the only reception room we have, so I ask for your understanding. This place is quite pleasant. I appreciate the academic ambience. Gao Yang waved his hand, signaling for the projector to be activated. During this process, he continued, The primary reason for gathering you all here is to seek your suggestions. I have developed a flying bus and wish to inquire whether such a vehicle could potentially replace traditional buses. Suddenly, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Clatter. A pen slipped from someone's grasp onto the floor, forgotten as they gazed at the bus suspended in midair on the screen. A flying bus. Noticing the lack of response, Gao Yang continued, Some have suggested I design passenger aircraft, but I have considered the flight speed of commercial planes, which cannot achieve supersonic velocity. They operate at speeds comparable to standard passenger aircraft. Designing an alternative to aircraft would yield little benefit, As for the average individual, the cost of traveling on a new-style plane remains prohibitively high, requiring a trip to the airport and extended waiting times. Thus, the idea of a flying bus took shape in my mind, aiming to democratize technology. Someone snapped back to reality, acknowledging, this flying bus is undoubtedly feasible. However, the pricing is critical. If it is too expensive, we can only conduct limited trials. Gao Yang had already calculated the costs in advance. By outsourcing ordinary materials and having Langtao factory focus solely on core components, the total expenditure would be around 100,000. The figure of 100,000 caught the attention of everyone present, their eyes widening in disbelief. Such an affordable cost? Although this figure represented merely the expense and not the selling price, it was still astonishingly low. Upon further reflection, it became clear that many high-priced items stemmed from considerable patent fees. After all, when procuring certain components, patent costs are incurred, and manufacturing the vehicle likely involves undisclosed patent fees as well. Yet, in this cost assessment, patent fees were entirely disregarded. If this flying bus proves to be operational, its operational costs could indeed be significantly lower than before. If sold, what would be the price? Gao Yang stated, if sold, the price would still be 100,000. While I may not profit from the vehicle itself, I seek a 50% equity stake in return for collaboration. A collective silence enveloped the group. Such a matter was far from trivial, as even their major stakeholders did not possess a 50% share. Gao Yang remained unperturbed, suggesting, the flying bus has been manufactured. Shall we step outside for a look? The group promptly rose, eager to witness the innovation. Moreover, the potential for collaboration hinged on whether the flying bus could indeed be widely adopted. Upon exiting the laboratory, they beheld a bus equipped with wheels, primarily meant for stability during parking. Its four sides showcased fixed glass panels. The bus featured wide double doors on both sides, inviting the group to enter. Once inside, the atmosphere was characterized by cleanliness and spaciousness. The 3-meter-wide interior boasted a central aisle with 2 seats on either side, each half a meter wide. The comfort level surpassed that of an airplane significantly. A robot on board instructed everyone to take their seats and fasten their seatbelts before the doors closed. Gao Yang occupied the foremost seat, elaborating, this is the prototype of the flying bus, capable of reaching subsonic speeds, with a total of 54 seats and 2 backup engines. It is equipped with a safety robot as standard. As Gao Yang spoke, the bus began to ascend and gradually accelerate. The acceleration was smooth and comfortable, akin to being in a vehicle, yet far more stable. There was no noise whatsoever. Turning to gaze out the window, they beheld the azure sky and fluffy clouds racing past at remarkable speed. Those aboard were well-versed individuals, and they were utterly astonished at this moment. The notion of a flying bus would have seemed ludicrous just months prior, but after witnessing so many technological marvels presented by Gao Yang, they had begun to accept the possibility. Still, the sensation they experienced at that moment felt surreal, an unparalleled journey of comfort. Such a vehicle is remarkably affordable and does not require a driver, leading to a significant reduction in operational costs. Furthermore, while subsonic flight may seem excessive for urban travel, it undoubtedly poses a formidable threat to the airline industry in intercity routes. Not only will it compete with airplanes, but also with high-speed trains and even rideshare services. This mode of transportation is swift and devoid of the stringent regulations associated with air travel. One can simply board and depart. A profound silence enveloped the group as they deliberated. A 50% stake may seem audacious, yet given their technological advantage, they have no choice but to acquiesce to this proposal. Otherwise, Gao Yang could seek alternatives. Numerous long-distance passenger transport companies have already succumbed to bankruptcy, and many find themselves in dire financial straits. Should an opportunity for resurgence arise, they would be willing to accept any conditions. The flying bus could enable those smaller companies to ascend to prominence almost instantaneously. There would be no need for complex arrangements. A simple application for a company would suffice to seize market share. Currently, seeking collaboration with them reflects Gao Yang's rather lethargic approach, preferring to play the role of a detached overseer. Chapter 159. Amplified organisms. The speed of the flying bus gradually decreased, making a full circle before touching down once more. At last, someone voiced their opinion. We need to convene a shareholders meeting to discuss potential collaboration. Very well, contact me once a decision has been reached. Others swiftly rose to bid farewell, hastily exiting the laboratory and boarding their vehicles. Once inside, they began making phone calls. In truth, they had already reached a consensus. Yet such matters necessitated unanimous agreement. Those who held shares were required to relinquish half in exchange for the privilege of acquiring the buses at a lower price. Their consent was imperative. Without it, the company would falter. Among the 10 enterprises involved, if even one agreed, the remaining 9 would face inevitable collapse should they refuse. A company with flying buses would swiftly encroach upon the market share of others. Comparisons within the industry would be unavoidable, and the general populace would inevitably favor the superior option. Moreover, this represented a fortuitous opportunity for them to resurrect their struggling industry. Gao Yang observed the frantic departure of the group before turning to Wudi, instructed the Langtao Machinery Factory to commence production of the flying buses, and informed Lao Chang that all non-core components should be procured directly. Wudi nodded in agreement. Understood. As long as we ascertain their perspective on the buses, we can proceed to mass production, for there will undoubtedly be demand. The fervor evident in their eyes was a clear indicator of their desire. However, despite the factory's capacity, it was impractical to manufacture everything in-house. While outsourcing components, quality assurance was paramount. The inspection of procured parts could not afford to falter. Agreed, Wudi affirmed once more. After conveying his instructions, Gao Yang strode directly into the bungalow parked in the laboratory's courtyard. The outstanding matters primarily involved the military aircraft yet to be delivered. Nonetheless, those were still in the production phase, which would take 2 to 3 days. Seizing this interval, Gao Yang resolved to embark on a mountain hike to relax and contemplate future research directions. Having developed numerous weapons, he had reached an apex, with his sights set firmly on this planet. Each creation was formidable. Moreover, further amplification seemed of little significance. The pinnacle of basic industrial standards was embodied in the products he currently possessed. Any additional enhancements would yield diminishing returns. Thus, moving forward, he would either advance basic industrial capabilities or explore alternative avenues, such as civilian applications. The progress in basic industry was an ongoing endeavor. For instance, each amplification by Gao Yang can currently improve the materials utilized. He firmly believed that materials constituted the foundation of industry. Significant breakthroughs in any material could lead to monumental advancements in technology and living standards. Yet, merely possessing materials was insufficient. Energy and various other elements also formed the industrial bedrock. Following the completion of Gao Yang's system charging, substantial improvements had already been realized. But the dissemination of these advancements would require considerable time. For example, the advent of nuclear fusion power plants would necessitate the shutdown of numerous combustion-based power facilities. The transition from old to new would require time to adapt, a process that could not be hastened but had to be awaited. However, waiting has its merits. Advancing together ensures mutual progress, leaving no room for shortcomings. Gao Yang ceased his musings and dedicated himself to the pursuit of leisure. To ascend a mountain, one must first select the mountain. Contemplating this, he turned to Wudi and inquired, if you were to choose a mountain to climb, which would it be? Mount Everest. Of course, if one is to climb, let it be the highest peak, Wudi replied. Gao Yang shook his head, realizing he merely sought a respite, and there was no need to venture so far. What about climbing some wild hills instead? In his youth, Gao Yang often accompanied Lao Chang on mountain excursions, but normally avoided wild terrains due to their peril and lack of suitable conditions. Now, however, all necessary provisions were at hand, and safety was assured. Why not give it a try? Additionally, climbing wild hills would not attract undue attention. With this idea in mind, Gao Yang set off, equipped with a makeshift climbing gear crafted in the lab, and boarded a plane that took him to the foot of an uncharted mountain. He began his ascent swiftly, nearly flying up the slopes. As he climbed, he sensed a peculiar sensation. Primarily, he was not fatigued. After the enhancement from the strengthening serum, his stamina was exceptional. Typically, one would exercise caution on such steep terrain, often gasping for breath, yet he scaled the mountain with ease, scarcely breaking a sweat. A lack of exhaustion rendered the climb somewhat lackluster. As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon a small tail protruding from behind a rock. It was a snake. Drawing upon his childhood experiences from watching animal documentaries, he could not discern if it was venomous, but he surmised that even a bite from a venomous creature would likely pose little threat to him. Suddenly, an intriguing thought struck him. Was it possible to use the system to modify animals? To achieve a tenfold enhancement, perhaps? However, how could he ensure the system recognized the animal as a product of his research? He then recalled the concept of gene recording, whereby one could imprint the entire DNA of an animal and subsequently utilize that DNA to cultivate a new creature. Some researchers had attempted this, though the difficulty was significant. Yet for Gao Yang, it was not insurmountable. Would this endeavor potentially result in the creation of monstrous beings? Imagine a dog with a strength 1,000 times greater, or perhaps a pig of colossal proportions. Returning to that era, a single one could feed a community for half a year. Gao Yang felt a surge of excitement. He must amplify and see what transpires. If things spiraled out of control, his mech could easily manage any hazards. With this plan in mind, he abandoned the mountain and called for the plane to return. Once aboard, he contacted Director Yuan. I require classified information regarding gene research. Very well. Director Yuan replied without hesitation, though he soon added with caution, but be careful. Genetics is unlike other fields. Recklessness may lead to genetic contamination and irreversible consequences. I understand the gravity of the matter, Gao Yang assured him before hanging up. He turned to Wudi and instructed, gather information on gene transcription and related technologies. Understood. As the plane ascended, Gao Yang gazed out the window at the mountains, reflecting on his seemingly laborious fate. Even during leisure, he found himself in research mode. Yet, he was genuinely eager about this forthcoming study. A tenfold enhancement. Whatever direction it took, any animal would emerge formidable. Before long, Wudi had successfully compiled the necessary materials. The transcribed genes are introduced into embryonic stem cells, which are subsequently injected into the animal blastocyst. This process holds the potential to form an embryo. However, upon reviewing the data, Gao Yang is somewhat astonished, as the success rate is exceedingly low, or rather, abysmally low. This endeavor boasts a lower success rate than that of cloning technology. For instance, the cloning of Dolly the sheep took nearly 6 years, during which there were almost 300 failures before achieving success. The same applies to the cloning of monkeys, with many overseas teams abandoning their efforts after numerous attempts. China eventually realized cloning, but this was likewise predicated on countless failures. Fortunately for Gao Yang, he stands on the shoulders of giants, equipped with a wealth of information regarding his ambitions. Upon the airplane's arrival at the laboratory, Director Yuan, armed with extensive documentation, personally visited the facility. He felt a sense of trepidation, given the nature of genetic research. He was not particularly concerned about the severe consequences of genetic contamination, as all gene-related materials in the laboratory would undoubtedly undergo rigorous scrutiny. His primary worry was that Gao Yang, in his excitement, might inadvertently induce some genetic alterations. Should Gao Yang encounter any issues, the repercussions for China would be monumental. Chapter 160. The proliferation of breeding. Dean Yuan tentatively inquired, Gao Yang, what aspect of these genetic technologies are you interested in researching? Gao Yang glanced at the visibly anxious Dean Yuan and replied, just dabbling in some small animals. Dean Yuan could not afford to be complacent. After all, every significant development begins with animals. The emergence of the cloned sheep, Dolly, raised the question of why researchers pursued cloning monkeys. The answer lies in the closer genetic resemblance between monkeys and humans. Shortly after the advent of cloned monkeys, voices advocating for a ban on human cloning began to emerge, culminating in a united prohibition. Otherwise, based on Dean Yuan's understanding of researchers, there would inevitably be attempts to conduct human cloning experiments. Should that occur, the consequences would be dire. What specific aspect of genetics are you investigating? And what is your purpose? Dean Yuan pressed, eager for clarity. Gao Yang, amused by Dean Yuan's relentless curiosity, smiled and said, I am not entirely certain yet. I am merely intrigued. Are you so tense because you fear I might conduct research on myself? Dean Yuan nodded. After all, Gao Yang had consumed the enhancement agent immediately after the monkeys had. If there were any issues with the enhancement agent, the ramifications would be unthinkable. Gao Yang reassured him. Rest assured, I am not reckless. If I am not absolutely certain of its safety, I would never apply it to myself. With that, Gao Yang returned his attention to the technical documents. The classified materials from the Dragon Country laboratories were evidently of a higher caliber compared to what he had previously gathered. In terms of genetic technologies, the disparity between the Dragon Country and overseas advancements was significant. For instance, many of the genetically modified seeds utilized in the Dragon Country originated from abroad. However, it would be erroneous to claim that the technicians in the Dragon Country were incompetent. The primary issue lay in the fact that while overseas researchers vigorously pursued advancements in genetic modification, the Dragon Country was staunchly resisting such technologies. The general populace regarded genetic modification with fear, leading to a stifling of commercial viability. Without financial backing, research stagnated, resulting in technological lag. When regulatory constraints eventually loosened, they would find themselves unable to compete with their counterparts, perpetuating a cycle of failure. In truth, the technological foundation was not lacking. Although the Dragon Country lagged in application, research had consistently received financial support. As Gao Yang immersed himself in the materials, Dean Yuan quietly excused himself, planning to return after some time, or perhaps visit more frequently to avoid any potential issues. Given Gao Yang's pace in absorbing information, he dedicated a full week to thoroughly grasp the key points of the technology. Before proceeding with design, he needed to select a target. Which animal should he focus on? The choice of animal would lead to vastly different outcomes in subsequent enhancements. Should he choose pigs? While Gao Yang contemplated creating a pig weighing 1,000,000 gene, it was clear that such an endeavor would serve little purpose. Even if such a pig were produced, the people of the Dragon Country would hesitate to consume it, fearing the unknown consequences of potential gigantism. Merely raising such a creature would be impractical. Carnivorous animals like cats and dogs could be enhanced significantly, but they would pose challenges in handling. After a brief evaluation, Gao Yang settled on herbivorous animals as his focus. Once again, a simple selection was conducted among herbivores, ultimately leading to the choice of the horse. Primarily, the domesticated herbivores are limited to a few species, with cattle, horses, and sheep being the mainstream options. Cattle and sheep seemed rather mundane, but the horse was exceptional, and Gao Yang desired to ride. After making a few phone calls, assistants arrived promptly, enclosing the adjacent field next to the laboratory. That evening, a stable emerged from the ground. By the following day, professional horse breeders arrived at the horse farm to enhance the environment. On the third day, various breeds of horses were delivered to the stable, showcasing astonishing efficiency. However, a significant challenge in the realm of biotechnology lies in the lengthy gestation period. Horses carry their young for 11 months. Even if Gao Yang were to utilize gene transcription technology to create a horse, recognized as his invention, the augmentation of this horse would require a year. Yet, there existed a cunning workaround. Adjacent to the horse farm, Gao Yang hastily set up a small research lab, primarily focusing on the study of mice. This audacious individual sought to determine whether the rapid reproduction rate of mice could be transferred to horses. In the interim, Director Yuan visited several times. But upon noticing Gao Yang's slow progress, he refrained from imposing. General Zhou and others also paid a visit, taking away 6 aircraft designed by Gao Yang, which would be directly outfitted for the Air Force. This indicated that Long Country's fighter jets had seamlessly transitioned into the 6th generation, with bombers equipped with hypersonic capabilities. The situation was merely embellishing the already dominant forces, as no faction remained capable of engaging in combat. 20 days elapsed, and among a multitude of mice, one particular mouse produced a litter of 7. One evening, just as Gao Yang settled down, he heard the system notification resonating in his mind, igniting a surge of elation. The genetically cultivated mouse was recognized by the system as his creation, eligible for augmentation. Having studied gene-related technology for an extended period, he had already acquired the ability for augmentation. He rushed to the laboratory, observing the newly born red mice. Using tweezers, he carefully placed one in a sealed container made of high-strength glass, ensuring that even if the mouse were to be augmented 1,000-fold, it would pose no threat. Augmenting the mouse. The lottery compass appeared before Gao Yang. This time, he played it cautiously, augmenting it only 100-fold. Ding! Congratulations, host. The mouse's reproduction rate has increased 100-fold. In the next moment, the mouse in the cage rolled over, exhibiting no remarkable behavior. Yet, Gao Yang was left in awe. How rapid could the reproduction rate of mice be? A single female mouse typically produces an average of 44.5 offspring per year, and if augmented 100-fold, that would amount to 450. Was this still a mouse? It was akin to a machine gun with legs. Moreover, from the over 4,000 mice birthed by this single mouse, half were female. That amounts to 2,000 mice. Over the course of the remaining year, these mice will continue to reproduce. The first batch will yield over 3,000 offspring. The second batch will also produce more than 3,000, while the third batch, due to the limited time remaining after birth, may only generate slightly over 2,000. Nevertheless, by calculating these figures, 2 mice could potentially give rise to hundreds of millions within a year. Gao Yang gazed at the seemingly harmless little creatures, contemplating the idea of crushing them. They appeared devoid of combat prowess, yet if released into a suitable environment, they could potentially wreak havoc on the world. As he pondered, a torrent of memories surged into Gao Yang's mind, revealing a new genetic sequence for the mice. The system, after 100-fold amplification, altered their reproductive method from viviparous to oviparous. Quite absurd. However, Gao Yang felt a sense of relief, at the very least. The survival rate of eggs is considerably lower than that of live births. In summary, their reproductive capacity is indeed high, but their environmental requirements are exceedingly stringent. While the amplification effect may seem modest, Gao Yang's mind still held remnants of the knowledge regarding the subsequent enhancements of the amplification serum. The subsequent enhancement involves gene serums. He could extract the modified genes, refine them, and apply these improvements to horses, thereby accelerating the pace of his experiments. Chapter 161. The Creator? The extraction of genetic serums is an intricate endeavor, fraught with potential pitfalls. A single misstep can have far-reaching consequences. Although Gao Yang possessed the technology for genetic serums, he had previously refrained from engaging with it due to its complexity and inherent dangers. The human body houses an extensive array of genes, encompassing both recessive and dominant traits. Distinguishing which genes are beneficial and which are not presents a formidable challenge. Furthermore, the function of these genes adds another layer of complexity. Some genes may manifest problems when isolated, yet a multitude of genes can coexist harmoniously, restoring normalcy to an organism. Forcing genetic alterations to achieve specific outcomes may lead to catastrophic genetic failures, even if this generation of genes miraculously avoids issues. Future reproduction could encounter reproductive isolation or result in the birth of anomalies, as the delicate balance of evolution, established over millennia, is disrupted. This could even culminate in severe hereditary diseases. In summary, it is a complex matter. However, the alteration of a mouse's genes has bestowed upon Gao Yang a complete set of genes. This genetic segment not only pertains to the transformation from viviparity to oviparity, but also addresses the survival challenges faced by the animal post-transformation. Viviparous offspring are fewer in number yet, with proper care, exhibit high survival rates. For example, horses, once they give birth, are quick to walk due to the harshness of their environment. In contrast, humans, also viviparous, require extensive nurturing before attaining independent survival capabilities. Each species has evolved over millions of years to ensure its survival. The system's augmentation has altered these dynamics, replacing genes honed by eons of evolution with temporarily generated ones. Nevertheless, within Gao Yang's acquired memories, the distinction between the two sets of genes appears negligible, suggesting that both can sustain life equally well. With this realization, Gao Yang embarked on a new flurry of activity, determined to attempt the creation of a genetic serum. The difficulty of this undertaking is exceedingly high, marking it as one of the most challenging projects he has encountered thus far. Fortunately, with the assistance of his invincible companion, he has the capacity to perform calculations and compile data. If one were to transcribe the genetic fragments, the genetic codes of even a single animal would number in the trillions. During this process, Gao Yang became utterly consumed by his work. However, his physique, enhanced by previous serums, remained unaffected. For an entire month, he dedicated himself to compiling genetic sequences, scarcely pausing to read. At the end of this month, he successfully synthesized a new genetic code for horses. The next step involved applying future technology to integrate these genes into the horse. The technology of genetic serums enables horses to express the genes contained within the serum, facilitating rapid evolutionary changes in a short time frame. This phase presents even greater challenges. But Gao Yang has the advantage of prior augmentation experience and readily available technology. 3 days later, with a syringe in hand, he entered the stable and selected a mare. He injected the genetic serum into the horse. And now he must wait to see if the mare's genetic structure will collapse, or if it will transition from viviparity to oviparity. Gao Yang felt a twinge of anxiety as he awaited the outcome. If successful, it would signify that he could further refine the genetic serum, creating a formula suitable for human use. Observing the horse, Gao Yang suddenly paused, as Professor Yuan's concerns seemed quite valid. The scientific madman was indeed myself. I prepared a more favorable stable for the mare, along with comprehensive checkups every 3 days. All that remained was to wait. Every third day, Gao Yang witnessed the horse's transformation. Any change indicated that the genes were being replaced, and the horse was altering in accordance with gene expression. Professor Yuan visited several times during this period, but could not comprehend Gao Yang's endeavors. However, as long as Gao Yang did not conduct experiments on humans, all was well. By the 15th day, the horse's transformation ceased. Gao Yang handed over the pre-prepared racehorse transcription genes to the technicians. Now, they could only wait. During this waiting period, Gao Yang continued his studies. He had been so busy these days that he had yet to seize the opportunity for enhancement. A week passed, and the specialized equine technicians observed the suddenly agitated horse with astonishment. What was happening? As they approached to calm it, the horse suddenly assumed a vigilant stance. The technicians began to retreat, taking several steps back. Just as they prepared to advance again upon seeing the horse relax, they froze in place. The horse squatted down. Then came the struggle and whinnying. The technicians were bewildered. Was the horse about to give birth? But Gao Yang had provided them with the serum only a week ago. It was utterly impossible for a foal to be born in such a short time. What could possibly be causing this commotion? As they pondered, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. An egg, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter and oval-shaped, fell from the horse's rear. The technicians gaped in disbelief. What was this? The horse began to gather the surrounding grass, wrapping it around the egg. Throughout this process, the technicians remained in a state of shock. After over a decade in equine care, they had never encountered a horse laying an egg. It was more absurd than a rooster doing so. Instinctively, one of the technicians took out his phone to call Gao Yang, only to see him charging from a distance, moving with a speed reminiscent of thunder. The stable yard had a railing over a meter high, yet Gao Yang leaped over it effortlessly, demonstrating a speed and height that even a professional athlete could not achieve. By the time he reached the scene, the horse care staff was still in a daze. They had just witnessed a horse lay an egg, and now they were astonished by Gao Yang's superhuman speed. Was this a hallucination? Where was the egg? The staff stared at Gao Yang in disbelief. Was it really an egg? Gao Yang said nothing as he entered the stable. The horse instinctively turned to kick. The staff widened their eyes and rushed forward, shouting, "Be careful." Then they froze, for Gao Yang had caught the horse's leg with one hand. How was this possible? The speed of the horse's kick was so swift that a normal person would never have been able to react. and many had perished beneath a horse's hoof. Yet, here was Gao Yang, barehanded, capturing it. It was utterly preposterous. The staff witnessed Gao Yang unearthing an egg from the haystack, his excitement barely contained. Gao Yang himself was taken aback by the swiftness of the discovery. All that remained was to incubate this egg, which would enable the amplification of the magnificent creature he envisioned. He had meticulously prepared for the incubation period and its associated requirements, knowing that within a month, a horse could emerge. As Gao Yang retreated to the laboratory, the staff remained rooted in place, discreetly retrieving his phone. On the very first day of his arrival, he had been entrusted with a covert mission to notify Dean Yuan of any significant developments. As he dialed, the ringing felt interminable, for the call could only proceed with Gao Yang's prior consent. At long last, the call connected, and the staff's voice quivered. "Dean Yuan? It's me." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Dean Yuan hastily donned his attire while inquiring, "Do not panic. Remain calm and tell me what has transpired." The staff's voice trembled even more intensely. "The horse has laid an egg." Dean Yuan's grip on the phone faltered as shock washed over him. Just how far had Gao Yang advanced in his research? To induce a horse to lay an egg? Such a feat could only be likened to the powers of a creator, a true alteration of species. Chapter 162, The Popularization of Flying Buses. Director Yuan concluded the call, unable to suppress a glance at his phone, still in disbelief. It was utterly absurd. The research concerning genetics was entirely divergent from Gao Yang's past endeavors. To achieve results without any foundational basis was astonishing enough, yet the outcomes were so remarkable that even a horse could lay eggs. The more he pondered, the more incredulous he felt. However, to ascertain the extent of this absurdity, he would need to consult an expert. Seated in his vehicle, Director Yuan dialed a colleague engaged in biological research. "Hello, old Zheng. May I inquire what kind of research could enable a horse to lay eggs?" On the other end, an elderly voice responded, "Are you serious? At this hour, are you coming over just to jest?" "I am earnest. A horse laid an egg, and it's a product of the laboratory." Old Zheng contemplated for a moment before replying, "Are you truly serious?" Indeed, in mythical terms, the last researcher of such caliber was Li Jing, from whom Neza emerged from an egg. If your horse laid an egg, the creature emerging would at least be of the caliber of a horse-faced specter from the underworld. The line went silent as Director Yuan stared at the disconnected call. Realizing Old Zheng was skeptical, his faith lay solely with Gao Yang. Otherwise, he would not believe it himself. He attempted to reach Old Zheng once more. "Are you done? It's already 2 o'clock. I assure you, I am serious. I stake my reputation on it." Old Zheng's voice carried a note of resignation on the other end. "This is not a matter of reputation. It is impossible. It could be akin to folk tales of horse treasures or similar stones. But the act of laying an egg is utterly inconceivable. This is a creation of Gao Yang." Old Zheng fell silent for a moment, and after 3 minutes, he finally spoke. "I have no idea how this is achievable. If it involves surgery to transplant organs from other animals, there would undoubtedly be rejection, and interspecies rejection would be particularly severe. No surgery has been performed. Then it's even more implausible, unless it isn't a horse." Director Yuan sighed. "I am en route to Gao Yang's laboratory. Would you accompany me?" "All right. I will summon a few others, all specialists in biological research. Does that pose any issue?" "None at all. It would be prudent to assess the technology collectively." After hanging up, Director Yuan rubbed his temples. Regardless of how formidable the weaponry, it was of little concern. The more potent, the better. However, the realm of genetics genuinely unsettled him. The ability to transform a horse's viviparous birth into a viparous reproduction could allow Gao Yang to effortlessly modify other creatures, potentially even conjuring legendary beasts. Could humanity be transformed? The probability was high. As he sat in the vehicle, unease gripped Director Yuan, contemplating the potential for a species explosion instigated by Gao Yang. The car soon arrived outside Gao Yang's laboratory, where Woody had been waiting. Upon seeing Director Yuan alight, Woody remarked, "The master is already asleep. A resting place has been prepared for you." Director Yuan, aware that Gao Yang knew of his arrival, could only manage a wry smile. "How could I possibly sleep now? At what stage is Gao Yang currently?" "We are in the incubation phase. In a month, you shall behold the little horse." Director Yuan felt a weight in his heart. What a farce. My inquiry pertained to the stage of technological advancement. Unbeatable pondered for a moment and replied, "The gene modification technology has reached a level of near perfection. However, its application is quite restricted. For instance, enhancing an animal's genes necessitates the creation of a unique genetic alteration serum tailored specifically for each individual creature." Director Yuan exhaled slightly, as the inability to mass-produce such a serum implied that severe consequences were unlikely, provided the modifications were solely for Gao Yang. To what extent can these genetic modifications be achieved? For example, could a cow's head grow on a horse? Unbeatable shook his head in uncertainty. Director Yuan instinctively glanced towards the laboratory, then took out his phone to call old Zheng and the others, instructing them to come over tomorrow. It was far too late for a visit without any place to rest. After hanging up, Director Yuan suddenly paused, noticing a notification on his phone. Flying cars? Curiously, he opened the message and was taken aback. Nationwide trials for flying cars? Aside from Gao Yang's region, did other areas of the Dragon Country possess such technology? Unbeatable, observed Director Yuan's astonished expression and remarked, the flying bus was also designed and manufactured by the master. Understanding dawned on Director Yuan. Gao Yang was generating revenue externally. In that case, it was inconsequential, merely a flying bus. Technologically, Gao Yang had probably only revealed a fraction of the capabilities. Director Yuan decided to rest, indifferent to the flying bus, which was only set to launch at midnight. However, by 6 in the morning, it had already soared to the top of trending topics. Late at night, while nearly everyone else was asleep, the few who were awake were engrossed in discussions about the flying bus. A bus that can fly? What about its speed? What are the fares? To Director Yuan, although the flying bus technology was impressive, he had witnessed far more extraordinary innovations through Gao Yang. Thus it did not captivate him greatly. Yet for the average person, the notion of a flying bus was nothing short of fantastical. Even though they had previously seen flying mechs and houses, the prospect of a bus, an entity intimately connected to their lives, taking to the skies, was astonishing. Although the number of bus riders had dwindled over the years, the mention of buses still evoked a sense of nostalgia. It stirred memories of their youth, of the bumpy rides that had witnessed their growth, transporting them and their families from barren villages to bustling cities, or the return journeys to reunite with loved ones. As other modes of transportation became commonplace and personal vehicles proliferated, rides on buses became less frequent, yet those memories had not faded in the slightest. Now, seeing the promotional material, excitement bubbled within them. This transformation of the bus had catapulted it from the ground to the heavens. Moreover, the launch of this promotional campaign was nothing short of explosive, with services available nationwide. Simultaneously, airline companies were also catching wind of this news. Within a short time of its announcement, they convened emergency meetings, scrutinizing the promotional video of the flying bus, eager to leverage their connections and ascertain the details surrounding this groundbreaking innovation. Their network of connections was extensive, and they soon confirmed the existence of the flying bus, complete with specific parameters. A deeper sense of confusion ensued. A nightmare was about to unfold. They were likely on the brink of facing collective unemployment, a veritable nightmare for the entire aviation sector. The subsonic flying bus, operating every 20 minutes, promised a smooth and safe journey, bolstered by multiple safety measures. It was utterly absurd. How were they to survive? The airlines quickly banded together with several companies, seeking ways to thwart this impending reality and preserve their entire industry. Yet, against the relentless tide of technological advancement, their efforts were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. All their endeavors proved futile. On the very day the flying bus trended on social media, which happened to be a Saturday, throngs of people flocked to the long-distance bus station early in the morning to purchase tickets for the flying automobiles. Others lingered outside the station, clutching their phones, eager to capture the perfect shot to share on their social circles. Leading the charge were various outdoor streamers, who recognized that being at the forefront would garner them significant attention. Concurrently, a group of eminent biologists summoned by Professor Yuan were even more anxious, eager to witness the marvels at the Gaoyang laboratory. Chapter 163. How is this possible? Professor Zheng, accompanied by a group of researchers whose faces were painted with disbelief, entered the laboratory. Through the glass, they stared wide-eyed at the incubation box containing the horse egg. Indeed, if one lives long enough, one can witness anything. Several individuals could not contain their astonishment. Is this truly a horse egg? Unbelievable. Can a horse lay eggs? Is this real? Even if it were fake, what kind of egg could be this large? Typically, dinosaur eggs are not even this size. A few researchers could not help but utter expletives. Dean Yuan, observing from the side, also gazed at the horse egg with a look of incredulity before turning to Gao Yang. Is this genuinely a horse egg? Gao Yang remained silent. No words could adequately convey the situation, and the egg had yet to begin its development, rendering proof unattainable. However, Gao Yang did not completely disregard their inquiries. Instead, he produced a stack of documents. This contains the horse's examination data. This horse has been injected with a genetic modification agent, which has entirely altered its reproductive system, allowing it to lay an egg every month. The professors, disregarding all decorum, huddled together to scrutinize the examination data. The records were organized sequentially, allowing them to pass each document along, yet their urgency rendered them impatient. They leaned close together to read simultaneously. Initially, the documents appeared unremarkable, but soon their expressions grew grave as they noted the regression of certain organs in the horse. The process of organ degeneration was monitored daily through ultrasound, and the rate of regression was alarming. Simultaneously, an organ not typically found in horses began to manifest within its body. Upon reaching the final report, the professors exchanged incredulous glances, their faces a tableau of disbelief, for this was simply impossible. Human development reflects a similar process. In utero, one begins with a tail that eventually regresses to leave only a coccyx, an imprint of genetic heritage. Moreover, consider frogs and other metamorphic creatures that transition from having tails to becoming frogs. Insects transform into butterflies, though not all insects become butterflies. Some are simply maggots. All these transformations are expressions of their genetic makeup, the culmination of millions of years of evolution. Now a mature horse has undergone metamorphosis? How could this be? After perusing the final examination report, the eyes of all present simultaneously turned towards Gao Yang, reflecting shock, confusion, curiosity, admiration, yet predominantly a thirst for knowledge. They were at a loss to comprehend how this had been achieved. It was as though the horse's original genes had been tampered with, and rather than malfunctioning, its body had adapted according to the modified genetic code. The magnitude of this feat was beyond their wildest imagination. Gao Yang, meeting the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, explained, "I first extracted the horse's genes, modified them, and then reintroduced them into the horse. Consequently, as the horse's cells divide, they generate new cells based on the updated genetic information." One researcher, in disbelief, interjected, "But how did you manage to replace the genes in so many cells? It is impossible to achieve a complete replacement. Consequently, subsequent transformations of the horse will be unfeasible, as highly differentiated cells lack pluripotency and cannot metamorphose into other functional cells." Gao Yang cast a glance at the speaking researcher and nodded. Thus, within the genetic modification agent, there exists a mechanism to inhibit the division of specific cells, while a portion of cells undergo rapid growth and division, replacing the original cells. Hence, in the examination report, you observed organ degeneration. The so-called genetic modification agent is, in essence, a novel type of stem cell with differentiation capabilities. The researchers comprehended this, yet they remained perplexed, for the complexity of the task seemed even greater. Firstly, there is the challenge of gene sequencing. After countless years of evolution, the genetic makeup of each species has become extraordinarily intricate. It resembles coding, a simple functional code. After millions of years of issues, modifications, and patches, culminates in a veritable mountain of complications. To add to the absurdity, there exist numerous SCHR-Dinger genes, ones that you might deem beneficial, yet prove otherwise, or vice versa, rendering any attempts at deletion or alteration virtually impossible. Presently, humanity possesses knowledge regarding the functions of some gene sequences, yet this is but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast multitude of genes. Even the minuscule fraction of known gene sequences cannot be tampered with indiscriminately. Previously, an incident involving gene-edited infants led to severe repercussions for those involved. The primary issue lies in the technology. It cannot uniformly edit all segments of a gene, resulting in a scenario where some target genes are edited while others remain untouched. Consequently, the newborns may bear cells containing two distinct gene types. Furthermore, no one can anticipate the overall repercussions of altering even a minute segment of the gene sequence. Additionally, children who have undergone genetic editing will face significant challenges in their future relationships and reproductive endeavors, as they essentially undergo mutations that might pose severe consequences when combined with others. All these concerns manifest with considerable probability, stemming solely from the editing of a small gene segment. In Gao Yang's case, the ambition to alter a horse's reproductive mode from viviparous to oviparous entails a modification of at least 1/4 of the genes. Moreover, these genes cannot all be grouped together. It is entirely plausible that this collection of genes originates from numerous short sequences. This scenario is akin to randomly extracting 1/4 of the building materials from a grand edifice. The survival of the remaining 3/4 would indeed be miraculous. Moreover, this constitutes gene recombination involving a vast array of genetic material. The collective astonishment of the group stemmed from their awareness of the sheer difficulty of gene editing, which is merely one aspect of the challenges presented by this genetic alteration. Future considerations include how to cultivate these cells and how they will subsequently divide within the horse's body, thereby dictating the horse's growth and development. Additionally, how does the genetic modification agent precisely inhibit the division of unnecessary cells? What mechanisms ensure such precise targeting? A group of individuals gazed intently at Gao Yang, who, rather than continuing the technical discussion, gently shook his head and expressed, "I'm afraid the technology cannot be disclosed at this moment. This technology is a taboo, possessing the potential to transform individuals into godlike entities." Dean Yuan also nodded in agreement, supporting Gao Yang's decision to withhold the technology. As for Gao Yang, he remained indifferent. Permitting others to pursue the development of such technology, even if it involved modifications on animals. The crowd felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet they understood that such technology was not something to be casually divulged. Despite the secrecy surrounding it, their anticipation for the future of this technology remained undiminished. If this innovation could indeed lead to the emergence of legendary creatures, such as the Qilin or the dragon, it would merely require the combination of genetic materials. Furthermore, all present contemplated a chilling possibility: human genetic modification. The prospect of a postnatal genetic alteration serum was truly formidable, capable of influencing every conceivable aspect. In simpler terms, if a woman desired double eyelids, she could simply be given the dominant gene, resulting in an outcome that appeared utterly natural, as it would be an authentic expression of genetic traits. Similarly, if a man wished to enhance certain attributes, it could be achieved with ease. There were even implications for miraculous feats, such as the regeneration of severed limbs, the restoration of sight to the blind, and the eradication of all hereditary diseases. Chapter 164. Let me take the lead. The researchers could conceive of it, and so could Director Yuan. He turned to Gao Yang and remarked, "Gene-modifying agents can be applied to animals, but they must never be used on humans." Gao Yang chuckled softly. "Our current technology does not guarantee absolute safety. I would not act recklessly." A wave of unease washed over Director Yuan. Gao Yang's indirect refusal implied that should the technology reach an acceptable standard, human trials would inevitably commence. While he could dismiss such declarations from others, as research requires considerable time to evolve from conception to refinement, often spanning years, even decades, he was acutely aware of Gao Yang's prowess. The latter consistently produced extraordinarily complex innovations in mere moments. Yuan was intimately familiar with Gao Yang's research timeline, having witnessed him procure research materials only to unveil results shortly thereafter. Now, with the gene alteration of horses already achieved, it seemed that the culmination of this technology was not far off. Taking a deep breath, Director Yuan declared, "If human trials are to occur, I shall be the first." Old Zheng interjected, "No, I shall be the first. Allow me to take that honor. You are still young, and I am nearly 80. You may be older, but your success rate is lower. Let me take the lead. I have maintained my health through years of fitness. I would undoubtedly make a suitable test subject. Please grant me this opportunity. I have long wished to soar. Provide me with wings." Director Yuan silently turned to the group of researchers he had brought along, who were disrupting the atmosphere. What did it mean for them to be vying to become test subjects? And did they truly have such a desire to fly? Yet, a realization dawned on him. Their eagerness to participate hinted at a possible advancement in the technology. As Yuan glared at them, they merely smiled, one of them saying, "Just joking. We'll let you go first." Director Yuan nearly lost his composure. "You are competing for something that is not yet perfected. Are you not afraid of potential complications?" Old Zheng replied, "In truth, the technology is quite refined. The horse exhibits no issues, and the foal hatching from the egg poses no concerns, indicating that the technology is genuinely mature." Director Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback. "But using it on humans?" A researcher interjected, "Your concerns are somewhat excessive. This gene agent cannot be widely disseminated, as every individual's genetic makeup is unique. Thus, each study essentially constitutes a new research endeavor, exceedingly intricate and laborious. It is akin to undertaking a large-scale research project for the genetic modification of a single person." Director Yuan understood. These individuals were not preoccupied with the implications for future generations. In light of Gao Yang's advanced technology, it was no surprise they were eager to become guinea pigs. Gao Yang, too, smiled. "Human trials will not commence in the near future, as we lack superior genes." Gao Yang pondered and remarked, "In other words, what is being administered to the horses is merely a gene-modifying agent, which cannot significantly enhance human capabilities. In the future, even human trials will focus on gene-enhancing agents that can elevate physical attributes and more. Currently, there is a lack of superior gene sequences." Director Yuan comprehended the ambition of Gao Yang, which was to elevate the entirety of human genetics through gene enhancement, enabling humanity to possess the physical prowess that would typically require eons of evolution. However, the challenge was monumental. Gao Yang certainly could not fabricate gene sequences, as they would not materialize out of thin air. Director Yuan exhaled in relief, realizing that as long as there were no reckless ventures, all would be well. Relaxed, he gazed at the transparent glass incubator containing the horse embryo and said, "Call for me when it hatches. I shall come to witness the excitement." "Certainly," Gao Yang replied with a smile. Director Yuan then turned to the group of researchers, stating, "Please prepare a concise evaluation report on the technology, and then we shall return." The evaluation report took some time, finally indicating it was 9 in the morning. As the group exited the laboratory, Professor Zheng remarked, "I feel as though I have been transported to another era." "I share that sentiment. I find myself questioning whether everything that just transpired was real or merely a dream. The feasibility of this technology is simply unimaginable. You all are quite poetic, another chimed in. I am merely concerned that I may face unemployment just as I approach retirement. Director Yuan chuckled lightly. Come now. Today marks the inaugural launch of the flying bus. Let us indulge in this novelty. The others, intrigued, responded. Let us go and experience the flying bus ride home. While they jokingly expressed concerns about potential unemployment, they were far from anxious. Moreover, after today's experience, each individual felt considerably more at ease. The immense pressure they once felt had dissipated entirely, previously burdened by the weight of research. Particularly as international entities outpaced them in the same projects, they had been fervently striving for technological superiority. Now, they no longer needed to toil with such fervor. Some of the retired members were even contemplating leisurely destinations. A group of them hastened to the nearby long-distance bus station, eager to experience the flying bus. However, they were greeted by a crowd of people. Outside the long-distance passenger station, it was nearly a crush of bodies, with officers maintaining order while announcing through loudspeakers. Tickets are sold out. Those without tickets, please return home and come again another day. Everyone, please be mindful of order to avoid a stampede. Exit slowly. The officers spoke with fervor, yet the crowd remained unmoved. Even if they could not board the flying bus, merely witnessing its departure was worth the visit. Time passed, and at 10 in the morning, the first batch of flying buses departed punctually. The buses were filled to capacity, with everyone gripping the handrails, brimming with excitement and apprehension. A robot stood at the forefront, glancing at the all-green safety indicator and reassured, Dear passengers, please rest assured, this journey is guaranteed to be absolutely safe. The journey spans 120 kilometers, with an anticipated flight duration of merely 20 minutes. In the next moment, the flying buses ascend vertically. Not just one bus, but a dozen or more rise into the sky simultaneously. Inside the buses, numerous internet celebrities are live streaming, their faces alight with wonder as they share the experience with their audience. 120 kilometers, 20 minutes. Typically, traveling by car or high-speed rail would require at least 1 to 2 hours. Even when flying, one must account for arriving at the airport 2 hours in advance. Not to mention the often lengthy journey to the airport itself, which is usually situated in a remote location. But now, it takes only 20 minutes. The influencers aboard are awestruck by the smoothness of the flying bus. The comfort surpasses that of an airplane by leaps and bounds. With such innovation, who would still choose to fly? Moreover, it remains affordable, as the fare for this journey has not increased. Many express their astonishment, realizing that the airline companies could never have imagined that their competition would not come from other airlines, but from buses. As the buses take flight, onlookers at the long-distance bus terminal witness the spectacle, gasping in amazement and excitement. Their modes of travel have been transformed by this new dawn. Chapter 165. The one who ties the bell must be the one to untie it. President Yuan and others stood at the periphery, gazing upwards at the flying bus soaring through the sky. The ascent of the flying bus was unhurried, gently lifting off to avoid any sudden acceleration that might cause discomfort to the passengers. Once airborne, it scattered in all directions, each heading directly towards its destination. Although President Yuan did not board the flying bus, a broad smile graced his face. The civilian application of technology signifies true maturity. In fact, many civilian products are derived from military technology. During wartime, technological advancements occur rapidly, and once the conflict subsides, innovators discover that various weapon technologies can be adapted for civilian use. This flying bus, in essence, is a transformation of military aircraft technology into a civilian application. High-tech innovations for civilian use can significantly enhance the quality of life for ordinary people. For instance, while the emergence of the flying bus may threaten the business of airlines, it undeniably elevates the travel experience for the general populace. Traveling across cities becomes more convenient than taking a bus. In President Yuan's mind, vivid images emerged, such as the flying bus picking up passengers from the roadside, taking off as soon as they boarded. Across the Dragon Nation, and indeed the entire world, discussions about the flying bus proliferated. Its introduction genuinely has the potential to transform the world. Not long after the flying bus took flight, it dominated the trending charts, with the top 3 spots filled with information about it. The flying bus became a viral sensation. Unlike countless frivolous viral products, this innovation was regarded by media professionals as the safest and most exemplary of all trending items. Concurrently, the tourism industry experienced a rapid surge, giving rise to long-distance day trips. Even destinations spanning much of the Dragon Nation could be reached within a mere 3 hours on the flying bus. It is faster and more convenient than any commercial airliner. The era of 3-day holidays with 2 days spent traveling is unequivocally over. Indeed, new travel strategies emerged, such as departing for excursions by flying bus in the morning and returning home in the evening. The fare is economical, eliminating the need for overnight accommodations. It is more convenient than commuting to work. Incredible. Across the nation, nearly every passenger terminal featured flights of the flying bus. Even in some remote small cities, there were at least 2 buses to showcase the service. This highlights why the flying bus, which could have been manufactured and unveiled much earlier, was withheld until now, to allow for mass production, ensuring a swift rollout during its launch. While the people of the Dragon Nation were astonished, individuals overseas looked on with envy, particularly as they viewed videos from online influencers showcasing the Dragon Nation's viral live streams. They witnessed individuals placing cups on the ground to test the stability of the flying bus. Remarkably, not a single drop spilled from a half-full cup from takeoff to landing. It was simply astonishing. Just imagine the exhilaration of those aboard the flying bus, vertical takeoff, ready to depart at any moment. Despite possessing cutting-edge technology, it has been made accessible to the general public. They were filled with admiration. There is a widespread call for the establishment of flight bus stations across the globe by the Dragon Kingdom. The efforts of the airlines have proven futile as they attempted to suppress this innovation, exerting pressure from a safety standpoint. However, their connections have yielded no results. The long-distance passenger transport companies have resolved bureaucratic issues long ago, despite any concerns regarding safety. In truth, the authorities could impose restrictions at will, conducting thorough inspections for days, which would be entirely reasonable. Yet, when the mastermind behind the flight bus is the illustrious Gao Yang, no one dares to impede its progress. To challenge Gao Yang's enterprise or scrutinize his inventions would be tantamount to courting disaster. All the influential military figures and researchers who revere him would undoubtedly react with severe consequences if he were targeted. Through various channels, the airline representatives have at least discerned that Gao Yang is the architect behind the flight bus. However, they are disheartened, as the authorities have even sought their input regarding suggestions for new aircraft, yet they have received nothing in return besides the emergence of a competing flight bus. To resolve this predicament, the senior executives of the airlines have concluded that their only hope lies in approaching Gao Yang. Given that he has designed the flight bus, they wonder if he could create something for their airlines. They would be willing to accept even 60% of the shares, for refusing would lead to bankruptcy. After all, in the wake of the flight bus's introduction, they cannot even sell airplanes anymore. The once valuable aircraft are now unwanted, as the exorbitant maintenance costs persist annually. That afternoon, the airline executives arrived near Gao Yang's laboratory aboard a flight bus. Though reluctant, they acknowledged that this was currently the fastest mode of transportation within the Dragon Kingdom. Particularly over long distances, the subsonic flight proved smooth and required no prior preparations, making it the most efficient means of travel. Initially, they held hopes that Gao Yang might design a product that could ensure their survival. However, upon disembarking, their optimism waned. They could hardly envision any other mode of transport that could rival the flight bus, unless every individual possessed a personal flying vehicle. In terms of speed and passenger experience, the flight bus was unparalleled. The cramped seats in the economy class of their airplanes paled in comparison. The only discernible difference lay between the robotic attendants and the human flight attendants, who were somewhat attractive. As they pondered their predicament, their vehicle arrived at the laboratory's entrance. Standing outside, they could clearly see the Mecca. It loomed behind the laboratory, partially obscured, yet its imposing presence was unmistakable. It was truly awe-inspiring. This machine had evidently participated in warfare, proving its might on the battlefield. The executives collected their thoughts. Although their hopes for a competing product from Gao Yang had dimmed, he was now their lifeline. Regardless of its potential utility, they had to seize this opportunity. Approaching the entrance, they addressed the guard, requesting, "Please inform Professor Gao Yang that we wish to speak with him." The guard picked up the intercom and reported, "We have a visitor." He then set the device down. Half a minute later, the laboratory door swung open, revealing Invincible standing at the threshold. "Please enter." A few individuals, somewhat apprehensive, stepped into the laboratory. With the heavily armed guards standing watch, the robot guiding them, and the sight of mechs hovering above, their confidence was immediately diminished. Before Gao Yang, their billions in assets felt utterly insignificant. As they proceeded into the conference room, they beheld Gao Yang, strikingly youthful, almost boyish in appearance. It was said he had just graduated from his sophomore year. Yet this very individual had wrought countless miracles. Seated at the forefront, Gao Yang harbored a curiosity about the purpose of their visit. They had come at a moment when he was poised to take a brief respite after accumulating a chance for enhancement. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. A middle-aged man promptly rose to his feet, though his posture remained slightly hunched. "Allow me to introduce myself." "No need," Gao Yang interjected. "I am aware of who you are. Please, state your intentions directly. We wish to request your assistance in designing an aircraft that can rival the flying bus." Chapter 166. The concept of safety. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this group possessed an extraordinary thought process. Faced with impending bankruptcy, they sought his assistance. Under normal circumstances, as the principal stakeholder behind the long-distance bus station, it was astonishing that they would come to him for help. However, it must be acknowledged that, at this moment, he appeared to be their sole savior, albeit the task was fraught with challenges. When it came to designing aircraft that could compete with flying buses, he could conceive numerous models boasting superior performance. Yet, none could truly rival the flying bus. To put it differently, even a vehicle capable of traveling at 10 times the speed of sound would struggle to compete due to efficiency issues. In scenarios where distances were short, the aircraft might not even reach its maximum speed before needing to decelerate for landing. For the average individual, the difference between 20 minutes and 10 minutes was negligible. The exorbitant costs associated with reducing travel time from 20 minutes to 10 would render the latter more expensive, leading a greater number of people to opt for the 20-minute bus. Additionally, location was of paramount importance. The long-distance passenger station had been established for quite some time, making it familiar to travelers. Ultimately, any attempt to compete in this arena would result in airlines transforming into long-distance bus services, which was clearly not their objective. Gao Yang cleared his throat and suggested, "I believe we could allocate 60% of the company's shares to Professor Gao Yang." "I am not a professor. I am merely a student," Gao Yang replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then continued, "There is no need to compete with flying buses. Have you considered the overseas market?" Instantly, everyone sat up straighter at the mention of the overseas market. They indeed had business operations abroad, for after sending planes out, they needed to bring them back. Gao Yang stated calmly, "You can seize opportunities in the overseas market. I can provide you with superior aircraft that can venture into perilous regions, as well as offer private aviation services, among other possibilities." The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The idea of capturing overseas business appeared feasible. Previously, they had refrained from pursuing such opportunities due to their limited fleet and lack of competitiveness. However, with better aircraft at their disposal, it seemed entirely plausible to capture the overseas market. Gao Yang observed everyone nodding in agreement and gently tapped his fingers on the table. "Now, please articulate your specific requirements." One individual could not resist asking, "What kind of demands can be accommodated?" "Any reasonable request can be fulfilled. However, if you ask me to create a spacecraft capable of exceeding the speed of light, that is simply unfeasible." The individuals at the table exchanged glances and began to discuss in hushed tones. Soon, they outlined 3 specific demands. The first was for a supersonic passenger aircraft capable of achieving faster speeds during international flights. This would ensure that, at similar price points, most customers would opt for their services. Naturally, such an aircraft would also require vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, primarily for customer comfort. The second request pertained to safety considerations, aiming to expand operations to smaller nations in the Philippines. The final demand was for a small luxury aircraft, designed for affluent clientele, offering on-demand services at their beck and call, then directly docking before the magnate, reaching the destination with ease and dignity. The speed could even achieve supersonic, while the internal service was exceptionally excellent. Thus, those magnates would no longer need to first take a helicopter and then board a jet for distant travels. They could go straight to their destination in one swift motion, faster and more convenient. This venture was rather audacious, capturing the high-end market entirely. After discussing their requirements, a group of individuals turned their gaze towards Gao Yang, uncertain if he could meet their expectations. Observing Gao Yang as he sketched and calculated, one tentatively remarked, "If achieving hypersonic speed is unfeasible, even 2 or 3 times the speed of sound would suffice, as that would still be 3 to 4 times faster than Boeing." Without raising his head, Gao Yang responded, "Give me 5 minutes." The group could do nothing but patiently wait. In 5 minutes, while his subordinates remained diligent, Gao Yang set down his pen just as the time concluded, declaring, "Invincible computation." He was engaged in calculations for balance, wind tunnel testing simulations, and fine-tuning the appearance. Once completed, Gao Yang turned to the projection screen behind him, stating, "This is the first aircraft you desired." All eyes turned towards the screen, revealing an aircraft that was utterly distinct from conventional designs, yet undeniably striking. Its overall flat design featured a nose reminiscent of the tip of an 8-sided sword, capable of slicing through the wind without being overly sharp. The midsection was also flat, while the rear, slightly thicker, served as the functional area, akin to placing an aircraft carrier's island at the back. Moreover, it incorporated aerodynamic features throughout. Gao Yang continued, "This passenger aircraft measures 120 meters in length, 40 meters in width, and the passenger cabin is 4.5 meters high. Under full load, it can reach a maximum speed of 8 times the speed of sound. As for the internal layout and seating arrangements, you may organize those as you see fit." An eerie silence enveloped the conference room. With a width of 40 meters, a length of 120 meters, and a cabin height of 4.5 meters, it could easily accommodate 2 levels. Even if one person occupied 1 meter, 40 individuals could sit in a row, yielding a total of 120 rows. This meant it could seat 4,800 passengers at once, and if divided into 2 levels, it could accommodate 9,600. Such an impressive feat seemed beyond their grasp. One individual cautiously remarked, "It's too large. The space cannot be utilized to such an extent." After ensuring flight convenience, it would be more prudent to consider multiple flights rather than waiting long intervals for a single journey. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow playfully. "Shall we modify the length to 50 meters? 50 meters was not excessively long, yet after recalculating, everyone found that the number of seats it could hold was still substantial. This was due to Gao Yang's design allowing for a remarkable correspondence between the external and internal dimensions. As Gao Yang made adjustments, the senior executives of various airlines observed the screen displaying merely altered standard parameter designs and felt a sense of absurdity. Was this truly how one designed an aircraft? To hastily draft something on the spot and then merely adjust the numerical parameters without altering the overall design? Wasn't this a tad outrageous? What about the dimensions of the internal components? Was there no need for changes in the layout? Yet, no one dared to voice their doubts. For standing before them was Gao Yang. Gao Yang spoke softly. "If there are any further opinions, please feel free to share." There was silence. He waved his hand in front of the screen, and the second design blueprint materialized. This vessel was slightly more rounded, primarily to withstand the impact of missile strikes to the greatest extent possible. The assembly was left in a state of confusion. The rationale he presented, ostensibly focused on safety, did not seem to address the actual peril of missile encounters. Who, in their right mind, designs a passenger aircraft with the intention of withstanding missiles? Is it even feasible to defend against such threats? Within the conference room, a high-ranking official from the airline remarked, "Is there a possibility that our emphasis on safety merely translates to a desire for a sturdier aircraft, one that can better adapt to certain exceptional circumstances? For instance, in those arid regions where runways are uneven, resulting in a more turbulent experience." Chapter 167. Making do. Gao Yang pondered for a moment and found the reasoning presented to him quite compelling. After all, under normal circumstances, who would deploy missiles against civilian airliners? The so-called notion of safety is merely a testament to resilience. Glancing again at the design schematics, he paused for a few seconds. Too apathetic to make any modifications. It was already conceived, so they would have to make do with it. There was no significant issue, thus no alterations would be made. Typically, designers adapt their work according to requirements, evolving their designs as needed. But now, Gao Yang's word was law. The others dared not voice their thoughts. Particularly given the audacious hypersonic nature of the aircraft, what other demands could they possibly have? The final aircraft was a small model, measuring 12 meters in length and 8 meters in width, its exterior devoid of sharp angles. It maintained a rectangular form, yet featured a certain curvature that rendered its appearance quite striking, particularly with the gleaming materials. Was this truly an aircraft? Gao Yang surveyed the group of bewildered individuals. "We could fashion a luxurious interior akin to that of a premier hotel. Is that not sufficiently opulent?" The airline magnates nodded in agreement. Initially, they had perceived flaws in such a design, especially since Gao Yang's earlier aircraft had faced criticism online. However, as they beheld this creation, they suddenly realized that this was the epitome of luxury. Not only did it boast exceptional performance, but it also possessed a distinctive aesthetic and, most importantly, offered a homely comfort. It was likely that many would desire to purchase it, even to charter the aircraft. With the introduction of these 3 models, their overseas business was bound to flourish. Gao Yang tapped his fingers on the table. "If there are no major concerns, we shall proceed with these 3 models. You will receive prototypes within 3 days. However, I have certain stipulations. The aircraft will be delivered as a complete unit. You may add seats and undertake interior renovations, but the integrity of the aircraft's interior must remain intact. Should any part of the aircraft be compromised, I will be immediately notified, and our war robots, along with exoskeletal armored units, will respond promptly. This is to prevent any potential technological leakage. I lay this out clearly from the outset." Someone quickly assured, "I guarantee that these aircraft will remain secure. We will not allow them to leave our control." Gao Yang nodded. "The second matter pertains to your endeavors in overseas market acquisition. I will not intervene. I shall merely provide technical support." The group unanimously nodded in agreement. Gao Yang rose. "Return in 3 days to view the prototypes." As he departed, an extended silence enveloped the room. They were profoundly astonished, and as the reality settled in, their astonishment deepened. It was somewhat absurd, yet ultimately a fortuitous development. Although they had forfeited the market within Longhua, an opportunity to seize the overseas market had emerged. Yet, it remained merely an opportunity. After all, countless companies operated abroad, and should they be cornered into a position of no retreat, they might resort to unscrupulous business tactics or even face intervention from foreign powers. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Gao Yang had bestowed upon them a chance for rebirth. They had weathered their most trying times. At this juncture, their only option was to advance. To remain stagnant would spell their demise. As for the future, the prospects appear remarkably bright. Provided that there exists a standard realm of commercial competition, they are destined to ascend as the sovereign power in global aerospace. In the conference room, a group of individuals, momentarily shaken from their reverie, was left in awe. They had not anticipated such a seamless progression. Naturally, he too was taken aback by the extraordinary technological advancements that, to the outside world, seemed utterly unattainable in terms of speed. Yet here at Gaoyang, such feats were accomplished in the time it took to lose focus during a meeting. One individual suggested, why not seize this opportunity to discuss potential collaborations? The overseas market is vast, why not share in the bounty? Thus, a conversation regarding cooperative intentions commenced. While there was a mutual interest in collaboration, the specifics would necessitate careful negotiation. The group departed, initially apprehensive, yet ultimately satisfied. The market in Longwa no longer seemed appealing. Their sights were set on the global arena. Their anticipation for the aircraft prototype arriving in 3 days was palpable. Upon receiving news of the flying bus, overseas aviation conglomerates reacted swiftly. They dispatched personnel within the country to experience the flying bus firsthand and gather insights. Given the nature of airborne travel, it was imperative to understand the dynamics. Should Longwa's long-distance passenger transport sector seek international expansion, it could encroach upon their market share, necessitating preemptive countermeasures. George, accompanied by several colleagues, each equipped with specialized testing apparatus, prepared to board the flying bus. To their astonishment, they discovered the security protocols to be alarmingly lax. Although there were screening machines and professional equipment, security personnel remained seated, unperturbed even when alarms blared as individuals passed through the metal detectors. They merely instructed passengers to place their bags in the security channel. When their devices were placed in the screening area, to their astonishment, the equipment passed undeterred, with no one intervening. Carrying their bags, the group boarded the flying bus. At that moment, George found the situation rather absurd. How could they allow him aboard without concern for potential mischief? At such altitudes, the risks could be significant. As he pondered this, a robot approached, scanning their bags and assuring them, no need for concern, testing equipment may be brought onto the flying bus. We welcome oversight from all. However, they were requested to stow their bags beneath their seats. George was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly revealed himself. Yet the authorities seemed indifferent. He hastily placed his bag beneath the seat and activated his instruments to monitor altitude and various flight data. Once these preparations were complete, they began to earnestly engage in this unique flight experience. As the flying bus ascended, the typical sensation of vertical lift might induce anxiety due to the absence of solid ground beneath one's feet. However, George felt none of this. It was entirely akin to being on solid ground. This indicated that the flight engine stabilization was exceptionally well engineered, maintaining absolute horizontal equilibrium. Then came the acceleration. George experienced a force pressing against him, a sensation that persisted as they continued to gain speed. The sensation of being pushed back signifies rapid acceleration, and a sustained feeling of this push implies continuous acceleration, indicating that the speed of the flying bus will become exceedingly swift. Throughout this experience, one can gaze out of the window. George suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, truly exquisite comfort. Seated in this aerial bus, he naturally felt at ease. Even at high speeds, there was no trace of tension, for the journey was so smooth that it instilled an overwhelming sense of safety. Moreover, internet access was available. Surrounding passengers were captivated, capturing photos and promptly sending them to their friends, while some even shared updates on social media. The novelty of unbuckling their seatbelts to explore their surroundings was palpable. After a mere half hour, a robotic voice announced, "Please return to your seats." As the flying bus is about to decelerate, all passengers complied, returning to their designated positions, and every seat rotated to face a different direction. The deceleration commenced. Had the seats not been adjusted, passengers would have leaned forward during the slowdown. However, with the seats repositioned, the sensation of being pushed back remained. As the flying bus descended, George disembarked with his equipment, his mind consumed by a singular thought. The global aviation industry would soon face a nightmare. In the face of the flying bus, all conventional aircraft would inevitably be rendered obsolete. Chapter 168. Igniting the Little Sun. George promptly responded to the company behind him. He was not alone. Other airlines had also dispatched individuals to gather intelligence, but the results were all incomparable. The technology and experience were on entirely different levels. Their aircraft appeared as mere siblings when placed alongside the flying buses. Major airlines were filled with trepidation. fearing that the long-distance passenger transport services of the Dragon Kingdom would encroach upon their domestic markets, making their businesses increasingly challenging. However, it was indeed a case of overthinking on their part. Their true competition lay with the technologically superior hypersonic passenger aircraft. While overseas airlines fretted over the potential loss of business to flying buses, the Dragon Kingdom faced power supply issues across various regions. The nation was already energy deficient, and with the recent launch of numerous robots and lithium metal batteries by Gao Yang, the demand for electricity surged once more. Complaints echoed from all corners, with some locales even proposing intermittent power supply, urging air conditioning temperatures to be set at 26°C, and large shopping malls to dim their lights. Yet, cutting back on consumption was not as effective as increasing supply. Gao Yang received a call from Professor Yuan. The nuclear fusion power plant was fully prepared. When would he be available? Having just completed a system enhancement. Gao Yang replied, now works perfectly. The site for the nuclear fusion power station was situated in an uninhabited area. Gao Yang boarded his aircraft and headed straight for the destination. In the mountainous forest, a substantial power station had already been constructed. Not only was there a power plant, but also high-voltage transmission lines were in place, ready to transmit vast amounts of electricity as soon as the fusion reaction commenced. As Gao Yang disembarked, Director Yuan and a group of individuals quickly surrounded him. He recognized most of them. They were all luminaries in the field of nuclear physics from the Dragon Kingdom. A few were so aged they required wheelchairs, yet they still came to witness this moment, their eyes filled with pride, gratitude, and admiration. Professor Liu approached Gao Yang briskly. All raw materials and other requirements have been prepared as per your specifications. What remains to be done? Please instruct us, and we shall proceed. Gao Yang, not one to stand on ceremony, began by inspecting everything to ensure compliance with standards. The large nuclear fusion reactor, while based on the same principles as the small nuclear energy batteries in his laboratory, would release energy on an entirely different scale. It was imperative to be thoroughly prepared. There could be no room for error. As Gao Yang conducted his inspection, the group of esteemed scholars followed closely behind him, resembling a cohort of anxious schoolchildren awaiting their evaluations, filled with both tension and anticipation. The tension stemmed from the fear of mistakes, while the anticipation was fueled by the hope of reward. Once the inspection was completed, Gao Yang nodded in approval. Well done, everything is in order. We can commence now. The eyes of everyone present ignited with fervor. They were all titans of the industry, each a distinguished figure who had previously extended the duration of nuclear fusion research to 400 seconds, leading the world. This time, however, they aimed to sustain nuclear fusion indefinitely, providing an abundance of energy to meet the needs of the entire Dragon Kingdom. In a state of exhilaration, everyone assisted Gao Yang. And throughout this process, they were also learning. The more they observed, the more they were astonished. Gao Yang truly made no mistakes in handling the materials. As days turned into weeks, all preparations became increasingly refined. For over half a month, Gao Yang dedicated himself to the power station and finally completed the final preparations. In the underground control room of the power station, a dense crowd had gathered, military personnel, government officials, and numerous researchers. Everyone was there to witness this historic moment. The nuclear fusion power station promised to provide Dragon Country with an abundant supply of energy, and it was clean energy at that. Consequently, Dragon Country would no longer be constrained by energy limitations. They could, like the people of the Bald Eagle, leave the lights on without a second thought, eliminating concerns about peak electricity usage. Everyone would enjoy electricity at remarkably low prices. What was once termed an electricity bill would now merely be a maintenance fee for power supply. This was indeed a moment destined to be etched in history, the world's first nuclear fusion power station. The atmosphere was electric with excitement. Many were trembling with anticipation, and some even had tears of joy welling in their eyes. They had once lagged significantly in nuclear physics technology, but through hard work and years of perseverance, they had emerged at the forefront of related research, albeit without corresponding achievements. Igniting the nuclear fusion reactor was undoubtedly an epic spectacle. It signified a transition from technological superiority to actual supremacy. With a tangible accomplishment that would astonish the world, journalists were present to document this moment. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Gao Yang, who stood before the control console. In a firm voice, he commanded, "Invincible, conduct the final checks." Invincible promptly responded. All items have been inspected. All power stations have ceased operations, and surrounding cities have suspended electricity supply, ready to consume vast amounts of energy at a moment's notice. Gao Yang, gazing at the button before him, decisively pressed the ignition switch. In the nuclear fusion reaction zone, beams of brilliant lasers simultaneously erupted, converging upon a singular point. The conditions for nuclear fusion required temperatures in the millions of degrees. Through multiple laser beams, these conditions could be met. In the next moment, a row of lights illuminated on the control panel. This signified that all high-voltage power lines had begun to transmit electricity outward. Concurrently, the surrounding cities were instantaneously electrified. All household appliances sprang to life. And that was not all. Electrical power flowed to the nearby cities as well. A single nuclear fusion power station could satisfy 1/3 of Dragon Country's electricity demand. Cheers erupted in the underground control room as a group of dignitaries gazed in awe at the numbers on the screen, overwhelmed with excitement. Particularly notable was the duration of the reactor operation. Up until now, they had only managed to extend the reaction duration to over 400 seconds. But Gao Yang had stretched this time exponentially, allowing it to continue until the reactants could no longer react. Tears of joy filled everyone's eyes. They had succeeded. Cheers resounded, and many were moved to tears. Gao Yang turned back, a smile gracing his face, having tirelessly dedicated himself for the better part of a month. Yet he remained merely pleased, devoid of excessive excitement. After all, the success of something that was as certain as a nail in a board warranted no such fervor. Just as he was lost in thought, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the laboratory. The expressions of everyone shifted instantly. What could possibly have triggered the alarm? Was there an issue with the reactor? The thrill and exhilaration froze in place, all eyes turning toward Gao Yang. Simultaneously, someone shouted, "Quickly! Seal the explosion-proof and radiation-proof door to the basement." A flurry of individuals rushed to secure the entrance. This precaution ensured that even if an explosion occurred above, they would remain safely ensconced deep underground, their lives spared. However, at that moment, an authoritative voice rang out. "The reactor is unharmed. It's a different alarm. Everyone, remain calm." A wave of tranquility washed over the crowd as they turned their gaze toward the speaker. The speaker, however, was focused on Gao Yang, declaring, "The egg has failed to hatch." Chapter 169. The supersonic horse. Gao Yang's eyes widened in an instant as he bolted outside. How could the horse egg fail to hatch? He had meticulously prepared for this incubation, investing significant time and effort, nearly 3 months. If it perished, he would have to wait at least another month for the next experiment. Among the group, only a select few understood what the horse egg entailed, yet the rest could clearly discern Gao Yang's anxiety. Instinctively, they felt a surge of tension, for in their eyes, Gao Yang was a figure of stoic composure. At the very least, he had never displayed concern regarding the overall nuclear fusion project. Yet now, he was running in a frenzy? Unconsciously, some turned their gaze towards Director Yuan. He, too, was heading outside, followed by a throng of people, all questioning the situation. What happened? Was it serious? Director Yuan sensed the group's anxiety. It pertains to Gao Yang's genetic modification project. He managed to induce the horse to lay an egg, and now it seems there is an issue with the hatching. The crowd of nuclear physics experts was bewildered. Gao Yang was involved in genetic research, and had achieved results? A horse laid an egg? They exchanged astonished and perplexed glances. Someone responded quickly. Should we follow him to see if we can assist? The others soon caught on as well. Observing the group's anxious demeanor, Director Yuan realized their presence would be of little use. They needed specialists. He hastily called Old Zheng to inquire about the specifics. Old Zheng answered promptly. "Hello? The horse egg failed to hatch. Where are you now?" Instantly, Old Zheng felt a wave of panic. "I'm at the laboratory. I'll be there immediately." As he spoke, he muttered to himself, "I had considered that hatching a horse egg would be challenging and likely require external assistance. Without a beak or horns, and given the thick shell, it would be difficult to break through from within." Director Yuan ended the call and rushed out of the basement. Just as he emerged, he caught sight of Gao Yang's house soaring into the sky. They could only travel by vehicle, but a flying bus was on standby, moving swiftly. As Old Yuan boarded, he noticed a swarm of prominent figures crowding onto the bus as well. He regarded the crowd. "Why are you all here causing a commotion? Hurry up. Perhaps we can be of assistance," a prominent nuclear physicist remarked. At this level, Director Yuan had to treat them with courtesy. Looking at the others, it was evident that they were unlikely to be of any real help. They were merely eager to witness the spectacle. However, they would not cause any disruption. Their presence was harmless. Inside the flying vehicle, Gao Yang accelerated to maximum speed. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Old Zheng calling. "Do not panic. With this experience, next time we can break the shell from the outside." Gao Yang responded, "I'm not worried. The horse is still alive, and I can save it when I return." After hanging up, Gao Yang's aircraft landed at the laboratory, and he dashed out as soon as it touched down, racing towards the incubation room. Inside, the egg was gently rocking. Several tiny holes were punctured in the egg. Invincible remarked that upon detecting a problem with its life status, he had injected oxygen to prevent its demise, as it was unable to break free from its shell. "Well done," Gao Yang nodded, relieved that the horse had not perished. The next challenge was to assist the horse in breaking free from its shell. Gao Yang produced a dagger, its sharp blade capable of delicately slicing through the eggshell. However, he proceeded with caution, scraping slowly to avoid harming the creature within. For this horse, Gao Yang had invested considerable effort. From the transcription of genes to the subsequent amplification of the mare, consuming both time and energy. Even with the System S enhancements, his dedication had been substantial. It could not die now. At last, he completely scraped away the shell, leaving only a thin membrane at one opening. In the next moment, a long head broke through the membrane, peering into the world for the first time. The only horse in the world to have hatched from an egg. Its head was elongated, with a mane that had grown somewhat, and its large eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. It glanced at Gao Yang, then at Invincible, and back to Gao Yang again. Throughout this process, the horse continued to struggle, yet it remained trapped. Gao Yang was not anxious. He soothed the horse while continuing his careful work. After 5 more minutes, the opening in the eggshell widened, and the horse emerged. Standing at a height of half a meter, the horse stumbled onto the ground, its slender legs resembling sticks, yet somehow managing to support its weight. Gao Yang then heard a notification in his mind. Congratulations, the horse you developed has successfully hatched. You may use an amplification opportunity. Would you like to proceed? Yes. In the next instant, the grinding wheel appeared before him. In previous instances, Gao Yang had almost always drawn a multiplier of 10,000, but this time, he felt hesitant. A 10,000-fold amplification was something he feared he could not withstand. He opted for the lowest multiplier first, 100 times. Congratulations. The speed of the horse you developed has been amplified 100-fold. Gao Yang was taken aback. A 100-fold increase in the horse's speed? He was grateful he hadn't succumbed to greed and chosen the 10,000-fold amplification. With a 100-fold increase, the horse's maximum speed of 60 km per hour could soar to 6,000 km per hour, 5 times the speed of sound. If it had been a 10,000-fold increase, that would have translated to 500 times the speed of sound, a truly absurd figure. Such a sprint could traverse the earth itself. No one in the world could rival this horse. Yet, Gao Yang found it hard to conceive how the horse could be enhanced to reach 5 times the speed of sound. Just as he pondered this, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. Given that the host has consecutively drawn the lowest amplification multiplier twice, the next amplification will be fixed at an increase of 10 times the base draw. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. The system had a hidden mechanism? However, he did not dwell on it too much. Even if he drew a 10,000-fold amplification and then increased it by 10 times, reaching 100,000 times, the practical effect would be limited. The current level of industrial capability was far too insufficient. Although it might claim to amplify by 100,000 times, the actual outcome could very well only be 3 to 5 times. Nevertheless, acquiring the technology would undoubtedly be a gain. Gao Yang's gaze settled upon the horse, his curiosity piqued by the astonishing enhancement of its speed. In the following moment, the creature's body began to undergo a transformation contingent upon the materials at hand. From the laboratory outside, metallic substances soared towards the levitating horse, integrating themselves into its very being. This metal was destined to meld with its skeletal structure. In the realm of biology, numerous entities possess the ability to incorporate metal within their bones and teeth. A notable example is the ancient Dunkleosteus, whose black teeth could effortlessly sever anything in two. Their formidable strength derived from the infusion of metal. For the horse to achieve a velocity of 5 times the speed of sound, it was imperative that its physical resilience be sufficiently robust to withstand such tremendous forces. Simultaneously, the horse's physique was evolving. Even as a mere colt, its legs became increasingly powerful, with muscles visibly defined along its limbs. Moreover, a prominent ridge began to form upon its head, resembling a horn. Gao Yang suddenly contemplated the possibility that the design of a unicorn might indeed hold some truth. For this horn appeared to possess aerodynamic advantages, effectively reducing wind resistance. Yet the horse's metamorphosis did not cease with the emergence of the horn. 2 sizable fleshy protrusions began to swell upon its back, and in the next instant, these masses transformed and expanded, unmistakably evolving into a pair of wings. Chapter 170. Do you think I cannot speak? The horse sprouted wings, presumably to enhance its speed. After all, running on the ground, even with legs propelling off the surface to create sparks, could never achieve 5 times the speed of sound. Thus, the wings emerged, with a single horn and wings. This creature was undoubtedly a celestial steed, though its wings were somewhat unsightly, lacking feathers. Following the emergence of the wings, the horse's exterior began to undergo subtle refinements. The muscular contours became more graceful and natural, endowing it with enhanced aesthetics while simultaneously improving its aerodynamics, effectively reducing air resistance. Another notable alteration was the enlargement of its nostrils. With increased velocity came the necessity for greater oxygen intake, hence the expanded air intake. A translucent membrane also appeared before its eyes, designed to protect them from harm during high-speed flight. Once these transformations were complete, the horse became agile and undeniably more handsome. Truly a heavenly steed. At that moment, a flood of memories surged into Gao Yang's mind. The evolution of the horse was not merely superficial. It was a comprehensive metamorphosis of its entire being. The changes in its appearance were but a trivial aspect of its overall transformation. Beyond the protective membrane, the horse's eyes gained formidable capabilities, sharp as an eagle's, allowing it to see great distances. As it breathed, its lungs underwent epic enhancement, capable of retaining all the oxygen inhaled. Under normal circumstances, when a human breathes in, only a portion of the oxygen is absorbed, while the remainder is exhaled. However, after amplification, all the oxygen post-breathing would be retained within the horse's body, and the efficiency of oxygen utilization would also see a significant increase. To attain such extraordinary speeds, the horse required immense energy, and its stomach had essentially transformed into a terrifying furnace, capable of rapidly digesting anything consumed and converting it into stored energy. The residual energy flowed into its muscles, which exhibited an astonishingly high tensile strength. Each muscle fiber was comparable to steel cables. Moreover, the speed of the heart's blood pumping rivaled that of a powerful pump. Surging with vigor, the strength of its bones was unquestionable, and its brain had similarly been fortified. To prevent the creature from crashing into walls at such high speeds while simultaneously navigating through the air, it had also developed electromagnetic sensing. In addition, the horse had become more intelligent. An overwhelming influx of memories flooded Gao Yang's mind, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he sought merely to create a super animal for amusement, but now he had acquired a treasure trove of superior genes. Furthermore, these genes could be applied to humans, for they were all living organisms. Previously, he had pondered the difficulty of producing a human gene enhancement serum in the short term due to the lack of suitable genes. But now, he possessed genes for muscle enhancement, taken to an extraordinary level, capable of sprouting wings and exhibiting exceptional digestive abilities. Those who had previously consumed enhancement serums had become akin to Captain America. Now, if a gene serum could be developed, those who consumed it would evolve into superhumans. Caution was imperative. Gao Yang gently patted his face, striving to regain his composure. The nature of the human gene serum was rather distinct. He needed to calm himself. Moreover, since the aim was to create, a comprehensive enhancement was essential, yet, the improvements in speed and strength seemed somewhat lacking. If one were to pursue it, an overall elevation was imperative. Observing the newly modified horse, Gao Yang crouched down, beckoning, "Come here." Whoosh! The half-meter-tall horse charged toward him. Invincible had already summoned its full strength, instantaneously positioning itself before the horse. Bang! A dull thud resounded as a hole was punctured in Invincible's armored thigh. Gao Yang stood in stunned silence. Invincible's shell was among the most durable materials he had mastered thus far. From the outset of its development, it was designed to withstand artillery fire. Even armor-piercing rounds struggled to leave a mark upon it. Yet now, this horse, merely minutes old, had managed to create a hole. Moreover, the horse had not even intended to attack. It merely sought to reach Gao Yang swiftly. Invincible extracted the horse's horn, exclaiming, "This horn is remarkably sharp." Gao Yang pulled the horse close, gently patting its head. Despite its rapid speed and acceleration, it could not significantly increase its velocity at such a short distance. Alleviating concerns of injury, the horse obediently nudged its head against Gao Yang's palm, while its mouth searched for something on him. Turning to Invincible, Gao Yang instructed, "Go fetch it some food, a bit of milk to start." Understood, Invincible replied, swiftly departing. Gao Yang gazed at the little horse, realizing that it could not be trained like an ordinary steed. First and foremost, the horse was exceptionally intelligent, according to the knowledge within the system. Its brain processing capability rivaled that of a human. If mishandled during training, it could pose significant danger. After all, the horse had not intended to attack, and yet had demonstrated terrifying destructive potential. If it were to be trained for combat, a typical horse trainer would likely find themselves in grave peril. What then could he do, given his lack of training experience? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Gao Yang's mind. He turned and entered the laboratory, retrieving a sensory helmet. Since the horse's information processing ability was comparable to that of a human, learning a few concepts should not be overly difficult, right? Connecting the helmet's lines to the horse's head, Gao Yang began to showcase knowledge, starting with language, then progressing to basic worldviews, and of course, emphasizing the paramount principle of not harming humanity. The transmission of information via brainwaves was swift, completing in under a minute. Gazing at the horse, Gao Yang tentatively inquired, "Do you understand my words?" The little horse nodded. A smile spread across Gao Yang's face. Who would have anticipated that such an advanced sensory helmet would be utilized for horse training, and that it would indeed be effective? "Let us give you a name. Since you are a horse born from an egg, shall we call you Eggborn?" The horse's large eyes reflected helplessness as it took 2 steps back, scratching the ground with its hoof. The sturdy floor was marked as it inscribed a message. Do you think I cannot speak? Gao Yang stared at the little horse, momentarily bewildered. Given its 100-fold enhancement, one could only imagine the chaos if it were multiplied 1,000-fold. Would it not become invincible? Then you may name yourself. The horse paused, then scraped its hoof against the ground. Black Horse. Gao Yang gazed at the little horse, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts. The name was indeed more appealing than Egg, and significantly so. Coincidentally, the horse's color was black, and the name possessed other intriguing connotations. How remarkable! At that moment, someone entered from outside. Leading the way was Dean Yuan. Initially, Dean Yuan wore a tense expression, but upon catching sight of the black horse, his face froze in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is this a horse? What on earth is this creature? What is that peculiar horn on its forehead? And those wing-like appendages on its back? What could they possibly signify? Is this truly something that emerged from an egg? Or is it a figment of myth and legend? In the next instant, Dean Yuan was pushed aside, revealing Professor Liu and others behind him. Is there anything we can assist with? Professor Liu's voice abruptly trailed off, as though his throat had been constricted, rendering him utterly speechless. They too were bewildered, left pondering the true nature of this extraordinary being. Chapter 171. Has this horse attended school? How was it cultivated? Subconsciously, Professor Liu and his colleagues recalled the claims made by marketing accounts that KFC's chickens had 8 wings, which they had once dismissed as absurd. However, upon witnessing this extraordinary horse, they realized that if a horse could sprout wings, then perhaps anything was conceivable. As more individuals entered the room, they were fortunate that the space outside the incubation chamber was ample. Soon, a group stood frozen, gazing in astonishment at the black horse. It was Director Yuan who first regained his composure. It survived? Congratulations. Gao Yang nodded in affirmation. Yes, allow me to introduce you to the black horse. Director Yuan nodded vacantly. What a splendid name. Can this horse fly? Indeed, though its wings have yet to fully develop. We must wait a while longer, Gao Yang replied. Director Yuan nodded thoughtfully. This horse. Just then, a voice emerged from the back. Professor Zheng exclaimed, "Make way. Let me in. I have a chance to save the horse." The crowd stirred, and Professor Zheng rushed into the laboratory, tools in hand, including a stethoscope, evidently intending to listen to the internal conditions of the horse through the eggshell. As he burst in, he fell silent, as if the horse possessed an aura of silence. Professor Zheng gazed at the black horse, its wings, its horn, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy, yet unable to contain his astonishment. How was this even possible? The implications of its genetics were more outrageous than a horse laying eggs. Clearing his throat, Professor Zheng remarked, "As long as it emerged safely, has it been named yet?" Gao Yang sensed that his mind was malfunctioning. The words he spoke were devoid of substance. Nevertheless, he replied, "Yes, it is called the Black Horse." The Black Horse is a fine name indeed. Professor Zheng gradually squatted down, scrutinizing the creature, growing increasingly astonished, for the transformations were not limited to its wings and horn. There were myriad subtle alterations throughout its form, even its eyes bore differences. While he observed, Woody arrived, carrying 2 buckets of milk and presenting them to the black horse. Ignoring everyone else, the horse turned and lunged toward the buckets. "Stop it. It mustn't eat indiscriminately," Professor Zheng urged, but before he could finish, the black horse had already plunged its head into a bucket, drinking voraciously. In the blink of an eye, only half a bucket remained. The horse belched, and then turned to face the throng of onlookers before proceeding to the restroom, the sound of water flowing soon following. Outside, a multitude of researchers stood in disbelief. This horse, could it really use the bathroom? No, it even knew to go to the restroom. Moments later, the flushing sound echoed from within. Could it truly flush the toilet? Was this horse, freshly emerged from its egg, educated? Instinctively, the crowd turned their puzzled gazes toward Gao Yang. He too found himself at a loss for words. He did not wish to reveal the sensory helmet just yet. So he simply stated, some things were taught while it was still in the egg. Professor Zheng paused, taken aback. Is this contraption truly effective? Indeed, as the conversation unfolded, the black horse emerged from the restroom, continuing to drink. A 20-pound barrel of milk, heavier than the horse itself, was consumed in a mere 2 minutes. When the black horse returned to the restroom once more, the attention of everyone in the room shifted back to Gao Yang. How can it eat so much? Gao Yang pondered for a moment and replied, its speed is astonishing, necessitating a substantial intake of energy. Eating quickly is one of its inherent abilities. At that moment, Professor Liu interjected, how fast can it run? Its sprinting speed can reach 5 times the speed of sound, although that is only achievable in adulthood, not at this stage. A wave of bewilderment swept across the room. 5 times the speed of sound? Normally, such a claim would be met with disbelief, as it seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, it was Gao Yang who spoke. Even so, the assertion remained quite outrageous. In their astonished gaze, the black horse finished 2 barrels of milk, but as it relieved itself, it seemed to have absorbed all the nutrients, showing little change in its physique, save for a new layer of delicate down feathers adorning its wings. Observing the empty milk barrels, the black horse raised its hoof once more, leaving a single word on the ground. Hungry. The onlookers were once again taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a moment, someone stammered, Is this prenatal education? Then another person realized, glancing down at the word on the ground, which had been inscribed by the black horse. Are you underestimating my ability to communicate? Black horse. The handwriting, the manner of writing. Amidst their bewildered expressions, Gao Yang instructed Woody to fetch a pig. Given the black horse's digestive prowess, it could consume almost anything. After all, it could even corrode metal, and its growth required the ingestion of metal to strengthen the fusion of metal and bone. Eating some meat would be trivial. Woody soon returned with half a pig. The pork was raw, but the black horse was unfazed, devouring a large chunk in one bite, bones flying, then swiftly chewing and swallowing before moving on to the next bite, relishing every morsel. The group of researchers looked on in utter disbelief. Had it just hatched moments ago? Gao Yang surveyed the group of stunned individuals. Shall we retreat to the conference room? Do not disturb its meal. Once it has finished, there will be a simple test, and we can observe then. The group exited, making their way to the conference room. Gao Yang followed. As the black horse no longer required supervision, it was best to let it eat its fill first. Upon reaching the conference room, Dean Yuan finally regained his composure and turned to Gao Yang. Is this the difference between the gene-altering agent and the gene-enhancing agent? Professor Zheng also directed his gaze toward Gao Yang. Surprised that Dean Yuan remembered, Gao Yang nodded. Yes, that horse which laid eggs is a product of the gene-altering agent, merely altering its genes without enhancement. However, the genes of the black horse have been reinforced. Professor Liu could not help but inquire. Is it truly capable of reaching 5 times the speed of sound? In theory, yes, Gao Yang replied, not overcommitting his words. Another person asked, will the subsequent eggs laid by the mare all contain black horses? Gao Yang shook his head. The black horse is one of a kind. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group. After posing several more questions, the emotions of the group began to settle, though within their hearts, a profound shock lingered. It was simply unfathomable. How could Gao Yang have accomplished such a feat? How could a creature attain such terrifying speed? After a brief pause, a remarkable black horse, having consumed nearly 100 kilograms of pork, approached the stable adjacent to the laboratory. The stable staff were left in a state of bewilderment, having spent over a decade immersed in the equestrian world. They had never encountered a horse like this one. What breed could it possibly be? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he caught sight of Gao Yang and the gathering of elderly scholars. Just by observing their demeanor, it was evident they were researchers. The black horse turned its head and swiftly charged towards Gao Yang. In that moment, it transformed into a mere streak in everyone's vision, reaching Gao Yang in an instant before coming to an abrupt halt, nudging his hand with its head. It felt pleasant, though the sharpness of its horn was somewhat bothersome. Gao Yang gently patted the horse's head and said, all right, run a few laps and let us test your speed. Chapter 172. Soaring. The invincible steed promptly acquired a laser sensing device. Thus, whenever the dark horse completed a lap and encountered the laser, the device would instantaneously react, calculating the horse's speed with remarkable precision. Within less than an hour of its birth, the dark horse positioned itself at the starting line. With a command from Gao Yang, it transformed into a streak of black. In the blink of an eye, it completed a lap around the track. Upon finishing the lap, the dark horse did not halt. It was capable of accelerating further. The hooves that struck the ground created a crater in the muddy terrain, a visual spectacle of explosive magnitude. A horse, and indeed a young one at that, managed to evoke the sensation of an army of thousands. Whoosh! The horse's speed began to diminish after completing 3 laps, gradually decelerating until it reached Gao Yang's side. Behind Gao Yang, a group of onlookers stood in stunned silence. The racetrack measured 200 meters. 200 meters in 5 seconds. That equates to 40 meters per second. This already reached a staggering speed of 144 kilometers per hour, faster than vehicles on the highway. And this was not the limit. The speed during the second lap was an astonishing 4 seconds per lap. The velocity surged by 1/5. The third lap recorded the fastest time yet, 3.5 seconds. This speed was simply outrageous. Most astonishingly, this was merely a young colt. Moreover, this young colt had yet to grow its wings. If the dark horse matured and developed wings, how utterly preposterous would its speed become? The crowd stood in awe, momentarily rendered speechless, transfixed by the still lively dark horse, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Their worldview was shattered. Suddenly, Director Yuan's phone rang. He retrieved his mobile device, glanced at the caller ID, and answered, "Hello, what is it? When will the news be released?" Additionally, everyone involved in the project still needs to take a commemorative photo. You all ran so fast that you forgot about it. On the other end of the line was a media representative. The media was bewildered, as a large group had suddenly dashed away, leaving no time to celebrate the successful operation of the nuclear fusion power plant. Professor Yuan ended the call and turned to the group, saying, "The power plant just called. They want us to take a group photo." While speaking, his gaze primarily rested on Gao Yang, as he was the cornerstone of the group, and he worried that Gao Yang might be reluctant to go. Fortunately, Gao Yang nodded in agreement. The group swiftly boarded the flying bus back to the nuclear fusion power plant. At the racetrack, the staff observed the young colt, reflecting on the recent events with a sense of trepidation. Nevertheless, they attempted to approach and stroke the colt's head, only for it to retreat 2 steps, denying them the opportunity. The staff refrained from further attempts, instead slowly extending a bucket containing barley towards the dark horse. The dark horse regarded the barley with disdain. Although ordinary horses might consume it, this was no ordinary horse. It would not partake in such fare. The staff, taken aback, exclaimed, "Not eating?" Then murmured to themselves, "I am utterly astonished. This little horse must want milk." The dark horse, overhearing, used its hooves to inscribe a character in the dirt. The staff stood momentarily dazed, gazing at the dark horse and then at the inscription on the ground. "Can you write another?" The black horse inscribed the word meat upon the ground with its hoof, accompanied by a disdainful expression. It took the staff a moment to regain their composure, only to be struck with astonishment. Could this horse actually write? What manner of research institution was this? If a horse could lay eggs, that would be one thing, but to think it could write as well? One staff member raised a hand and slapped himself, convinced he must be hallucinating. After the sting of the slap subsided, he noticed the black horse had inscribed 2 more characters, "Fool," along with a mocking glimmer in its eyes. At that moment, Invincible approached, admonishing, "Do not harm anyone. Stay here for now. If you have grievances, voice them. I am always available." The black horse nodded in acknowledgement. Invincible turned to the staff, "Prepare 400 gene of pork daily, preferably with bones, and let it have whatever else it desires." The staff gazed at Invincible, then back to the black horse, asking, "How many gene?" "I didn't quite catch that." "For 100, Invincible replied patiently. The staff nodded but pressed on, "For 100 grams?" Invincible regarded him silently. Words at this juncture were futile, for the staff's worldview had been utterly shattered and required time to reconstruct. After a prolonged silence, the staff turned to the black horse, incredulously questioning, "Will you eat that much?" Invincible turned and departed, while the black horse began to amble about the paddock, its first day of a new life, though its mind brimmed with newfound knowledge. Nothing could compare to the authentic experience of witnessing the world firsthand. As the black horse wandered, a video surfaced online in Longhua. An official release rapidly swept across the internet. A nuclear fusion reactor. The world's first controllable nuclear fusion reactor had emerged, and it was in Longhua. The citizens were astounded. How had this remarkable achievement materialized so quietly? It was nothing short of extraordinary. The video commenced in the control room, filmed from behind, revealing only a mass of shadowy figures. An order was given for inspection, and in the next moment, the scene shifted to the laser achieving the conditions for nuclear fusion, illuminating a miniature sun. Cheers erupted in the background. Success. The world's inaugural controllable nuclear fusion power plant. The entire nation of Longhua was electrified. This marked a significant technological advancement, from which all of Longhua would benefit, as all energy sources remained clean. Once again, Longhua stood at the forefront of the world. The video concluded with a group photograph featuring the researchers. In the midst of a cluster of elderly scientists sat a young man, poised and dignified, accompanied by a robot. Those who viewed the video instantly recognized him, Gao Yang. Upon seeing Gao Yang, a sense of bewilderment spread among the audience. How could one individual traverse so many domains? Initially emerging in the public eye with the development of lithography machines and precision tools, the narrative soon expanded to encompass formidable robots dominating the battlefield. Subsequently, it became apparent that laser weaponry also originated from the brilliant mind of Gao Yang. This was merely the beginning, as the advent of mechas and flying buses followed suit. And now, the prospect of controllable nuclear fusion has emerged. What manner of intellect does this individual possess? How could one possibly achieve such remarkable feats? Many began to speculate that Gao Yang was backed by a team of extraordinary talent. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed, unless Gao Yang had managed to brainwash every researcher. It was implausible that so many specialists across diverse fields would willingly cede all glory to him. Moreover, Gao Yang's accolades had already reached their zenith, and further accomplishments would yield no additional progress. Thus, what purpose would there be in continuing? Countless theories were proposed, yet all were deemed unreasonable. It was far more implausible for Gao Yang to have independently developed such a multitude of innovations. While discussions about Gao Yang unfolded in the Dragon Kingdom, individuals overseas were also captivated by the videos, leading to a profound sense of astonishment. The technology of controllable nuclear fusion signifies not merely a breakthrough in energy, but embodies a liberation from developmental constraints. The momentum of progress is undeniably unstoppable. Chapter 173, A Catastrophe in Space. The issue of energy is often overlooked by the common populace, yet it is of paramount importance. Once reliant on coal, and now on oil, these are but forms of energy. Coal was historically the principal energy source for the Dragon Kingdom, intricately linked to its development. As for oil, wherever it is found, you can be sure that the Eagle of the West has deployed its soldiers. The Eagle has even tied its currency to oil. As in the age of industrialization, oil serves as the foundation. However, now the Dragon Kingdom has harnessed controllable nuclear fusion, boasting an abundance of energy. This has caused a wave of panic overseas. Under the guise of environmental protection, they had previously sought to stifle the growth of developing powers, claiming that energy consumption is detrimental to the environment. Yet, nuclear fusion power generation represents clean energy. The emergence of nuclear fusion power plants has left the world in awe. Those who contributed to the establishment of these power plants are currently gathered in celebration at the cafeteria of the nuclear fusion power station. Seated at the foremost table are Gao Yang, Professor Yuan, Professor Liu, and others. Professor Zheng is also present, having witnessed a dark horse emerge. He followed along without taking any photographs, simply joining the feast. The discussions at the table revolve around the nuclear fusion power station. Initially, their plan was to install 3 nuclear fusion power plants nationwide. However, upon reviewing the electricity consumption data from various regions, they decided to increase the number to 5. After all, with the advent of flying cars, robots, and other innovations, the energy consumption of ordinary people has surged dramatically. Gao Yang listened attentively, contemplating whether he would be needed further. He had imparted all necessary knowledge, while Professor Liu would oversee the other power stations, with Invincible assisting to address any gaps. Professor Liu and the others appeared momentarily taken aback. Such a monumental achievement in establishing a nuclear power station, and Gao Yang seemed to dismiss it. Yet, upon reflection, it was clear that Gao Yang did not seek fame or recognition. He had already developed the technology and achieved so much. Any further accolades would hold little significance. Gao Yang felt that time was of the essence. Typically, he could accumulate an enhancement opportunity within 10 days, yet nearly a month had passed here for just one. Moreover, during this month, Professor Liu and the others had learned the specific processes and could competently handle all tasks themselves. Thus, there was no need to squander his time. Professor Liu nodded in agreement, saying, "We can handle it, but when it comes time for ignition, you must be there, as it is your technology." Gao Yang smiled and nodded, "Very well." This was a way to acknowledge Gao Yang's contributions without requiring his constant presence. He even envisioned the day of his graduation, when the principal would extol his achievements, likely taking several minutes. Gao Yang chuckled in agreement. The group enjoyed their meal, engaging in light conversation. Director Yuan, filled with emotion, remarked, "The world's first nuclear fusion power station is actually in the Dragon Kingdom, and it's of our own design. Let us toast with tea in place of wine." He raised his cup, and everyone followed suit. At that moment, Director Yuan's phone rang inappropriately. Director Yuan glanced at the incoming call display and promptly answered the phone. "Hello?" The expression on his face changed dramatically upon hearing the voice on the other end. He stood up abruptly, declaring, "I understand. I will contact them immediately." After hanging up, the entire dining table fell silent. Professor Liu, with a look of concern, inquired, "Old Yuan, what is happening? Is there a problem?" Without offering an explanation, Director Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating a lack of time, then turned to Gao Yang, saying, "May I borrow your flying house? It's urgent. I'll have it brought over." Gao Yang rose without hesitation, preparing to follow. It was rare to witness old Yuan so flustered. Typically composed and unexpressive in his high position, even the most shocking events elicited little more than a raised eyebrow from him. This time, however, the phone call had clearly unsettled him, suggesting a matter of great significance, particularly for Longhua. Gao Yang was eager to see how he might assist. The others also stood, likely sharing Gao Yang's concern. Director Yuan merely gestured for them to remain seated. "You can't help. I will go first. Enjoy your meal and finish my portion." With that, he turned and departed, with Gao Yang following closely behind. Upon exiting the cafeteria, they found the flying house waiting at the entrance. Director Yuan entered the vehicle and commanded, "To the Aerospace Research Center." The flying house ascended, heading straight for its destination. It was only then that Gao Yang asked, "What is happening? Can I be of assistance?" Director Yuan replied gravely, "There is a problem with the crewed space launch vehicle." Gao Yang's expression shifted, as any issue concerning crewed space travel posed a potential threat to the astronauts' lives. However, Longhua had always maintained a robust track record in aerospace, exhibiting a degree of caution that had resulted in the same classic models of rocket engines being utilized for years. Previous mishaps had mainly involved the use of foreign rockets or engines. Once they had developed their own comprehensive system, problems had become virtually non-existent. How could there be an issue now? Director Yuan continued. Initially, there was no problem, but luck has not favored us. In an otherwise pristine orbit, space debris has appeared, debris not accounted for in our calculations. Something must have passed by and dropped an object. The rocket has been struck, losing power, which poses a significant risk. Gao Yang was taken aback. Indeed, that was a stroke of bad luck. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "It's not a major issue. We can likely determine the impact zone. I will arrange for a robot to ascend and catch the falling rocket. The occupants will be unharmed." Director Yuan's expression remained tense. That's why I say our luck is poor. The rocket is still in orbit, while the space debris descends. The probability of a collision with the rocket is exceedingly high. Gao Yang was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated this complication. Although the vastness of space was littered with debris numbering in the thousands, the sheer expanse meant that one typically needed a stroke of good luck to encounter it. Yet, for the rocket to collide with two pieces of debris was truly extraordinary. Gao Yang remained silent, aware of Dean Yuan's gaze upon him, feeling utterly powerless. The engines previously developed included jet engines and turbofan engines, both of which necessitate air for operation. The jet engine relies on air intake, while the turbofan engine generates forward thrust by rapidly spinning, expelling air backwards. In the vastness of space, devoid of air, propulsion is impossible, Dean Yuan reassured him, stating that the Aerospace Research Center had assembled a team of experts who would devise a feasible rescue plan. Suddenly, Gao Yang exclaimed, "What if we employ laser weapons? They could incinerate the debris." Dean Yuan shook his head, responding, "The impact site is likely located on the opposite side of Earth. Our weapons cannot reach it." Chapter 174. A Dual Preparedness. Gao Yang felt a sense of relief. The weaponry from Long Nation could not be transported, yet his own resources could traverse effortlessly. However, deploying fighter jets over the territory of the Bald Eagle was a perilously sensitive maneuver. It must be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Should the situation escalate to the point where the lives of those aboard the rocket were at stake, one could not merely contemplate the destruction of debris over the Bald Eagle's skies. Even launching a few cannon fire towards the Bald Eagle would pose no significant issue. Nevertheless, caution was the order of the day. For now, conducting a rescue operation in space appeared to be the most prudent course of action, albeit exceedingly challenging. Gao Yang pondered. When was the anticipated collision? 6 hours and 32 minutes. You all push forward. I shall return to contemplate further solutions. Gao Yang opened a cabinet and retrieved a set of exoskeletal armor. Though uncertain, he could not allow doubt to deter his rescue efforts. Director Yuan observed as Gao Yang donned the exoskeletal suit. "Are you flying back? Do you possess a solution?" Gao Yang shook his head, aside from brute force. "I have no viable plans." A flicker of hope in Director Yuan's eyes dimmed as he watched Gao Yang rush out, disappearing into the horizon, his expression tightening once more. This time, the three astronauts faced dire odds. The rescue capabilities of Long Nation were limited. Having just launched one rocket, preparations for a second launch would be extensive. Even with a backup rocket, it must be transported to the launch pad, readied for liftoff, and then launched. This entire process would consume considerable time. In the end, despite racking his brain, he could conjure no effective alternatives. After some contemplation, Director Yuan dialed a number, this time to reach out to other space agencies for collaboration on rescue strategies. Humanity in space may experience rivalry, yet there exists a spirit of unity. Competition reflects national strength, while solidarity embodies humanity's collective endeavor to explore the cosmos. In space, assistance is often mutual, a safeguard for when peril befalls any. However, even a global effort to rescue might yield scant hope. In the skies, Gao Yang, clad in exoskeletal armor, maintained an extraordinary velocity. The average person would falter under such speed, yet having ingested enhancement serums, he could withstand it. Time was of the essence. Gao Yang directly escalated his speed to 1,000 kilometers per hour, nearing the speed of sound. Three heroes hovered in the sky, perilously close to death. Though Director Yuan spoke of rescue, he was acutely aware that official intervention held little promise. Given the current technological capabilities of the authorities, a hastily prepared rocket launch for rescue would invite significant risks. Did one not observe the challenges faced by the small sun and the third nation, even with meticulous preparations? When launching their rockets, suddenly, Gao Yang contemplated the idea of missiles, considering a launch from the Bald Eagle. But he quickly realized that employing missiles would lead to debris scattering in every direction. At such close proximity, the danger would only magnify. Thus, he was left with his own plan, yet the water droplet initiative would not pass scrutiny from Long Nation, as it could escalate tensions and potentially lead to war. The latter remained unstable, a matter of systemic concern, and could not be disclosed externally. Thus, the execution of the two plans rests solely upon Gao Yang himself. He hastens directly to the laboratory, seizing an opportunity for enhancement. Having previously reviewed the specifications for the rocket engine, he is equipped to fabricate it directly. Typically, the fuel for rocket engines consists of liquid hydrogen and oxygen, with liquid oxygen serving primarily as an oxidizer to facilitate the rapid reaction of liquid hydrogen. This, in turn, propels high-speed gases, enabling the rocket to ascend into the heavens. This time, Gao Yang eschews any superfluous embellishments. While still airborne, he instructs the Invincible system to place orders for all necessary materials to be delivered to the laboratory. This precaution is taken to avert any shortages during the rocket's upgrade by the system. Fully prepared, Gao Yang begins to design the rescue spacecraft while still aloft. Racing against the clock, upon landing, he dashes into the laboratory to commence the construction of the spacecraft. The vessel must possess two essential functions: the capability for high-speed flight and the ability to traverse into space, alongside a rescue function. For the rescue feature, Gao Yang opts for a binding mechanism, whereby the spacecraft will extend mechanical arms to secure the distressed vessel upon arrival, subsequently adjusting its trajectory to continue its mission. As for the propulsion engine, he forgoes any extravagant designs, lacking the time for a complete redesign. He utilizes a standard rocket thruster powered by liquid hydrogen and oxygen. Next, he awaits the production of the components. During the manufacturing process, Gao Yang takes a brief respite, seated in a chair as he seeks to comprehend the unfolding circumstances. Only by grasping the full context can he facilitate the rescue more effectively. The Invincible system quickly compiles a dossier, and upon reviewing the resources, Gao Yang furrows his brow. How could a rocket collide with debris? He muses, noting that launches typically avoid such hazards. He soon learns that the rocket was struck by a Starlink satellite. In discussing the Starlink satellites, Gao Yang feels compelled to argue that they hardly deserve to be classified as satellites at all, given their limited functionality and singular purpose. They represent a reckless trial-and-error approach by corporations venturing into the aerospace domain. Frequently, numerous satellites are launched simultaneously, only for a portion to spiral out of control. Moreover, Starlink's satellites demonstrate a disregard for the well-being of other satellites. He has witnessed news reports of Starlink satellites perilously close to space stations or other nations' rockets, narrowly avoiding disaster. The United States remains indifferent, even approving of such occurrences, while international aerospace organizations impose no constraints, as aviation remains unregulated among nations. This is due to the fact that aerospace technology is intrinsically tied to military applications. Missile launches necessitate satellites, as do navigation systems, reconnaissance satellites, and monitoring satellites, thereby granting Starlink's disruptive satellites a precarious existence. Yet, why did Director Yuan not convey this information directly to him? Was he concerned about provoking Gao Yang's ire and prompting him to take drastic measures against all Starlink satellites? Surely, he cannot be that reckless. Gao Yang continues to peruse additional information, noting the predicted distance and collision time. Merely 5 hours remain. He must prepare for all contingencies. The external water droplet spacecraft requires only half an hour to reach a position where it can engage the space debris, thereby facilitating its destruction. During the bustling hours in Gaoyang, a large group convened at the Longhua Aerospace Research Center to deliberate on rescue strategies. In the past, such endeavors would have presented insurmountable challenges. However, the current state of Longhua boasts an abundance of high-speed aircraft. These vessels could potentially intercept the rocket during its descent, gently decelerating its trajectory. While this operation may seem implausible, it is indeed feasible in practice. The artificial intelligence governing the aircraft in Gaoyang facilitates precise maneuvers even at high velocities. At present, one significant obstacle remains: space debris. There are two primary approaches to mitigate this issue: either preemptively eliminate the debris or assist the rocket in evading it. The former necessitates deploying weaponry to the territory of the White Eagle, targeting the debris from above. The most effective method of attack would be laser technology. However, the White Eagle has staunchly opposed this proposal, unwilling to permit foreign weaponry in its airspace. Although the White Eagle rejected Longhua's initial suggestions, they did offer an alternative rescue solution, which also involves weaponry to dismantle the space debris, albeit without guarantees regarding the resulting fragmentation. According to Longhua's estimations, the moment of detonation could result in thousands of debris fragments scattering in all directions. Chapter 175. Will the bald eagle strike the astronauts? In the vast expanse of space, thousands of pieces of debris may seem insignificant, yet within such a confined area, a multitude of fragments can erupt, posing a significant threat to the Dragon Kingdom's rockets. Especially given their proximity. Should a collision occur, it could result in catastrophic penetration. Objects in space travel at extraordinary speeds and wield immense destructive power. Even a solitary piece of debris can surpass the velocity of a bullet, effortlessly piercing through a rocket. In such dire circumstances, one can only leave their fate to chance. Employing the bald eagle strategy essentially amounts to a gamble. In the conference room, someone proposed, we should launch a backup rocket for a rescue attempt. The Dragon Kingdom has established emergency protocols concerning dangers in space. For instance, if a space station were to be struck by a meteorite or another object, a new rocket would be launched immediately to retrieve the personnel aboard the station at the fastest possible speed. However, this approach is fraught with peril, especially when a rocket is already out of control. Coordination for docking becomes exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, it remains the most prudent rescue plan available. An elder rose, took a deep breath, and solemnly declared, I believe we must initiate the emergency rescue plan. Despite the risks and the slim chances of success, this is the safest course of action we have. Simultaneously, Plan B was set in motion, contacting the Bald Eagle to prepare their missiles for immediate launch. Are there any objections? Silence ensued. The elder swiftly approached the command center, instructing, contact the launch pad, prepare the backup rocket for launch. Yes, the room buzzed with activity. Everyone sprang into action, while Dean Yuan took a seat at the side, refraining from disrupting the flurry of activity. His expression, however, was taut, fists clenched, revealing his anxiety and concern. Yet, in the face of such circumstances, one often feels helpless. As time passed, both internal and external efforts intensified. Inside, personnel meticulously monitored various data. Although it was mealtime, no one left. They toiled on with empty stomachs. The same was true for those outside. Eventually, they began to take turns eating, with some dining while others maintained their posts, subsequently rotating. During this process, the rocket was transported to the launch pad, and after confirming that all systems were operational, they proceeded with the launch. This represented their utmost efforts. If the two rockets successfully docked, there would be no issues. However, should the docking fail, they would have no choice but to permit the Bald Eagle to obliterate the space debris. In such a scenario, it would be left to fate. Although a successful launch should warrant celebration, within the control room, not a single individual relaxed their expression. The successful launch was merely the initial step. The greater challenge lay in the docking process, attempting to dock a rocket that was unresponsive. While the Dragon Kingdom launched the backup rocket, the Bald Eagle's media released a photograph depicting a missile launch vehicle with a soldier donning sunglasses standing before it. The accompanying caption read, Rescue of Dragon Kingdom Astronauts. The news quickly gained traction. The astronauts themselves attracted considerable attention, and the narrative of rescue involving the Dragon Kingdom overseas was equally captivating. As the media buzz intensified, many individuals surfing the internet beyond their borders promptly relayed the news back home. Could war be imminent? They intend to bombard our astronauts with missiles. There is more than one individual involved in the transportation, and the title remains unchanged. However, the appearance of missiles in the footage undoubtedly indicates a problem. What kind of rescue requires missiles? It must be a sardonic expression suggesting impending warfare. Such news swiftly swept across the vast expanse of China, causing some to fear turmoil, prompting them to rush into supermarkets for bulk purchases. When Director Yuan received the call at the research center, he was momentarily bewildered. Who could have leaked such information? How could such news be divulged? Upon discovering that the source was from the Bald Eagle, the elder Yuan felt a deep sense of melancholy. Their modes of thinking are so disparate, it is truly disheartening. In the Dragon Nation, issues are typically resolved before being announced. Yet the Bald Eagle has a habitual tendency to inform everyone. Something has occurred. You must find a way to manage it. May heaven bless the Bald Eagle. At this juncture, he must step forward to provide an explanation. But how to elucidate? Explain the failure of the rocket launch? Director Yuan raised his gaze and happened to see the elder supervising the operation on stage. The elder, having presumably received the news as well, approached Director Yuan. Let us go live, broadcast this operation. Director Yuan was taken aback. Why? The elder replied solemnly. The aerospace endeavor of the Dragon Nation is not merely a scientific project. It bears symbolic significance. It represents the strength of the Dragon Nation. Thus, for many years, only success has been permitted, while failure is intolerable. We have made significant advancements and achieved many milestones, yet our progress remains limited. All our advancements are founded upon a few antiquated engines. We fear failure, dread it, which deters us from attempting new and superior innovations. For failure invites scorn from the masses. This announcement is essential because heroes must be remembered. Moreover, we require this opportunity to shed our gilded armor. Only by lightening our load can we venture further. Director Yuan understood. The aerospace sector of the Dragon Nation is emerging amidst competition with other powers. Thus, there arose scenes of countless individuals across the nation cheering in front of their computers during previous live rocket launches. Almost everyone in the Dragon Nation carries that echo in their minds. Countdown 321. Ignition. Launch. Followed by a series of normal reports. That sound is etched into the very marrow of their bones. However, such honor has also constrained the development of the Dragon Nation's aerospace field. Director Yuan picked up the phone. Bring the media here. What has transpired is a live rescue operation. The manned spacecraft has lost control and is on the verge of colliding with space debris. A rescue operation is currently underway. The person on the other end of the line was momentarily stunned, pausing for several seconds before promptly contacting the media for a live broadcast. The media mobilized almost instantaneously, first disseminating information across the internet, then commencing the live stream. Countless individuals online were left in shock. A manned space mission has encountered problems, coupled with prior rumors and the profound concern of the Dragon Nation's populace for aerospace. Even before the live stream began, there were already millions of viewers, and the numbers continued to rise. By the time the live stream officially commenced, the viewership had reached 20 million. And this was merely the audience across major mainstream streaming platforms. The television ratings, among other metrics, cannot be directly translated into numbers. However, it can be said that this live broadcast captured the nation's attention. Countless viewers, currently experiencing a rather complex array of emotions, felt exhilarated during dinner, celebrating the establishment of a controllable nuclear fusion power station in Longhua. Yet, just a few hours after the meal, news broke of an incident involving a manned space rocket. As night fell, sleep eluded me, replaced only by a sense of tension. Furthermore, the term manned rocket implies the presence of individuals aboard, does it not? The first image of the broadcast depicted a command center, bustling with activity. Director Yuan stood before the camera and addressed the audience. Greetings. I am the president of the Long Science Institute. I will address all inquiries regarding this rescue operation. Chapter 176, 100%. A reporter, adhering to pre-prepared questions, inquired. We wish to know what exactly transpired and the current status of the situation. Director Yuan gazed into the camera and responded. Our manned space rocket encountered a collision in space, resulting in the spacecraft losing control and power. Under normal circumstances, such a rocket would descend towards Earth due to a decrease in speed and subsequently be rescued. However, at this critical juncture, the damaged rocket faces severe complications, compounded by the unfortunate presence of space debris in its trajectory. This debris is rapidly descending to Earth. According to our calculations, when the debris intersects the rocket's orbit, a collision will occur. We have merely 2 hours and 52 minutes remaining until that impact. There are 3 astronauts aboard the manned rocket. He continued. The current rescue plan involves utilizing a backup rocket to dock with the uncontrollable spacecraft and alter its trajectory. The reporter further pressed, what are the chances of success? Director Yuan paused for a few seconds, opting for honesty. The hope is slim. The reporter was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reddening, not in act, but genuine distress. The space endeavors of Long Nation had left an indelible mark on the minds of many young people. This morning, children watched the live broadcast of the rocket launch alongside their parents, feeling a surge of emotion. Astronauts were similarly revered. Once, their fame rivaled that of celebrities. Half of the dreams of elementary school students across the nation revolved around becoming astronauts. Though the number of known astronauts has dwindled, those who venture into the cosmos are heroes, risking their lives. A sudden silence enveloped the live broadcast room. A female reporter took a deep breath and asked, has the docking commenced? It is about to begin, replied Director Yuan, turning to glance at the control room's large screen, which displayed a simple flight path diagram. A black dot and a red dot were visible. The red dot was orbiting erratically, while the black dot traveled along a straight path, poised to converge precisely when the red dot reached a certain area. The proximity of the two signals the moment for docking. 2 minutes remaining. The reporter inquired again. If the docking fails, do we have a contingency plan? Yes, he confirmed. The White Eagle missile will be launched 2 hours before the estimated impact time to obliterate the space debris. The reporter's tense demeanor softened slightly. Will this ensure the survival of our astronauts? At that point, we can only leave it to fate. In close proximity, fragments from the missile and debris may scatter in all directions. With luck, they may survive. With misfortune, Director Yuan hesitated briefly. If luck is adverse, this launch will culminate in utter failure. The reporter's heart tightened once again. What was initially perceived as a final rescue plan now felt like a gamble. Viewers of the live broadcast shared the same sudden apprehension, filled with profound concern. At that moment, the content on the large screen shifted, revealing images transmitted from space, clearly depicting the 2 rockets drawing near. 2 identical rockets came together. The act of uniting was the simplest part. The challenge lay in their docking. In the scene, the 2 rockets inched closer, embarking on the arduous task of joining. All eyes were fixated on this moment, hearts racing in anticipation of a successful connection. Yet the progress felt agonizingly slow. The rocket engines could not ignite at will, nor could they cease their thrust on command. Rapid adjustments in speed were beyond their capabilities. This meant that the trailing rocket would either accelerate or decelerate, and when it sought to regain speed, time was required for recalibration, which often resulted in further acceleration. It was reminiscent of kneading dough, where adding water necessitated more flour, and vice versa. An infinite cycle that could bewilder even a novice, leaving an entire ton of flour insufficient. This was the situation at hand. In the live broadcast room, everyone was nervously praying and offering encouragement, yet no miracle occurred. After a full half hour, the docking attempt failed. Typically, the two docking ports would seamlessly align, but with one side unable to cooperate, success was nearly impossible with mere effort. If both sides were static, it might have been manageable. However, the trailing rocket still bore its first stage, complicating the docking process further. To abandon the rocket would mean sacrificing propulsion, rendering escape equally futile. In the control room, the elderly commander, with reddened eyes, instructed, "Notify the White Eagle to launch missiles to intercept the space debris. Rocket 2, evade." Upon his command, a call was swiftly made to the White Eagle. This also signified that the next steps would be left to fate. A reporter approached Director Yuan. Extending the microphone, "What are the chances of survival for the astronauts?" Director Yuan shook his head, "Less than 10%. The reporter stood frozen, glancing at the screen, where the barrage of comments displayed prayers and affirmations of survival. "I don't joke. I would trade my 10 years of singlehood for that one chance. With so much debris in space, why was no one clearing it? They will survive." At that moment, the White Eagle missile was launched, and thereafter, no further actions could be taken. They could only wait and leave it to destiny. The live stream was enveloped in silence. Within a room where no one spoke, a staggering 30 million viewers were present. Occasionally, newcomers, having completed their tasks, entered the silent stream, bewildered by the absence of conversation and filled with prayers in the comments. They inquired about the situation, yet were met with indifference. Only after searching for answers did they comprehend the gravity of the situation, joining in the collective supplication. In that instant, there was a profound unity, a shared resolve. Yet, simultaneously, it evoked a sense of helplessness. They were powerless to act, left to await the arrival of fortune. The only one capable of taking action was Gao Yang, who was also watching the live broadcast. Luck is a favorable ally, but he could not rely solely on it. He labored with unparalleled speed to construct a spacecraft. Throughout the entire process, he did not pause for rest. Nor did he take a sip of water. There were no missteps. Yet, time slipped away. With mechanical arms, he secured the final rivet, and the Invincible began to infuse liquid hydrogen and oxygen. As the moment approached, Gao Yang cast a glance at the screen. Noting that the missile had already launched and would soon strike its target, time was not on his side. "Invincible, control the water droplet and ascend above the bald eagle. Ready to heed my commands." Affirmative. The water droplet spacecraft stationed in the courtyard took off directly. This was a dual preparation strategy. The live stream had suggested only a 10% chance of survival, yet for Gao Yang, it was a certainty of 100%. Lowering his head, he examined the newly designed flying vessel. Technically, it should be referred to as a spacecraft, as it was intended for flight in the cosmos. Standing 1 meter tall, it housed a small cockpit within. Its width measured 7 meters, and its appearance resembled that of a devil ray, albeit with wings that curved inward. The design could accommodate only a single occupant, rendering it considerably smaller than the water droplet. While this contraption seemed somewhat superfluous, its flight speed was notably sluggish, as the engine's thrust was insufficient. On Earth, it could barely exceed 10 times the speed of sound. Its range was also limited due to the small size of the engine's energy chamber. However, Gao Yang was wagering on the amplification direction. As long as the amplification direction was accurate, it would prove immensely beneficial. Chapter 177. Is there still time? Gao Yang activated the spaceship's engine. In the next moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Detection of host-developed small space rescue craft. Amplification available. Would you like to amplify? Amplify. A compass materialized before Gao Yang, spinning before settling on a 10,000-fold increase. Simultaneously, the notification chimed again. Congratulations, host. The small space rescue craft has achieved a speed amplification of 10,000 times. Ding. The host has received a one-time fixed 10-fold reward. This time, the reward multiplier is 100,000. Gao Yang was taken aback. 100,000 times. A speed of 100,000 times. While this craft may not seem fast, it was fast by Gao Yang's standards. This engine operated on rocket propulsion. The White Eagle had once attempted to create an aircraft powered by a rocket engine, achieving speeds of 10 times the speed of sound. Though it disintegrated during test flights, that was still 10 times the speed of sound. 3,340 meters per second. The speed of Gao Yang's rescue ship, utilizing technology far surpassing that of the White Eagle, could reach 15 times the speed of sound. Moreover, This was merely the speed within Earth's atmosphere. In the vacuum of space, devoid of air resistance and with minimal friction, this velocity would increase dramatically. Typically, rockets can achieve the second cosmic velocity of 11.2 kilometers per second. Gaoyang's craft boasted even greater speed. Calculating based on the foundational speed of 10 times the speed of sound, the 100,000-fold amplification would yield a staggering 334,000 kilometers per second, surpassing the speed of light. When considering the speed in the cosmos, it could potentially exceed several, even dozens of times the speed of light. Gaoyang was astounded. How could this be possible? In the next moment, the newly constructed spaceship disintegrated within the laboratory. All the equipment within the lab accelerated, commencing the fabrication of various components. Gaoyang's gaze was primarily fixed on the engine, yet he found it incomprehensible, entirely beyond his understanding. The only aspect he could grasp was that the nuclear fusion materials had also been prepared and inserted into the spacecraft. However, this process was lengthy. Gaoyang glanced at the live broadcast. On the screen, the White Eagle's missiles had already reached space, yet the spaceship was not yet finished with its modifications. Nevertheless, progress was swift, and Gaoyang endeavored to calm himself. There was still time. Observing the live feed, he witnessed the missiles accurately striking their targets, igniting a brilliant explosion in the distant void of space. The screen abruptly shifted to a close-up of the explosion. Viewers were intrigued by the markings appearing on the screen, each denoting a fragment. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were calculating the landing points of the larger debris, assessing whether the rocket could survive. 2 minutes later, the results emerged. A technician's voice trembled as he reported, "Report. 2 fragments will collide with the rocket in 8 minutes. One of them is trapezoidal, with irregular edges, measuring 16 centimeters in height." As he continued his report, his voice grew increasingly choked. Originally, there was still an hour and a half before the debris would collide with the space junk. Now, only 8 minutes remained. Many present had reddened eyes, filled with concern. To the viewers of the live broadcast, it seemed that the rescue operation had only lasted an hour, yet in truth, for hours had passed. And then they failed. Dean Yuan wore a perplexed expression, gazing at the fragments on the screen, as the visage of Gaoyang surfaced in his mind. In fact, had they chosen to forcefully rescue the individuals, lives could have been saved. However, he, along with everyone else, harbored a sense of misplaced hope. Thus, they had never contemplated severing ties decisively. Consequently, with only 8 minutes remaining, even if that young man were a deity, would he have time? Dean Yuan? A reporter shook him from his reverie. He turned to face the reporter, who hastily continued, "Many are inquiring whether we can reach out to the astronauts, so they might leave a few words behind." Dean Yuan glanced at the elder on the high platform. The elder, having overheard the conversation, nodded and looked at a technician. "Please activate the amplification." The communication remained connected. Under the technician's supervision, the hall screen displayed the image of the rocket. At that moment, the amplification was turned on, and a woman's voice resonated. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Qian." Following her was the voice of 2 men. "Hello everyone. Thank you for your concern, but there is no need to be sorrowful. From the moment we boarded the rocket, we had prepared ourselves mentally." In stark contrast to the sobs and sorrow of those outside, the trio aboard the rocket exuded calmness, their voices steady. This only served to deepen the emotional impact on countless viewers in the live chat. As for final words, allow me to begin. I hope that in the future, the technological advancements of Long Kingdom flourish even more, and that space technology continues to improve, so that future astronauts will not have to endure what we have. The laughter that followed was bright and resonant, evoking tears from many as they envisioned the sunlit spirits aboard the rocket. The woman's voice returned. "I hope Long Kingdom grows ever stronger, and I wish for my ashes to be scattered in space. When I was a child, my teacher asked me what my dream was, and I said I wanted to be an astronaut. Now, I have achieved that. To be honest, I consider myself fortunate. How many of you still aspire to be scientists or police officers?" The final voice chimed in. "I'll say this. I'm not eloquent and don't know what to say, so let me extend my early New Year wishes. Happy New Year. May all your wishes come true." In such a poignant setting, uttering words of stark contrast brought many to tears. Then there was silence. They were at a loss for words, confronting death. Their composure did not imply an absence of fear or trepidation. They were simply prepared. Meanwhile, in Gaoyang's laboratory, the spacecraft had finally completed its modifications. Its width had increased by 3 meters, now measuring 10 meters across. Its appearance still resembled that of a devilfish, albeit with a slight increase in thickness. Ding! The 100,000-fold amplification is complete. Given the enormity of the data post-amplification, it may render the host a fool. Therefore, memory infusion is temporarily suspended. The memory storage system allows for segmented retrieval as needed by the host. Gaoyang stood in astonishment, primarily at the absurdity of the 100,000-fold amplification being completed. The situation was so astonishing that even Gao Yang found it hard to believe. How could equipment capable of 100,000-fold speed increase be manufactured within this laboratory? Moreover, the sheer volume of knowledge was overwhelming. The system assessed that his mind could not possibly accommodate it all. Gao Yang promptly immersed himself in the system and discovered the directory. Upon reaching the last entry, he was rendered speechless. The space jump engine. The legendary space jump engine had indeed been created. Glancing at the time, he noted there were merely 5 minutes remaining when the omnipotent voice echoed. Master, the water droplet has reached the designated position. Shall we fire the laser? Do not fire the laser. Leave it to me. Gao Yang dashed into the spacecraft, gazing at the control panel before him, extracting the memories needed to pilot the vessel from the system. In an instant, he learned how to operate the spacecraft. The next moment, Gao Yang pushed the throttle, and the spacecraft surged out of the laboratory. The guards surrounding the lab, startled by the thunderous noise, hurried over and beheld the newly formed breach in the structure, pondering how much longer it could withstand such chaos. Turning their gaze upward, they witnessed the spacecraft soaring majestically into the sky. And a thought crossed their minds. Could it be on a mission to rescue someone? But with only a few minutes to spare, would they have enough time? Chapter 178. What about my enormous rocket? In a mere 5 minutes, Gao Yang surged through the atmosphere in just 2. At such an astonishing velocity, he felt himself firmly pressed against the seat. Ordinarily, one would allow Woody to take control, thus maximizing the spacecraft's potential. However, Woody had yet to interface with the system. Only he possessed the capability to pilot the vessel. Under the relentless acceleration, Gao Yang ascended beyond the atmosphere, reaching an altitude exceeding 1,000 kilometers within 2 minutes. At this height, traversing the cosmos above the majestic bald eagle would require an inordinate amount of time, primarily because the spacecraft could only execute space jumps and was incapable of flying at supersonic speeds. Even now, despite the rapid pace, rescue was unattainable. A deceleration to match the rocket's velocity was essential to retrieve it. Thus, the most effective course of action was to leap forward. Gao Yang's fingers glided across the screen, locking onto the destination, initiating space jump. Target locked. Distance, 22,000 kilometers. Shall we jump? Jump. Time was of the essence, with only 3 minutes remaining until the fragment struck the rocket. In the live broadcast, a song resonated. Amidst the despair enveloping all, the people of Dragon Country commenced their final farewell. A journalist led the melody. Beyond the long pavilion, by the ancient road, fragrant grass stretches to the sky. The evening breeze stirs the willows, the flute's notes linger, the sunset casts mountains beyond mountains. At the edge of the heavens, at the corner of the earth, dear friends have grown few. A jug of murky wine to savor the remaining joy. Tonight's dreams are cold. Tonight's dreams are cold. As the song concluded, the tears flowed more freely. Even the most stoic hearts could not restrain their sorrow. With only 1 minute remaining until the debris struck its target, everyone held their breath, awaiting that fateful moment. In that instant, the scene abruptly warped, revealing a distinctly distorted area merely 100 meters above the rocket. The ability to perceive such distortion was aided by the distant glow of an explosion, as the light itself became warped. Subsequently, the initially chaotic rays of light began to organize. They could no longer penetrate through the center of the distorted area. Instead, they flowed along the periphery, forming what appeared to be a luminous ring. This phenomenon captured the attention of many. What is that? A ring of light? What phenomenon is this? Can the experts from the Space Research Center elucidate? It seems quite remarkable. I was fixated on that spot, witnessing the initial chaos gradually transform into order. The viewers in the live broadcast noted the warped space, and naturally, the personnel at the Space Research Center did as well. They too were curious about the nature of this anomaly. A journalist could not contain his curiosity. What is this warped space? He directed his inquiry toward Director Yuan, who, microphone in hand, wore a look of bewilderment. What could this possibly be? He had never encountered anything like it. Shaking his head, he replied, I do not know. I have never seen anything like this. An esteemed figure from the Space Research Center took the microphone. This is my first encounter as well. I can only speculate that it bears resemblance to a black hole. The phenomenon of the light ring surrounding a black hole occurs because the light is drawn in, escaping from the surrounding area. However, this is evidently not a black hole. Otherwise, at such a close distance, the rocket would have been torn apart. There remain 2 alternative possibilities. One is the influence of an extraordinarily powerful electromagnetic field, which can constrain light. Yet, to achieve such a degree of power, an incredibly strong electromagnetic source is required. The other possibility involves a concave surface. There may be gas that has formed a concave mirror in that area, allowing light to pass through from one end and radiate outward. However, such phenomena typically occur in tumultuous, steaming environments and are rarely so orderly. The expert shook his head again. These are mere speculations, and each hypothesis is rather unlikely to be accurate, as the conditions required are exceedingly stringent. As he spoke, everyone's attention was captivated by the luminous ring, the edges of which were narrowing, becoming increasingly thin and even trembling. Just as astonishment enveloped the crowd, a sudden aperture appeared at the center of the ring, as if a singular eye had opened in the void. Within this eye, there was a vertical pupil. The background of this eye resembled Earth. This scene was utterly absurd. Why could they see Earth from a perspective that faced away from it? Then, they discerned that what they had taken for a pupil was, in fact, a bizarrely shaped spaceship, resembling a devilfish. The devilfish-like vessel emerged from the aperture with a swift motion, racing towards the rocket. The spacecraft's wings were capable of movement, folding inward to envelop the rocket, adhering closely to it, and then an ominous magnetic field erupted once more. In front of the rocket, a distorted space emerged, tearing open another aperture. In the next moment, the mysterious devilfish-shaped vessel, along with the rocket, plunged into the opening, vanishing without a trace. It was as though the scene had been frozen in time. The entire Aerospace Research Center was enveloped in a profound silence. What has become of our colossal rocket? They were in a state of bewilderment, acutely aware of what had transpired, yet utterly confounded. A spaceship had generated a hole in space, emerged through it, embraced their rocket, and then created another hole to escape, taking with it the rocket and 3 astronauts. It vanished into the void. How could this be possible? Was this hole a legendary wormhole, a technological means to traverse the cosmos at superluminal speeds? Could it be extraterrestrials? Had aliens abducted the Dragon Kingdom's rocket and astronauts? As the technical experts stood in shock, millions of viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. What was happening? Where had the rocket gone? Where did that spaceship come from? Their thoughts were in disarray. Was this a good or bad omen? The silver lining was that the astronauts were not yet dead, but the dark cloud was the emergence of such advanced technology on Earth. Panic began to surge uncontrollably as the specter of an alien invasion loomed. The livestream was not only being watched by citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, but also by viewers from overseas. The upper echelons of the Eagle-S leadership were keenly observing, their earlier unease stemming from their near miss with a potential catastrophe. Originally, employing a laser cannon to address space debris seemed a trivial matter. However, they could not permit such weaponry on their own soil, leading to their rejection of the proposal, a decision that would inevitably bear consequences. Yet now, the issue of accountability had receded in importance. A mysterious spacecraft had emerged. The leaders of the Eagles swiftly reached out to their aerospace agency's senior officials to ascertain the situation. The personnel at the Space Research Center had been monitoring the rescue operation closely as well. They were eager to observe the unfolding events, for in the future, should their own astronauts venture into space, it would serve as a valuable reference in case of any mishaps. Upon witnessing the appearance of the wormhole, they too were left in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the phenomenon. When questioned by the higher-ups, a technician remarked, "This technology, it appears to be a space jump engine, far ahead of human civilization by countless years. There is but one possibility, extraterrestrial civilization." Chapter 179. Is this what humanity can invent? The upper echelons of the White Eagle were immediately engulfed in panic, a visceral fear of the unknown. Were these extraterrestrials foes or allies? Their thoughts swiftly turned to Area 51, the repository of their most profound secrets. Yet, it was not solely the White Eagle's high command that was unsettled. The Dragon Kingdom and indeed the entire world were gripped by a sense of alarm. After all, the capabilities displayed transcended their comprehension. In the midst of this turmoil, however, Director Yuan and his colleagues remained composed before the camera, their anxiety concealed despite the palpable tension within. As long as they held firm, the ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom need not confront the impending danger, allowing them to appear tranquil and reassured, though only they were aware of the turmoil stirring within their hearts. Amidst the silence, Director Yuan's phone rang, the sound jarring in the tense atmosphere. He retrieved his phone, and, upon glancing at the caller ID, his eyes sparkled with sudden clarity. The initial dread dissipated in an instant. It was Gao Yang. The call imbued him with a newfound sense of reassurance, alleviating much of the chaos in his mind. He answered promptly, "Hello, did you see the live broadcast? I caught the beginning, but missed the latter part. What happened? Quick, watch it now." "A major incident has unfolded," Director Yuan urged. "All right, I'll check it immediately. But what should I do with the 3 astronauts on board the rocket? Should I return them to Earth or send them to the space station?" Director Yuan's jaw dropped in disbelief, words eluding him as he struggled to respond. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed, his throat dry. I don't know what to say. Is that spacecraft yours? Did you orchestrate the rescue?" "Of course it's mine. What? Do you think aliens really showed up?" Gao Yang replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. A smile broke across Director Yuan's previously tense visage. "Send them to the space station, then. Both the rocket and the backup have been utilized. The personnel at the space station will likely have to remain for several more months. Understood. Gao Yang ended the call. Director Yuan, holding his phone, wore an expression that was both peculiar and poignant. He felt the urge to laugh, but was overwhelmed by tears of joy. After a moment, he turned his gaze to the camera, where the live broadcast had yet to conclude. I declare that the rescue operation has been a resounding success. Those present at the research center were momentarily stunned. A success? Based on what? The rocket and its astronauts had vanished. Had they truly been rescued? Was the person behind this miracle someone Director Yuan recognized? In the next instant, the name Gao Yang surfaced in many minds. Should a miracle arise, it was surely one crafted by him. Meanwhile, millions in the live stream were equally bewildered. Just moments ago, they had felt a tightening in their chests, and now, the rescue had succeeded? What was happening? Director Yuan continued. The spacecraft that just departed was developed by Gao Yang. He has now successfully transported the astronauts to the space station, and footage will be forthcoming. In the live stream, the barrage of comments exploded, and across the Dragon Kingdom, jubilant cheers erupted in numerous locales. Amidst the thunderous applause, tears glistened in some eyes while others were rendered speechless. The astronauts were alive. At the same time, they were astounded, bewildered by the technology that had just breached the heavens. Inquiries began, yet no one could provide answers. While the Dragon Kingdom erupted in jubilation, celebrating as a nation, overseas forces stood in stunned silence. Was that spacecraft truly a human invention? Could such a vessel be conceived by mere mortals? Was the inventor genuinely human? How could that be possible? It seemed utterly implausible. The technology of spatial leap was a harbinger of the future. Such advancements would only emerge when humanity embarked on interstellar journeys. Indeed, even the very notion of interstellar travel seemed beyond reach. This was an epoch-defining technology, unequivocally not of the present age. What did current technology entail? It involved the meticulous launch of rockets, fraught with caution, often culminating in failure. Especially for the nation of A, failures were as commonplace as daily meals. To succeed was akin to a stroke of extraordinary luck. Under such circumstances, how could the Dragon Kingdom possess spatial leap technology? This was akin to witnessing two primitive beings swinging clubs, while suddenly, an individual with a machine gun appeared, unleashing a barrage of fire. Was this not a scene from a time traveler's tale? It had to be an illusion, a fabrication. They even entertained the notion that the spacecraft originated from the cosmos, perhaps piloted by extraterrestrials. At the very least, if it were indeed of alien origin, it would place everyone on equal footing. Should the Dragon Kingdom truly command such technology, it would render any hope of humanity catching up before entering an interstellar civilization utterly futile. Despair, profound despair. At that moment, the scene shifted. It transitioned to a satellite perspective, revealing the spacecraft, resembling a devilish fish, cradling the rocket as it approached the Dragon Kingdom's space station. The vessel that had previously left everyone in awe now stood before them. The view shifted once more, now from the vantage point of the space station, offering a clearer glimpse. The spacecraft, embracing the rocket, drew near with remarkable speed. This spectacle was truly breathtaking, a visual assault on the senses. As the rocket came into view, it vanished from sight, and preparations for docking commenced. The scene transformed again, showcasing astronauts within the space station on video. The astronauts' eyes were similarly glistening with emotion as they waved at the camera. We have just established contact with Class Gao Yang, and are preparing for docking. Once the docking is successful and they enter the airlock, we shall meet them. The docking proceeded swiftly. With Gao Yang's spacecraft present, success was imminent. Just as conversations continued, the airlock doors opened, and 3 astronauts floated into the chamber. 6 astronauts embraced one another. They were all colleagues, and their camaraderie was evident. The 3 astronauts, who had previously exhibited remarkable composure aboard the rocket, were now overwhelmed with tears of joy. They had managed to remain calm in the face of death. Yet the exhilaration of survival brought forth a torrent of tears. Countless viewers in the live broadcast were equally stirred. The astronauts had survived, not only enduring but also reaching their destination, allowing them to witness the spacecraft. But what of Gao Yang? Where was Gao Yang? Why had he not entered the space station? I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Gao Yang. Might the illustrious Gao Yang step forth? I wish to express my thanks in person. The astronauts, having regained their composure, inquired, "Where is Gao Yang?" Communication with Gao Yang remained intact within the space station, and his voice resonated. "I am contemplating a solution. My spacecraft lacks a spacesuit, and the docking interface here does not align with that of my vessel, rendering it impossible to connect." Gao Yang also harbored a desire to visit the space station, as it is, after all, the pride of the Dragon Nation, and it would be a spectacle worth witnessing. However, how could he gain entry? To venture into the void of space without protection? That would be exceedingly perilous. A thought flickered in Gao Yang's mind. I have devised a plan. I shall create an opening in the rocket, traverse from my spacecraft into the interior of the rocket, and subsequently enter the space station through the docking interface. The astronauts were momentarily taken aback. This method seemed to pose even greater challenges. Is it truly so simple to slice open a crude rocket? Chapter 180. 3 days time. The rocket shell is fortified with 3 layers of protection, including a robust armor. The concerns lingering in the air had yet to be voiced when Gao Yang's voice resonated once more. All right, I have entered the airlock, opening the door. As the hatch of the airlock swung open, the astronauts beheld Gao Yang floating amidst the void. In the next instant, 6 individuals lunged toward him in unison. Listening to the cries surrounding him, Gao Yang felt a surge of emotions, though a hint of coldness lingered in his gaze. He harbored a tinge of guilt, realizing that he could have saved them much earlier. The reason he had chosen to board the spacecraft, even in such a critical moment with only a few minutes left, was to provocatively seek trouble. Fortunately, the others managed their emotions remarkably well, briefly expressing their gratitude before releasing Gao Yang. Gao Yang turned his attention to the screen, which was broadcasting live, and noticed the barrage of comments flowing in. He waved lightly. Hello everyone, I am delighted to greet you from the space station. Instantly, the comments surged. Countless individuals were responding to Gao Yang's salutation. The reporter's voice resonated in the live broadcast. Hello, Gao Yang. I believe everyone is quite curious about the technology behind the spacecraft emerging from the hole. This technology, witnessed by tens of millions, cannot be concealed. Gao Yang smiled as he replied, it is space jump technology. The reporter had already formed a conclusion in his mind, but could not suppress his astonishment. Can humanity leave the solar system using this spacecraft? Indeed. We can depart with ease, Gao Yang chuckled. However, this is merely a rescue vessel designed and manufactured in haste. There remains a long journey ahead to create a truly capable vessel for long-distance voyages. The host appeared taken aback. If it was designed and manufactured in haste, what if the production were delayed? If the production were delayed, those astronauts would lose their lives due to the negligence of the Starlink satellites. Upon hearing this, the host fell silent, as did countless viewers in Long Country. Director Yuan at the Aerospace Research Center, gazing at the camera where Gao Yang's eyes had grown steely, asserted, it was an out-of-control Starlink satellite that unexpectedly appeared in an inappropriate location and collided with our manned rocket. Who can ascertain whether it was truly out of control? Having previously made a misjudgment, Director Yuan now firmly aligned himself with Gao Yang. Aware of Gao Yang's intention to confront the issue, he prepared to offer support. The viewers in the live stream began to express their indignation. Starlink, that entity which can arbitrarily launch anything and call it a satellite? Moreover, they intend to launch tens of thousands of satellites. Gao Yang chose not to continue his criticism of Starlink, acknowledging that their audacity primarily stemmed from their ownership. During this rescue operation, it was feasible to utilize laser weapons to obliterate space debris. However, the Eagle refused to cooperate, insisting instead on the use of lower-grade, more perilous missiles for the task. I suspect this incident is a premeditated act of murder. Just like last time, I require the Eagle to provide a reasonable explanation, compensation for the damaged manned rocket, and a plan for addressing the Starlink satellites. Gao Yang raised his gaze towards the camera, his demeanor serious as he proclaimed, you have 3 days. The statements I just made are solely my personal demands, unrelated to the Dragon Country. Furthermore, remember the last time. In the livestream, countless viewers met Gao Yang's gaze, suddenly feeling a chill run down their spines, followed by exhilaration. They were electrified, trembling with excitement. To distill the essence of his words, the Starlink has collided with us. You must handle it yourselves and inform me of the outcome. If you remain complacent, questioning and colluding with Starlink, you must prove your innocence. His final statement resonated with authority. This is a private matter, detached from the Dragon Country, implying that the method of resolution is solely his own, while any further demands from the Dragon Country are to be addressed later. He has granted the white-headed eagle a mere 3 days. This is undeniably tyrannical. Remarkable indeed. I stand firmly with Gao Yang. This time, they must provide us with an explanation. Uplifting, I shall await the developments of this matter. Will the white-headed eagle offer a response? Most likely not. Highly improbable? Certainly so. They will likely act as if they have not heard, and the Dragon Country too will probably feign ignorance. Emotionally, I support Gao Yang, and I am even more incensed and vengeful than he is. Yet we must confront reality. The white-headed eagle is accustomed to pride. I too believe they will not yield. Although we possess an abundance of weaponry, Gao Yang ultimately lacks the official backing of the Dragon Country. These are merely his personal sentiments. While the barrage of comments flourished, the high-ranking officials of the white-headed eagle had already convened in the conference room. Another emergency meeting commenced, with the livestream being broadcast alongside real-time translations. The meeting room, aside from the sound of the broadcast, was eerily silent, superbly quiet. They are being threatened, and this threat cannot be disregarded, for it comes from Gao Yang. His mention of the previous incident ignited a flicker of anger within them. What about the out-of-control robots? They were never out of control. It was simply their disregard for Gao Yang's threats that led to the destruction of their 9 bases and the loss of nearly 1,000 lives. Consequently, they were compelled to seek assistance from the Dragon Country, ultimately paying a staggering price of $110 billion. Gao Yang's reference to that prior threat has rekindled their fury, followed by a sense of helplessness. What recourse do they possess? They are utterly powerless. A mere robot can cause them such distress, leaving them devoid of any means of resolution. Such robots are merely industrial products, and the Dragon Country can undoubtedly produce countless thousands. Moreover, now, in comparison to before, the Dragon Country has also developed mechas. Those mechas, invincible on the battlefield, render modern weaponry such as planes and tanks mere toys. One individual can stand against 1,000 troops. These mechas, too, are products of industrialization, capable of being manufactured in vast numbers. Furthermore, the potency of Gao Yang's threat lies in his assertion that he does not represent the Dragon Country. He speaks solely for himself. Once again, it is worth noting that representing the Dragon Nation instills confidence, for at least the Dragon Nation remains steadfast. Conversely, the representatives of Gao Yang are ensnared by trepidation. In the live broadcast, Gao Yang calmly stated, "Please hold for a moment. I must attend to a matter." He then ventured out of the space station and returned to the rescue spacecraft. The camera in the live stream shifted to the exterior of the space station, allowing everyone to glimpse Gao Yang's vessel. Curiosity enveloped the audience as they pondered Gao Yang's intentions. Amidst the collective gaze, Gao Yang activated the space jump engine once more. Despite having witnessed this marvel previously, each encounter left them awestruck. It truly was a miraculous phenomenon. How extraordinary! Could Gao Yang be a celestial being descended from the heavens? Are you still questioning it? The astute Sengu has already begun crafting a statue in Gao Yang's honor, lighting 3 incense sticks daily. What lies beyond the solar system? Other extraterrestrial beings? The Zerg? Or perhaps a cosmic battle? In my past musings over Blade Runner, I yearned for a robotic companion. Now, with Gao Yang's prowess, my dream has come to fruition. As I indulge in Star Wars, I desire an alien spouse, hoping Gao Yang will lend his support. The esteemed figure above is remarkable, with ambitions soaring high, far surpassing the likes of Ning Kaichen and Su Xian. Chapter 181. What is this operation? After the wormhole opened, the spacecraft flew out directly, only to return with a flying device cradled within its hold. In the live stream, many space enthusiasts were left bewildered upon witnessing this craft. Goodness, it's Voyager 1. Incredible. Master Gao Yang has actually captured Voyager 1 and brought it back? Wasn't it said to have already exited the solar system? Is this indeed the legendary Voyager 1? Launched on September 5, 1977, its mission was to utilize the unique planetary alignment of the time for gravitational assistance to journey further into the cosmos. After a span of 46 years, it reached the farthest point from Earth, only to be retrieved by Gao Yang. The live stream audience was utterly astonished. At the Dragon Nation Aerospace Research Center, gazing at Voyager, they too were dumbfounded. What is this operation? This is remarkable. They hurriedly contacted Gao Yang. They must proceed carefully, as they needed to acquire this for research. It contains copious amounts of data, and some of the technologies within are still relevant today. While they contemplated this, they heard Gao Yang's voice resonate through the live stream. "I've retrieved some space debris for you. No need to thank me." The Dragon Nation Aerospace Research Center ceased their calls. Gao Yang's words resonated deeply within them. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Nation Aerospace Research Center, those watching the live broadcast suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. They had been following the live stream anxiously, only to be stabbed in the heart at the climax by Gao Yang's revelation. It was indeed a deep wound. Voyager 1 had achieved numerous milestones, greatly enhancing their understanding of space. After 46 years of exploration, to suddenly find it returned only to be deemed debris, the pain was palpable. Suddenly, an elderly viewer, clutching his heart, collapsed to the ground. His age rendered him unable to withstand the shock. A group rushed to assist him. In a high-level meeting among the Eagle Nation officials, their hearts sank further. They did not fully comprehend the significance of Voyager 1, yet they discerned a deeper implication, a threat. Gao Yang was indeed threatening them, showcasing his capabilities. Now, with the ability to retrieve Voyager 1 from such a distance, could he also bring back a meteorite? A meteorite of suitable size, striking the Eagle Nation's homeland, would have devastating effects, far surpassing the might of the most powerful nuclear weapon currently known. As the live stream neared its conclusion, with Gao Yang's spacecraft once again embracing the rocket, 3 individuals prepared to board the rocket. There was a hole in the rocket, yet this breach was securely connected to Gao Yang's craft, preventing any loss of pressure. Nevertheless, the crew aboard the rocket felt a surge of anxiety. Not only was the rocket devoid of power, but it also bore a gaping hole. A single misstep could prove fatal. Moreover, gazing at the sharp incision, they struggled to fathom what could have caused such a cut. In the final scene, the camera captures the spaceship embracing the rocket as it departs, followed by an abrupt interruption of the live broadcast signal. Countless viewers, transfixed by the black screen, find themselves exhilarated. Restless during the late hours, they turn to various forums and chat platforms to engage in discussions and share their thoughts. Within a mere 10 minutes, the trending topics are dominated by the events of the live stream. Topping the list is the apology from the White Eagle, followed closely by inquiries regarding the Voyager, as many viewers seek clarification on its significance. The third trending topic boasts the remarkable prowess of ships equipped with space jump engines. The entire Dragon Kingdom is fervently engaged in this discourse, with a significant focus on whether the White Eagle will indeed apologize. The consensus leans toward skepticism, particularly as the Dragon Kingdom remains notably silent. Amidst their discussions, the comment section suddenly fills with numerous links, presumably shared by others. Upon clicking, they discover another trending topic, albeit ranked lower. The title declares, Haiyang can always voice the Dragon Kingdom. Accompanying this is a video, more than one, in fact, under the moonlight. On a vast training ground, warriors clad in exoskeleton gear swiftly assemble. Their gathering is astonishingly rapid as they fly to their positions. A formation of 20,000 stands in perfect unison, leaving viewers in awe. What is this marvel? Can Dragon Kingdom warriors truly soar? And the exoskeleton armor, how impressive it is. Wasn't it previously designed to bear heavy loads? Now it allows for flight. Surely, this isn't merely special effects or a scene from a strategy game. Are they aerial soldiers? Then a voice resonates. Are you prepared? The thunderous response echoes, always ready. The collective roar of countless voices ignites a fervor within. The visuals do not cease here. Hovering in the sky are fighter jets of 5 different types, all on standby, poised to engage in battle. While their exact capabilities remain uncertain, their sleek design and ability to hover suggest exceptional prowess, for they are manufactured by Haiyang. The continuous footage showcases the military buildup of the Dragon Kingdom, further galvanizing its citizens. Haiyang's declaration, backed by the Dragon Kingdom, demands a direct response from the White Eagle. How long has it been since they felt such exhilaration? The focus of attention swiftly shifts to the White Eagle. How will they respond? Some more level-headed individuals express concern, fearing the White Eagle's silence could compel the Dragon Kingdom to take action, potentially leading to dire consequences. Conversely, there are those who thrive on chaos, hoping the White Eagle remains silent, as only then would the Dragon Kingdom take action, adding an intriguing twist to the narrative. It becomes evident that the White Eagle has faltered. In truth, they need not await a declaration from the Dragon Kingdom. Haiyang's mere presence has already instilled trepidation. An hour after the conclusion of the live broadcast, the spokesperson for the Bald Eagle had already prepared a statement regarding the recent incident. Firstly, the event unfolded unexpectedly, leaving them with insufficient time for a meeting. Some individuals outright rejected Lungwa's proposal for a laser cannon rescue operation. Subsequently, they initiated an investigative procedure concerning the company behind Starlink, assuring that they would provide Gao Yang with a satisfactory explanation. Notably, the spokesperson emphasized the importance of offering Gao Yang this explanation, signifying a considerable degree of gravity. However, at this juncture, the matter reached a temporary resolution. The Bald Eagle lowered its head, acknowledging that the subsequent handling of the situation would primarily involve negotiations. The extent of what could be garnered from the negotiation table would depend on the negotiators involved. After delivering the rocket to the Aerospace Research Center, Gao Yang returned directly to the laboratory. Upon docking the spacecraft and disembarking, he felt the intense gaze of numerous onlookers. The expressions of the surrounding guards were somewhat fervent. They had witnessed the recent rescue broadcast. By this point, their protective function had become somewhat redundant, as they could no longer safeguard Gao Yang, but instead served more as mere sentinels. These elite individuals felt fortunate to stand as guardians beside Gao Yang. Chapter 182, Pulsar. Gao Yang smiled gently at the group of people before turning and entering the laboratory. He first connected the invincible spacecraft to the space rescue vessel, ensuring that it could undertake various missions autonomously without his direct control. However, after completing this task, Gao Yang felt somewhat disoriented. The pace of progress was astonishing. With just a thought, he could depart from the solar system. Yet, this sensation did not yield a sense of achievement, but rather a profound solitude. When he returned with the Voyager, the places he visited were utterly devoid of anything. The celestial expanse visible from Earth was filled with countless stars. But in the vastness of space, there lay an eerie silence. At such distances, the sun appeared merely as a faint star, and planets like Earth were entirely invisible. The images seen in books were exaggerated for the sake of comprehension, if scaled down to their actual proportions on paper. One could see the sun, yet would be unable to discern any other planet with the naked eye. A single planet within the vast solar system was but a minuscule grain in the ocean. For the time being, Gao Yang had no desire to venture outside. Should he lose his way in space, he might never find the path home until the end of his days. From this perspective, the spacecraft seemed somewhat superfluous. Although it was currently the finest vessel in existence, it would remain unparalleled for an extended period, as the technology for creating a new space jump engine was unattainable. The system could manufacture without error, provided the conditions were met, yet crafting such an extraordinary invention was fraught with potential complications. Minor issues with other machinery could be tolerated, but a malfunction in this device could lead to an irrevocable loss of direction. Thus, unless the foundational industrial capabilities saw significant enhancement, Gao Yang would refrain from attempting to produce a second space jump engine. Moreover, there existed no supporting infrastructure for a vessel of this caliber. Communication systems, maintenance facilities, and protective gear were all non-existent, not to mention the absence of high-end space suits. If one were to don the current space suits of the Dragon Kingdom, they would be so cumbersome that fitting into the spacecraft would be impossible. Achieving such interstellar technological advancement was a monumental endeavor. Late into the night, although weary, Gao Yang did not succumb to sleep. Instead, he utilized a precision lathe to craft a barbecue grill. With a machine of extraordinary accuracy, he fashioned it from a high-strength alloy, preparing to grill. To any onlookers, this would seem utterly absurd. He set up an outdoor table in the yard, seated himself, and awaited the robot to prepare skewers. Just as the skewers were ready, a flying bus descended from the sky, filled to capacity with personnel from the Aerospace Research Center. A throng of people disembarked and, upon seeing Gao Yang grilling in the yard, hurried over. Gao Yang anticipated that Director Yuan would come, but he was surprised by the number of people accompanying him. He quickly instructed the robot to prepare more skewers and additional tables and chairs. Gesturing toward the opposite side, "Everyone, please take a seat and enjoy the food while we converse." Director Yuan, unable to contain his excitement, sat down, took a skewer from the table, and took a bite before turning to gaze at the spacecraft parked in the yard. The spacecraft? Gao Yang glanced at the eager onlookers and then at the vessel, an unexpected outcome. Director Yuan and his colleagues listened to Gao Yang's nonchalance, growing increasingly anxious. Could the space jump engine truly be an accidental creation? Gao Yang shrugged. Is this something that can be manufactured with current technology? Without hesitation, Director Yuan and the others replied, "No, certainly not. I was originally researching sublight travel." A wave of realization washed over the group as they widened their eyes. Sublight. Sonic speeds might be one thing, but light speed? That seems rather absurd. Although Gao Yang indeed possessed technology for sublight travel, its realization was beyond the scope of current industrial capabilities. Interestingly, while sublight travel remained unachievable, the technology for superliminal space jumps had already been developed. The theoretical knowledge of sublight travel had been reached, yet the execution posed significant challenges. While attempting an alternative method to achieve the goal, I inadvertently created the space jump engine. By harnessing a powerful electromagnetic field, one can distort space. Director Yuan's eyes widened. Gao Yang's explanation was far too simplistic, but how is precise positioning achieved? This, in fact, is quite straightforward. If we can produce another engine, merely adjusting the frequency of the electromagnetic intensity will allow us to control distance, direction, and even the angles upon arrival. The astonishment on the faces of the group deepened. Is there only one such spacecraft? One is hardly enough. This solitary vessel cannot be utilized again in the short term. Observing the puzzled expressions of the group, Gao Yang continued. The first sensation I experienced during the space jump was fear. There was nothing around. Had it not been for the swift return, I would have worried about not making it back. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone shifted. In comparison to the spacecraft, their primary concern was Gao Yang's safety. His words extinguished any other thoughts they had entertained. Initially, they sought to understand the spacecraft, to acquire such technology to explore distant realms and uncover more secrets. Yet, Gao Yang's revelation made them acutely aware of its inherent dangers. Just as a genius is one step ahead, a madman is 2 steps ahead. This technology surpassed humanity's current capabilities by a considerable margin. It could well spell doom. Director Yuan refrained from further inquiries. Let's have some barbecue. Meanwhile, a senior figure from the Aerospace Research Institute approached. Regarding rocket engine technology, do you have any insights? Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but this spacecraft's engine operated on nuclear fusion propulsion. No other so-called rockets could utilize it. However, upon seeing the elderly man's forlorn expression, Gao Yang contemplated the necessity of refining the engine, recognizing that space jumps could not be the sole means of travel. Short distances still required conventional engines. In 2 months, I shall integrate the technology and provide you with something functional. The elderly gentleman's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. He continued, I will compile the pulsar information we currently possess. Pulsars could serve as cosmic positioning coordinates. should any calamity arise in the future. Knowing the pulsar data would allow us to find our way home. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. Possessing this information would be akin to acquiring a vast celestial map of the surrounding stars. Thus, the spacecraft found its purpose. Gao Yang felt a surge of anticipation. All right, but is it accurate? The most precise in the world, for we possess the largest radio telescope on the planet. As Gao Yang listened to the elder's proud words, a smile crept onto his face, mingled with a sense of eagerness. With the abundance of pulsar information surrounding them, the spacecraft could venture to far-off realms without the fear of losing its way. Should it stray? The positions of several pulsars could serve as a guide to ascertain its location relative to Earth. After enjoying a late-night meal and bidding farewell to a group of guests, Gao Yang made his way to the stable to check on the black horse. Just half a day after its birth, fine down had already begun to cover its fleshy wings. It wouldn't be long before it reached maturity. Sensing Gao Yang's approach, the black horse stepped forward, tilting its head and nuzzling against his waist. Gazing at the black horse, Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with thought as he contemplated the genetic serum. If an overwhelming surge of memories were to flood his mind post-system enhancement, he might find it unbearable. Yet, as his foundational skills improved, the technology he would acquire in the future would only become more formidable. Ultimately, there lay but one path ahead, the genetic serum that could amplify the capabilities of his mind. Chapter 183. The 3D printer in the realm of biological research. There lies a pressing necessity for further exploration, particularly in the enhancement of cognitive abilities. Once a sufficient accumulation of augmented genes is achieved, the endeavor to manufacture enhancement agents for human use may commence. At the mere thought of this, Gao Yang instinctively recalled Director Yuan, who would undoubtedly harbor concerns. However, it would suffice to inform him only after the successful realization of this plan. With a focused mind, Gao Yang resolved to nurture his Black Horse project. He first contacted a previous supplier of monkeys to arrange for their delivery. The enhancement gene agents primarily target cognitive augmentation. Thus, utilizing monkeys that closely resemble humans would yield superior results. After concluding the call, Gao Yang decided to rest. The following morning, he was awakened by the resounding commands signaling the commencement of military training, marking the official beginning of his junior year. While ordinary students grappled with the urgency of impending graduate examinations or job searches, along with the preparation of their theses, Gao Yang remained unburdened by such concerns. Instead, he pondered the next aspect of enhancement to pursue. The focus on gene agents would indeed be paramount, but he first needed to accelerate the reproductive cycle of the mother monkeys, and the wait for their offspring would be somewhat protracted. This interval could be utilized to delve into other research avenues. What should he investigate? Continuing the weaponry research? To be candid, that field felt somewhat saturated. The weaponry he had already developed could enable Long Kingdom to plow through the entire world. Moreover, he had even more formidable weaponry concepts in mind, merely awaiting advancements in industrial capabilities for their unveiling. Future weapon research would be conducted in response to specific demands. As he contemplated these demands, an idea sparked in Gao Yang's mind. Why not explore the needs of the general populace? After breakfast, he opened a live streaming application, swiftly registering and inputting basic information to commence broadcasting. The stream focused on technology and culture. Upon launching the broadcast, he instantly attracted 5,000 viewers, albeit this figure was inflated. Within mere seconds, the count ascended to 5,001. One of the newcomers, named Dried Fish, immediately recognized Gao Yang. Whoa, is that you, Gao Yang? You're live? In the next moment, Dried Fish sent a generous gift. Here's a tip. I'm bringing you traffic. Observing the rising gift on his screen, Gao Yang chuckled. No gifts, please return it. Dried Fish was taken aback. Having already sent the gift, how could it be returned? Moments later, he noticed the gift, a rocket, retracting back, with the funds seamlessly returning to his account. Dried Fish was left in astonishment, marveling at the capability to prompt a refund through a mere utterance. During this interval, over a dozen more individuals entered the stream, witnessing the spectacle of the rocket's retraction. Their attention, however, was fixated on the same exclamation. Whoa, Gao Yang. Gao Yang glanced at the barrage of comments expressing astonishment, feeling a twinge of melancholy. With so many ways to articulate surprise, why did they choose those particular words? Was this truly happening? Gao Yang had gone live, and the commotion was so minimal. In the next instant, the screen was inundated with a plethora of gifts. Gao Yang gazed at the gift effects. The live stream does not accept gifts. This session is merely to inquire what else you all desire. The audience in the live stream hesitated. What kind of question was this from Gao Yang? What else do you want? Someone tentatively asked. Whatever I wish for. Great one. Could you develop it? Gao Yang nodded. To my friend named Huanglian Y Tangshui. I am not a deity. I cannot create whatever you wish. However, if your suggestions are indeed constructive, I shall consider researching them. The crowd praised his humility, exclaiming, You are a god. the one true deity in my heart. Others chimed in, do not speak foolishly. He is not merely a god. He surpasses divinity. Some expressed serious desires. In my life, I lack an AI. I wish to engage in a sweet romance with a robot. A voice from above interjected. Have you considered that if a robot gains self-awareness, it may no longer be interested in you and run off with someone else? Laughter erupted. Haha, it ran away. Is there a civilian version of exoskeleton equipment? I no longer wish to exert myself. With a complete exoskeleton suit, my physical exertion would diminish. Another asked, Great Gao Yang, could you contemplate a 3D printer? 3D printing is splendid. Acquiring an exceptional 3D printer would allow us to create anything we lack at home. A voice from above retorted, what you describe is not a 3D printer, but rather Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket. Gao Yang considered the requests. First was the self-aware robot. Such a concept was surely fraught with peril. If a robot possessed a soul, would it still remain a robot? This could lead to significant issues. Next came the civilian exoskeleton, which was worth considering. Many engaged in manual labor might find this technology beneficial. Indeed, having a mechanical arm at home for moving items could prove advantageous. However, he had already mastered these technologies, and their application was straightforward. It was the last suggestion regarding the 3D printer that piqued Gao Yang's interest. He felt inclined to explore this further. Having found a direction, Gao Yang gently nodded. I have noted your ideas. This livestream will conclude here, and I will continue in the future. At that moment, the livestream was suddenly flooded with thousands of viewers, drawn by the news of Gao Yang's broadcast, only to be met with a black screen. Where is everyone? Has the signal been lost? Some were bewildered. I went out to draw in viewers and missed this fleeting livestream. A recording of the livestream would be uploaded online later. While the online atmosphere was bustling, Gao Yang began to delve into 3D printing. When 3D printing first emerged, the concept was heralded with great fanfare, boasting the ability to print everything imaginable. There seemed to be nothing that could not be created. Numerous promotional videos proliferated online, showcasing the potential to print houses, metal tools, vehicles, and more. As Gao Yang contemplated these concepts, he estimated that, at least for the next decade, such ideas would remain theoretical. Yet, he was genuinely intrigued. He wished to experiment with amplification to see if he could produce something satisfactory. If he could indeed print quality components, it would be remarkably valuable. Moreover, the potential is indeed substantial. 3D printing has long been regarded as a machine for incremental manufacturing, though it has yet to gain significant recognition. Gao Yang, inspired, decided to take action and delve into the subject. In addition to perusing books, he reached out to Director Yuan to inquire about relevant technical information regarding 3D printers. To his delight, there was indeed valuable information available. The Dragon Kingdom boasts specialized laboratories dedicated to the study of 3D printers, although they have yet to yield remarkable research results. Noticing Gao Yang's astonishment, Director Yuan chuckled and remarked, isn't this quite normal? The research directions in the Dragon Kingdom are incredibly diverse. Even if we do not achieve world-leading status, we must ensure we possess capabilities that meet a certain standard. This way, when faced with challenges, we can swiftly provide technological alternatives. Listening to this, Gao Yang felt a twinge of melancholy, realizing the frequent challenges faced. However, it is precisely through these continual confrontations that comprehensive research has emerged. Chapter 184, The Starry Sky Management Council. In the vast expanse of the Dragon Kingdom, the scale is such that smaller factions would scarcely have the manpower to engage in research endeavors. Upon acquiring the data, Gao Yang embarked on his exploration, recognizing that the technology of 3D printing has achieved a relatively advanced stage. However, when compared to the conceptual visions of printing vehicles or towering edifices, it falls significantly short. Numerous hobbyists have embraced 3D printers to create various molds and components. After a cursory examination of 3D printer introductions, Gao Yang identified a critical issue. Theoretically, printers that function akin to machine tools have a limited application scope at present. They are primarily utilized for mold fabrication or medical instruments. Currently, 3D printers either come at a moderate price with limited functionalities suitable for personal use, or they are exorbitantly priced, rendering them impractical for widespread adoption. Some manufacturers even resort to selling printers at a low cost while profiting from the sale of materials. The inherent barriers to entry for 3D printing in everyday life restrict its use to specific groups, such as enthusiasts and those familiar with modeling. Although pre-designed models are available for direct printing, this compromises the joy of creation. Overall, Gao Yang concluded that this technology is indeed remarkable. Additive manufacturing is a brilliant concept, albeit underutilized at present. It offers material conservation advantages unlike subtractive methods that waste excess material. However, the costs of 3D printing materials can overshadow those of alternative materials. After reviewing the data, Gao Yang refrained from rushing into action, opting instead to investigate the cutting-edge technologies currently at play worldwide. The Invincible initiated an incursion, and soon, a plethora of information was amassed before Gao Yang. As he swiftly perused the data, an array of ideas blossomed in his mind, while the White Eagle swiftly produced an investigative report concerning Starlink satellites. This report was promptly delivered to Gao Yang. Without even glancing at the report, he turned his attention to the messenger. What of the compensation terms they had proposed? The compensation would be provided by the opposing company, covering all costs related to the 2 rocket launches, along with a monetary compensation of $1 million for each of the 3 astronauts. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. To him, this sum was mere pocket change, hardly a significant burden for the White Eagle. What else? Furthermore, the White Eagle proposed the establishment of an international starry sky management organization, with Gao Yang at the helm to oversee all matters pertaining to outer space. Gao Yang thought to himself that the White Eagle certainly played the game well. Not only was he offering management authority to Gao Yang, but he was also making commitments on behalf of other factions. Should Gao Yang consent, it would imply exerting pressure on the other powers. Nonetheless, the White Eagle's proposal was indeed commendable, and Gao Yang harbored aspirations of wielding authority over space management. Holding such power would facilitate advancements into the cosmos. Yet, he was resolute in not allowing himself to be led around by the nose. He rejected the establishment of this international space management organization, opting instead for a public apology from them. Very well. Gao Yang waved his hand, and once the messenger departed, he promptly dialed a call to Director Yuan. The phone was swiftly answered. Dean Yuan stated, "I just received a call." "Why do you disagree?" Gao Yang interrupted directly. "Let us establish our own space organization, to be called the World Starry Sky Management Association. Anything in space that has not been registered with the World Starry Sky Management Association will be dealt with accordingly." Dean Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Gao Yang's approach was indeed ruthless, cutting off the source of power, employing a similar plan yet executing it differently. It was undeniably severe, and one could easily discern that the conditions for joining would be quite stringent. Dean Yuan inquired, "Then I shall proceed. How do we restrict the White Eagle?" "No need for restrictions. Simply add a satellite management fee. You can calculate accordingly. For instance, $1 for 1 satellite, $2 for 2 satellites, $4 for 3 satellites. Even upon joining, there will be costs for registration." Dean Yuan comprehended. What about other factions? Who among the other factions possesses as many satellites as the White Eagle? The combined total of satellites from all other factions does not even match the number of the White Eagle. After hanging up, Dean Yuan reflected on the situation, marveling at how a mere researcher like Gao Yang could be so formidable. Consequently, the White Eagle would either have to spend an exorbitant amount of money or voluntarily relinquish some satellites. They might not even be able to retain all their core satellites, let alone preserve their Starlink. This young man truly was ruthless in his endeavors. Dean Yuan promptly set to work, announcing in the world news that the Dragon Nation had established the World Starry Sky Management Association. By joining the Management Association, should any incidents occur in space, there would be support. Satellites that have been registered could directly apply for repairs if damaged, allowing for maintenance in orbit. Numerous benefits would also be provided. Naturally, a management fee would be required. In the final announcement, the management fees were structured on a tiered basis. 1 satellite to 100 satellites would incur a fee of $10,000 per satellite. From the 100th to the 200th satellite, the fee would rise to $100,000 per satellite. From the 200th to the 300th satellite, the fee would escalate to $1 million per satellite. The numbers continued to rise. By the end, even those who established the rules were somewhat bewildered. Was this truly coercing the White Eagle into non-participation? Yet, there was one final clause. The World Space Management Association would fulfill its management responsibilities, regularly clearing space debris, urging everyone to apply for membership and register promptly. Failure to join would result in cleanup. Almost instantaneously upon the release of this news, it captured the attention of the entire world. Subsequently, all major factions turned their gaze toward the White Eagle. This pricing structure was clearly targeted. Any sensible individual could discern that it was aimed at the White Eagle, given its abundance of satellites. Other major factions possessed relatively few satellites. The Dragon Nation had several hundred, yet they were exempt from fees. The once Great Bear, having launched the world's first satellite, now led a dismal existence with minimal launches. Occasionally, they would demonstrate their satellite destruction capabilities by decommissioning a few obsolete satellites. The satellite counts of other major factions remained low, rendering their management fees negligible. Once again, the White Eagle convened a meeting, yet silence enveloped the room. Each participant inwardly seethed, questioning how the Dragon Nation dared to act in such a manner. However, they remained silent, lacking the confidence to speak out. If they possessed such confidence, they could merely observe the spectacle, refraining from participation while keeping their hands tucked away, watching to see who would dare challenge their satellites. The pressing question now is, should their satellites be provoked, what recourse would they have? They wouldn't even dare to cry out loudly, for fear that Gao Yang might find their noise bothersome and retaliate with a few sharp slaps. In the conference room, someone finally broke the silence. Next time, we must avoid any underhanded tactics in our negotiations. No one spoke up, but a few nodded in agreement. This time, there was an expectation for clarity. The situation could have been resolved amicably, but their inclination to be cunning led to unexpected repercussions. The retaliation came swiftly, an almost instantaneous reaction that could hardly be attributed to deliberations or meetings. It suggested a singular possibility. Gao Yang, displeased with their terms, decided to teach them a lesson. This lesson compelled them to relinquish a significant portion of their satellites in space, retaining only a scant few. They had previously possessed thousands of satellites, and now they could keep at most 500. Any additional ones would incur fees surpassing the cost of launching a fully operational satellite. The most ruthless among them forced others to inflict harm upon themselves. Chapter 185, magnified 1,000-fold. In the conference room of the Bald Eagle, after a fleeting moment of silence, the formal meeting commenced. Today, we shall deliberate on the precise number of satellites to retain and which specific ones to keep. Someone banged on the table, exclaiming, "Let us be assertive. If we choose not to participate, let us see how they dare to respond." Clad in the military uniform of the Bald Eagle, he exuded an air of aggression. Another voice, more subdued, remarked, "They will not dare to retaliate. Their only recourse would be to obliterate all our satellites. In such a scenario, we would be rendered blind and deaf. If they dare, we shall not hesitate to wage war." Someone retorted, "Wage war? How? With missiles? What missile could possibly evade the interception of laser cannons, even in inclement weather? They possess robots, aerial warriors, mechs, and aircraft with unknown capabilities. The known aircraft, traveling at 17 times the speed of sound, could decimate our aerial forces in mere moments." Another participant interjected, "The Dragon Nation's restraint in firing the first shot is the sole reason we continue to survive. Should we take the initiative, the Bald Eagle might very well become a headless eagle." The previously enraged elder, hands gripping the table and body swaying perilously, remained seething with fury, his face flushed crimson. Yet words eluded him. He, too, was engulfed in confusion, questioning how the situation had deteriorated so swiftly when they had recently been the predominant power. In that moment, he resembled the bureaucrats of the Qing dynasty, lamenting over territorial concessions and reparations. Once again, silence enveloped the conference room until someone proposed, "Is it feasible to execute such a maneuver? Could we transfer the satellites under the auspices of other powers?" The eyes of those present lit up with intrigue. If possible, they could shift a significant number of satellites to other factions, providing them with assistance, which those lesser powers would surely welcome. The satellites would still serve the Bald Eagle, yet without the burden of excessive payments to the Dragon Nation, an ingenious solution. However, many in the room deemed this approach prudent, yet hesitated to voice their thoughts, primarily due to their apprehension of Gao Yang. What if he perceived their plan as mere cunning and decided to retaliate? Someone suggested, "Why not directly inquire with the Dragon Nation? Would they entertain such a proposition? Let us adopt a more humble stance." Upon receiving the message, the Dragon Nation was taken aback. What was this audacity? It was akin to a student confronted with an insurmountable exam question, raising a hand to ask the teacher if they could cheat. How could the teacher respond? The inquiry came from the Bald Eagle, a party that had previously disregarded the examination entirely. Their attitude was indeed commendable. They seemed to have learned their lesson, no longer daring to engage in petty antics. The official representatives of the Dragon Nation contacted Gao Yang to gauge his perspective. Upon receiving the call, Gao Yang was somewhat astonished. The Bald Eagle's audacity knew no bounds. Aware of their targeted predicament, they shamelessly sought clemency. He promptly extinguished the Bald Eagle's aspirations, terminating the conversation and returning to his duties. In a dual-pronged operation, he simultaneously devised genetic alteration agents for the mother monkey while fabricating a 3D printer. The gestation period for the mother monkey typically spanned 5 months. If one were to wait 5 months, the flowers would wither. Thus, transitioning from viviparity to oviparity would expedite the process. Concurrently, the transcription of genes should be conducted, ensuring the swiftest possible pace. Thereafter, the manufacturing of 3D printers commences. Gao Yang's greatest advantage over other companies lies in the vast array of materials he possesses. The characteristics of these materials significantly surpass those currently available on the market. Foremost among them is a superheat-resistant material. If utilized in a 3D printer, Gao Yang could achieve the remarkable feat of printing glass products using molten glass. This entails melting glass at extraordinarily high temperatures within a container, subsequently employing the molten glass to fabricate various items. If glass can be manipulated in such a manner, it stands to reason that metals might also be feasible. This operation would place Gao Yang at the forefront of global innovation. Gao Yang swiftly commenced experimentation, only to discover limited feasibility due to the inadequate strength of metals post-melting and printing, resulting in irregular surface textures. While this method could be employed for mold creation, its practicality was minimal. Undeterred, he continued to explore various materials while simultaneously enhancing stability and precision. After a thorough fortnight of experimentation, Gao Yang unveiled a finished product, a 3D printer. This device appeared to be a rudimentary printer, lacking protective casing, surrounded by a frame. With an internal mechanical arm equipped with a nozzle, it boasted 8 nozzles, each corresponding to a distinct material. Now, this apparatus could produce relatively intricate components, even mechanical products. The remaining challenge lay in amplification. Gao Yang was uncertain which aspect of amplification would yield the most benefit, as it seemed all dimensions required enhancement. He decided to print an object. With a casual design, he created a screw, which was completed in merely 2 minutes. A voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully manufactured a 3D printer. Amplification is possible. Would you like to amplify? Amplify. With Gao Yang's command, a compass materialized. After drawing a 10,000-fold amplification, a notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a 10,000-fold amplification in size. Gao Yang was taken aback. Size. This was rather absurd. Did it refer to volume or a proportional enlargement? If it were a 10,000-fold increase in volume, that would merely elevate the height by a little over 10 times, transforming a 1-meter cube printer into one measuring several meters in length and width. However, should it be a 10,000-fold proportional enlargement, that would be truly terrifying, transforming it into a structure 10 kilometers long and wide, and astonishingly, 10 kilometers high, a 3D printer surpassing even the height of Mount Everest, capable of printing mountains. While contemplating this, the laboratory equipment whirred to life, as a plethora of resources streamed towards the devices within the lab. The fabricated metallic columns ascended into the exterior of the laboratory. Hastily, Gao Yang exited the laboratory. The guards outside were either patrolling or preoccupied with their tasks. Entirely oblivious to the printer's operations, Gao Yang exhaled in relief. His primary concern had been whether anyone would witness this scene. Now, it seemed as though those individuals were as oblivious as if they had not seen anything at all, likely due to the system's influence. Perhaps this spectacle was visible solely to him. Turning his gaze back towards the columns, he noted a total of 12 pillars forming a colossal cube. The height was reasonable, measuring approximately 100 meters. At the very bottom, the columns are designed to be detachable for mobility, accompanied by a row of wheels for ease of movement. The elevated spray nozzles have also expanded significantly, with the supporting structure concealed within a large box, rendering it difficult to ascertain the details. Suddenly, a voice emanates from the system. Ding. Due to the laboratory's conditions and insufficient materials, this enhancement is a staggering 109 times. Following this, a torrent of memories floods into Gao Yang's consciousness. As before, the 3D printer, apart from its increased size, has undergone remarkable transformations in various aspects. Primarily, the structural integrity is vastly different. A 1-meter-tall printer and a 109-meter-tall printer demand entirely different strength requirements. For metallic rods can support an upper structure weighing no more than 10 kilograms, yet on the enlarged printer, the cumulative weight of the nozzles and other components reaches several tons. Furthermore, there have been breakthroughs in materials and technology. To be more specific, this device can be specifically utilized for the printing of large-scale edifices, effectively transforming technological concepts into tangible reality. Chapter 186, The Printed House. Can it be lived in? Upon retrieving his memories, Gao Yang turned around to observe a group of guards who were equally captivated by the colossal 3D printer. He felt a twinge of astonishment, deducing that their bewilderment stemmed from the nature of the device rather than its sudden appearance. The system had rationalized this for them, which alleviated his concern of any potential mishaps. Just as he pondered this, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard, accompanied by gasps of amazement. Students had caught sight of the 3D printer, and their astonished reactions prompted even more onlookers to gaze upward. A whole formation of 90 individuals stood dumbfounded, collectively gazing in shock. Some halted in their tracks, while others collided or were trampled, resulting in a cascade of tumbles. The instructor, with a stern expression, bellowed, "Focus. Even if a mosquito lands on your face, you must heed orders and maintain your composure." As he spoke, he turned to the direction in which the crowd was staring, only to find his words caught in his throat as he beheld the spectacle above. What was that? Suspended at a height of over 100 meters, equivalent to a 30-story building, loomed a vast platform with 9 metallic nozzles, supported by 4 metallic columns. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Goodness! The instructor, unable to maintain his composure, was equally astonished. for he too was merely human in the face of such a sight. In his bewilderment, he looked back at the students, asking, "What is this?" Among the freshmen, someone murmured, "That looks like a 3D printer, but where in this world could there possibly be one so large?" The realization struck, that laboratory belongs to Gao Yang. Suddenly, everything made sense, and the pieces fell into place. "Wow, I want to take a picture. Is that allowed? Will we see something we shouldn't see? Do we need to sign a confidentiality agreement?" Sign what? A contraption this massive could never be concealed from the public eye. More students rushed from afar, some even scampering upstairs for a better view. Soon, tales of the gargantuan 3D printer began to circulate throughout the entire school. President Gan was swiftly alerted. From his office, he turned to gaze out the window, where he could see the immense printer towering even above his 20-story building. Despite his extensive experience, a look of confusion spread across his face as he stared at the enormous 3D printer. Could such a marvel truly be crafted by human hands? What was the mindset of the individuals who created this? Without a moment's hesitation, abandoning his previous tasks, President Gan hurried to find Gao Yang. He arrived at the laboratory shortly thereafter. A door separated the laboratory from the school, and outside stood a throng of spectators. Navigating through the crowd, President Gan entered the lab and first glanced at the array of inventions in the courtyard: water droplet flying vehicles, space rescue crafts, mechs. These were among the most advanced inventions in the world, carelessly left exposed to the elements. Then, he looked up at the printer in the sky. As he tilted his head back, he felt a profound sense of awe, for it was simply monumental. The awe experienced from a distance is utterly distinct from that felt when gazing upwards. The structure spans 100 meters, broader than a playground, and is of similar length. The colossal 3D printer looms in the sky, supported solely by 4 metallic pillars. Should it descend, everything beneath would likely be obliterated. Moreover, one cannot help but wonder how such an immense apparatus was crafted. Principal Gan, possessing remarkable composure, found his initial astonishment dissipating within mere seconds. He turned to the guard. "Where is Gao Yang?" In the laboratory, Principal Gan proceeded directly into the lab, glancing at the surveillance camera above. "Woody, in which laboratory is Gao Yang located?" "The biology lab." In inquiring about Gao Yang's whereabouts, he also sought permission to enter, receiving Woody's affirmation before heading towards the biology lab. Upon entering, he witnessed Gao Yang placing an egg into the incubator. Unlike the previous 20-centimeter square horse egg, this one measured only 10 centimeters square, its shell a delicate shade of blue, strikingly beautiful. Principal Gan instinctively found his attention captivated. "What kind of egg is this?" "A monkey egg." Principal Gan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. With horse eggs preceding and monkey eggs following, he pondered whether Gao Yang intended to transform all viviparous animals into oviparous ones. Humans, too, are viviparous. He quickly suppressed these chaotic thoughts. "What is that thing outside?" "A 3D printer." Although Principal Gan had long suspected this answer, the reality still struck him as absurd. Such a massive 3D printer. Gao Yang observed Principal Gan's astonishment and thought it inappropriate to mention a miscalculation in the system's amplification. "I noticed several holes in the lab structure and contemplated printing a new laboratory." Principal Gan was taken aback. "A printed house. Can it be inhabited?" "Indeed," Gao Yang replied, turning towards the design room. "Once I finalize the design, a new laboratory can be printed within 2 days, and its strength will be entirely sufficient." Principal Gan felt as though he were listening to a tale from the Arabian Nights. He had heard of 3D printing houses, but those were typically rudimentary constructions requiring substantial assistance. There had been teams abroad that attempted such feats, even making headlines, yet those efforts yielded no follow-up, and the houses they created were merely cubic structures. Now, Gao Yang was embarking on this venture, directly aiming to construct a laboratory. He resolved to remain. Realizing that he must collaborate, "This plot of land is surely unsuitable. Where will you print the house?" Gao Yang contemplated and replied, "Right behind the laboratory." Principal Gan made a call to initiate the land allocation process, inquiring, "Do you need the ground leveled?" Gao Yang shook his head. "The mech can simply jump on it." When the mech leaps and lands, the instantaneous force generated would be at least several hundred tons, striking the ground with the force of an earthquake. "What ground cannot be leveled?" Principal Gan stepped outside to make calls. Securing land around the school was remarkably straightforward, especially since it was for Gao Yang. Everything could be expedited. Gao Yang was unperturbed by the land issue, swiftly designing the laboratory. The new facility would need to be even larger. The modest laboratory has become insufficient. Gao Yang has reimagined the facility, expanding it to 6 stories, each soaring to the height of 2 standard floors. Though lacking expertise in interior design, he merely needs to align the space with his requirements. Given the extensive area, he is mindful of potential lighting issues and has incorporated a skylight at the heart of the building. Surrounding this central space are corridors and rooms, all arranged in a return shape. Emphasizing simplicity, In addition to the corridors both inside and out, Gao Yang has innovatively designed several rooms without walls, ensuring that new aircraft designs won't collide with barriers. This laboratory is intended for long-term use. The entire design process took merely half an hour. Upon pressing the enter key, a colossal 3D printer outside the laboratory sprang to life. Its wheels began to roll towards the vacant land behind the laboratory, and a nozzle descended from above, commencing the construction of perimeter walls around the courtyard. Chapter 187. Inspecting the building. The printer's nozzle traversed the area, erecting a 2-meter-high wall with astonishing speed. In less than 20 seconds, a 100-meter-long wall materialized. Principal Gon, engrossed in a phone call, was taken aback by this spectacle, causing his phone to slip from his grasp, leaving him momentarily speechless. He gazed in awe at the scene before him, utterly astounded. Gao Yang was indeed transforming the world time and again. The rapidity with which the wall was constructed was nothing short of extraordinary. Should the quality of the wall prove satisfactory, this 3D printer could swiftly become mainstream, supplanting manual labor altogether. The printer, soaring above, simultaneously moved and printed the wall, and within a minute, the surrounding enclosure was completed. As the mech was activated under Gao Yang's command, it pressed down on the 4 corners of the wall with its feet. Originally merely printed on the surface, the wall was further stabilized as a portion was embedded into the ground with this action, enhancing its durability. Subsequently, the robot tread over the internal space, careful not to leap too vigorously, as even a minor bounce could potentially destabilize the neighboring laboratory. The force exerted was already sufficient. Once the ground was leveled, the task was handed back to the printer. The printer repositioned itself to the central area and commenced the construction of the house, starting from the foundation. It filled in the uneven areas with materials as it worked. With the ground established, the printer began to erect the outer walls, utilizing multiple nozzles in unison, visibly raising the structure. It was only at this juncture that Principal Gon regained his composure and retrieved his phone to capture this breathtaking moment. After recording for a brief while, he noticed drones soaring in the air, all originating from the school grounds. Numerous students possessed drones, and now, with the walls obstructing their view of the events, they resorted to using their devices for a clearer perspective. Principal Gon paused to contemplate before averting his gaze. Such a monumental development could not be concealed, and since the invincible force had not intervened, it was highly likely that Gao Yang deemed intervention unnecessary. Indeed, there was no reason to obstruct this. Unlike weaponry, this was a legitimate application of technology. Although unconcerned, the school's executives were in a state of panic, contacting Principal Gon with inquiries from students about the unfolding events and whether they could share them online. Without hesitation, Principal Gon replied affirmatively, yes. Technological products differ fundamentally. Sharing information about weaponry online constitutes a breach of security, yet disseminating this innovation serves as promotion. Within the span of an hour, the new experimental building had risen to half its height, an efficiency that bordered on the absurd. This segment of video was accelerated and promptly uploaded to the internet, rapidly gaining traction. A 3D printer used for constructing houses? This was indeed extraordinary. It was almost beyond belief. While others had printed modest single-room units, Gao Yang's endeavor had escalated to the direct printing of towering edifices. Viewers of the video were left in sheer astonishment. The towering 3D printer and the swiftly produced houses, each revealing intricate layouts within, complete with preformed doors and windows during the printing process, are nothing short of astonishing. After a long stagnation, the 3D printing technology has erupted with such formidable advancements. Following the initial shock of witnessing this marvel, some could not resist the urge to view it a second time, pondering whether the advent of such printed homes might lead to a decrease in housing prices. As they rewatched the footage and explored various aerial perspectives captured by drones, many individuals were captivated by the sight of mechanized suits and the recently unveiled rescue craft from a live broadcast. A sudden realization struck. This was the laboratory of the illustrious Gao Yang. Those who had watched his previous live stream were instantly taken aback. They recalled a brief session from 2 weeks prior, lasting no more than 10 minutes, during which the mention of a 3D printer had surfaced. Remarkably, within just half a month, Gao Yang had developed a 3D printer, and its capabilities were astonishing. Firstly, its height was staggering, reaching over 100 meters, quite extraordinary. Furthermore, its function of printing skyscrapers was truly remarkable. Most astounding was Gao Yang's approach. He engaged with viewers, inquiring about their research interests, and promptly set to work on their requests. Someone cleverly edited 2 videos together, enhancing the spectacle of Gao Yang's actions. In a 1-minute clip from the live stream, he asked viewers if they desired a 3D printer, and lo and behold, the towering machine commenced printing houses. Although the video was brief, its impact was monumental, quickly sweeping across the internet. Many only then discovered that Gao Yang had previously conducted live streams, soliciting research suggestions. The most astonishing revelation was that he had indeed created a 3D printer with such explosive performance. Countless individuals lamented missing the live broadcast, wishing they had been present to contribute to the discussion of innovative technological products. An overwhelming influx of viewers rushed into the live stream, eager to follow his progress. Some even remained in the unattended stream, determined not to miss the next session. Although the timing of Gao Yang's subsequent live broadcast remained uncertain, they were resolute in their intent to be there. As the entire internet buzzed with excitement while monitoring the skyscraper's printing progress, Gao Yang busied himself with the second enhancement. Simultaneously immersed in his studies and the creation of new printers, he recognized that amplifying existing technologies could catalyze further advancements. Within just 2 days, Gao Yang designed a new 3D printer and began to recharge its capabilities through study. Remarkably, within the same span, the skyscraper reached completion. As the building's pinnacle was crowned, interest peaked. The prowess of the 3D printer had been witnessed, yet a crucial question lingered. Would such structures be habitable? This inquiry held immense significance. If the buildings were uninhabitable, then no matter how rapid, large, or visually impressive the 3D printer was, it would ultimately hold little value. The structural integrity is of paramount importance. Otherwise, should someone inhabit the building, they might find themselves perilously descending the stairs, not to mention the considerable height of the edifice. Dean Yuan also placed a call to Gao Yang, advising him to refrain from entering the building for the time being, as he intended to conduct a thorough inspection of the overall strength of the structure. Gao Yang possessed great confidence in the materials, yet he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Is there potential for the application of such a 3D printer? If it can support human habitation, then it could indeed find practical use, and if the cost proves to be reasonable, the prospects would be even more promising." Gao Yang was also reluctant to see the 3D printer gathering dust, suggesting, "I shall host a live demonstration for the inspection, treating it as an opportunity for promotion." With that, Dean Yuan concluded the call and promptly organized a team of experts to set off. Each member of this esteemed group was a leading figure within the industry, and they were all exceedingly eager for this inspection. Chapter 188, Beyond Expectations. A group of distinguished individuals boarded a flying bus, which arrived at its destination in just an hour. As each researcher disembarked, they raised their gaze towards the newly constructed experimental building, which had only been completed less than a day prior. Their attention was drawn to the white walls adorned with black tiles, featuring intricate patterns that resembled exquisite relief sculptures. These patterns were crafted during the printing process, showcasing unparalleled artistry and appearing entirely natural, truly a masterpiece of architecture. At that moment, Gao Yang emerged from the old experimental building. Observing the crowd as they prepared for testing, she instructed Woody to activate her vision-sharing capabilities, broadcasting the visual feed to the audience. Almost instantly, the live stream attracted millions of viewers, with an explosion of comments. "What a surprise! Gao Yang has gone live." Countless individuals began to share the stream, drawing in at least tens of millions of participants in a short span of time. Was this an assessment of the building's structural integrity? Could it potentially be habitable? If so, would this mean the end of unfinished buildings? After all, a structure could be completed in just 2 days. Those present, clearly owners of abandoned projects themselves, wondered if the 3D printing technology for constructing buildings might lead to widespread unemployment among laborers. However, those laid off could resort to renting out properties or driving for ride-sharing services. Quickly, the testing has commenced, they exclaimed, noting the impressive array of professional testing equipment. Experts on-site began evaluating the walls, first assessing radiation levels to ensure no contamination, followed by checks for harmful substances. Within 10 minutes, all necessary tests were concluded, and the lead professor nodded in affirmation. "The safety of the materials is assured. There are no harmful substances. Next, we shall evaluate the strength of the walls." A technician produced a drilling machine, preparing to bore a hole into the wall and subsequently analyze the extracted material. As the technician connected the drill to a power source and pressed it firmly against the wall, an alarming screech filled the air. The diamond drill bit whirled furiously against the surface for a full 10 minutes, only for the technician to lift the drill head in bewilderment. It won't budge. This was utterly perplexing. How could it possibly fail to penetrate? The gathered professors shared in the confusion. What was happening? A drill that could pierce steel was unable to breach these walls. In the live stream, the comments erupted. "What is a strength test? This is a true strength test. Using an electric drill and still failing to penetrate. Do we really need to continue testing? I suggest foregoing all this professional equipment and simply ramming a vehicle into it." Have you forgotten the video released 2 days ago? The mech stomped on the corners of this wall and crushed it into the ground. Such formidable force, surely. Even steel would bend under that pressure. Yet, this wall had endured, sinking into the earth without a scratch. The strength was astonishingly high. I recall it vividly. This wall, in this respect, surpasses brick and tile enclosures by a significant margin. To be candid, this wall is at least capable of withstanding a kick from me. And I am an athlete. The live stream is bustling with activity. The essence of this lively atmosphere is the amusement derived from observing folly. A multitude of individuals equipped with an array of professional apparatus have gathered, only to find themselves bewildered, which is indeed entertaining to witness. Simultaneously, they are astonished by the formidable strength of this wall, which is impervious even to a power drill. Gao Yang unsheaths a dagger and approaches, carving out a section from the wall. At this moment, the audience in the live stream is once again left in awe. What manner of dagger is this? So impressive. Researchers, clutching the severed material, commence strength tests right before the eyes of the live audience, their astonishment growing as they proceed. They are taken aback to discover that the material used to construct this wall possesses a solidity comparable to steel, and in many respects, even surpasses it, particularly in hardness, which rivals that of diamonds. Subsequent tests regarding corrosion resistance and other properties yield results that indicate this substance is far superior to cement. However, when exposed to high temperatures, it does exhibit limitations. At 400 degrees, the material begins to melt, albeit at a gradual pace. Its inability to withstand high temperatures is the sole drawback identified thus far. Moreover, for future cutting, a blowtorch or laser cutter could be employed, ensuring expediency. Nevertheless, it sufficiently meets everyday requirements. At the very least, conventional walls do not necessitate laser cutting, as a single athletic individual could easily breach a standard wall with a vigorous kick. A group of individuals ventures into the enclosure, discovering the laboratory building. The structure boasts 6 stories, yet its actual height is akin to that of a 12-story edifice, with each level effectively creating a sense of grandeur. Upon entering, one is greeted by a spacious staircase, flanked by larger laboratories on either side. The ensuing array of tests expands significantly, encompassing soundproofing assessments, fire resistance evaluations, and calculations regarding overall structural integrity. As the researchers delve deeper into their examinations, their astonishment only intensifies. Prior to testing, they held expectations, but post-evaluation, they are unexpectedly confronted by 2 principal shortcomings, one being its susceptibility to high temperatures, and the other its lightweight nature. In comparison to traditional building materials, the materials employed in this structure are remarkably light, making them exceptionally suitable for the construction of towering skyscrapers. However, the lightweight composition precludes the possibility of erecting extremely tall structures, as excessive height, combined with this lightness, could lead to instability in the face of strong winds. Gao Yang's building is not particularly tall, and the ground has been leveled using specialized materials. Although no foundation has been laid, the expansive flat surface achieves the effect of one. Overall, this building not only serves as a habitable space, but also holds the potential for widespread application, far exceeding the psychological expectations of the researchers. Additionally, the prospect of constructing a building in merely 2 days is nothing short of extraordinary. The structural integrity is commendable, with internal metal supports reinforcing the walls. In the future, periodic inspections will be necessary to ascertain the longevity of the materials used in the construction. Should their lifespan surpass that of concrete, this innovation is destined to become mainstream. After a round of testing, the audience in the live broadcast room observed intently, and at this moment, fervent discussions erupted. Just as their conversations intensified, the testing concluded, abruptly ending the live stream. By this time, the number of viewers had soared to over 20 million, and the debates continued to flourish. They deliberated on whether the proliferation of such printers would lead to job losses for workers and speculated on the potential decline in housing prices, among other pressing issues. Everyone shared their perspectives, engaging in spirited dialogue. While the general public conversed, the higher echelons of Dragon Country were convening meetings. Typically, technological advancements unfold gradually, with changes occurring at a leisurely pace. However, in the case of Gao Yang, innovations that should have emerged years later appeared one after another. What ordinary individuals could perceive, they could discern with even greater clarity. The emergence of colossal 3D printers, akin to robots, holds the potential to swiftly displace a significant portion of the workforce. To avert a wave of unemployment, robots were initially kept from operating. Nonetheless, some caregivers and maternal assistants still found themselves out of work. Now, with these enormous 3D printers, there looms the possibility that 95% of construction workers may face unemployment. Chapter 189, Live Broadcast Announcement. It is undoubtedly impossible to restrict the application of giant 3D printers. It is imperative to consider what those laid-off individuals should do. The meeting could not yield any substantial results in a short span of time. All low-end industries can be replaced by robots, and the majority of migrant workers are only capable of performing low-end tasks. This is indeed a challenging situation. The issue has long persisted, However, the emergence of Gao Yang has expedited its manifestation, transforming it into a significant dilemma. While the higher-ups were grappling with concerns, Gao Yang transitioned to a new laboratory, continuing to recharge his energies. Diligently engrossed in his studies, he seized another opportunity for augmentation within 6 days. Once again, he stood before the 3D printer with anticipation. In comparison to the printer he had crafted previously, this new version was far more advanced, incorporating certain technologies from giant printers. The printing speed was accelerated, precision was enhanced, and most crucially, multiple nozzles worked in unison. He hoped that this augmentation would not merely pertain to size. Gao Yang produced a finished product, preparing for its fabrication. While designing on the computer, a thought struck him. This design seemed rather cumbersome. Should he consider simplifying the design process? The most effective method for reducing design complexity would be through scanning and modeling, augmenting the database with a plethora of basic patterns, thus enabling the generation of desired objects based on descriptions. This would allow ordinary individuals to effortlessly design their envisioned creations. As he crafted the 3D printer, Gao Yang concurrently devised modeling software that could be swiftly learned by the average person. By the time the 3D printer extruded the cube, he had already formulated an entirely new design software, aptly named Foolproof Design Software. At this juncture, a prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. Host has manufactured a 3D printer. Would you like to proceed with augmentation? Augment. The familiar compass appeared, and Gao Yang navigated it with ease, directly drawing a 10,000-fold enhancement. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a 10,000-fold precision augmentation. A wave of joy surged within Gao Yang. If there was one thing he yearned to enhance, it was indeed precision. The higher the precision, the greater the range of objects he could print. In the next moment, the 3D printer disassembled itself. Subsequently, it began the fabrication of a new printer. This process lasted for 10 minutes, after which the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Due to limitations of laboratory equipment and materials, this augmentation is 620 times. Initially, the printer's exterior appeared somewhat rudimentary, but following the augmentation, it transformed into a much more intricate and refined structure, complete with an added casing. Immediately thereafter, a wealth of memories flooded Gao Yang's mind. The printer he had designed previously was already of high precision. Now, that precision had been magnified 1,000-fold. Gao Yang was also intrigued by how such 1,000-fold precision had been achieved. He was then astonished. The initial enhancements to the equipment structure could elevate precision by 100 times, which was already the limit. To achieve an increase of over 200 times, one required a synergy of materials. Consequently, Gao Yang's mind was enriched with extensive information concerning various printing materials, treasures of immeasurable worth. This could potentially lead to enhancements reaching up to 1,000-fold. The essence of the high-yield memory lies in its profound impact. The materials utilized in printing reach down to the molecular and atomic levels. Such precision is indeed remarkable. As for the objects that can be printed, virtually anything can be created. Printing at the molecular and atomic scale means that nearly everything can be produced. After all that humanity has is fundamentally composed of these two elements. Immersed in this memory, Gao Yang feels an extraordinary sense of wonder. With such a printer, the capability to create anything becomes a reality. Every tool and weapon used in daily life, including handguns, bullets, and grenades, can be replicated. Additionally, pharmaceuticals and even wound healing can be addressed through direct printing. This indeed heralds an era where all things may be printed. However, to realize this potential, current technological capabilities are insufficient. Yet, the mere thought of such a lifestyle brings Gao Yang immense joy. When the need arises, there is no need to purchase. One can simply print and retrieve items from a cabinet. Everything can be drawn forth from that cabinet. Once the memory is fully absorbed, Gao Yang feels a surge of anticipation, though he acknowledges that the time for this is not yet ripe. He must first elevate industrial standards. Nevertheless, with this technology, he can already meet the expectations of his online followers. Gao Yang turns to Woody, send a message from my live broadcast account, announcing. The live stream will officially commence at 8 o'clock tonight. Understood, Woody replies. By utilizing the live broadcast account, only those who follow it will receive the information. Yet, Gao Yang's account boasts millions of followers. Almost instantly upon the announcement, a tidal wave of viewers floods into the live stream room. Even with 2 hours remaining before it begins, they are eager to secure their spots. Within moments, millions have entered. During the next 2 hours, Gao Yang takes a meal and designs a standard version of the 3D printer. Although it is a basic model, its precision reaches 100-fold of the original manufacturing standards. Once the design is completed, he shares the blueprints with the Langtao Machinery Factory while the lab concurrently begins production. The purpose of the live stream is not to showcase, but primarily to promote. At 8 o'clock, Gao Yang appears punctually in the live stream room. There, 30 million viewers await, a scale that is truly astounding. Not only are there ordinary viewers, but also a significant number of high-ranking officials from Longhua, including many researchers such as President Yuan. Gao Yang has conducted only a few live streams to date. The first was a response to the official inquiry regarding the robot incident, capturing the world's attention. Subsequent streams included space broadcasts, smaller-scale events, and the recent verification of the 3D printer's results. What is the purpose of this particular live stream? Curiosity abounds. This time, it seems more formal. Gao Yang has even issued a live stream announcement, a departure from his previous spontaneous broadcasts. As Gao Yang observes the flood of comments greeting him, filled with references to his esteemed status, he smiles. In this live stream, I will introduce a new 3D printer. Instantly, the room erupts. Is this a sale of 3D printers? Such a colossal item? Who can afford it? Live streaming to sell such 3D printers? How about an auction instead? Gao Yang chuckled at the barrage of comments in the chat, responding, let us not jump to conclusions. The 3D printer we are showcasing today is not a colossal model. Rather, it is designed for household use. In the next moment, the camera shifted to reveal a 3D printer adorned with a sleek black glass exterior, allowing glimpses of its intricate internal components. To describe it succinctly, it is simply stunning. The flurry of comments dwindled significantly, as nearly everyone became engrossed in observing the 3D printer, their curiosity piqued by the notion of a domestic version. At this juncture, the camera once again transitioned, capturing a wide-angle view that included not only Gao Yang and the lithography machine, but also an expansive, empty room. With a smile, Gao Yang proclaimed, in today's live stream, I intend to showcase how this household 3D printer can create an entire home. Chapter 190, Technology? Certainly magic. Gao Yang smiled as he gazed into the camera, stating, for specific functionalities, please refer to the information on our official website later. For now, allow me to give you a brief demonstration. The space around him was quite expansive, and he expressed a desire to rest, pondering what might be needed. The audience in the live stream appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of his meaning. A comment in the chat read, to rest, one needs a bed. Can this thing really print a bed? With a gentle flick of his finger, Gao Yang pinned the comment about the bed to the screen. A bed is essential for sleeping. It is a necessity in every household. Let us print a bed. The viewer's eyes widened in astonishment. Print a bed? The 3D printer was only this small. How could it possibly create a bed? Perhaps it was a miniature version? As they pondered, Gao Yang had already retrieved his phone, launching the pre-designed software, and with a subtle swipe, he located the bed design blueprint. He then showcased it to the live stream audience, asking, what do you think of this bed? Without hesitation, he tapped to confirm. In an instant, the 3D printer whirred to life. Before the astonished eyes of the audience, several nozzles began fabricating the bed slats. The completed sections were drawn out by the conveyor belt beneath the printer, while the nozzles continued their collaborative efforts, extending the length of the slats. A bed slat 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide was the first to emerge. The viewers were left dumbfounded. Could such a feat truly be accomplished? A 1-meter square printer was producing 2-meter-long bed slats. This was undeniably a miraculous operation. Yet, the printer was not finished. It proceeded to print additional slats. Once the slats were complete, it began constructing the bed frame, which was soon assembled as well. Gao Yang worked diligently by the side, and before long, the once empty room was adorned with a newly created bed. The audience was in awe, gazing at the large bed, questioning its strength and durability. Noticing the comments, Gao Yang approached the bed and bounced on it, demonstrating its sturdiness. While he was uncertain of the exact strength, there was no issue with him jumping on it. Returning to the camera, he asked, what else does a home need? At that moment, the viewers awoke from their daze. Wow, what an incredible 3D printer. How is this even possible? Gao Yang is truly impressive. I want to make a purchase. What else is needed? The mattress, the bedding set, exclaimed one viewer. Wait, you're talking about a mattress? That's truly ambitious. How can a mattress, so large and whole, be printed? Those suggesting a mattress are remarkable. Gao Yang noticed a surge of comments about mattresses and promptly retrieved his phone once more, navigating to a panel to select a mattress design. After making his choice, the 3D printer began its work anew. Across the vast expanse of the internet, countless eyes were fixated on the printer, eager to witness the miraculous process of it creating a mattress. The challenge of producing a mattress is indeed monumental. Firstly, its size is considerable. And then there is the complexity of its internal materials. Beyond the springs, there are layers of varying firmness, a soft upper layer, and finally, the fabric that directly contacts the skin. Suddenly, everyone was taken aback, as the print head seemed to be responding to a circular object. What could this be? Confusion reigned. A cylinder? Was there a thin membrane enveloping this cylinder? In the live stream, some viewers widened their eyes, contemplating a possibility that seemed increasingly implausible. The cylinder became more substantial, exceeding a meter in length, as it was extruded from the printer, while the remaining portion continued to print. This round of printing took 10 minutes, with 9 print heads operating simultaneously, creating a dazzling spectacle. Once finished, the 9 print heads retracted, leaving behind a cylindrical mattress. It was cylindrical because, upon its creation, the mattress would be compressed flat, vacuum-sealed, and thus occupy a modest volume. However, as Gao Yang casually sliced open the outer plastic bag, the mattress suddenly expanded to a height of 30 centimeters, landing directly on the bed. This phenomenon also accounted for the low return rate of mattresses. There was simply no way to repackage them. Gao Yang seized a nearby item, leaped, and landed heavily on the bed, bouncing slightly as he exclaimed, "Comfortable." The audience in the live stream was left in a state of bewilderment. This is impossible. Is this technology? It must be magic. How can a printer produce a plastic bag? I realize now, this cannot be a 3D printing demonstration. It must be a video enhanced with special effects. Is there a possibility that this isn't a 3D printer at all, but rather the dimensional pocket of Doraemon? Perhaps what we call printing is merely retrieving items from a pocket. Or could it be that behind the 3D printer lies a dimensional factory, where the items are manufactured and then delivered? Gao Yang glanced at the barrage of comments, smiling as he brought the camera closer, gently patting the mattress beside him. The mattress is ready, but what else do we need? After the initial confusion, viewers decided to raise the stakes. It's too hot. We need air conditioning. Gao Yang looked at the comments, his finger gracefully lifted, pulling that message into the main view for all to see. Others in the live stream began to catch on. Indeed, if this is a home, how can it be without appliances? Air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, dishwashers, pots, and pans. All must be arranged. If all this can be printed, I might as well consume this 3D printer. Gao Yang chuckled. My friend, do you truly believe a 3D printer can produce an air conditioner? With a slight shift in tone, he added, it actually can. The room was rather spacious, and a 3-horsepower air conditioner was to be installed. After making the order on his phone, Gao Yang watched as the 3D printer whirred to life. With 9 nozzles in action, it first produced the base of the outdoor unit, layer by layer, meticulously printing every component of the air conditioner, including the capacitor and motor, right before the eyes of the assembled audience. Next, the cylindrical outdoor unit was crafted with equal precision. The installation was astonishingly swift, and Gao Yang, in front of the live stream, activated the air conditioner. With the press of a button on the remote, the machine emitted a series of beeps and sprang into operation. A refreshing breeze swept across Gao Yang's face, bringing him comfort. He turned to the camera and asked, what else do we need? A computer? 20 minutes later, Gao Yang sat before his freshly printed computer, embarking on a game of League of Legends, skillfully controlling Zed with the Yumu's Ghostblade, overwhelming his opponent from the very start. The viewers in the live stream gazed in bewilderment as Gao Yang showcased his prowess, their expressions filled with confusion. Was this computer truly just printed from the 3D printer? How could that possibly be? Chapter 191, Early Retirement. After another 2 hours, the room was meticulously arranged with an array of furniture and appliances, including wardrobes and more. Yet at the onset of the live broadcast, it had been utterly barren. Everything had emerged from a 3D printer. As the audience gradually regained their composure after several hours of bewilderment, they came to realize that Gao Yang had once again transformed the world. The advent of this 3D printer marked a truly historic moment. The very rules governing the entire world were about to be upended, an authentic upheaval. For the vast majority of factories, the proliferation of these printers would spell immediate bankruptcy. Their products would cease to sell, as they could be printed directly. This also pertained to the pricing of the printers and the materials. If the costs were exorbitant, purchasing might still be preferable. However, as long as the prices were not prohibitively high, it would be revolutionary. In this moment, countless eyes were wide with astonishment as they gazed at the live broadcast. Some, impatient by nature, could no longer contain their curiosity. How much does this 3D printer cost? What about the materials? Please provide the pricing, so I can come to terms with it. Gao Yang, I'm about to renovate my home. If the total cost does not exceed 200,000, I will place an order immediately. Countless viewers clamored for the price. Yet, others were filled with trepidation. At that moment, Gao Yang's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID displaying Director Yuan, he discreetly stepped away from the camera to answer. Hello? On the other end, Director Yuan's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Do not disclose any pricing under any circumstances. Why? Gao Yang inquired. If this 3D printer becomes widespread, the entire manufacturing sector in Long Country will suffer a devastating blow. At present, the nation is ill-prepared for such a technological upheaval. Gao Yang shook his head. I hold a different perspective. Change can only occur through upheaval. If we maintain the status quo, when will these cutting-edge technologies ever be accessible to the average person? Director Yuan paused, taken aback, but the mass unemployment that would ensue could have dire consequences. Gao Yang, fixing his gaze on the camera, refrained from responding directly, and instead stepped outside the room. May I speak with the high-ranking officials of Long Country? Director Yuan hesitated. I will need to inquire. I'll await your response. After hanging up, Gao Yang perused the materials while he waited. The audience in the live broadcast was equally anxious. Even if the host were to be a stunning beauty donning an enticing outfit, they would have to first check the live room. Yet, as the host was Gao Yang, they exhibited remarkable patience. Half an hour swiftly passed, followed by another hour. By this time, it was deep into the night when Gao Yang's phone rang again. Glancing at the screen, his brow furrowed. He had been made to wait an hour and a half. What audacity! Nevertheless, he answered the call. Director Yuan stated, a high-level meeting has been convened. You may have Woody connect directly to the conference room. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. He merely wished to converse with the higher-ups, yet they had suddenly called a meeting? And at 11 o'clock at night. Originally, Gao Yang believed that making him wait was a display of arrogance. However, he now understands that it signifies a profound level of importance placed on the matter at hand. This group of individuals convened a meeting within a mere hour and a half. Unparalleled, they established communication. In the next moment, the connection was made, and Gao Yang picked up his phone, gazing through the screen to see all those seated around an elongated table. The individuals present here are those whom an ordinary person could only hope to see on television. Yet, at this late hour, they gathered together for the sole purpose of meeting Gao Yang. He waved gently, greeting them. Hello, everyone. An elder smiled and inquired. What do you wish to discuss with us? Regarding the promotion of 3D printers, Gao Yang replied. Another elder interjected. The Social Sciences Academy has stated that 3D printers cannot be promoted unless we alter the employment proportions of our compatriots. At the very least, shifting 90% into the service sector. Otherwise, the current multitude of workers in manufacturing will face unemployment, leading to significant repercussions. Gao Yang, noticing someone getting straight to the point, responded candidly. I have indeed contemplated this direction, but I have not arrived at any definitive conclusions. The transition cannot be gradual. Whether my products enter the market swiftly or slowly, they will inevitably impact the market. As for changes in employment structure, such transformations necessitate the possibility of change. Some individuals have labored in factories for their entire lives. Should they, at 50 or 60 years of age, suddenly switch to serving tables? The same applies to construction workers. What services can we expect them to provide? A prominent figure remarked, it's not that extreme. The service sector encompasses many facets, and we will strive to guide this transition. Gao Yang then proposed, I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Do share. Everyone turned their attention to Gao Yang, who could sense the anticipation in the room. He did not keep them in suspense. Early retirement. Given the ample labor force, we should consider retiring individuals a decade earlier, at 50, or even at 45. The attendees were momentarily taken aback, graduating at 22 and retiring at 45? Yet, it did not take long for some to realize that this might indeed be a viable path, and a rather advantageous one at that. Younger individuals tend to adapt more readily to rapid technological advancements, whereas older individuals may face swift obsolescence. By enabling early retirement, we could circumvent such obsolescence. However, someone soon pointed out, this would create a significant gap in pension funds. Gao Yang surveyed the group at the table and replied, why would there be a gap in pensions? Robots can instantaneously replace the laborers, allowing products to be exported overseas, generating revenue. Furthermore, the operational factories, with fewer employees, would contribute more in taxes to support those who have been replaced. We must also address the inequity in pensions between urban and rural residents, which has long been substantial. Seizing this opportunity to standardize pensions would enable everyone to enjoy a better quality of life, which is the true essence of technological advancement. To stifle progress for the sake of stability, ensuring everyone has employment by concealing advanced technological products, would be tantamount to throwing the baby out with the bathwater. All eyes turned towards Gao Yang, for his words had resolved all the pressing issues currently faced by the Dragon Nation. However, the crux of the matter remained. In doing so, it was Gao Yang who would bear the cost. The robots originated from him, and even if purchased, the value of those capable machines, having worked diligently for many years, could not be quantified by mere monetary means. A glance exchanged among the group led to one suggesting, it is feasible, but it necessitates coordination among all parties. Another added, the robots operate under a distribution system. Without cooperation from the factories, we cannot recruit workers, thus halting production. It is imperative that we collaborate. Observing the group deliberating, Gao Yang recognized that the matter was settled. He interrupted the communication and returned to the live broadcast. The multitude in the streaming room was filled with anticipation, their patience tested as they awaited his return late into the night. Those typically early to bed were also resolutely enduring the wait. Upon Gao Yang's appearance on the screen, the barrage of comments erupted. At last, he has arrived. Oh, great one. Will you be providing a quote? I have never been this invested. not even for my long-distance girlfriend. Chapter 192, Foolproof Design. Gao Yang chuckled. Thank you all for your patience. Let me share the pricing for the 3D printer. It's remarkably affordable, just 100,000. Instantly, the live stream erupted in excitement. 100,000. While that amount may seem substantial, in comparison to the extraordinary capabilities of this 3D printer, it is indeed a mere trifle. The audience cheered, and Gao Yang continued. As for materials, they range from 20 to 2,000 per kilogram. You can later check the official website for details on what can be printed with various materials. A price of 100,000 is genuinely economical and accessible for most households. However, the disparity in material costs is quite significant. The cheapest material is only 20 per kilogram, akin to the price of scrap metal, making it exceedingly affordable. Currently, the resin materials available for 3D printing on the market typically start at several hundred per bottle, with even higher prices for premium options. In contrast, the material pricing presented by Gao Yang is remarkably low. While there are expensive options, they are justifiably priced. If the materials for Gao Yang's printer were not affordable, that would indeed raise concerns. Additionally, a segment of the audience has transcended concerns about cost. They simply desire to make a purchase. Gao Yang did not rush to commence sales, but instead took out his phone. Allow me to introduce a software application called Foolproof Design, which I recently utilized to create home products. As the name suggests, it is a design tool accessible even to novices. It boasts a vast array of product design templates that can be printed directly. Beyond these, users can articulate their ideas for products, including their appearance and functionality, and the software will assist in refining the designs. Moreover, Foolproof Design features a design sharing section where individuals can remuneratively upload their designs. Others can browse this shared section to find desired designs, pay for them, and then produce the items. Additionally, Foolproof Design can inform you about the necessary printing materials and quantities required, simplifying the purchasing process. Gao Yang glanced at the barrage of comments, which scrolled by with the speed of a rocket. Countless viewers were messaging furiously at that moment. Someone wants to create a foolproof design. I will give him a punch. How dare he call me a fool? Yet, it was Gao Yang who presented the design, and some were moved to tears, realizing he had crafted software specifically for people like them. Wow, incredible. I initially thought I wouldn't be able to model, so why buy this? Now I see an opportunity. I will purchase a 3D printer and assist others in printing items as our community opens. I need to set up a stall, just like the business prodigy upstairs. This truly caters to ordinary people. The live stream was abuzz with energy. Many who had initially been mere spectators were now captivated. Foolproof Design was indeed created for them. For those who already owned 3D printers, the model presented by Gao Yang had completely won them over. Their singular thought was now to acquire it at all costs, driven by an unwavering determination. Due to this remarkable invention, they are capable of creating an abundance of innovations. It is no longer akin to the past where designing was equivalent to manual labor. This invention truly enables the design of various electronic products. Gao Yang observed the frenzied barrage of comments. For the first time hosting an online press conference, he decided to indulge in local customs by organizing a lottery. The lottery involved giving away flowers, with the chance to win prizes for those who participated. This time, 1,000 3D printers were to be awarded. No, 1,001. A user named Dehydrated Fish proposed that the technology of the 3D printer should be given away for free. Dehydrated Fish was also watching the live stream, and upon hearing Gao Yang's words, his eyes widened in astonishment. Was he truly experiencing a stroke of luck? His fortune was nothing short of extraordinary. At that precise moment, he happened to be in Gao Yang's live stream, casually posting a comment, and then Gao Yang, after creating the printer, gifted him one. What merit did he possess? None at all. It was purely luck. Many envied Dehydrated Fish. Yet even more had already begun to participate in the lottery. Almost instantaneously, the screen was flooded with a multitude of flower effects. Gao Yang commenced the random draw. Typically, a normal random system follows a traceable pattern. However, Gao Yang could dictate the rules of randomness. The first 1,000 participants. In mere moments, the names of the first 1,000 winners were confirmed, and the winning list appeared on the screen. The names of the winners were made public, and additionally, they would receive a notification pop-up after winning. As Gao Yang waved his hand, he declared, "This live stream comes to a close. Thank you all for your support. Rest early, and may you have sweet dreams tonight." Upon shutting down the stream, Gao Yang took a few steps back and reclined on the mattress. It must be said, it was indeed quite comfortable. He turned off the lights and went to sleep. As the lights in the room dimmed, Gao Yang soon reopened his eyes, having printed 2 pillows, and fell into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, while Gao Yang slept, the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom were still engaged in a meeting. Gao Yang had presented an idea, and they were working to refine it. Late into the night, a group of individuals continued their discussions. Suddenly, there was a knock at the meeting room door, followed by the entrance of the head of the Social Sciences Institute, accompanied by several experts. The group of experts observed the assembly of prominent figures with intrigue, wondering what such a gathering could signify at this late hour. Inside the meeting room, the elder at the forefront addressed the researchers. Let us sit and converse. You have all watched Gao Yang's live stream, haven't you? A chorus of nods confirmed that they had, and they understood the purpose of the meeting. However, was it not rather tardy to convene now? Given that Gao Yang's products had already been launched, the entire manufacturing sector of the Dragon Kingdom was poised to face a significant blow. This blow stemmed from two aspects. Firstly, with the advent of 3D printers, products manufactured would struggle to find buyers. Secondly, many who had invested hundreds of thousands in acquiring 3D printers would curtail spending in other areas. The overall market would inevitably suffer. The elder regarded the researchers. Gao Yang had previously participated in a meeting and proposed the idea of early retirement. We have deliberated on this matter for quite some time. What are your thoughts? Several researchers were taken aback, exchanging glances with one another. Upon initial consideration, the proposal seemed feasible. However, numerous issues loomed large. Firstly, the abrupt retirement of such a multitude of individuals would undoubtedly lead to an insufficiency in pension funds. Furthermore, the disparity between urban and rural retirements was stark, with benefits varying significantly. Those who are employed and have made full contributions to Social Security, including public servants, could expect pensions amounting to thousands, or even tens of thousands. In contrast, rural inhabitants would only begin to receive pensions at an advanced age, and their total benefits might be a meager 100 or so. For some, retirement heralds good tidings. Yet for a greater number, it signifies misfortune, even coercing them into unemployment, a proposition that is utterly untenable. Within the confines of the meeting room, someone inquired, "What are your thoughts?" The head of the Social Sciences Institute appeared somewhat taken aback, observing the reactions of those present, pondered whether they possessed any viable solutions. Nevertheless, he remarked, "In truth, there are fundamentally no resolutions, as our internal circulation was disrupted before it could properly take shape. Nowadays, virtually everyone has access to productive tools, enabling self-sufficiency. At most, we can employ various measures to alleviate the current situation, such as strictly adhering to the 8-hour workday. Mandatory rest during weekends and observance of all statutory holidays are equally imperative. Such actions could help augment employment opportunities." Chapter 193. Are we retired? The individuals in the conference room nodded in agreement. It is indeed a viable solution. Initially, we thought merely considering early retirement was insufficient. However, delving into labor laws presents a commendable approach. A group of researchers paused, casting puzzled glances at those seated around the table. While this is a positive development, what about the finances? Undertakings require funding. One prominent figure remarked, "After extensive discussions, we have resolved to transition all manual labor to robotic work, subsequently focusing on the robust development of overseas markets. The profits generated will be reinvested to support those who retire early. Furthermore, henceforth, all retirees will receive equal benefits, regardless of whether they were formerly employees or farmers. We can afford this given our current technological advancements." The researchers from the Social Sciences Academy suddenly comprehended the gravity of the decision made. Calling them in was to refine the plan. The head of the academy could not restrain their curiosity. Has the retirement age been established? 45 years. Instinctively, several researchers exchanged glances, each harboring a singular thought. This seems rather outrageous. The traditional retirement age was 60, 55, or even 50. Now, it has been universally lowered to 45. Just recently, countless individuals were apprehensive about a delayed retirement, facing the prospect of working until 65, and now they can retire at 45. This is exhilarating. The individuals present could have retired on the spot. However, that fleeting thought quickly dissipated. They were not yet eligible. In other words, not everyone can retire at this juncture. Certain professions must remain in their roles. Nevertheless, this alleviates an immediate concern, particularly for the majority of construction workers, who are typically older. With the advent of colossal 3D printers, they feared being rendered obsolete, yet now they can retire outright. Even more astonishing is the prospect of receiving a pension upon retirement. It is a dream they likely never entertained. However, the finer details require further deliberation, as this alteration in retirement age impacts the entirety of the Dragon Country and encompasses various facets. The meeting continued until 6 in the morning, at which point several significant matters were resolved. The elder leading the discussion stood. In the forthcoming period, we will face substantial pressure. The integration of robots into factories, the replacement of human workers, and the collaboration with factories all necessitate exploration. Retired workers will need guidance in their post-retirement leisure activities. Moreover, the myriad issues just discussed, if any aspect falters, it could lead to considerable trouble. Conversely, if we succeed, the Dragon Country will flourish beyond its former state. Meeting adjourned. This gathering established the overarching direction, delegating responsibilities for execution and oversight to various local entities. During this transformative period, the internal operability is notably substantial. Many factories, upon adopting robotic systems, will see increased profits, which must be allocated to the Dragon Country, though the specific amounts will depend on individual factory circumstances. If those overseeing the process engage in corruption, it could lead to significant complications. Furthermore, any minor issue affecting the entirety of the Dragon Country will escalate into a major concern. The overall tone has been established, allowing for a public announcement to solicit feedback. This morning, during the early news segment, the host, while changing outfits, glanced at the script and froze, looking up at the staff, questioning whether the script had been mistakenly provided. Indeed, it was the correct one. The staff appeared equally astonished, revealing that the news regarding retirement at the age of 45 had only just been hastily included. The host, momentarily stunned, pondered, "Am I retiring?" While viewership of morning news is typically modest and it seldom makes headlines, on this particular day, it ignited a sensation throughout the Dragon Nation. In recent days, the Dragon Nation has witnessed numerous significant events. The rapid advancements in technology have been both astonishing and concerning, as the specter of unemployment looms ever closer. However, today's news left many in a state of bewilderment. Had they truly retired? Numerous older individuals, laboring in factories, construction sites, and rural fields, were equally dumbfounded upon seeing the news. Not only were they retiring, but they also learned of pensions. Moreover, pensions were no longer meager, as had been the case for ordinary employees, temporary workers, and farmers. Now, apart from a select few, everyone would receive equitable benefits. The remaining minority comprised either those who had rendered significant contributions, thus earning greater pensions, or those who had committed crimes, stripped of all benefits and relegated to an exceedingly modest subsistence pension. This revelation was a delightful surprise for the elderly, while for ordinary young workers, their astonishment unfolded post-work. Each individual received a text message announcing updates to labor laws, instituting a schedule of 4 days of work followed by 3 days off, a rather unconventional arrangement. The new policy mandated an 8-hour workday, with specific roles eligible for adjusted hours, yet the total weekly working hours could not exceed 32. Overtime pay was now a relic of the past. Working beyond standard hours would result in deductions from wages, and even voluntary overtime would incur costs to the company. At the end of the message was a link for anonymous reporting. Companies reported would face investigations, and if substantiated, would incur financial penalties. As everyone processed this information, their initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather skepticism, suspecting it to be a prank, given its incredibility. However, as they boarded their commutes, it became apparent that everyone had received the message, with many sharing screenshots on social media. Simultaneously, the employers received not only the text, but also phone calls, informing them of the changes to work hours. Countless business owners lamented their already challenging circumstances, now faced with the necessity of hiring additional staff. Tasks that once required one individual now demanded at least two, leading to a steep rise in labor costs and the potential for bankruptcy. Nevertheless, the authorities had not been entirely unprepared. They offered subsidies to these companies, recognizing the imperative that not all businesses could be allowed to collapse. Not yet, at least. With subsidies in place, opportunities would be granted to those capable of navigating the new landscape. In contrast to the companies housed within urban office buildings, factory owners have also received calls. As all senior employees retire, preparations are underway to replace them with robots. To mitigate potential complications, the Chinese side has opted for a leasing model for the robots, transforming the former employee salaries into rental fees for these machines. This financial reallocation will contribute to pension funds. And since robots can operate around the clock, the revenue generated is even more substantial. The younger workers have not been dismissed. They will temporarily continue to oversee lighter tasks while awaiting subsequent market developments. Many older individuals in the service industry will retire, creating ample opportunities for recruitment to accommodate all young job seekers. All these changes were anticipated and meticulously planned during meetings. The entire transformation is incredibly intense and rapid, yet surprisingly stable. This evolution has garnered global attention, as countless individuals express envy. It is noteworthy that in overseas nations with high welfare benefits, citizens are protesting due to reductions in these services. Consequently, China has emerged as a country with exceptionally high welfare standards. The 4-day workweek, alongside 8-hour days and various holidays, culminating in retirement at the age of 45, presents a lifestyle unparalleled anywhere in the world. Chapter 194, The Super-Evolved Monkey. Once, those high welfare nations overseas thrived by siphoning resources from the world to nourish themselves. Now, the Dragon Country has embarked on a path of greater stability. While it extracts profits from various powers, it simultaneously sustains a substantial internal supply of resources through its technological advancements. As long as Dragon Country continues to lead in technology, and the gap remains vast, life will only improve for the entirety of the nation, ushering in increasing prosperity for all. Amid the admiration of the world, Dragon Country has officially implemented a retirement plan. Employees need not fear unemployment, for the unemployment benefits are remarkably generous and do not require an application. Assistance arrives proactively upon job loss, prompting employees to report any company misconduct directly. Simultaneously, a significant number of retirees, after a brief period of confusion, begin to embrace the lives they truly desire. Many return to their hometowns to cultivate small vegetable patches, fish, and engage in leisurely games. Some embark on cycling tours, others on foot, while many explore various musical instruments, dance, and indulge in activities that pique their interest. The people of Dragon Country now have ample time for social gatherings and leisure without the worry of housing. As for why such concerns do not arise, it is due to the Housing Security Plan, which anticipates the construction of numerous homes by the end of the year to meet everyone's living needs. The locations of these homes will be situated around the cities. The seemingly absurdly short timeline is attributable to the capabilities of giant 3D printers, which can produce a multitude of houses in a short span. Young individuals need merely apply to receive a home, with the ability to specify their preferences and even preview the properties. In just a few days, the citizens of Dragon Country feel as though they are living a dream, witnessing a remarkable transformation in their lives for the better. While this rapid change may seem sudden, it is, in fact, the culmination of many enhancements made possible by advanced technologies that have only recently become widespread. Among those instrumental in the transformation of Dragon Country is the remarkable Gao Yang, who is currently observing a small monkey emerging from its shell. This little creature, much like its brethren, requires assistance to break free. Indeed, these animals are born with limited independent mobility and must rely on external aid to break free from their shells, where the mother provides optimal care and protection. The inability to emerge unaided is a deliberate genetic trait. Without maternal presence, even if they could hatch, they would perish. Thus, it is preferable to remain within the shell. The newborn monkey, no larger than a palm, rests in Gao Yang's hands, its eyes still unable to open, evoking a sense of endearment. Is it possible that the genes responsible for their cuteness are designed specifically to beguile humans into sparing them? In Gao Yang's mind, a notification chimes. Ding. Host has discovered the egg-born monkey. Amplification can be initiated. Would you like to amplify? Gao Yang has accumulated an opportunity for amplification over the past few days. Observing the monkey, with its disproportionately large head, he hopes this enhancement will affect its intellect. Amplification. The amplification compass materializes before Gao Yang, indicating a maximum of 10,000 times and a minimum of 100 times. After a moment's contemplation, he opts for the 100-fold enhancement, recognizing that the 10,000-fold would be beyond his control. Controlling the compass to rotate 100-fold, a system prompt resounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. The wisdom of the monkey has increased 100-fold. Gao Yang felt a surge of delight. If the system had a physical form, he would embrace it. For what he yearned for most was an enhancement of wisdom. In the next moment, the monkey's body began to undergo transformation. Once merely the size of a palm, the monkey's eyes grew larger, and its physique soon exhibited new changes. Its body elongated, and its limbs thickened. Overall, it appeared more robust, with its fingers lengthening slightly. Yet no other alterations were apparent. Shortly thereafter, Gao Yang received a wealth of memories, specifically regarding genetics. The monkey's enhancement primarily focused on cerebral functions, yet its physique also experienced multifaceted improvements. First and foremost, its speed and strength surged, roughly tenfold. Hence, the monkey's arms thickened, providing better nourishment for its brain. The 100-fold wisdom of the brain demanded vast amounts of energy, necessitating thicker and stronger blood vessels, while the heart grew more vigorous, with one change affecting another. Its internal organs also received fortification. Additionally, its 5 senses were heightened, allowing the brain to gather more information. Of course, the most significant transformation occurred within the brain. This monkey's intellect had been amplified over 100-fold, with all cerebral regions strengthened comprehensively. Its memory became photographic, logical reasoning reached maximum capacity, and its bodily control abilities were fully enhanced. It could be said that this monkey could learn anything it observed. Upon seeing something, its mind would comprehend it, and with that knowledge, its body would follow suit. A super genius monkey. Gao Yang gazed at the monkey and declared, "From this day forth, you shall be called Super Monkey." Although the monkey was clever, it did not yet grasp the meaning of words. Yet this was of little consequence. Once it donned the helmet, it would swiftly learn. As the monkey put on the helmet, Gao Yang began to organize the genetic knowledge he had acquired. Given that biological evolution is interconnected, he had already mastered numerous genes, including those for physical enhancement, sensory augmentation, fortification of internal organs, and even skin and skeletal enhancements. A comprehensive array of strengthening genes. However, the next step was paramount, to compile these genes and create a genetic serum. Gao Yang selected his own genes and infused them with the enhancement genes. This process was intricate and laborious, as the sheer quantity of genes was vast, and since this was something to be applied to himself, absolute precision was essential. While Gao Yang meticulously recompiled his genes, no one could assist him, for he needed to extract these genes piece by piece from his own mind. It was a tedious and protracted endeavor, yet with this experience, he could delegate such monotonous tasks to the invincible in the future. During Gao Yang's busy interval, the laboratory's stable welcomed an additional monkey. The monkey perched atop a fence post in the paddock, clutching a book. From a distance, the horse caretaker observed the monkey, exclaiming, "Old chum, your monkey has come over again and is stealing my book." Within the laboratory, aside from the guards, there was also a monkey caretaker and a horse caretaker. The relationship between the two individuals was rather amicable, as aside from the guards, the only companions were the horses and monkeys they tended to. It was essential for them to maintain a harmonious rapport. Old Chung had noticed the monkey but chose to ignore it, as it was beyond his control. Typically, the monkey could easily unlock its cage, and even with a lock in place, it would resort to picking it. On this occasion, he had carelessly applied a drop of 502 adhesive to the lock, only to witness the steel bars of the cage being bent to form an opening. This monkey had become a source of concern for him. Over the course of more than a month, the monkey had grown considerably, now standing around 30 centimeters tall, exuding a hint of valor in its demeanor. As it held a copy of Journey to the West in its hands, it observed the stableman approaching and suddenly closed the book, declaring, "I wish to change my name. I shall no longer be known as Super Monkey, but rather as Wukong, Gao Wukong." Chapter 195. Do deities truly exist in this world? Its voice was hoarse. The words somewhat unclear, yet Old Deng, the horse caretaker, heard it distinctly. The monkey was speaking. Old Deng abruptly froze in place, gazing at the extraordinary creature. Wasn't it decreed that animals were not to attain enlightenment for another 49 years? And here it was, even bestowing itself a name? Nevertheless, Old Deng was not overly perturbed. He had encountered far too many bizarre phenomena in this place. Horses that laid eggs, horses with wings and horns. Most importantly, this Gao Wukong did not bear the surname Sun, but rather Gao, making it controllable. Gao Wukong stood up and called out in a somewhat raspy and unfamiliar voice, "Black horse, where have you gone?" As he spoke, a shadow rushed out from the distant stable. The black horse, now 3 months old and yet to reach maturity, already stood at a height of 1.5 meters, its wings fully unfurled. With a sleek black body and white wings, complemented by well-defined muscles, it appeared exceptionally majestic. The black horse galloped to Gao Wukong, snorting loudly. Gao Wukong swiftly leapt onto its back. "Let us go. I'll take you to the Shiyue Sanshin cave, where we shall learn the arts and become unparalleled demon kings." Old Deng was momentarily stunned, quickly exclaiming, "Don't run. This world does not." Before he could finish, a gust of wind struck him head-on. The black horse had flapped its wings, sending him tumbling backward. Old Deng then looked up to see the black horse and monkey disappearing into the distant sky and turned to Old Chang, urging, "Hurry and inform Gao Yang." The two rushed to the entrance of the new laboratory, where Invincible happened to be emerging. Without waiting for them to speak, he stated, "The master said it would be fine for them to go out and play." The pair widened their eyes, watching Invincible return to the laboratory, then turned back to the sky, where nothing was now visible. They exchanged a glance, and each returned to their respective tasks. The black horse flapped its wings, soaring through the air. Without the monkey, it would have merely flown above the laboratory, but now it was truly exhilarated. Most importantly, it had read that novel and was aware of the Shiyue Sanshin cave. It too desired to learn the 72 transformations. With another loud snort, Gao Wukong held a book in one hand while grasping the mane of the black horse with the other, understanding the meaning of that snort. "Don't rush. Sun Wukong searched for the Shiyue Sanshin cave for many years. We are only just beginning our quest. Do you understand the need for destiny?" The black horse flapped its wings once more, rising higher. "Let us search for mountains. We can look one peak at a time. The world has but a limited number of mountains, and we shall surely find it." The black horse lowered its head, its keen eyes spotting the ground even from such heights. In the next moment, the black horse glimpsed a mountain and suddenly dove atop the golden peak of Wudong Mountain. Many were resting, exhausted from their ascent. Then someone looked up at the sky and froze. Was that a horse soaring above? Surely, he must be mistaken. How could there be a horse in the sky? What was that creature? His companions also raised their heads, exclaiming, "Goodness! A horse with wings!" Around them, others instinctively looked up, and they too were astonished, for they beheld the black horse in the sky. In the next moment, the black horse unfurled its wings and, in a graceful downward arc, transformed them into what resembled a parachute, halting its momentum. However, those below on the golden peak were scattered like autumn leaves, with several tumbling to the ground. A girl who fell let out a piercing scream, kicking her legs in retreat. As the black horse landed, the agile Wukong leapt onto its head and asked, "Fear not. May I inquire the way to the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave? Is it located upon this mountain?" Could this monkey actually speak? A wave of terror washed over the faces of all present, reaching a crescendo of fear. In the next instant, every girl in attendance emitted a scream, a cacophony of sheer panic. Some were so frightened that they fainted on the spot. Wukong's eyes widened in alarm. This was a debacle. He hastily jumped down to check on the fallen girl. A man in the background, witnessing Wukong's rush towards the girl, seized his trekking pole and struck it towards him, landing a solid blow to Wukong's head. Yet, the monkey remained unscathed, paying no mind to the assault behind him as he began administering CPR to the unconscious girl. He was frantic. If he inadvertently harmed someone, even through fright, his future would be dire. The man who struck Wukong's expression gradually shifted, for he realized that the monkey posed no threat, but was, in fact, attempting to save a life. Confusion clouded his mind. What was happening? How could this monkey perform CPR? The surrounding crowd was similarly bewildered, their previous dread stemming from the monkey's ability to speak. Now, they were astonished not only by its speech, but also by its capacity to save lives. As they pondered this, the woman regained consciousness, gazing at the nearby Wukong with a look of utter bewilderment. Wukong quickly retreated, executing a backward leap to perch atop the horse's head. "Do not fear. I mean you no harm. I merely seek directions. Can anyone guide me to the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave?" A throng of astonished spectators gazed at the winged horse and the monkey, overwhelmed by a sense of wonder. Most astonishing was the fact that this horse and monkey were inquiring about the legendary Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave from the journey to the west. "Is that real?" someone questioned, shaking their head in disbelief. "It must be true," another asserted. Wukong turned to the others, but upon hearing that no one had the answers, he felt a pang of disappointment. He slapped the horse's neck, exclaiming, "Black horse, let us depart." The black horse immediately pivoted and charged forth, its wings unfurling as it soared into the sky, swiftly gaining altitude and speed. On the Wudong Golden Peak, a group of onlookers stared wide-eyed in the direction of the departing black horse. "Did you all just witness that? The monkey can speak. Not only did I see it, but I also recorded it." One exclaimed, "You dared to film in such a precarious moment?" "I carry a camera. I am a content creator." The group gathered closer, scrutinizing the footage capturing the flying horse and monkey. "What is this phenomenon? A celestial steed from the heavenly realm? It seems plausible that the little monkey is searching for the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave. Is it possible that deities truly exist?" The crowd buzzed with astonishment, while some shared the footage online. The ultra-clear, stabilized video captured the entire sequence, the black horse's landing and the monkey's speech and heroic rescue. After the video was uploaded to the internet, there was hardly any reaction. Although the video gained popularity, everyone deemed it a mere prank. After a long day of work, Gao Yang lay in bed, suddenly recalling Haima and Gao Wukong. "Where are the little monkeys? Have they returned?" A resounding voice echoed in the room. "No, they have gone in search of the Crescent Moon 3 Star Cave." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow playfully. "Has the little monkey watched Journey to the West? Where would he find such a tale?" The individual who raises horses carries along a copy of the 4 great classical novels. Yet he has not read a single page here. It was the little monkey who perused it. Gao Yang chuckled lightly. "No commotion has emerged? Why has no one called me?" Although the disturbance was minimal, someone had recorded a video and posted it online, yet no one believed it. Gao Yang was somewhat astonished. How could they not believe it? He took out his phone, and the video appeared, showcasing the events that transpired after Haima and Gao Wukong descended. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Had he not been mentally prepared, he too would have doubted its authenticity. The real question was, when had the little monkey learned to speak? He was completely unaware. Chapter 196. The Malevolent Doctor. The Invincible One remarked, "After watching Journey to the West, one would comprehend it. Perhaps the lack of prior preparation hindered the understanding, but now, having watched it, I have resolved to embody Sun Wukong." Gao Yang chuckled, acknowledging the complexity of a monkey learning to speak. However, for a genetically evolved monkey, merely mimicking sounds poses little challenge. As one scrolls gently through the comment section below, they are greeted by a plethora of enthusiastic remarks. The special effects are astonishing. This is Sun Wukong in his youth, alongside the white dragon horse emerging from the mire. Another comment exclaims, "The effects are truly remarkable, appearing almost lifelike." One user, new to Bilibili, muses, "Is this the caliber of the content creator? Does it not surpass the visuals of those grand fantasy productions?" The special effects deserve 100 accolades. They herald the hope for short videos from the Dragon Kingdom. Another user reflects, am I the only one paying attention to the actors? Their performances are commendable. During the fainting scene, the fall looked genuine. And the young actress surely felt the impact. Not only is her acting superb, but her dedication is evident. As a doctor, I must commend this actress. She must have closely observed individuals experiencing fainting spells, perhaps even conducting research, as her portrayal of fainting was nearly indistinguishable from reality. Gao Yang smirked, realizing that truly, no one believed it. Let them play a while longer. Once the animal gene enhancement serum is revealed and human gene serums emerge, it should not be too shocking. The Invincible One concurred. Gao Yang pondered, how is the underground facility prepared? It is ready, excavated to a depth of 60 meters. In the event of an emergency, instant concealment can be achieved. The work has been carried out discreetly by robots, unnoticed by any human. Gao Yang nodded. Tomorrow, we can arrange for a monkey to go missing. With merely 2 or 3 days remaining until the gene compilation is complete, Gao Yang plans to create the gene enhancement serum, necessitating animal testing. The animals used for this testing will undoubtedly perish, as the serum is tailored specifically for Gao Yang's use. However, following animal trials, the serum can be amplified by the system. Gao Yang intends to amplify it 100-fold. Yet, even post-amplification, he cannot utilize it directly. Rather, he must employ the same technique to find others for testing. Only after confirming its safety through rigorous testing will he consider using it himself. This substance carries risks that could prove life-threatening, necessitating utmost caution. Once assured of its safety, Gao Yang retired for the night. In the stillness of the night, the black horse led Gao Wukong into a cave, snorting in eagerness for a return to feasting. Gao Wukong comprehended the horse's call. It cannot be that simple to find what we seek. We must possess perseverance. If we encounter a setback, returning home is not an option. Otherwise, we may be barred from entering the Crescent Moon and 3 Stars Cave. With no food, we must hunt. In the mountains, there are wild boars aplenty, and perhaps even tigers. I could fashion a tiger skin skirt. The black horse reignited its spirit, venturing out to hunt in the nighttime, with plans to continue searching for the cave at dawn. While the cave remained elusive, the duo astounded countless onlookers. Many were capturing photographs and videos, and with the presence of the black horse and Gao Wukong in the news, the entire internet was abuzz with excitement. Initially perceived as a mere jest, the revelation of its authenticity, coupled with the first-hand experience of witnessing it, was nothing short of astonishing. It prompted a profound contemplation regarding the existence of mythical creatures and celestial realms. Some have even speculated that the illustrious son Wukong traverses the mountains, awaiting the opportune moment to seek an esteemed mentor and hone his craft. Amidst the widespread astonishment across the internet, Director Yuan finally received the news and swiftly contacted Gao Yang. Is that talking monkey and the black horse something you unleashed? Gao Yang affirmed, indeed. I set them free for a bit of amusement. With Gao Yang's endorsement, the duo, a horse and a monkey, enjoyed near limitless freedom within the Dragon Kingdom. After concluding the call, Gao Yang gazed at the monkey confined within a metallic cage. The cage, substantial in size at 3 meters on each side, was constructed from ultra-high-strength metal, impervious to even a missile explosion. Situated 60 meters underground, Gao Yang could effortlessly bury it with a mere thought, facilitating experimentation. He procured a gene-enhancing serum, a product of a month's meticulous effort. This serum promised to amplify Gao Yang's cognitive abilities 100-fold while simultaneously fortifying his physique in all aspects, rendering him akin to a superhero, save for the inability to fly. The robotic apparatus within the cage seized the monkey, bringing it to the edge of its confinement, as Gao Yang administered the injection, marking its usage. In the next moment, a system notification resonated in Gao Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have developed a gene-enhancing serum. Ready for amplification. Would you like to proceed? He opted for amplification, selecting a 100-fold enhancement on the roulette. Caution was paramount with gene enhancement. A direct 1,000-fold increase could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a gene serum with a stability factor of 100 times. Gao Yang was taken aback. Stability? In what regard? As he pondered, a deafening roar abruptly interrupted his thoughts. The once ordinary monkey now sprouted grotesque tumors, its stature ballooning to 2 meters as it pounded against the metallic cage with a thunderous clamor. Instinctively, Gao Yang recoiled. Was this monstrosity a product of his own experimentation? In that moment, he felt akin to the nefarious doctors often depicted in films. Fortunately, the cage proved robust. Had it not been so, the creature would have easily escaped. With another resounding crash, the monstrous monkey struck the iron cage once more. Yet, these 2 blows had depleted its entire energy reserves, leaving it to retreat. Akin to a deflated balloon, The gene-enhancing serum merely facilitated genetic alteration without bestowing substantial energy. The monkey had instantaneously exhausted all its vitality. Upon returning to the surface, the system finally produced the amplified gene serum. Concurrently, a flood of memories surged into Gao Yang's mind, clarifying the nature of the stability factor. The stability referenced the genetic enhancement process's reliability. The monkey's demise was a consequence of its abrupt transformation, which led to a catastrophic genetic collapse. Furthermore, stability manifested in various dimensions, the most significant being the potential for genetic inheritance. The notion of heredity is most peculiar. It implies that should this genetic enhancement become widespread, all future progeny would be individuals already fortified. Gao Yang inhaled sharply, pondering the implications. If this were to materialize, would the arrival of super scions on Earth compel them to tread cautiously? Upon completing the memory retrieval, Gao Yang felt a surge of anticipation. Although further enhancement in certain areas might be unattainable, the prospects of such a genetic enhancement agent appearing to be devoid of complications were promising. However, genuine human experimentation is imperative before applying it to oneself. As for the human trials, Gao Yang had refrained from intervening with Haima and Gao Wukong, precisely for this moment. Chapter 197. The Adventures of the Monkey. Gao Yang first called Director Yuan. As the call connected, there was a cacophony on the other end. Please hold on. Let me move to a quieter place. 2 minutes later, the noise subsided. What information do you need? Gao Yang did not immediately disclose the purpose of his call, but instead meandered into conversation. What are you busy with over there? A special competition. Director Yuan replied with a chuckle. Isn't the retirement plan being implemented? A multitude of elderly individuals in the countryside are retiring. While the elderly may retire, the land must still be cultivated. Ideally, machinery should facilitate production, yet certain terrains, such as terraced fields and mountainous regions, are unsuitable for conventional equipment. Thus, a design competition was organized to create agricultural machinery capable of operating in these unique terrains. The earlier noise was due to a student who, having done nothing substantial, merely outfitted a robot with waterproof rubber boots, resulting in unparalleled efficiency in the terraced fields. Director Yuan couldn't help but laugh again. In truth, once all farmland is mechanized, both yield and efficiency will increase, and eventually, terraced fields will be returned to fallow. But that is a trivial matter. What brings you to contact me? Gao Yang paused before stating, I wish to conduct human trials for the gene enhancement serum. As soon as Gao Yang's words left his lips, silence enveloped the other end of the line. Director Yuan, who had been laughing joyfully moments ago, now found his words stuck in his throat. He had long feared Gao Yang would reach this point, as altering human genes is fraught with peril. The consequences could range from the death of test subjects to catastrophic genetic collapse. Please do not experiment on yourself. I beg you to remain calm. Wait for me. I will come over immediately. Director Yuan hung up and hurried to Gao Yang's laboratory, wishing he could sprout wings and fly there. Gao Yang could sense Director Yuan's urgency, recognizing it as genuine concern that was undoubtedly warranted. Most individuals cannot withstand the temptation of power, with such a serum within reach. Even the knowledge of a potential fatal outcome might not deter them from injecting it. While awaiting Director Yuan's arrival, Gao Yang thought of the little monkey and the black horse. When he first began researching the gene serum, the little monkey and the black horse had already departed, and it had now been a month since their absence. In this time, the little monkey should have reshaped its worldview, accepted reality, and come to terms with the fact that the mythical Shiyu Sanshin cave does not exist. Why had they not returned? What were the little monkey and the black horse up to? The voice of invincibility carried a hint of mirth. They only spent 3 days in Longwa before fleeing overseas, first crossing the Himalayas to reach Asan. Currently, Asan is sculpting a statue of Gao Wukong, proclaiming him the reincarnation of the monkey god Hanuman, and has also fashioned a statue for the black horse, representing Hanuman's steed. The black horse and Gao Wukong have been reveling there for more than half a month, being paraded about, and there are local offerings for the mother monkey and the mother horse, though they remain underage and are solely interested in food. Gao Yang found it hard to believe. Those people are carrying the black horse? A special palanquin was prepared for the black horse and the high Wukong, and they took great pride in being carried. Gao Yang pondered, considering the muscle strength and bone density of the black horse, its weight must be approaching 500 kilograms. Hence, their belief grew stronger. Gao Yang thought to himself how mischievous Hai Wukong truly was. Such an intelligent monkey could simply declare that he was not a deity and walk away, yet he chose to create a ruckus. This commotion lasted over half a month. It also underscored the fact that San Good genuinely had nothing to say about the divine. He must have been exceptionally good. However, it should be noted that the black horse and Hai Wukong were male. Had they been female, the outcome would have been uncertain. After departing from Asan, they journeyed to the land of the Han, where a new cult known as the Celestial Horse Sect emerged. The Celestial Horse Sect. with the black horse's ebony body symbolizing hell and its white wings representing heaven, claimed that the celestial horse could traverse between the two realms, transporting sinful souls from hell to heaven and vice versa. Within a mere week, this sect garnered hundreds of thousands of followers. It must be said that their beliefs were rather convincing, yet it was evident they had been exploited. Unbeaten proceeded to inform Gao Yang that Hai Wukong's bank account had swelled by 300 million, all from voluntary donations from the faithful. As he spoke, Unbeaten handed Gao Yang a photograph depicting a large group of people kneeling, with the black horse majestically spreading its wings at the center, while Hai Wukong stood atop its head, dressed in a flowing white robe, with a hint of red between his brows and eyes closed. He emanated an aura of explosive devotion. The visual was indeed striking. With funds pouring in, it suggested that they were not being exploited. Rather, these two had purposefully ventured forth to establish a cult. Gao Yang could easily surmise the situation. The monkey had ascended to divinity, and the black horse sought to follow suit, with the monkey facilitating the creation of the sect in a fitting location. Gao Yang waved his hand, instructing them to cease their antics and return. Upon their return, he learned that their sect had come into conflict with another cult, instilling fear of responsibility which led to the announcement of its dissolution. They had already returned to the Dragon Kingdom with the black horse. Gao Yang found it amusing that they had grown fearful, likely not anticipating the absurdity of the people in the land of the Han, to amass hundreds of thousands of followers in a week. However, in that region, various cults frequently emerged, often causing disturbances. After listening to the adventures of the black horse and Hai Wukong, Gao Yang retrieved his phone to surf the internet, eager to discover any recent happenings. He had been preoccupied with the gene serum for days, finding it exceedingly monotonous. Upon opening his social media, he was immediately struck by the trending topic that dominated the charts, a mere 5 words that left him astounded. My father is Gao Yang. Without hesitation, Gao Yang clicked on the trending topic and was met with images of the black horse and Hai Wukong. Upon returning to the Dragon Kingdom, these two had caused yet another stir. The video showcased the two little beings, who had grown considerably. The black horse appeared even more majestic, while Hai Wukong had reached a height of 40 centimeters, adorned with a tiger skin skirt around his waist. Although he was aware that Sun Wukong did not exist, he remained an ardent fan of the legendary figure. In the video, a monkey and a horse were seen enjoying a barbecue together. A group of individuals gathered around Gao Wukong, engaged in conversation, with one hand savoring skewers and the other clutching a bottle of beer. Gao Wukong occasionally offered a piece of grilled meat to the black horse. After taking a sip of his drink, he remarked, "Do you wish to know why I am called Gao Wukong? It is because I aspire to be like Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. As for the Gao, it is simply my father's surname. My father is Gao Yang." The crowd surrounding him was left in utter astonishment. Here was a flying horse and a talking monkey, and somehow the conversation had circled back to Gao Yang. Gao Yang instinctively glanced at the view count of the video, which had already surged to 30 million. Observing Gao Wukong's eloquence in the video, it was evident that after more than a month of wandering, his worldview had undergone a profound transformation. In the footage, when someone inquired about the possibility of riding the black horse, both the monkey and the horse rejected the notion before soaring into the sky. The video concluded at this point, yet its popularity was undeniably remarkable, with the comments section brimming with hundreds of thousands of remarks. Chapter 198, a must-try. The remarkable popularity of this video primarily stems from the fervor surrounding Gao Yang, compounded by the intriguing narratives of Haima and Gao Wukong. This phenomenon invites profound contemplation. Has Gao Yang truly succeeded in creating a talking monkey? This creature is not merely capable of speech. Its capacity for learning is astonishing. I stumbled upon a video from across the sea, showcasing a monkey demonstrating extraordinary feats of strength and speed, leaving me feeling inferior to such a being. Moreover, in its demeanor, casually conversing and drinking, it becomes easy to mistake it for a human, especially when one only hears its articulate discourse. Given its connection to Gao Yang, could this be a product of biological experimentation? Is it conceivable for animals to attain such remarkable prowess? What implications does this hold for humanity? Has Gao Yang's expertise in biological research reached such unsettling heights? If he can endow horses with wings and monkeys with the ability to speak and learn, might he not also be capable of creating dragons? Creating a dragon is no trivial task. With the addition of fish scales, deer antlers, eagle talons, and the whiskers of a catfish, the only thing lacking would be wings, leaving us to ponder how such a creature would soar. And what of humanity? Will there one day be humans with wings? We must resolutely oppose human experimentation. Altering human genes indiscriminately could lead to catastrophic genetic collapse. This is akin to opening Pandora's box, and the potential dangers of such technology are as grave as those posed by nuclear weapons. Yet, I believe that technological advancement should continue. I would even wish for a pair of wings myself. with the understanding that any potential risks could be addressed once the technology is fully refined. The comments section is abuzz with lively discussions, encompassing a broad array of topics. Many have speculated about genetic technology, though each perspective is unique. Some fear the dire consequences of genetic enhancement, while others view it as a beacon of hope. Even contemplating the future of widespread technological adoption, Gao Yang lingered in the comments for a while and had to admit that many of the observations were quite astute. For instance, there was an individual adamantly opposed to marriage, who proposed that Gao Yang should develop a gene serum for hermaphroditism, thereby allowing him to fulfill reproductive duties single-handedly. Gao Yang referred to such individuals as geniuses. After a brief contemplation, Gao Yang decided to summon Haima and the others and issue a live broadcast announcement. Alright, when shall we commence the live stream? When can we expect Director Yuan's arrival? In about half an hour. Then we shall begin the broadcast in 1 hour. The invincible team swiftly organized themselves, dispatching a robot equipped with a flight engine to locate Gao Yukong and Haima, who had already returned to Dragon Country. Concurrently, a live broadcast announcement was disseminated through Gao Yang's account. The live stream room was perpetually populated by numerous individuals, who were still engaged in discussions about Haima and Gao Yukong. Upon seeing the live broadcast announcement, they eagerly rushed to spread the word, assisting in garnering attention for the stream. Their anticipation for this upcoming broadcast was palpable, especially as the matters concerning Haima and Gao Yukong had recently ignited fervor across the internet, setting the stage for a live explanation of these two remarkable creatures. As Gao Yang awaited the arrival of Director Yuan, he continued to peruse the fervent comments trending online. The opinions expressed by these individuals were often extreme. In the light of favorable remarks, Gao Yang was heralded as a new deity of creation. Conversely, under negative critiques, he was branded as a mad scientist, an evil genius responsible for the impending collapse of genetic integrity. The origins of such perceptions, it seemed, were deeply rooted in various science fiction films. After all, any film featuring robots inevitably conjured images of a technological crisis, and any narrative involving genetic alterations of animals led to visions of a biological catastrophe. Ultimately, the distinction between success and failure lay within the realm of technology. When technology falters, issues arise. When it excels, problems dissipate. As Gao Yang pondered these matters, Director Yuan rushed into the lounge. You haven't acted recklessly, have you? He inquired. Gao Yang smiled reassuringly. No, when lives are at stake. Even with a 99% certainty, one must proceed with caution. Noticing Gao Yang's relaxed demeanor, Yuan discerned the underlying message and hesitated. You already possess a 99% certainty? Indeed, Gao Yang affirmed. Yuan furrowed his brow. Must you insist on this trial? Absolutely. Gao Yang replied without a trace of hesitation. Yuan took a seat. Then I shall attempt it first. If I survive, I will assist in finding others for testing, and only then will it be your turn. Gao Yang shook his head. That won't do. I am considering others for the trials. Yuan paused, taken aback. Others? You mean not selecting individuals from the Dragon Nation? Correct. Yuan fell silent. Not because the idea seemed flawed, but rather because he found it feasible, though somewhat unethical. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. If testing was imperative, then one could either utilize individuals from the Dragon Nation or opt for foreign participants. Clearly, the latter would be preferable. What exactly do you propose? He inquired. Live streaming. We will announce that the genetic serum is ready and randomly select several individuals for testing, ideally from abroad. Yuan listened to Gao Yang's proposal, feeling a twinge of unease. It felt as though they were treating others as mere lab rats, and yet they would be eager participants. And if it succeeds? If it succeeds, there will be no need for concern. The overseas community will never manage to replicate the genetic enhancement technology, so there is no risk of leakage. Yuan was taken aback. It appeared Gao Yang had devised a comprehensive plan. His thoughts turned to Haima and Gao Yukong, two creatures that had stirred considerable commotion outside, likely a deliberate ploy by Gao Yang to generate buzz. It seemed that long ago, he had foreseen this very moment. Fortunately, this was a far cry from the previous enhancement serum that had been directly administered to monkeys with immediate results. A commanding voice echoed. The scheduled live stream time is approaching. What about Haima? Just as the words left his lips, a gust of wind swept through the window, and Haima leaped into the room, wings folding as it approached to nuzzle against him. Haima had been living quite luxuriously of late, now standing at an impressive height of 2 meters, even surpassing Gao Yang. The figure before us is adorned with a robust physique, its muscular contours distinctly defined, embodying the most ideal aerodynamic design as determined by wind tunnel tests. The horn atop its head extends over 20 centimeters in length, sharp as a blade, and possesses a texture reminiscent of gold and jade. This creation appears remarkably more resilient and acute than its predecessors. The black stallion is now capable of breaking the sound barrier. Gao Yukong. Gao Yang glanced back at the monkey perched behind him. The monkey shrank back slightly. The name it had bestowed upon itself sounded impressive in public. Yet in the presence of Gao Yang, it felt somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Gao Yang said little more, gently patting Gao Yukong on the head. All right. I am about to go live. You two act as the backdrop. Understood. Gao Yukong nodded in agreement. Gao Yang then opened the live streaming room, where the audience count had already surged to 20 million, despite there being 2 minutes left until the scheduled start. It seems many had entered the stream ahead of time. At this moment, the barrage of comments filled the screen with greetings directed at Gao Yang, while others addressed the Black Stallion and Gao Yukong. Some viewers even inquired about the circumstances surrounding the Black Stallion and Gao Yukong, as well as the technology used in their cultivation. Their astonishment was palpable. Chapter 199. Am I becoming a superhuman? Gao Yang swiftly scrolled through the barrage of comments, reading them with remarkable speed. Hello everyone. Welcome to the live stream. Haima, please greet the audience. Haima responded with a nod and a snort. Behind him, Gao Yukong also clasped his hands in greeting. Hello everyone. The barrage of comments surged. For these two had become quite the internet celebrities. Gao Yang wasted no time and stated directly. I am certain you are all very curious about how these two animals have transformed. I can candidly reveal to you that it is due to a genetic enhancement serum. Even those with no prior knowledge could grasp the concept of genetic enhancement. Although there had been speculation about it, the mere acknowledgement from Gao Yang left the audience in astonishment. The existence of a genetic serum capable of such feats was akin to the powers of a creator. Would there be any side effects? If it could be applied to animals, how far are we from its application in humans? Gao Yang, can it alter an animal's personality? My cat ignores me, and I wish to give it the temperament of a dog. A comment echoed. Imagine if we could switch human personalities with those of dogs. The comments varied wildly, yet they all tended to revolve around the implications for humanity. Gao Yang turned towards the camera. What interests you most is indeed the application of the genetic serum on humans. This technology is rather controversial. To elaborate, I can indeed transfer characteristics from animals, such as wings or tails, to humans. However, this would serve little purpose, as it would not contribute meaningfully to our lives or to humanity as a whole.